The Complete Works of Isaac Babel. Edited by Natalie Babel. Translated by Peter Constantine. With an introduction by Cynthia Ozick. Introduction by Cynthia Ozick. On May 15, 1939, Isaac Babel, a writer whose distinction had earned him the Soviet privilege of a dacha in the country, was arrested at Peredelkino and taken to Moscow's Lubyanka prison, headquarters of the secret police. His papers were confiscated and destroyed, among them half-completed stories, plays, film scripts, translations. 6 months later, after 3 days and nights of hellish interrogation, he confessed to a false charge of espionage. The following year, a clandestine trial was briefly held in the dying hours of January 26. Babel recanted his confession, appealed to his innocence, and at 1:40 the next morning was summarily shot by a firing squad. He was 45. His final plea was not for himself, but for the power and truth of literature. Let me finish my work. What Kafka's art hallucinates trial without cause, an inescapable predicament directed by an irrational force, a malignant social order Babel is at last condemned to endure in the living flesh. Kafka and Babel can be said to be the 20th century's European coordinates. They are separated by language, style, and temperament, but where their fevers intersect lies the point of infection. Each was an acutely conscious Jew. Each witnessed a pogrom while still very young, Kafka in enlightened Prague, Babel under a czarist regime that promoted harsh legal disabilities for Jews. Each invented a type of literary modernism, becoming a movement in himself, indelible, with no possibility of successors. To be influenced by Kafka is to end in parody, and because the wilderness of an astoundingly variegated experience is incised, unduplicatably, in the sinews of Babel's prose, no writer can effectively claim to be his disciple. But of course they are opposites: Kafka ingrown, self-dissatisfied, indifferent to politics, hardly daring, despite genius, to feel entitlement to his own language, endlessly agonizing over a broken engagement, rarely leaving home. And here is Babel, insouciant, reckless, a womanizer, half a vagabond, a horseman, a propagandist, the father of 3 by 3 different women, only one of them legally his wife. Then why bring up Kafka when speaking of Babel? Kafka at least died in his bed. Babel was murdered by the criminal agency of a cynically criminal government. Kafka requested that his writing be destroyed, and was not obeyed. Babel's name and work were erased as if he had never written at all until 1954, when, during a thaw, he was, in Soviet terminology, rehabilitated. Yet taken together, they tell us what we in our time are obliged to know about the brutal tracings of force and deception, including self-deception. Kafka alone is not enough, his interiors are too circumscribed. Babel alone is not enough, his landscapes are too diffuse. Kafka supplies the grandly exegetical metaphor, the man who thinks but barely lives, the metaphysician who is ultimately consumed by a conflagration of lies. Babel, by contrast, lives, lives, lives. He lives robustly, inquisitively, hungrily. His appetite for unpredictable human impulse is gargantuan, inclusive, eccentric. He is trickster, rapscallion, ironist, wayward lover, imprudent impostor, and out of these 100 fiery selves insidious truths creep out, one by one, in a face, in the color of the sky, in a patch of mud, in a word. Violence, pity, comedy, illumination. It is as if he is an irritable membrane, subject to every creaturely vibration. Babel was born in Odessa, a cosmopolitan and polyglot city that looked to the sea and beyond. It was, he wrote, the most charming city of the Russian Empire. If you think about it, it is a town in which you can live free and easy. Half the population is made up of Jews, and Jews are a people who have learned a few simple truths along the way. Jews get married so as not to be alone, love so as to live through the centuries, save money so they can buy houses and give their wives astrakhan jackets, Love children because, let's face it, it is good and important to love one's children. The poor Odessa Jews get very confused when it comes to officials and regulations, but it isn't all that easy to get them to budge in their opinions, they're very antiquated opinions. You might not be able to budge these Jews, but there's a whole lot you can learn from them. To a large extent it is because of them that Odessa has this light and easy atmosphere. There is much of the affectionate and mirthful babble in this paragraph, the honest yet ironic delight in people exactly as they are, the teasing sense of laughing entitlement, so as to live through the centuries, prosperity and poverty rubbing elbows, ordinary folk harried by officialdom, confusion and stubbornness, love and loneliness. As for poor Jews, Babel began as one of these, starting life in the Moldavanka, a mixed neighborhood with a sprinkling of mobsters. What he witnessed there, with a bright boy's perceptiveness, catapulted him early on into the capacious worldliness that burst out, he was 29, in the exuberant tales of Benya Crick and his gang, tough but honorable criminals with a Damon Runyonesque strain. Lionel Trilling, among the first to write seriously about Babel in English, mistook him for a Jew of the ghetto. If ghetto implies a narrow and inbred psyche, then Babel stands for the reverse. Though he was at home in Yiddish and Hebrew, and was familiar with the traditional texts and their demanding commentaries, he added to these a lifelong infatuation with Maupassant and Flaubert. His first stories were composed in fluent literary French. The breadth and scope of his social compass enabled him to see through the eyes of peasants, soldiers, priests, rabbis, children, artists, actors, women of all classes. He befriended whores, cab drivers, jockeys, he knew what it was to be penniless, to live on the edge and off the beaten track. He was at once a poet of the city, the glass son of Petersburg, and a lyricist of the countryside, the walls of sunset collapsing into the sky. He was drawn to spaciousness and elasticity, optimism and opportunity, and it was through these visionary seductions of societal freedom, expressed politically, that he welcomed the revolution. He not only welcomed it, he joined it. In order to be near Maxim Gorky, his literary hero, Babel had been living illegally in St. Petersburg, one of the cities prohibited to Jews under the hobbling restrictions of the Tsarist Pale of Settlement. With the advent of the revolution the Pale dissolved, discriminatory quotas ceased, censorship vanished, promises multiplied, and Babel zealously attached himself to the Bolshevik cause. In 1920, as a war correspondent riding with the Red Cavalry to deliver communist salvation to the reluctant Polish villages across the border, he fell into disenchantment. "They all say they're fighting for justice and they all loot," he wrote in his diary. "Murderers, it's unbearable, baseness and crime. Carnage. The military commander and I ride along the tracks, begging the men not to butcher the prisoners." 6 years later, Babel published his penetratingly authoritative Red Cavalry stories, coolly steeped in pity and blood, and found instant fame. With Stalin's ascension in 1924, new tyrannies began to mimic the old. Post-revolutionary literary and artistic ferment, much of it experimental, ebbed or was suppressed. Censorship returned, sniffing after the subversive, favoring the coarse flatness of socialist realism. Babel's wife, Evgenia, whom he had married in 1919, emigrated to Paris, where his daughter Natalie was born in 1929. His mother and sister, also disaffected, left for Brussels. Babel clung to Moscow, hotly wed to his truest bride, the Russian tongue, continuing his work on a cycle of childhood stories and venturing into writing for theater and film. The film scripts, some designed for silent movies, turned out to be remarkable. They took on, under the irresistible magnetism of the witnessing camera and the innovation of the present tense, all the surreal splendor of Babel's most plumaged prose. Several were produced and proved to be popular, but eventually they failed to meet party guidelines, and the director of one of them, an adaptation of Turgenev, was compelled to apologize publicly. Unable to conform to official prescriptiveness, Babel's publications grew fewer and fewer. He was charged with silence the sin of Soviet unproductivity and was denied the privilege of traveling abroad. His last journey to Paris occurred in 1935, when Andrei Malraux intervened with the Soviet authorities to urge Babel's attendance at a communist-sponsored International Congress of Writers for the Defense of Culture and Peace, after which Babel never again met with his wife and daughter. Later that year, back in Moscow, he set up a second household with Antonina Pirozhkova, with whom he fathered a second daughter. Through an earlier liaison, he was already the father of a son. But if Babel's personal life was unpredictable, disorganized, and rash, his art was otherwise. He wrested his sentences out of a purifying immediacy. Like Pushkin, he said, he was in pursuit of precision and brevity. His most pointed comment on literary style appears in Guy de Maupassant, a cunning serio-comic sexual fable fixed on the weight and trajectory of language itself. The success of a phrase, the young narrator instructs, rests in a crux that is barely discernible. One's fingertips must grasp the key, gently warming it. And then the key must be turned once, not twice. But even this is not the crux. The crux, Babel's severest literary dictum, is here: no iron spike can pierce a human heart as easily as a period in the right place. A writer's credo, and Babel's most intimate confession. Stand in awe of it, yes, but remember also that this same master of the white bone of truth, this artist of the delicately turned key, was once a shameless propagandist for the revolution, capable of rabid exhortations: beat them, red fighters, clobber them to death, if it is the last thing you do. Right away. This minute. Now. Slaughter them, Red Army fighters. Stamp harder on the rising lids of their rancid coffins. While it is a truism that every utopia contains the seeds of dystopia, Babel, after all, was granted skepticism almost from the start. Out of skepticism came disillusionment, out of disillusionment, revulsion. And in the end, as the tragic trope has it, the revolution devoured its child. Babel's art served as a way station to the devouring. He was devoured because he would not, could not, accommodate to falsehood, because he saw, with an eye as merciless as a Klieg light, and because, like Kafka, he surrendered his stories to voices and passions tremulous with the unforeseen. If we wish to complete, and transmit, the literary configuration of the 20th century, the image that will enduringly stain history's retina, now is the time, it is past time, to set Babel beside Kafka. Between them, they leave no nerve unshaken. Cynthia Ozick. Preface by Natalie Babel. In most countries, there is extraordinary significance attached to the publication of the complete works of famous writers. It is the crowning of a career, often posthumous. In the case of Isaac Babel, such efforts have been defeated until now. There have been competing publishers, different countries, and numerous translators, translating the same materials, sometimes ineptly, sometimes excellently. Large sections appeared in magazines and literary journals between publications in Russia and in other countries. The first post-war volume of Babel's stories in the Soviet Union, albeit censured, was published in Moscow in 1957 and, since then, many compilations have appeared in a variety of languages in Russia, Western Europe, and the United States. An extensive two-volume collection one was published in Moscow in 1990 to 1991, although it still contains omissions from the 1957 version. This unfortunate situation was due, of course, to Babel's having been a Soviet citizen, living in the Soviet Union. It is attributable also to his mysterious disappearance in 1939, exacerbated by the fact that his name was not officially heard again until 1954. Since we have now learned what actually happened to him, and since great efforts and scholarly endeavors have been made to gather his writings, it has finally become possible to prepare, with some considered confidence, the complete works of Isaac Babel. Among Babel's little-known works are his screenplays, some of which were written in collaboration with Sergei Eisenstein. In 1998, Peter Constantine approached me with the idea of translating these screenplays. His suggestion about the screenplays fell on fertile soil, for I saw in it the possibility of realizing a dream I had long nourished, to have a reliable and complete edition of my father's work. Peter's initial idea therefore grew into a much larger endeavor, which has resulted in the present book. In this W. W. Norton edition, all of Babel's known writings, uncensored and or forgotten, have been assembled for the first time in any language. As these works illustrate, and as anyone can surmise who has ever read anything about him, he was an enigma. Although his complete literary works are now in print with this long-awaited edition, a comprehensive biography about him has yet to be written. A number of people, including scholars, graduate students, and journalists, are attempting this difficult task. In addition, documentary films about his life have been made in the Netherlands and Germany, both using historical footage of Russia during the revolution to illustrate the confusion of the times. They show huge rebelling crowds, and scenes with Cossacks, Russian workers, Poles, and Jews. It seems easier to show this period of history in film than to draw a written portrait of my father, a man so elusive and contradictory. So, who was Isaac Emanuelovich Babel? Was he a Soviet writer, a Russian writer, or a Jewish writer? As a Soviet writer, he shows and experiences a profound dichotomy between acceptance of the ideals of the revolution and repulsion for its methods. As a Russian writer, he expresses both nostalgia for the old world and desire for the new. As a Jewish writer, he was well versed in Hebrew and the Talmud. Yet he wrote in Russian. His work reveals what many have called a Jewish sensibility. However, when he used the typical Jewish themes found in Yiddish literature, they were always interwoven with Russian cultural archetypes. Babel's work defies categorization. Simply put, in my personal view, the juxtaposition of compatibles and incompatibles keeps Babel's prose in a state of constant tension and gives it its unique character. Approaching Babel with expectations based on traditional Russian literature might lead either to disappointment or to a feeling of discovery. His prose does not merely draw on past themes and forms, but is the forging of a new manner of writing, which reflected new times. Babel's readers are not only students of Russian literature and history or of the Russian Revolution. They belong to different cultures, different religions, and different social classes. They have no single national tradition. Critics have taken various positions and a great deal of research and passion has been invested in solving questions of Babel's personal convictions and literary style. Actually, the critical literature on Babel's works fills bookcases, compared to the mere half-shelf of his own writings. Babel started writing as an adolescent, but he himself considered that his career as a man of letters, writing clearly and concisely, began only in 1924. It was then that his stories, which were to become the volumes entitled Red Cavalry and the Odessa Stories, started to appear. The young writer burst upon the literary scene and instantly became the rage in Moscow. The tradition in Russia being to worship poets and writers, Babel soon became one of the happy few, a group that included Soviet writers, who enjoyed exceptional status and privileges in an otherwise impoverished and despotic country. He was allowed to travel abroad and to stay in Western Europe for relatively long periods of time. In the late 1930s, he was given a villa in the writers' colony of Peredelkino, outside Moscow. No secret was ever made of his having a wife and daughter in Paris. At the same time, hardly anyone outside of Moscow knew of 2 other children he had fathered. As a matter of fact, Babel had many secrets, lived with many ambiguities and contradictions, and left many unanswered questions behind him. During his lifetime, Babel was loved, admired, and respected as a writer. The following entry from the first volume of the second edition of the Small Soviet Encyclopedia of March 1937 provides an insightful description of the man and the writer. I will quote from this article, since I find it well documented, critically sound, and psychologically perceptive. It shows what Babel was striving for and what he in fact achieved. Moreover, it is astonishing to note the date of publication, the year 1937, when the ground was very shaky for Jews and intellectuals. It seems that when the books were already printed in March 1937, the publishers did not have time to revise the contents of the encyclopedia according to the party's latest interpretations of Soviet history. They did, however, manage to glue by hand an addendum of corrections into each of the 61,000 copies of the first volume before they were distributed, explaining the need for the revision of several of the articles. Fortunately for us, the entry on Babel was neither corrected nor removed. Babel, Isaac Emanulovich, born 1894, Soviet writer, son of an Odessa merchant. His first stories appeared in 1916, although the height of his literary activity occurred during the years 1923 to 1924. Babel's literary output is small in volume. His basic genre was the novella or short story, most of which can be grouped into three thematic cycles: Odessa stories, mainly about the exploits of the gangsters of Odessa. The film scenario of Benya Krik and the play Sunset also fall under this theme. The collection of stories Red Cavalry Impressions of the 1920 campaign of the Army of Budyonny, in which Babel took part, and autobiographical stories, The Story of My Dovecot, etc. An aesthete with a heightened interest in all the colorful revelations of the human character, inclined towards the abstract intellectual humanism and to romanticism, expressing through his whole life and work the agonizing sensation of his own dilettante weaknesses, Babel admired the heroic spirit of the revolutionary and saw the revolution as essentially elemental, accepting it without fear. In his portrayal of Red Cavalry soldiers, as with the gangsters of Odessa, Babel expresses both admiration and horror of their strength and natural daring, through his own intellectual skeptical irony. This creates an original combination of heroics and humor. Characteristically, in his book Red Cavalry, Babel focuses his attention less on the colorful episodes of military life, and more on the wild escapades of the partisans. Typical for Babel is his primordial florid imagery, his original synthesis of romanticism and sharp naturalism, of the physiological and the erotic, which at times becomes pathological. His great mastery is in his concise picturesque storytelling, his bright and witty communication of local color and life, for example the subtly humorous depiction of Jewish life in Odessa stories. The stories which he published after his long silence in 1931 to 1932, including the fragment Gapaguzva which touches separately on the theme of collectivization, are similar in nature to his earlier literary work. Indeed, the author of this politically incorrect article was on dangerous ground. One wonders whatever happened to Mr. Kagan. By this time, the great purges were in full swing. Stalin held the country in his fist. His revolutionary comrades, his generals, writers, anarchists, so-called Trotskyists, and their associates were arrested, tortured, and shot. The political terror penetrated all spheres of life, including literary and cultural circles. It was only a matter of time before my father's turn would come. He surely must have known that he himself had been under the vigilant surveillance of the secret police for some years. On May 15, 1939, Babel was arrested. He disappeared. Not a trace, not a word. He vanished. His lodgings were searched and every scrap of paper was confiscated: correspondence, drafts, manuscripts, everything. None of it has ever resurfaced. His name, his works, were officially erased as though he had never existed. There was only silence. How could a man so friendly, so socially astute, so famous, not be able to pass a word to the outside? And so the guessing began, and slowly, a sort of myth emerged. He never existed, but by his non-existence, he became famous. I have been asked many times in my life, do you know how he died? Do you know where? Do you know why? There is another question also often asked. Why did he go back to the Soviet Union? The times were already bad. Didn't he know it? Why didn't he stay in Paris with his family? Babel came to Paris in the summer of 1935, as part the delegation of Soviet writers to the International Congress of Writers for the Defense of Culture and Peace. He probably knew this would have been his last chance to remain in Europe. As he had done numerous times for some 10 years, he asked my mother to return with him to Moscow. Although he knew the general situation was bad, he nevertheless described to her the comfortable life that the family could have there together. It was the last opportunity my mother had to give a negative answer, and she never forgot it. Perhaps it helped her later on to be proven completely right in her fears and her total lack of confidence in the Soviet Union. My mother described to me these last conversations with my father many times. So, why did he go back to Moscow in 1935? For many years, Babel had battled with the dilemma of his life situation. During his lengthy visits to Paris dating from 1926, he could express his thoughts without fear of possible betrayal. According to his close friend Boris Severin too, for example, Babel had a great knowledge of high political spheres in the Soviet Union, of its plots, manipulations and daily practices. He knew very well the nature of Stalin's character and private life, and had no illusions about Stalin's monstrous intentions and crimes. Another person with intimate knowledge of Babel's political views at the time was Yuri Anenkov. In his memoirs, Anenkov wrote of his many encounters with Babel in Paris and of the letters he received from him through the early 1930s. In 1932, Babel returned to Paris to visit his family, after an absence of 3 years. Anenkov wrote, "Babel's moods had changed significantly in the past months. It's true, he was still a big joker, but his topics of conversation were different. The last stay in the Soviet Union and the growing repression of creative art through the demands and instructions of the state had completely disillusioned him. To write within the framework of the barrack mentality of Soviet ideology was intolerable for him, yet he didn't know how he could manage to live otherwise." 3. Anenkov described another visit with Babel in 1932, noting that the conversation had just one subject: how to manage to live further. "I have a family, a wife and daughter," said Babel. "I love them and have to provide for them. Under no circumstances do I want them to return to Soviet land. They must remain here in freedom. But what about myself? Should I stay here and become taxi driver, like the heroic Gato Gazdanov? But you see, he has no children. Should I return to our proletarian revolution? Revolution indeed. It's disappeared. The proletariat. It flew off, like an old buggy with a leaky roof, that's lost its wheels. And it stayed wheelless. Now, dear brother, it's the central committees that are pushing forward. They'll be more effective. They don't need wheels, they have machine guns instead. All the rest is clear and needs no further commentary, as they say in polite society. Maybe I won't become a taxi driver after all, although, as you know, I passed the driving test long ago. Here a taxi driver has more freedom than the rector of a Soviet university. Driver or no driver, I'm going to become a free man. 4. On July 27, 1933, Babel wrote to Anenkov that he had received a strange summons from Moscow and was departing immediately, in the most dramatic conditions and no money and a lot of debts everywhere. Live well without me. Don't forget Evgenia Borisovna while I'm gone. I kiss you. I'm glad that I'm going to Moscow. All the rest is bitter and uncertain. 5. This turned out to be the last letter Yuri Anenkov ever received from my father. In their correspondence, Babel sounds to me like a man divided in his heart, a man pulled with equal force in two different directions. In 1933, Babel still had a powerful political protector, his beloved mentor Alexei Maximovich Gorky. Gorky had played a critical and irreplaceable role in Babel's life. Babel wrote in 1924, at the end of 1916, "One happened to meet Gorky. I owe everything to this meeting and to this day speak the name of Alexei Maximovich with love and reverence. He published my first stories in the November 1916 issue of Letopis. Alexei Maximovich taught me extremely important things and sent me into the world, at a time when it was clear that my 2 or 3 tolerable attempts as a young man were at best successful by accident, that I would not get anywhere with literature, and that I wrote amazingly badly. 6. During a trip to Italy in the spring of 1933, shortly before returning to the Soviet Union, my father visited Gorky in Sorrento. His death in 1936 was a great personal loss for Babel and signaled the inevitable coming tragedy. One of Babel's main preoccupations was money. All his adult life, Babel had money problems and worried about them. Not that he did not make money. On the contrary, he made a lot of money. In the 1920s, his stories were published and republished in book form. In 1 year, 1924 to 1925, 4 collections of stories and 2 screenplays were published. He also received payment for foreign editions. In the 1930s, he worked for film studios in Moscow, Kiev, and Leningrad and was extremely well paid for his efforts. He not only wrote original scripts, but also revised the screenplays of others, without attribution to himself. Apparently, he was the main author of the Gorky trilogy, which appeared only after his arrest and without his name in the film credits. Babel's problem was not the absence of money, but his inability to manage it. Above all, he felt the obligation to take care of his relatives abroad. His sister Mary Emanuelovna Chapoknikov had left in 1924 to join her fiancé, who was studying medicine in Belgium. My mother Evgenia Borisovna had left in 1925, taking with her a lifelong hatred of the Bolsheviks, and his mother, the last one to leave, joined her daughter in Brussels in 1926. As I noted in my introduction to The Lonely Years, money matters tormented him. To make more money, he had to work under increasingly difficult conditions. Moreover, the impractical Babel would let his generosity run away with him. Whether he was in Moscow or in Paris, distant relatives, friends, and friends of friends were continually imploring him for financial assistance. A few weeks after his return to the Soviet Union from a trip abroad, he would find himself totally impoverished, his Soviet friends having finished the job that had begun in Paris. Above all, Babel feared that his economic position would affect his work. His life centered on writing. 7. His inability to imagine himself as anything but a writer played a critical role in his refusal to leave the USSR. His stays abroad made him understand that he could not make a comfortable living as an émigré writer. As Cynthia Ozick observed in a review of Babel's 1920 diary, by remaining in the Soviet Union and refusing finally to bend his art to Soviet directives, Babel sacrificed his life to his language. Severin remembers what he called Babel's leitmotif: "I am a Russian writer. If I did not live with the Russian people, I would cease being a writer. I would be like a fish out of water." 8. Actually, my mother would use these words almost verbatim to explain my father's absence and why I had no brothers and sisters, whom I had always wanted. This romantic ideal of the writer, which was only part of the story, stayed with me for a very long part of my life. It took many years to let it go. For Babel, it is clear that there was no one ideal solution. In the end, a man's destiny is his own. In 1954, after many years of official silence, Babel's name was heard again. A typed half-sheet of ordinary paper, accepted as an official document, declared, "The sentence of the military college dated January 26, 1940 concerning Babel I.E. is revoked on the basis of newly discovered circumstances, and the case against him is terminated in the absence of elements of a crime." The news took a couple of years to leak out of Moscow to the rest of Europe. Several decades later, in the early 1990s, following the breakup of the Soviet Union, some brave souls were able to get access to the KGB's archives on Babel. Minute records had been kept about the arrest and interrogations of the accused. As we now know, his trial took place on January 26, 1940, in one of Lavrenti Beria's private chambers. It lasted about 20 minutes. The sentence had been prepared in advance and without ambiguity: death by firing squad, to be carried out immediately. Babel had been accused and convicted of active participation in an anti-Soviet Trotskyite organization and of being a member of a terrorist conspiracy, as well as spying for the French and Austrian governments. Babel's last recorded words in the proceedings were, "I am innocent. I have never been a spy. I never allowed any action against the Soviet Union. I accused myself falsely. I was forced to make false accusations against myself and others. I am asking for only one thing: let me finish my work." He was shot the next day and his body was thrown into a communal grave. All of this horrific information was revealed in the early 1990s, a relatively short time ago. Considering that revelations about my father have been coming to light for almost 50 years, a large portion of my life, I understand why it has never been possible to put an end to grieving. In this edition, I have also included in the afterword a few of my own memoirs, which illustrate how his absence affected me personally. For many years now, I have been involved with attempting to bring together and to light what is recognized as the body of Babel's work. I hope the present ambitious project will provide further insights into his personality, as well as a greater knowledge and appreciation of his literary legacy. Natalie Babel. Washington, D.C. March 2001. Foreword. By Peter Constantine. One of the great tragedies of 20th century literature took place in the early morning hours of May 15, 1939, when a cadre of agents from the Soviet secret police burst into the house of Isaac Babel in Peredelkino, arrested him, and gathered up the many stacks of unpublished manuscripts in his office. From that day on, Babel, one of the foremost writers of his time, became a non-person in the Soviet Union. His name was blotted out, removed from literary dictionaries and encyclopedias, and taken off school and university syllabi. He became unmentionable in any public venue. When the film director Mark Donskoy's famous Gorky trilogy premiered the following year, Babel, who had worked on the screenplay, had been removed from the credits. Babel was executed in 1940. It was only in 1954, 14 years later, that he was officially exonerated, but his books were only warily republished in the Soviet Union, and in censored form. And yet today, 62 years after his arrest and the subsequent silence surrounding his name, Babel is considered, both inside and outside Russia, to be among the most exciting and at times unsettling writers of the 20th century. Babel is one of the great masters of the short story, and for the translator a great and challenging master of style. It has been fascinating to see his style change from work to work. We are familiar with terms such as Proustian, Chekhovian, and Nabokovian, but, as I soon realized, the term Babelian is harder to define. Babel burst onto the literary scene after the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917, becoming within a few years one of Russia's most original and highly regarded authors, the best Russia has to offer, as Maxim Gorky wrote to Andrei Malraux in 1926. Babel began his career during a time when Russian culture, society, and language were in total upheaval. World War I, the February and October revolutions of 1917, and the Civil War left in their wake poverty, hunger, and social instability. At the same time, the promise of limitless change was in the air. The people of Russia felt that they were being given the opportunity to participate in an exhilarating and unprecedented social experiment which, if world communism was to have its way, would be a global one. The abrupt social changes on all levels, the abolition of imperial censorship, and the new feeling of liberty drove writers of Babel's generation, Mayakovsky, Pasternak, Zamyatin, Bulgakov, to write in new ways about new topics with an unprecedented vigor. Babel did this with a vengeance. His themes were steeped in the brutal realism of the times. In the Arctic night of Petersburg, a Chinese man, seeing a desperate prostitute, holds up a loaf of bread with his blue fingernail. He draws a line across the crust. 1 pound. Glafer, the prostitute, raises 2 fingers. 2 pounds. A teenage girl tries to help her younger sister abort her baby with a clothes hanger. Their mother walks in on them just in time. The morgues of Petersburg are filled with corpses. The narrator gazes at a dead aristocratic couple and, looking at the noblewoman, thinks, in death she keeps a stamp of beauty and impudence. She sobs and laughs disdainfully at her murderers. Starving wet nurses feeding undersized infants in state-run maternity wards beg the narrator for a crust of bread. These were contemporary topics that before Babel nobody had dared touch. When the valiant Red Cavalry rode into Poland, in what was intended to be the first step that would carry the glories of communism to Europe and the world, Babel rode along. He brought back with him a series of stories that presented a literary portrait of war that has awed and haunted readers for almost 80 years. One apt definition of Babelian might be, a trenchant and unrelenting literary recreation of a world in war and turmoil. And yet this is a limited definition, for it leaves out Babel's irrepressible sense of humor in his stories, plays, and screenplays. In the screenplay Roaming Stars, Babel describes a production of King Lear in the hinterlands of Volhynia, where Lear's daughters appear on stage as two stout, mid-aged Jewish women. The third is a girl of about 6. The actresses are also wearing lacquered officers' boots with spurs. In the play Sunset, Babel portrays a synagogue scene that the Moscow Arts Theatre cut out of its 1928 production of the play because the scene was deemed too irreverent toward Judaism. As the Carters chant and pray, Eri Leib, the synagogue shamaz, discusses market prices with them. Eri Leib, serenely Lifnia Adonai Kivio, Kivio. Oi, I am standing, oi, I am standing before God. Where do oats stand? Second Jew, without interrupting his prayer, a ruble and 4, a ruble and 4. Eri Leib, I'm going crazy. In translating the complete works of Isaac Babel, I was constantly struck by the different registers of Babel's voice in different stories. The minute I thought I had pinned down Babel's style, it transformed itself into something very different in the next story. Babel's first published piece, Old Shloim, which opens this volume, has absolutely nothing in common with the style, content, language, or rhythm of the second story, At Grandmother S, or with the story after that, or with any of the other stories. The Odessa stories, traditionally thought of as a stylistic unit threaded through with feisty Babelian color, are, on closer scrutiny, just as disparate. In the first Odessa story, The King, the author-narrator draws us into the wild gangster world of Odessa with his elegant and surprising prose. The tables, draped in velvet, coiled through the yard like a snake on whose belly patches of every color had been daubed, and these orange and red velvet patches sang in deep voices. The second Odessa story, Justice in parentheses, begins on a very different note. My first run-in was with Benya Krik, my second with Lyubka Schneeweiss. Do you understand the meaning of these words? Can you drink in their full essence? Here the narrator Zudekis, a small-time wheeler-dealer who operates on the fringes of Odessa's Jewish underworld, suddenly steps into the foreground. The story is told from his perspective and in his subtly yiddling words, at 5 o'clock in the morning, or no, it must have been 4, and then again, maybe it wasn't even 4 yet, the king entered my bedroom, grabbed me, if you will pardon the expression, by my back, dragged me out of bed. In the next story, How Things Were Done in Odessa, the primary narrator is an unworldly Jew, described as having glasses on his nose and autumn in his heart. The Red Cavalry stories are, stylistically speaking, just as varied. There is the eye of Isaac Babel and the eye of Kirill Lyutov, the very Russian war correspondent, who might go as far as admitting that his mother is Jewish. Lyutov was also the identity that Babel assumed in real life as a way of surviving among the fiercely anti-Semitic Cossacks of the Red Cavalry. There are also other narrators, such as the murderous Cossack Balmashov. When these characters are the narrators, the tone, style, and grammar in the stories begin to go awry. Babel is a master at recreating the Cossacks' wild, ungrammatical speech filled with skewed and half-understood communist doctrine. In Salt, for instance, the entire story is narrated in the voice of a Cossack whose ranting jumble ranges from communist jargon to folk verse. I want to tell you of some ignorant women who are harmful to us. I set my hopes on you, that you who travel around our nation's fronts have not overlooked the far-flung station of Fastov, lying afar beyond the mountains grand, in a distant province of a distant land, where many a jug of home-brewed beer we drank with merriment and cheer. Babel is one of the few writers who goes out of his way never to repeat himself. Each of his many reports from Petersburg, Georgia, or France is original, almost as if more than one reporter were at work. The two plays sound and feel completely different from each other, and the screenplays are so different from one another in style and presentation that it is hard to believe, even for the translator who has pored over every word and comma, that they were written by the same writer. I have found in translating other authors, such as Anton Chekhov and Thomas Mann, that after a few stories I was steering toward a Chekhovian or Mannian style I felt worked in English. Not so with Babel. Each of the 147 texts in this volume, from the shortest story to the longest play, had to be treated on its own terms. Babel is not only one of the greatest storytellers of European literature, but also one of its greatest stylists. Peter Constantine, New York, March 2001. Early stories. When the 21-year-old Isaac Babel arrived in St. Petersburg in 1916, he found the city in mid but stimulating upheaval. It was still the capital of Russia and the center of Russian literature and art, where the foremost writers of the day lived and published. But the city was shaken by World War I. The imperial government was losing control, and calls for change, which were to lead to the revolution and civil war, were in the air. Perhaps most important for a young writer was that the Tsarist censorship was crumbling, which meant that daring new subjects could be treated in new ways, a characteristic that was to stay with Babel throughout his writing career. His first published story, Old Shloim, 1913, dealt with the subversive subject of Jews forced by officially sanctioned anti-Semitism to renounce their religion. In the story, a young Jew gives in to the pressure to Russianize himself, to leave his people for a new God, while the old Jew, though never interested in religion or tradition, cannot bring himself to give them up. In the subsequent stories, Babel touches on other taboo subjects: Jewish men mixing with Christian women, prostitution, teenage pregnancy, and abortion. These early stories also reveal Babel's growing interest in using language in new and unusual ways. He has a young woman offer herself to her lover, and the lanky fellow wallowed in business-like bliss. Odessa matrons, plump with idleness and naively corseted, are passionately squeezed behind bushes by fervent students of medicine or law. Babel describes the Tsarina as a small woman with a tightly powdered face, a consummate schemer with an indefatigable passion for power. In a forest scene, green leaves bent toward one another, caressed each other with their flat hands. We also see the recurring motifs of sun and sunset, which are to play an important role in Babel's later writing. Babel's piquant brand of realism soon caught the eye of Maxim Gorky, who was to be the single most influential literary figure in the Soviet Union during the 1920s and 1930s, and who was particularly instrumental in helping young Soviet writers. Gorky published Babe vs. stories Ilya Isakovich and Margarita Prokofyevna and Mama, Rima, and Alla in 1916 in his literary magazine Letopis, which marked the beginning of Gorky's mentoring of Babel's career. This mentoring was to last until Gorky's death exactly 20 years later. Old Shloim. Although our town is small, its inhabitants few in number, and although Shloim had not left this town once in 60 years, you'd be hard-pressed to find a single person who was able to tell you exactly who Shloim was or what he was all about. The reason for this, plain and simple, is that he was forgotten, the way you forget an unnecessary thing that doesn't jump out and grab you. Old Shloim was precisely that kind of thing. He was 86 years old. His eyes were watery. His small, dirty, wrinkled face was overgrown with a yellowish beard that had never been combed, and his head was covered with a thick, tangled mane. Shloim almost never washed, seldom changed his clothes, and gave off a foul stench. His son and daughter-in-law, with whom he lived, had stopped bothering about him. They kept him in a warm corner and forgot about him. His warm corner and his food were all that Shloim had left, and it seemed that this was all he needed. For him, warming his old broken bones and eating a nice, fat, juicy piece of meat were the purest bliss. He was the first to come to the table, and greedily watched every bite with unflinching eyes, convulsively cramming food into his mouth with his long bony fingers, and he ate, ate till they refused to give him any more, even a tiny little piece. Watching Shloim eat was disgusting. His whole puny body quivered, his fingers covered with grease, his face so pitiful, filled with the dread that someone might harm him, that he might be forgotten. Sometimes his daughter-in-law would play a little trick on Shloim. She would serve the food, and then act as if she had overlooked him. The old man would begin to get agitated, look around helplessly, and try to smile with his twisted, toothless mouth. He wanted to show that food was not important to him, that he could perfectly well make do without it, but there was so much pleading in the depths of his eyes, in the crease of his mouth, in his outstretched, imploring arms, and his smile, wrenched with such difficulty, was so pitiful, that all jokes were dropped, and Shloim received his portion. And thus he lived in his corner. He ate and slept, and in the summer he also lay baking in the sun. It seemed that he had long ago lost all ability to comprehend anything. Neither his son's business nor household matters interested him. He looked blankly at everything that took place around him, and the only fear that would flutter up in him was that his grandson might catch on that he had hidden a dried-up piece of honey cake under his pillow. Nobody ever spoke to Shloim, asked his advice about anything, or asked him for help. And Shloim was quite happy, until one day his son came over to him after dinner and shouted loudly into his ear, "Papa, they're going to evict us from here. Are you listening? Evict us, kick us out." His son's voice was shaking, his face twisted as if he were in pain. Shloim slowly raised his faded eyes, looked around, vaguely comprehending something, wrapped himself tighter in his greasy frock coat, didn't say a word, and shuffled off to sleep. From that day on Shloim began noticing that something strange was going on in the house. His son was crestfallen, wasn't taking care of his business, and at times would burst into tears and look furtively at his chewing father. His grandson stopped going to high school. His daughter-in-law yelled shrilly, wrung her hands, pressed her son close to her, and cried bitterly and profusely. Shloim now had an occupation. He watched and tried to comprehend. Muffled thoughts stirred in his long torpid brain. They're being kicked out of here. Shloim knew why they were being kicked out. But Shloim can't leave. He's 86 years old. He wants to stay warm. It's cold outside, damp. No. Shloim isn't going anywhere. He has nowhere to go, nowhere. Shloim hid in his corner and wanted to clasp the rickety wooden bed in his arms, caress the stove, the sweet, warm stove that was as old as he was. He grew up here, spent his poor, bleak life here, and wants his old bones to be buried in the small local cemetery. At moments when such thoughts came to him, Shloim became unnaturally animated, walked up to his son, wanted to talk to him with passion and at great length, to give him advice on a couple of things, but, it had been such a long time since he had spoken to anyone, or given anyone advice. And the words froze in his toothless mouth, his raised arm dropped weakly. Shloim, all huddled up as if ashamed at his outburst, sullenly went back to his corner and listened to what his son was saying to his daughter-in-law. His hearing was bad, but with fear and dread he sensed something terrifying. At such moments his son felt the heavy crazed look of the old man, who was being driven insane, focused on him. The old man's two small eyes with their accursed probing, seemed incessantly to sense something, to question something. On one occasion words were said too loudly. It had slipped the daughter-in-law's mind that Shloim was still alive. And right after her words were spoken, there was a quiet, almost smothered wail. It was old Shloim. With tottering steps, dirty and disheveled, he slowly hobbled over to his son, grabbed his hands, caressed them, kissed them, and, not taking his inflamed eyes off his son, shook his head several times, and for the first time in many, many years, tears flowed from his eyes. He didn't say anything. With difficulty he got up from his knees, his bony hand wiping away the tears, For some reason he shook the dust off his frock coat and shuffled back to his corner, to where the warm stove stood. Schloim wanted to warm himself. He felt cold. From that time on, Schloim thought of nothing else. He knew one thing for certain: his son wanted to leave his people for a new God. The old, forgotten faith was kindled within him. Schloim had never been religious, had rarely ever prayed, and in his younger days had even had the reputation of being godless. But to leave one's God completely and forever, the God of an oppressed and suffering people that he could not understand. Thoughts rolled heavily inside his head, he comprehended things with difficulty, but these words remained unchanged, hard, and terrible before him: this mustn't happen, it mustn't. And when Schloim realized that disaster was inevitable, that his son couldn't hold out, he said to himself, "Schloim, old Schloim, what are you going to do now?" The old man looked around helplessly, mournfully puckered his lips like a child, and wanted to burst into the bitter tears of an old man. But there were no relieving tears. And then, at the moment his heart began aching, when his mind grasped the boundlessness of the disaster, it was then that Schloim looked at his warm corner one last time and decided that no one was going to kick him out of here. They would never kick him out. They will not let old Schloim eat the dried up piece of honey cake lying under his pillow. So what? Schloim will tell God how he was wronged. After all, there is a God, God will take him in. Schloim was sure of this. In the middle of the night, trembling with cold, he got up from his bed. Quietly, so as not to wake anyone, he lit a small kerosene lamp. Slowly, with an old man's groaning and shivering, he started pulling on his dirty clothes. Then he took the stool and the rope he had prepared the night before, and, tottering with weakness, steadying himself on the walls, went out into the street. Suddenly it was so cold. His whole body shivered. Schloim quickly fastened the rope onto a hook, stood up next to the door, put the stool in place, clambered up onto it, wound the rope around his thin, quivering neck, kicked away the stool with his last strength, managing with his dimming eyes to glance at the town he had not left once in 60 years, and hung. There was a strong wind, and soon old Schloim's frail body began swaying before the door of his house in which he had left his warm stove and the greasy Torah of his forefathers. At grandmother's. On Sabbaths after 6 classes I came home late. Walking through the streets didn't seem to me pointless. I could daydream remarkably well as I walked, and I felt that everything around me was part of my being. I knew the signs, the stones of the houses, the windows of the stores. I knew them in a very special way, a very personal way, and I was firmly convinced that I saw the fundamental secret within them, what we grown-ups call the essence of things. Everything about them was deeply imprinted on my soul. When grown-ups mentioned a store in my presence, I envisioned its sign, the worn, golden letters, the little scratch in the left corner, the young lady with the tall coiffure at the cash register, and I remembered the air around this store that was not around any other. I pieced together from these stores, from the people, the air, the theater posters, my own hometown. To this day I remember, feel, and love this town, feel it, as one feels one's mother's scent, the scent of her caresses, words, and smiles, and I love this town because I grew up in it, was happy, melancholy, and dreamy in it. Passionately and singularly dreamy. I always walked down the main street, that is where most of the people were. The Sabbath I want to tell you about was a Sabbath in early spring. At that time of year, our air does not have the quiet tenderness, so sweet in central Russia, resting upon its peaceful streams and modest valleys. Our air has a sparkling, light coolness that blows with a shallow, chilly passion. I was no more than a young boy then and didn't understand a thing, but I felt the spring, and I blossomed and reddened in the chill. The walk lasted a long time. I stared at the diamonds in the jeweller's window, read the theater posters from A to Z, and once I even studied the pale pink corsets with their long, wavy suspenders in Madame Rosalie's store. As I was about to walk on, I collided with a tall student who had a big black mustache. He smiled at me and asked, "So you're examining these closely, are you?" I was mortified. Then he patronizingly patted me on the back and said in a superior tone, "Keep up the good work, dear colleague. My compliments. All the best." He roared with laughter, turned, and walked away. I felt very flustered, avoided looking at Madame Rosalie's display window, and quickly headed for home. I was supposed to spend the Sabbath at my grandmother's. She had her own room at the very end of the apartment, behind the kitchen. A stove stood in the corner of this room. Grandmother always felt cold. The room was hot and stuffy, which made me feel melancholy and want to escape, to get out into the open. I dragged my belongings over to grandmother's, my books, my music stand, and my violin. The table had already been set for me. Grandmother sat in the corner. I ate. We didn't say a word. The door was locked. We were alone. There was cold gefilte fish for dinner with horseradish, a dish worth embracing Judaism for, a rich and delicious soup, roasted meat with onions, salad, compote, coffee, pie, and apples. I ate everything. I was a dreamer, it is true, but a dreamer with a hearty appetite. Grandmother cleared away the dishes. The room became tidy. There were wilting flowers on the window sill. What grandmother loved best among all living things were her son, her grandson, Mimi her dog, and flowers. Mimi came over, rolled herself up on the sofa, and immediately fell asleep. She was kind of a lazy pooch, but a splendid dog, good, clever, small, and pretty. Mimi was a pug dog. Her coat was light-colored. Even in old age she didn't get flabby or heavy, but managed to remain svelte and slim. She lived with us for a long time, from birth to death, the whole 15 years of her dog life, and, needless to say, she loved us, and most of all our severe and unbending grandmother. I shall tell about what tight-mouthed, secretive friends they were another time. It is a very interesting and tender story. So there we were, the three of us, grandmother, Mimi, and me. Mimi slept. Grandmother, kind, wearing her holiday silk dress, sat in the corner, and I was supposed to study. That day was difficult for me. There were 6 classes in the high school, and Mr. Sorokin, the music teacher, was supposed to come, and Mr. L, the Hebrew teacher, to make up the lesson I had missed, and then maybe Pisson, my French teacher. I had to prepare for all these lessons. I could deal with L easily enough, we were old friends, but the music and the scales, what anguish. First of all, I started on my homework. I spread out my notebooks and painstakingly began to do my mathematics problems. Grandmother didn't interrupt me, God forbid. The tension inside her, and her reverence for my work, gave her face a dazed look. Her eyes, round, yellow, transparent, never left me. I would turn a page and her eyes would slowly follow my hand. Another person might have suffered greatly under her persistent, watchful, unwavering stare, but I was used to it. Then grandmother listened to me recite my lessons. It has to be said that her Russian was bad. She had her own peculiar way of mangling words, mixing Russian with Polish and Hebrew. Needless to say, she couldn't read or write Russian, and would hold books upside down. But that didn't deter me from reciting my lesson from beginning to end. Grandmother listened without understanding a word, but to her the music of the words was sweet. She bowed before science, believed me, believed in me, and wanted me to become a bogatyr ***. The grandmother is mixing up bogatyr, a Herculean hero in Russian folklore, with bogaty, rich man. That is what she called a rich man. I finished my lessons and began reading a book. At the time, I was reading First Love by Turgenev. I liked everything in it, the clear words, the descriptions, the conversations, but the scene that made me shiver all over was the one in which Vladimir's father strikes Zinaida's cheek with a whip. I could hear the whip's whistling sound, its lithe leather body sharply, painfully, instantly biting into me. I was seized by an indescribable emotion. At that point in the book I had to stop reading, and pace up and down the room. And grandmother sat there stock still, and even the hot, stupefying air did not stir, as if it sensed I was studying and shouldn't be disturbed. The heat in the room kept rising. Mimi began snoring. Until then there had been silence, a ghostly silence, not a sound. Everything seemed uncanny at that moment and I wanted to run away from it all, and yet I wanted to stay there forever. The darkening room, grandmother's yellow eyes, her tiny body wrapped in a shawl silent and hunched over in the corner, the hot air, the closed door, and the clout of the whip, and that piercing whistle. Only now do I realize how strange it all was, how much it meant to me. I was snatched out of this troubled state by the doorbell. Sorokin had come. I hated him at that moment. I hated the scales, the incomprehensible, pointless, shrill music. I must admit that Sorokin was quite a nice fellow. He wore his black hair cropped very short, had large red hands, and beautiful thick lips. On that day, under grandmother's watchful stare, he had to work for a whole hour, even longer. He had to push himself to the limit. For all of this he got absolutely no recognition. The old woman's eyes coldly and persistently followed his every move, remaining distant and indifferent. Grandmother had no interest in outside people. She demanded that they fulfill their obligations to us, and nothing more. We began our lesson. I wasn't frightened of grandmother, but for a full hour I had to brave poor Sorokin's boundless zeal. He felt extremely ill at ease in this remote room, in the presence of a dog peacefully asleep and a coldly watchful, hostile old woman. Finally he took his leave. Grandmother gave him her hard, wrinkled, large hand with indifference, without shaking it. On his way out, he stumbled into a chair. I also survived the following hour, Mr. L's lesson, longing for the moment that the door would close behind him too. Evening came. Faraway golden dots ignited in the sky. Our courtyard, a deep cage, was dazzled by the moon. A woman's voice next door sang the ballad "Why I Am Madly in Love." My parents went to the theater. I became melancholy. I was tired. I had read so much, studied so much, seen so much. Grandmother lit a lamp. Her room immediately became quiet. The dark, heavy furniture was softly illuminated. Mimi woke up, walked through the room, came back to us again, and waited for her supper. The maid brought in the samovar. Grandmother was a tea lover. She had saved a slice of honey cake for me. We drank large quantities. Sweat sparkled in grandmother's deep, sharp wrinkles. "Are you sleepy?" she asked. "No," I said. We began to talk. And once more I heard grandmother's stories. Long ago, many, many years ago, there was a Jew who ran a tavern. He was poor, married, burdened with children, and traded in bootleg vodka. The commissar came and tormented him. Life became difficult. He went to the tzaddik and said, "Rabbi, the commissar is vexing me to death. Speak to God on my behalf. Go in peace," the tzaddik said to him. "The commissar will calm down." The Jew left. At the threshold of his tavern he found the commissar. He was lying there dead, with a purple, swollen face. Grandmother fell silent. The samovar hummed. The woman next door was still singing. The moon still dazzled. Mimi wagged her tail. She was hungry. In olden times, people had beliefs. Grandmother said, "Life on earth was simpler. When I was a girl, the Poles rebelled. Near where we lived was a countess' estate. Even the Tsar came to visit the count. 7 days and 7 nights they made merry. At night I ran over to the countess' castle and looked through the bright windows. The count had a daughter and the finest pearls in the world. Then came the uprising. Soldiers dragged him out onto the square. We all stood there crying. The soldiers dug a pit. They wanted to blindfold the old man. He said, "That will not be necessary." The count stood before the soldiers and ordered, "Fire." He was a tall, gray-haired man. The mujiks loved him. Just as they began burying him, a messenger came galloping up. He brought a pardon from the Tsar. The samovar had gone out. Grandmother drank her last, cold glass of tea, and sucked on a piece of sugar with her toothless mouth. "Your grandfather," she began, "knew many stories, but he had no beliefs whatsoever, he only believed in people. He gave away all his money to his friends, and when his turn came to ask them for something they kicked him down the stairs, and he lost his mind. And then grandmother told me about my grandfather, a tall, haughty, passionate, and despotic man. He played the violin, wrote literary works at night, and knew all the languages. He was governed by an unquenchable thirst for knowledge and life. A general's daughter fell in love with their eldest son, who traveled a lot, played cards, and died in Canada at the age of 37. All grandmother had left was one son and me. It was all over. Day slips into evening, and death slowly approaches. Grandmother falls silent, lowers her head, and begins crying. Study," she suddenly said forcefully. "Study and you can have everything, wealth and glory. You must know everything. Everyone will fall on their knees before you and bow to you. Let them envy you. Don't believe in people. Don't have friends. Don't give them your money. Don't give them your heart." Grandmother stops talking. Silence. Grandmother is thinking of bygone years and sorrows, is thinking about my fate, and her severe testament rests heavily, eternally, on my weak, young shoulders. In the dark corner, the incandescent cast iron stove is blazing intensely. I'm suffocating, I can't breathe, I want to run out into the air, into the open, but I don't have the strength to lift my drooping head. Dishes clatter in the kitchen. Grandmother goes there. "We're going to have supper." I hear her angry, metallic voice. She is shouting at the maid. I feel strange and troubled. Just a short while ago she had been breathing peace and sorrow. The maid snaps back at her. Grandmother's unbearably shrill voice rings out in an uncontrollable rage, "Get out of here, you dreck. I'm the mistress here. You are destroying my property. Get out of here." I cannot bear her deafening voice of steel. I can see grandmother through the half-open door. Her face is distorted, her lips are trembling thinly and relentlessly, her throat has thickened, as if it were bulging out. The maid answers back. "Get out of here," grandmother says. Then there is silence. The maid bows, and quietly, as if she were afraid of offending the silence, slips out of the room. We eat our dinner without talking. We eat our fill, abundantly and long. Grandmother's transparent eyes are staring immovably. What they are staring at, I do not know. After supper, she. Gap in manuscript. More than that I do not see because I fall into a deep sleep, a child's sleep behind 7 locks in grandmother's hot room. Elya Isakovich and Margarita Prokofyevna. Gershkovich came out of the police chief's office with a heavy heart. He had been informed that if he didn't leave Oryol on the Tirsk train, he would have to leave town in a chain gang. And leaving meant he would lose business. With briefcase in hand, gaunt, unhurried, he walked down the dark street. At the corner, a tall female figure called out to him, "Will you come with me, sweetie?" Gershkovich raised his head, looked at her through his shimmering spectacles, thought it over, and guardedly said, "Till come." The woman took him by the arm. They walked around the corner. "So where will we go?" "To a hotel." "I want something for the whole night," Gershkovich answered. "How about your place?" "That'll cost you 3 rubles, Papa." "2, Gershkovich said. "Not worth my while, Papa." He managed to haggle her down to 2.5 rubles. They began walking. The prostitute's room was small, nice, and clean, with frayed curtains and a pink lamp. When they entered, the woman took off her coat, unbuttoned her blouse, and winked at him. "Hey!" Gershkovich said, knitting his brow. "Stop messing around. You're in a bad mood, Papa." She came over and sat on his knee. "Well, I'll be damned," Gershkovich said. "You must weigh at least 5 carat. 4.3 pood." She gave him a long kiss on his graying cheek. "Hey!" Gershkovich said, knitting his brow again. "I'm tired, I want to go to sleep." The prostitute stood up. Her face had become hard. "You a Jew?" He looked at her through his spectacles and answered, "No, Papa." The prostitute said slowly, "That'll be 10 rubles." He got up and walked to the door. "5," the woman said. Gershkovich came back. "Make up the bed for me," the Jew said wearily, then took off his jacket and looked for a place to hang it. "What's your name?" "Margarita." "Change the sheets, Margarita." The bed was wide and covered with a soft eiderdown. Gershkovich slowly started undressing. He took off his white socks, stretched his sweaty toes, locked the door with the key, put the key under his pillow, and lay down. Margarita yawned, and slowly took off her dress, squinted, squeezed out a pimple on her shoulder, and began plaiting a thin braid for the night. "Papa, what's your name?" "Eli." "Ilya Isakovich." "A tradesman." "Well, if you want to call it a trade," Gershkovich answered vaguely. Margarita blew out the night light and lay down. "Well, 111 be damned," Gershkovich said. "That's a whole lot of women here." Soon they were asleep. Next morning the sun's bright light filled the room. Gershkovich woke up, dressed, and walked to the window. "We have sea, and you have fields," he said. "Great. Where you from?" Margarita asked. "Odessa," Gershkovich answered. "The #1 town, a good town." And he smiled slyly. "It looks like you pretty much feel nice and fine everywhere," Margarita said. "You can say that again," Gershkovich said. "Wherever there's people it's nice and fine." "You're such a fool," Margarita said, propping herself up on the bed. "People are evil." "No," Gershkovich said. "People are good. They've been taught to think that they're evil, and they ended up believing it." Margarita thought for a while, and then smiled. "You're funny," she said slowly, and she ran her eyes carefully over him. "Turn around, I'm going to get dressed." Then they ate breakfast, drank tea with hard rolls. Gershkovich taught Margarita how to spread butter on a roll in a special way and to put the sausage on top. "Try it. Though I have to be on my way now. Here are 3 rubles for you, Margarita," he said on his way out. "Believe me, rubles don't come easy nowadays." Margarita smiled. "You skinflint, you. So give me 3. You coming back this evening?" "Yes, I am." That evening Gershkovich brought dinner with him: a herring, a bottle of beer, sausages, apples. Margarita was wearing a dark, high-buttoned dress. They talked as they ate. "Nowadays you can't get by on 50 rubles a month," Margarita said. "And what with this job, if you don't dress up, you don't get no cabbage soup. You have to take into account that I have to pay 15 for this room." "Back in Odessa," Gershkovich said pensively, straining to cut the herring into equal parts, "for 10 rubles you can get a room in the Moldavanka fit for a czar. You have to take into account that people tumble all over the place in my room, what with the drunks and everything." "Every man must bear his burden," Gershkovich said, and started talking about his family, his faltering business dealings, his son who had been called up by the army. Margarita listened, resting her head on the table, and her face was attentive, quiet, and thoughtful. After supper, he took off his jacket, painstakingly wiped his spectacles with a piece of cloth, and sat down at the table to write some business letters. Margarita washed her hair. Gershkovich wrote unhurriedly, carefully, raising his eyebrows, stopping to think, and when he dipped his pen into the inkwell, he never once forgot to shake off the extra ink. After he finishing writing, he had Margarita sit down on his notebook. "Well, 'til be damned, but you sure are a lady with bulk. Do me a favor and keep sitting there, Margarita Prokofyevna." Gershkovich smiled, his spectacles shimmered, and his eyes became small, more sparkling, full of laughter. The next day he left town. As he paced up and down the platform, a few minutes before the train was to leave, Gershkovich noticed Margarita walking quickly toward him with a small parcel in her hands. There were pies in the parcel, and oily blotches had seeped through the paper. Margarita's face was red, pitiful, her chest agitated from walking so quickly. "Greetings to Odessa," she said. "Greetings." "Thank you," Gershkovich answered. He took the pies, raised his eyebrows, thought about something for a moment, and bent forward. The third bell rang. They stretched their hands out to each other. "Goodbye, Margarita Prokofyevna." "Goodbye, Ilya Isakovich." Gershkovich went inside the railway car. The train began moving. Mama, Rima, and Alla. From early in the morning the day had been going badly. The day before, the maid had begun putting on airs and walked out. Barbara Stepanovna ended up having to do everything herself. Then the electric bill came first thing in the morning. And then the student boarders, the Rostokin brothers, came up with a completely unexpected demand. They had allegedly received a telegram from Kalyuga in the middle of the night informing them that their father had been taken ill, and that they had to come to him at all costs. They were therefore vacating the room, and could they have the 60 rubles back that they had given Barbara Stepanovna on loan? To this Barbara Stepanovna answered that it was quite irregular to vacate a room in April, when there is no one to rent it to, and that it was difficult for her to return the money, as it was given to her not on loan but as a payment for the room, regardless of the fact that the payment had been made in advance. The Rostokin brothers disagreed with Barbara Stepanovna. The discussion became drawn out and unfriendly. The students were stubborn, infuriating louts in long, clean frock coats. When they realized that getting their money back was a lost cause, the older brother suggested that Barbara Stepanovna give them her sideboard and pier glass as collateral. Barbara Stepanovna turned purple, and retorted that she would not tolerate being spoken to in such a tone, that the Rostokin's suggestion was utter rubbish, that she knew the law, her husband being a member of the district court in Kamchatka, and so on. The younger Rostokin flared up and told her that he didn't give a hoot that her husband was a member of the district court in Kamchatka, that it was quite obvious that once she got her hands on a kopeck there was no prying it loose, that they would remember their stay at Barbara Stepanovna's with all that clutter, dirt, and mess to their dying day, and that although the district court in Kamchatka was quite far away, the Moscow justice of the peace was just around the corner. And that was how the discussion ended. The Rostokins marched out haughtily and in silent fury, and Barbara Stepanovna went to the kitchen to make some coffee for her other boarder, a student by the name of Stanislaw Marshatsky. There had been loud and insistent ringing from his room for quite a few minutes. Barbara Stepanovna stood in front of the spirit stove in the kitchen. A nickel pince nez, rickety with age, sat on her fat nose, her graying hair was disheveled, her pink morning coat full of stains. She made the coffee, and thought how these louts would never have spoken to her in such a tone if there hadn't been that eternal shortage of money, that unfortunate need to constantly snatch, hide, cheat. When Marshatsky's coffee and fried eggs were ready, she brought his breakfast to his room. Marshatsky was a Pole, tall, bony, light blonde, with long legs and well-groomed fingernails. That morning he was wearing a foppish grey dressing gown with ornamental military clasps. He faced Barbara Stepanovna with resentment. "I've had enough of there never being a maid around," he said. "I have to ring for a whole hour, and then I'm late for my classes." It was true that all too often the maid wasn't there, and that Marshatsky had to ring and ring, but this time he had a different reason for his resentment. The evening before, he had been sitting on the living room sofa with Ruma, Barbara Stepanovna's oldest daughter. Barbara Stepanovna had seen them kissing 2 or 3 times and hugging in the darkness. They sat there till 11, then till midnight, then Stanislaw laid his head on Ruma's breast and fell asleep. After all, who in his youth has not dozed off on the edge of a sofa with his head propped on the breast of a high school girl, met by chance on life's winding path? It is not necessarily such a bad thing, and more often than not there are no consequences, but one does have to show a little consideration for others, not to mention that the girl might well have to go to school the next day. It wasn't until 1:30 in the morning that Barbara Stepanovna declared quite sourly that it was time to show some consideration. Marshatsky, brimming with Polish pride, pursed his lips and took umbrage. Ruma cast an indignant look at her mother. The matter had ended there. But the following morning it was quite clear that Stanislaw hadn't forgotten the incident. Barbara Stepanovna gave him his breakfast, salted the fried eggs, and left. It was 11 in the morning. Barbara Stepanovna opened the drapes in her daughter's room. The gentle rays of the weak sun gleamed on the dirty floor, on the clothes scattered throughout the room, on the dusty bookshelf. The girls were already awake. The eldest, Ruma, was thin, small, quick-eyed, black-haired. Alla was a year younger. She was 17, larger than her sister, pale, sluggish in her movements, with delicate, pudgy skin, and a sweetly pensive expression in her blue eyes. When her mother left the room, she started speaking. Her heavy bare arm lay on the blanket, her little white fingers hardly moving. "I had a dream, Ruma," she said. "Imagine a strange little town, small, Russian, mysterious. The light gray sky is hanging very low, and the horizon is very close. The dust in the streets is also gray, smooth, calm. Everything is dead. Not a single sound can be heard, not a single person can be seen. And suddenly I feel like I'm walking down some side streets I don't know, past quiet little wooden houses. I wander into blind alleys, then I find my way out into the streets again, but I can only see 10 paces ahead, and I keep walking on and on. Somewhere in front of me is a light cloud of whirling dust. I approach it and see wedding carriages. Mikhail and his bride are in one of them. His bride is wearing a veil, and her face is happy. I walk up to the carriages. I seem to be taller than everyone else, and my heart aches a little. Then they all notice me. The carriages stop. Mikhail comes up to me, takes me by the arm, and slowly leads me into a side street. "Alla, my friend," he says in a flat voice, "all this is very sad, I know. But there's nothing I can do, because I don't love you." One walk next to him, my heart shudders, and more grey streets keep opening up before us. Alla fell silent. "A bad dream," she added. "But, who knows? Maybe because it's bad, everything will turn out well and he'll send me a letter." "Like hell he will," Ruma answered. "You should have been a little more clever and not run off to see him. By the way, I intend to have a word or two with Mama today," she said suddenly. Ruma got up, dressed, and went over to the window. Spring lay over Moscow. The long somber fence outside their window, which stretched almost the whole length of the side street, glistened with warm dampness. Outside the church, in its front yard, the grass was damp, green. The sun softly gilded the lackluster chasubles, and twinkled over the dark face of the icon standing on the slanting column by the entrance to the churchyard. The girls went into the dining room. Barbara Stepanovna was sitting there, carefully eating large portions of food, intently studying the rolls, the coffee, the ham, through her spectacles. She drank the coffee with loud short gulps, and ate the rolls quickly, greedily, almost furtively. "Mama," Ruma said to her severely, proudly raising her pretty little face. "I'd like to have a little chat with you." You needn't blow up. We can settle this quietly, once and for all. I can no longer live with you. Set me free. Fine, Barbara Stepanovna answered calmly, raising her colorless eyes to look at Ruma. Is this because of yesterday? Not because of yesterday, but it has to do with yesterday. FM suffocating here. And what do you intend to do? FLL take some classes, learn stenography. Right now stenographers are crawling out of the woodwork. You think the jobs will come running? I won't come to you for help, Mama. Ruma said shrilly. I won't come to you for help. Set me free. Fine, Barbara Stepanovna said again. FM not holding you back. I want you to give me my passport. TM not giving you your passport. The conversation had been unexpectedly restrained. Now Rima felt that the passport matter gave her a reason to start yelling. Well, that's marvelous, she shouted, with a sarcastic laugh. I can't go anywhere without my passport. TM not giving you your passport. I'll go turn myself into a kept woman. Rima yelled hysterically. I shall give myself to a policeman. Who do you think will want you? Barbara Stepanovna answered, critically eyeing her daughter's shivering little body and flushed face. You think a policeman can't find a better? Till go to Tverskia Street. Rima shouted. I'll find myself some old man. I don't want to live with her, with this stupid. Ah, so this is how you speak to your mother, Barbara Stepanovna said, standing up with dignity. We can't make ends meet, everything is falling apart around us, we're short of everything, all I ask is for a few minutes of peace and quiet, but you. Wait till your father hears about this. I'm going to write him myself, to Kamchatka. Rima shouted in a frenzy. Till get my passport from him. Barbara Stepanovna walked out of the room. Rima, small and disheveled, paced excitedly up and down the room. Angry, isolated phrases from her future letter to her father tore through her brain. Dear Papa, she would write. You are busy, I know, but I have to tell you everything. May the allegation that Stanny dozed on my breast lie heavy on Mama's conscience. It was an embroidered cushion that he was dozing on, but the center of gravity lies elsewhere. As Mama is your wife, you will doubtless side with her, but I can't stay here any longer, she is a difficult person. If you want, Papa, I can come to you in Kamchatka, but I will need my passport. Rima paced up and down, while Alla sat on the sofa and watched her. Quiet and mournful thoughts lay heavily on her soul. Rima is fussing about, she thought, while I am completely desolate. Everything is painful, nothing makes sense. She went to her room and lay down. Barbara Stepanovna came in wearing a corset. She was thickly and naively powdered, flushed, perplexed, and pitiful. I just remembered that the Rostakins are leaving today. I have to give them back their 60 rubles. They threatened to take me to court. There are some eggs in the cupboard. Make some for yourself. I'm going down to the pawnbroker. When Marshatsky came home from his classes at around 6 in the evening, he found the entrance hall filled with packed suitcases. There was noise coming from the Rostakins' rooms. They were obviously arguing. Right there in the entrance hall, Barbara Stepanovna, somehow, with lightning speed and desperate resolution, managed to borrow 10 rubles from Marshatsky. It was only when he got back to his room that he realized how stupid he had been. His room was different from all the other rooms in Barbara Stepanovna's apartment. It was neat, filled with bibelots, and covered with carpets. Drawing utensils, foppish pipes, English tobacco, ivory paper knives were carefully laid out on the tables. Before Stanislaw even managed to change into his dressing gown, Rima quietly slipped into his room. He gave her a chilly reception. Are you angry, Stani? The girl asked. I am not angry, the Pole answered. It is just that in the future I would prefer not to be encumbered with having to bear witness to your mother's excesses. It'll all be over very soon, Ruma said. Stani, I'm going to be free. She sat down next to him on the sofa and embraced him. I am a man, Stani began. This platonic business is not for me, I have a career before me. He gruffly told her the things that men more or less say to certain women when they've had enough. There's nothing to talk to them about, and flirting with them is pointless, as it is quite obvious they are not prepared to get down to business. Stani said that he was consumed by desire, it was hampering his work, making him nervous. The matter had to be settled one way or the other, he didn't care in the least which, as long as it was settled. Why are you saying such things to me? Ruma asked him pensively. What is all this I am a man about, and what do you mean by the matter has to be settled? Why is your face so cold and nasty? And why can we talk about nothing else but that one thing? This is so sad, Stani. Spring is in the streets, it's so beautiful, and we are in such an ugly mood. Stani didn't answer. They both remained silent. A fiery sunset was sinking over the horizon, flooding the distant sky with a scarlet glow. On the opposite horizon a volatile, slowly thickening darkness was descending. The room was illuminated by the last glowing light. On the sofa, Ruma leaned more and more tenderly toward the student. They were doing what they always did at this exquisite hour of the day. Stanislaw kissed the girl. She rested her head on the pillow and closed her eyes. They both burst into flame. Within a few minutes, Stanislaw was kissing her incessantly, and in a fit of malicious, unquenchable passion began shoving her thin, burning body about the room. He tore her blouse and her bodice. Ruma, with parched mouth and rings under her eyes, offered her lips to be kissed, while with a distorted, mournful grin she defended her virginity. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Ruma began rushing about the room, clutching the hanging strips of her torn blouse to her breast. They eventually opened the door. It turned out to be a friend of Stanislaw's. He eyed Ruma with ill-concealed derision as she rushed past him. She slipped into her room furtively, changed into another blouse, and went to stand by the chilly window pane to cool down. The pawnbroker only gave Barbara Stepanovna 40 rubles for the family silver. 10 rubles she had borrowed from Marshatsky, and the rest of the money she got from the Tikhanovs, walking all the way from Strastny Boulevard to Pokrovka. In her dismay, she forgot that she could have taken a tram. At home, besides the raging Rostakins, she found Mirlitz, a barrister's assistant, waiting for her. He was a tall young man with decaying stumps for teeth, and foolish, moist grey eyes. Not too long ago, the shortage of money had driven Barbara Stepanovna to consider mortgaging a cottage her husband owned in Kolomna. Mirlitz had brought over a draft of the mortgage. Barbara Stepanovna felt that something was wrong with the draft, and that she ought to get some more advice before signing. But she told herself that she was being beset by altogether too many problems of every kind. To hell with everything: boarders, daughters, rudeness. After the business discussion, Mirlitz uncorked a bottle of Crimean Muscat Lunel that he had brought with him. He knew Barbara Stepanovna's weakness. They drank a glass each and right away had another. Their voices rang louder, Barbara Stepanovna's fleshy nose grew red, and the stays of her corset expanded and bulged out. Mirlitz was telling a jovial story and burst out laughing. Ruma sat silently in the corner, wearing the blouse into which she had changed. After Barbara Stepanovna and Mirlitz finished the Muscat Lunel, they went for a walk. Barbara Stepanovna felt that she was just a tiny bit tipsy. She was a little ashamed about this, but at the same time couldn't care less because there was simply too much hardship in life, so everything could go to hell. Barbara Stepanovna came back earlier than she had anticipated, because the Boykos, whom she had intended to visit, had not been home. She was taken aback by the silence that lay over the apartment. Usually at this time of the day the girls were always fooling around with the students, giggling, running about. The only noise came from the bathroom. Barbara Stepanovna went to the kitchen. There was a little window there from which one could see what was going on in the bathroom. She went to the little window and saw a strange and most unusual scene. The stove for boiling the bath water was red hot. The bath was filled with steaming water. Rima was kneeling next to the stove. In her hands she held a pair of curling irons. She was heating them over the fire. Allah was standing naked next to the bath. Her long braids were undone. Tears were rolling down her cheeks. "Come here," Allah told Rima. "Listen, can you maybe hear its heart beating?" Rima laid her head on Allah's soft, slightly swollen belly. "It's not beating," she answered. "Anyway, there's no doubt about it." "Tm going to die," Allah whispered. "Tm going to get scalded by the water. I won't be able to bear it." "Not the curling irons. You don't know how to do it." "Everyone does it this way," Rima told her. "Stop whimpering, Allah. You can't have that baby." Allah was about to climb into the tub, but she didn't manage to, because at that very moment she heard the unforgettable, quiet, wheezing voice of her mother call out. "What are you doing in there, girls?" 2 or 3 hours later, Allah was lying on Barbara Stepanovna's wide bed, tucked in, caressed, and wept over. She had told her mother everything. She felt relieved. She felt like a little girl who had overcome a silly childish fear. Rima moved about the bedroom carefully and silently, tidying up, making tea for her mother, forcing her to eat something, seeing to it that the room would be clean. Then she lit the icon lamp in which the oil had not been refilled for at least 2 weeks, undressed, trying hard not to make any noise, and lay down next to her sister. Barbara Stepanovna sat at the table. She could see the icon lamp, its even, darkish red flame dimly illuminating the Virgin Mary. Her tipsiness, somehow strange and light, still bubbled in her head. The girls quickly fell asleep. Allah's face was broad, white, and peaceful. Rima nestled up against her, sighed in her sleep, and shuddered. Around 1 in the morning, Barbara Stepanovna lit a candle, placed a sheet of paper in front of her, and wrote a letter to her husband. "Dear Nikolai, Mirlitz came by today, a very decent Jew, and tomorrow I'm expecting a gentleman who will give me money for the house. I think I'm doing things right, but I'm getting more and more worried, because I lack confidence. I know you have your own troubles, your work, and I shouldn't be bothering you with this, but things at home, Nikolai, are somehow not going all too well. The children are growing up, life nowadays is more demanding courses, stenography girls want more freedom. They need their father, they need someone to maybe yell at them, but I simply don't seem to be able to. I can't help thinking that your leaving for Kamchatka was a mistake. If you were here, we would have moved to Starokoleny Street, where there is a very bright little apartment available. Rima has lost weight and looks rather bad. For a whole month we were ordering cream from the dairy across the street, and the girls started looking much better, but now we have stopped ordering it. At times my liver acts up a little, and at times it doesn't. Write me more often. After your letters I am a bit more careful, I don't eat herring and my liver doesn't bother me. Come and see us, Kolya, we could all unwind. The children send you their greetings. With loving kisses. Your Barbara. The Public Library. One feels right away that this is the kingdom of books. People working at the library commune with books, with the life reflected in them, and so become almost reflections of real-life human beings. Even the cloakroom attendants, not brown-haired, not blonde, but something in between, are mysteriously quiet, filled with contemplative composure. At home on Saturday evenings they might well drink methylated spirits and give their wives long, drawn-out beatings, but at the library their comportment is staid, circumspect, and hazily somber. And then there is the cloakroom attendant who draws. In his eyes there is a gentle melancholy. Once every 2 weeks, as he helps a fat man in a black vest out of his coat, he mumbles, "Nikolai Sergeyevich approves of my drawings, and Konstantin Vasilievich also approves of them. In the first thing I was originating. But I have no idea where to go. The fat man listens. He is a reporter, a married man, gluttonous and overworked. Once every 2 weeks he goes to the library to rest. He reads about court cases, painstakingly copies out onto a piece of paper the plan of the house where the murder took place, is very pleased, and forgets that he is married and overworked. The reporter listens to the attendant with fearful bewilderment, and wonders how to handle such a man. Do you give him a 10-kopeck coin on your way out? He might be offended he's an artist. Then again, if you don't he might also be offended after all, he's a cloakroom attendant. In the reading room are the more elevated staff members, the librarians. Some, the conspicuous ones, possess some starkly pronounced physical defect. One has twisted fingers, another has a head that lolled to the side and stayed there. They are badly dressed, and emaciated in the extreme. They look as if they are fanatically possessed by an idea unknown to the world. Gogol would have described them well. The inconspicuous librarians show the beginnings of bald patches, wear clean gray suits, have a certain candor in their eyes, and a painful slowness in their movements. They are forever chewing something, moving their jaws, even though they have nothing in their mouths. They talk in a practiced whisper. In short, they have been ruined by books, by being forbidden from enjoying a throaty yawn. Now that our country is at war, the public has changed. There are fewer students. There are very few students. Once in a blue moon you might see a student painlessly perishing in a corner. He's a white ticketer, exempt from service. He wears a pince-nez and has a delicate limp. But then there is also the student on state scholarship. This student is pudgy, with a drooping mustache, tired of life, a man prone to contemplation. He reads a bit, thinks about something a bit, studies the patterns on the lampshades, and nods off over a book. He has to finish his studies, join the army, but why hurry? Everything in good time. A former student returns to the library in the figure of a wounded officer with a black sling. His wound is healing. He is young and rosy. He has dined and taken a walk along the Nevsky Prospect. The Nevsky Prospect is already lit. The late edition of the Stock Exchange News has already set off on its triumphal march around town. Grapes lying on millet are displayed in the store window at Eliseev's. It is still too early to make the social rounds. The officer goes to the public library for old times' sake, stretches out his long legs beneath the table where he is sitting, and reads Apollon. It's somewhat boring. A female student is sitting opposite him. She is studying anatomy, and is copying a picture of a stomach into her notebook. It looks like she might be of Colugan origin, large-faced, large-boned, rosy, dedicated, and robust. If she has a lover, that would be perfect. She's good material for love. Beside her is a picturesque tableau, an immutable feature of every public library in the Russian Empire, a sleeping Jew. He is worn out. His hair is a fiery black. His cheeks are sunken. There are bumps on his forehead. His mouth is half open. He is wheezing. Where he is from, nobody knows. Whether he has a residence permit or not, nobody knows. He reads every day. He also sleeps every day. There is a terrible, ineradicable weariness in his face, almost madness. A martyr to books, a distinct, indomitable Jewish martyr. Near the librarian's desk sits a large, broad-chested woman in a grey blouse reading with rapturous interest. She is one of those people who suddenly speaks with unexpected loudness in the library, candidly and ecstatically overwhelmed by a passage in the book, and who, filled with delight, begins discussing it with her neighbors. She is reading because she is trying to find out how to make soap at home. She is about 45 years old. Is she sane? Quite a few people have asked themselves that. There is one more typical library habitué, the thin little colonel in a loose jacket, wide pants, and extremely well-polished boots. He has tiny feet. His whiskers are the color of cigar ash. He smears them with a wax that gives them a whole spectrum of dark gray shades. In his day he was so devoid of talent that he didn't manage to work his way up to the rank of colonel so that he could retire a major general. Since his retirement he ceaselessly pesters the gardener, the maid, and his grandson. At the age of 73 he has taken it into his head to write a history of his regiment. He writes. He is surrounded by piles of books. He is the librarian's favorite. He greets them with exquisite civility. He no longer gets on his family's nerves. The maid gladly polishes his boots to a maximal shine. Many more people of every kind come to the public library. More than one could describe. There is also the tattered reader who does nothing but write a luxuriant monograph on ballet. His face, a tragic edition of Hauptmann's. His body, insignificant. There are, of course, also bureaucrats riffling through piles of the Russian Invalid and the Government Herald. There are the young provincials, ablaze as they read. It is evening. The reading room grows dark. The immobile figures sitting at the tables are a mix of fatigue, thirst for knowledge, ambition. Outside the wide windows soft snow is drifting. Nearby, on the Nevsky Prospect, life is blossoming. Far away, in the Carpathian Mountains, blood is flowing. C'est la vie. 9. There are 9 people. All waiting to see the editor. The first to enter the editor's office is a broad-shouldered young man with a loud voice and a bright tie. He introduces himself. His name, Sardarov. His occupation, rhymester. His request, to have his rhymes published. He has a preface written by a well-known poet. And if need be, an epilogue, too. The editor listens. He is an unruffled, pensive man, who has seen a thing or two. He is in no rush. The upcoming issue has gone to press. He reads through the rhymes. 0, dolefully the Austrian Kaiser groans. And I too emit impatient moans. The editor says that, unfortunately, for this reason and that, and so on. The magazine is currently looking for articles on cooperatives or foreign affairs. Sardarov juts out his chest, excuses himself with exquisite politeness bordering on the caustic, and noisily marches out. The second person to enter the editor's office is a young lady, slim, shy, very beautiful. She is there for the 3rd time. Her poems are not intended for publication. All she wants to know, and absolutely nothing more, is if there's any point in her continuing to write. The editor is extremely pleasant to her. He sometimes sees her walking along the Nevsky Prospect with a tall gentleman who, from time to time, gravely buys her half a dozen apples. His gravity is ominous. Her poems testify to this. They are a guileless chronicle of her life. You want my body, the girl writes. So take it, my enemy, my friend. But white will my soul find its dream. Hell be getting his hands on your body any day now. That's pretty clear, the editor thinks. Your eyes look so lost, weak, and beautiful. I doubt your soul will be finding its dream anytime soon, but you'll definitely make quite a spicy woman. In her poems the girl describes life as madly frightening or madly marvelous, in all its little aggravations, those sounds that me enfold, those sounds eternal, so drunken, and so bold. One thing is certain, once the grave gentleman's enterprise comes to fruition, the girl will stop writing poetry and start visiting midwives. After the girl, Luna, a small and nervous man of letters, enters the editor's office. Here things get complicated. On a former occasion Luna had blown up at the editor. He is a talented, perplexed, hapless family man. In his fluster and scramble for rubles he is unable to discriminate who he can afford to shout at and who not. First he blew up at the editor, and then, to his own and the editor's amazement, handed over the manuscript, suddenly realizing how foolish all this was, how hard life was, and how unlucky he was, oh, how very unlucky. He had already begun having palpitations in the waiting room, and now the editor informed him that his little daubs weren't all that bad, but, Fond / you couldn't really classify them as literature, they were, well. Luneta feverishly agreed, unexpectedly muttering, "Oh, Alexander Stepanovich. You are such a good man. And all the while I was so horrible to you. But it can all be seen from another perspective." Absolutely. That is all I want to elucidate. There is more to it than meets the eye, I give you my word of honor. Luneta turns a deep crimson, scrapes together the pages of his manuscript with quaking fingers, endeavoring to be debonair, ironic, and God knows what else. After Luneta, 2 stock figures found in every editorial office come in. The first is a lively, rosy, fair-haired lady. She emits a warm wave of perfume. Her eyes are naive and bright. She has a 9-year-old son, and this son of hers, you wouldn't believe it, but he simply writes and writes, day and night. At first we didn't pay any attention, but then all our friends and acquaintances were so impressed, and my husband, you know, he works in the Department of Agricultural Betterment, a very practical man, you know, he will have nothing to do with modern literature, not Andreev, not Nagrodskia, but even he couldn't stop laughing. I have brought along 3 notebooks. The second stock figure is Bykhovsky. He is from Simferopol. He is a very nice, lively man. He has nothing to do with literature, he doesn't really have any business with the editor, he doesn't really have anything to say to him, but he is a subscriber, and has dropped by for a little chat and to exchange ideas, to immerse himself in the hurly-burly of Petrograd life. And he is immersing himself. The editor mumbles something about politics and cadets, and Bykhovsky blossoms, convinced that he is taking an active part in the nation's public life. The most doleful of the visitors is Korb. He is a Jew, a true Ahasuerus. He was born in Lithuania, and had been wounded in a pogrom in one of the southern towns. From that day on his head has been hurting very badly. He went to America. During the war he somehow turned up in Antwerp and, at the age of 44, joined the French Foreign Legion. He was hit on the head in Maubeuge. Now it won't stop shaking. Korb was somehow evacuated to Russia, to Petrograd. He gets a pension from somewhere, rents a ramshackle little place in a stinking basement in Pesky, and is writing a play called The Tsar of Israel. Korb has terrible headaches, he cannot sleep at night, and paces up and down in his basement, deep in thought. His landlord, a plump, condescending man who smokes black 4-kopeck cigars, was angry at first, but then was won over by Korb's gentleness and his diligence at writing hundreds of pages, and finally came to like him. Korb wears an old, faded Antwerp frock coat. He doesn't shave his chin, and there is a tiredness and fanatical determination in his eyes. Korb has headaches, but he keeps on writing his play, and the play's opening line is, "Ring the bells, for Judah hath perished." After Korb, 3 remain. One is a young man from the provinces. He is unhurried, lost in thought, takes a long time to settle into a chair, and stays settled there for a long time. His sluggish attention comes to rest on the pictures on the wall, the newspaper clippings on the table, the portraits of the staff. What is it exactly that he wants? It is not that he really wants anything. He worked for a newspaper. What newspaper? A newspaper in the provinces. Well, all he really wants to know is what the circulation of this magazine is and how much it pays. The young man is told that such information is not handed out to just anybody. If he were a writer, that would be another matter, if not, well then. The young man says that he isn't really a writer or anything, and that he hasn't really done this kind of work before, but he could take to, well, working as an editor, for instance. The young editor exits, and Smirsky enters. He too is a man with a background. He worked as an agriculturist in the district of Kashin in the province of Tver. A tranquil district, a wonderful province. But Smirsky was drawn to Petrograd. He applied for a position as an agriculturist, and also submitted 20 manuscripts to an editor. 2 had been accepted, and Smirsky had come to the conclusion that his future lay in literature. Now he is no longer applying for a position as an agriculturist. He walks about town in a morning coat with his briefcase in hand. He writes a lot, and every day, but little is ever published. The ninth visitor is none other than Stepan Draco, the man who walked around the world on foot, bon vivant extraordinaire, and public speaker. Odessa. Odessa is a horrible town. It's common knowledge. Instead of saying a great difference, people there say two great differences, and to the asterisk here and there they pronounce tudoyu, and yet I feel that there are quite a few good things one can say about this important town, the most charming city of the Russian Empire. If you think about it, it is a town in which you can live free and easy. Half the population is made up of Jews, and Jews are a people who have learned a few simple truths along the way. Jews get married so as not to be alone, love so as to live through the centuries, hoard money so they can buy houses and give their wives astrakhan jackets, love children because, let's face it, it is good and important to love one's children. The poor Odessa Jews get very confused when it comes to officials and regulations, but it isn't all that easy to get them to budge in their opinions, they're very antiquated opinions. You might not be able to budge these Jews, but there's a whole lot you can learn from them. To a large extent it is because of them that Odessa has this light and easy atmosphere. The typical Odessan is the exact opposite of the typical Petrogradian. Nowadays it is a cliché how well Odessans do for themselves in Petrograd. They make money. Because they are dark-haired, limpid blondes fall in love with them. And then, Odessans have a tendency to settle on the Kameno-Ostrovsky prospect. People will claim that what I am saying smacks of tall tales. Well, I assure you that these are not tall tales. There is much more to this than meets the eye. Dark-haired Odessans simply bring with them a little lightness and sunshine. But I have a strong hunch that Odessa is about to provide us with much more than gentlemen who bring with them a little sunshine and a lot of sardines packed in their original cans. Any day now, we will fully experience the fecund, revivifying influence of the Russian South, Russian Odessa perhaps, Kisayet the only Russian town where there is a good chance that our very own, sorely needed, homegrown Maupassant might be born. I can even see a very small sign, heralding Odessa's great future, Odessa's Shantuzas, I am referring to Isya Kremer too. These Shantuzas might not have much in the way of a voice, but they have a joy, an expressive joy, mixed with passion, lightness, and a touching, charming, sad feeling for life. A life that is good, terrible, and, quand me t malgertout, exceedingly interesting. I saw Yudikin Karata Persang Odsan, light-hearted and profound, reckless and thoughtful, elegant and gangly, brilliant and stuttering. He has been ruined by cocaine or morphine ruined, word has it, since the day he fell out of an airplane somewhere in the marshes of Novgorod. Poor Yudikin, he has lost his mind. But of one thing I am certain, any day now the province of Novgorod will come crawling down to Odessa. The bottom line is, this town has the material conditions needed to nurture, say, a Maupassantesque talent. In the summer, the bronze, muscular bodies of youths who play sports glisten on beaches, as do the powerful bodies of fishermen who do not play sports, the fat, pot-bellied, good-natured bodies of the businessmen, and the skinny, pimply dreamers, inventors, and brokers. And a little distance from the sea, smoke billows from the factories, and Karl Marx plies his familiar trade. In Odessa there is an impoverished, overcrowded, suffering Jewish ghetto, an extremely self-satisfied bourgeoisie, and a very black 103 city council. In Odessa there are sweet and oppressive spring evenings, the spicy aroma of acacias, and a moon filled with an unwavering, irresistible light shining over a dark sea. In Odessa the fat and funny bourgeois lie in the evenings in their white socks on couches in front of their funny, Philistin dachas, digesting their meals beneath a dark and velvety sky, while their powdered wives, plump with idleness and naively corseted, are passionately squeezed behind bushes by fervent students of medicine or law. In Odessa the destitute Luftmenschen roam through coffee houses trying to make a ruble or two to feed their families, but there is no money to be made, and why should anyone give work to a useless person, a Luftmensch? In Odessa there is a port, and in the port there are ships that have come from Newcastle, Cardiff, Marseilles, and Port Said, Negroes, Englishmen, Frenchmen, and Americans. Odessa had its moment in the sun, but now it is fading, a poetic, slow, light-hearted, helpless fading. But Odessa is just a town like any other, the reader will argue. The problem is that you are extremely biased, that's all. Well, fine. So I am biased, I admit it. Maybe I'm even extremely biased, but parole d'honneur, there is something to this place. And this something can be sensed by a person with mettle who agrees that life is sad, monotonous. This is all very true, but still, quand me et malgré tout, it is exceedingly interesting. And now my thoughts move on from my odes and discourse to higher matters. If you think about it, doesn't it strike you that in Russian literature there haven't been so far any real, clear, cheerful descriptions of the sun? Turgenev poeticized the dewy morning, the calm night. With Dostoevsky you feel the uneven, grey high road along which Karamazov walks to the tavern, the mysterious and heavy fog of Petersburg. The grey roads and the shrouds of fog that stifle people and, stifling them, distorts them in the most amusing and terrible way, giving birth to the fumes and stench of passions, making people rush around frenetically in the hectic humdrum pace. Do you remember the life-giving, bright sun in Gogol, a man who, by the way, was from the Ukraine? But such descriptions are few and far between. What you always get is the nose, the overcoat, the portrait, and notes of a madman. Petersburg defeated Poltava. Akakievich, modestly enough but with terrible competence, finished off Grichko, and Father Matvei finished off what Taras began. For the first person to talk about the sun in a Russian book, to talk about it with excitement and passion, was Gorky. But precisely because he talks about it with excitement and passion, it still isn't quite the real thing. Gorky is a forerunner, and the most powerful forerunner of our times. Yet he is not a minstrel of the sun, but a herald of the truth. If anything is worth singing the praises of, then you know what it is, the sun. There is something cerebral in Gorky's love for the sun. It is only by way of his enormous talent that he manages to overcome this obstacle. He loves the sun because Russia is rotten and twisted, because in Nizhny, Pskov, and Kazan, the people are pudgy, heavy, at times incomprehensible, at times touching, at times excessive, and at times boring to the point of distraction. Gorky knows why he loves the sun, why the sun must be loved. It is this very awareness that hides the reason why Gorky is a forerunner, often magnificent and powerful, but still a forerunner. And on this point Maupassant is perhaps off the mark, or right on the mark. A stagecoach rumbles along a road scorched by the heat, and in this stagecoach, sits a fat, crafty young man by the name of Pollet, and a coarse, healthy peasant girl. What they are doing there and why, is their business. The sky is hot, the earth is hot. Pollet and the girl are dripping with sweat, and the stagecoach rumbles along the road scorched by the bright heat. And that's all there is to it. In recent times there has been a growing trend of writing about how people live, love, kill, and how representatives are elected in the provinces of Olonetsk, or Volgodsk, not to mention Arkhangelsk. All this is written with total authenticity, verbatim, the way people speak in Olonetsk and Volgodsk. Life there, as it turns out, is cold, extremely wild. It is an old story. And the time is approaching where we will have had more than enough of this old story. In fact, we have already had enough. And I think to myself, the Russians will finally be drawn to the south, to the sea, to the sun. Will be drawn, by the way, is wrong. They already have been drawn, for many centuries. Russia's most important path has been her inexhaustible striving toward the southern steppes, perhaps even her striving for the cross of Hagia Sophia of 5. It is high time for new blood. We are being stifled. Literature's Messiah, so long awaited, will issue from the sun-drenched steppes washed by the sea. The aroma of Odessa. I am wandering between tables, making my way through the crowd, catching snippets of conversation. A female impersonator, walks past me. In his pale youthful face, in his tousled soft yellow hair, in his distant, shameless, weak-spirited smile is the stamp of his peculiar trade, the trade of being a woman. He has an ingratiating, leisurely, sinuous way of walking. His hips sway, but barely. Women, real women, love him. He sits silently among them, his face that of a pale youth and his hair soft and yellow. He smiles faintly at something, and the women smile faintly and secretively back what they are smiling at, only and the women know. On the other side of the cafe a man in a blue kaftan and a peasant shirt tied with a strap hurries past in patent leather boots. They call him the bard of Russian song. On the bard's nose is a pince-nez, and in his soul the petty anxiety of a petty man. The bard's face is that of a worldly pharmacist. Why even mention his name? I make my way between tables where retired colonels with brilliantined mustaches have found a haven for their shamed czarist uniforms and play lotto with Jewish boys. Fat, serene wives of movie theater owners, thin cash register girls, true union members, and fleshy, flabby, sagacious café chantant agents, currently unemployed, also sit with the colonels. Our times have knocked these people off their feet, misfortune has driven them to the Palais Royal, and to Paraskiva and other Greek cafes to make a quick ruble trading in turquoise rings. At the club you can learn a lot about their desires and ideals, and who their idols are. Go to the reading room, where portraits of Gorky, Vinaver, and Lenovsky 6 hang on the walls. On the table you will find an old issue of Divertissement. Take it from me, a very interesting magazine. A life filled with mirth, wine, love, and death will open out before you. You can read about the clever and beautiful Jenny Moulton, who came to Russia in the bloom of her youth. You can read about her successes and her admirers, of the papa's boys who love her body, and the little men, downtrodden by life, who love her soul. You can read of her nomadic life, of the barrels of wine she has drunk, the crates of oranges she has eaten, of her husband, the husband of a café chantant diva, and of her death. About the death of Jenny Moulton you will read at the end. Someone else besides Jenny Moulton who has died is Naumenko or Karasulenko, our passionate, trusting, drunk, kind-hearted, hysterical Russian chanteuse. She died on a bed strewn with flowers and doused in perfume. Telegrams were found in her room from officials, warrant officers, and second lieutenants. According to these telegrams the second lieutenants were about to rush to her side, to kiss her. They were indignant about something, even threatening. But in Divertissement you will also find serious articles with advice on professional matters and portraits of the editor, a handsome man with a black mustache and languid eyes. His mustache, his eyes, his noble demeanor point unmistakably to one thing: the editor was loved, and never squandered his money on little chanteuses. There are also stories in Divertissement about wrestling champions, of their first victories, the arenas bathed in light, the Parisian crowds, the Parisian women applauding ecstatically, the crowd carrying the smooth, powerful body of the wrestler on its shoulders. In every issue of Divertissement there are also jokes about Odessa Jews, about Café Fankenai, about brokers taking dance classes and Jewesses riding trams. Divertissement smells of Odessa and Odessa's hot, homegrown lingo. The whole club on Preobrazhenskia Street smells of Odessa, and that might well be the only reason I began talking about it. These days the aroma of one's native town is very important. This is the 4th year that warriors from afar have flooded it without respite. The horns of large ocean liners no longer roar, fine coal dust no longer wafts over the harbor. The brilliant sun lights the quiet, untroubled waters. There is no Bavaria pulling into port, there are no money changers, no tall, Strong German and American sailors roaming through the town in packs. There are no taverns in the port where through waves of tobacco smoke one can see the drunk drooping heads of Englishmen, while a gramophone, rasping and proud, plays Rule Britannia. During the war, ruined people have flocked to our town, strange Jews who are foreign to us, refugees from Latvia and Poland. Serbs and Romanians have come. But nobody who loves Odessa can say a word against these Romanians. They have brought life back to Odessa. They remind us of the days when the streets were full of trade, when we had Greeks trading in coffee and spices, German sausage makers, French book peddlers, and Englishmen in steamship offices. The Romanians have opened restaurants, play music with cymbals, fill taverns with their fast, foreign speech. They have sent us handsome officers with yellow boots and tall, elegant women with red lips. These people fit the style of our town. Not that it is a problem if the other newcomers do not fit Odessa's style. Odessa stands strong, she hasn't lost her astonishing knack for assimilating people. A proud, cunning Polish Jew comes to Odessa, and before long we've turned him into a loud, gesticulating fellow who is as quick to flare up or calm down as the best of us. We're still busy grinding them down. Soon the time will come when all the ex-Tsarist officers who are used to life in the capital and their regiments in mezhibas will leave, and then all the red-bearded Jews, who walk dully down our streets, littering them dully with sunflower seed shells, will go back to their Grekoslavs and Tulas. The horns of ocean liners will once more blare in our harbor, and in our taverns old gramophones will once more croak words about Britannia ruling the waves. Our storehouses will be filled with oranges, coconuts, pepper, and Malaga wine, and in our granaries the greenish dust of pouring grain will rise. Inspiration. I felt sleepy and was in a bad mood. Just then Mishka dropped in to read me the novella he had written. "Lock the door," he said, and pulled a bottle of wine out of his coat pocket. "This is an evening to celebrate. I have finished my novella. I think this is the real thing. Let's drink to it." Mishka's face was pale and clammy. "Only fools will say that there's no such thing as happiness on earth," he said. "Happiness is inspiration. Yesterday I wrote the whole night through and didn't even notice the sun rising. Then I walked through town. Early in the morning it's striking, dew, silence, and almost nobody out and about. Everything is limpid, and the day begins bluish cold, spectral, and gentle. Let's drink to it. There's no mistake, this novella is definitely a turning point in my life." Mishka poured himself some wine and drank. His fingers trembled. He had remarkably beautiful hands, slim, white, and smooth, with fingers delicately pointed at the tip. "You know, I have to place this novella," he continued. "They'll all want it. They print such rubbish nowadays. Connections are the most important thing. I've already put out feelers. Sukhadin will take care of everything." "Mishka," I said to him, "you need to go through your novella again, I don't see a single correction." "Nonsense. There'll be time enough for that. Back home, everyone's making fun of me. Rira bien, qui rira le dernier. I'm not going to say anything. Just wait a year, then they'll all come running." The bottle was almost empty. "You've already had enough to drink, Mishka." "I need to get myself on a roll," he answered. "Last night I smoked 40 cigarettes." He took out his notebook. It was very thick indeed. I thought of asking him to leave it with me. But then I saw his pale forehead, with a swollen vein protruding, and his dangling tie, crooked and pitiful. "Well, Mr. Tolstoy," I said to him, "when you write your memoirs, don't forget to include me." Mishka smiled. "You bastard," he said. "You don't value our friendship at all." I made myself comfortable. Mishka leaned over his notebook. The room was quiet and the lights were dim. "My aim in this novella," Mishka said, "has been to come up with a new way of writing that is filled with cloudy dreams, subtle shadows, and illusions. How I loathe," loathe life's folly. Enough preamble, start reading. I said to him. He began. I listened carefully. It wasn't easy. The story was clumsy and boring. A clerk had fallen in love with a ballerina and kept lounging around under her window. She left town. The clerk fell ill because his dreams of love had come to nothing. It wasn't long before I stopped listening. The words were trite and boring, slippery as polished wood. Nothing was clear, not what the clerk was like, not what she was like. I looked at Mishka. His eyes were sparkling. He was grinding his dead cigarette butts between his fingers. His dull, gaunt face, horribly distorted with sterile creative ardor, his yellow, fat, protruding nose, and puffy, pale pink lips, all gradually brightened as he was gripped by the burgeoning power of his creative rapture. He read with agonizing slowness, and when he finished, he awkwardly put his notebook away and looked at me. Well, Mishka, I said to him slowly. You see, you need to think it through a little. The idea is quite original, it is very tender and everything, but, you see, it does need a little work, you see, it sort of needs to be edited down a little. T've been working on it for 3 years. Mishka said. Of course there are still a few rough edges, but as a whole it's fine, isn't it? Mishka had sensed something. His lips trembled. He hunched forward and took a terribly long time to light a cigarette. Mishka, I said to him. What you've written is marvelous. Your technique isn't quite there yet, but Aviendra. Damn it, there's so much in that head of yours. Mishka turned around, looked at me, and his eyes were like those of a child, tender, radiant, and happy. Let's go out into the street, he said. Let's go out, I can't breathe. The streets were dark and quiet. Mishka squeezed my hand hard and said, the one thing that I feel with utter conviction is that I have talent. My father wants me to look for a position somewhere. But I want. In autumn I'm off to Petrograd. Sukhadin will take care of everything. He fell silent, lit another cigarette with the one he was just finishing, and spoke more quietly. At times my inspiration is so strong that I'm in agony. At such times I know that what I am doing right. I sleep badly, always nightmares and anguish. I toss and turn for hours before I fall asleep. In the morning my head feels heavy, painful, terrible. I can only write at night, when I am alone, when there is silence, when my soul is burning. Dostoevsky always wrote at night, drinking a whole samovar of tea. Me, I have my cigarettes. You know, there's a blanket of smoke beneath my ceiling. We reached Mishka's house. His face was lit by a street lamp. A fierce, thin, yellow, happy face. Well, get there, damn it, he said, and squeezed my hand tighter. Everyone makes it big in Petrograd. Anyway, Mishka, I said, you've got to keep working. Sashka, my friend, he replied, grinning at me broadly and patronizingly. I'm no fool, I know what I know. Don't worry, I'm not about to start resting on my laurels. Come by tomorrow. We'll go through it again. Very well, I said. I'll come by. We parted. I went home. I felt very depressed. Dowdu. Back in those days I was a medical orderly in the hospital in the town of N. One morning General S., the hospital administrator, brought in a young girl and suggested she be taken on as a nurse. Needless to say, she was hired. The new nurse was called La Petite Dowdu. She was kept by the general, and in the evenings danced at the Café Chantant. She had a lithe, springy gait, the exquisite, almost angular gait of a dancer. In order to see her, I went to the Café Chantant. She danced an amazing tango acrobatic, with what I'd call chastity mixed with a vague, tender passion. At the hospital she worshipped all the soldiers, and looked after them like a servant. Once, When the chief surgeon was walking through the halls, he saw Daudu on her knees trying to button up the underpants of a pockmarked, apathetic little man called Diba. Diba! Aren't you ashamed of yourself? The surgeon called out. You should have gotten one of the men to do that. Daudu raised her calm, tender face and said, "Oh hey mon doctor, do you think I have never seen a man in his underpants before? I remember on the third day of Passover they brought us a badly injured French airman, a Monsieur Drouot. Both his legs had been smashed to bits. He was a Breton, strong, dark, and taciturn. His hard cheeks had a slight bluish tint. It was so strange to see his powerful torso, his strong, chiseled neck, and his broken, helpless legs. They put him in a small, private room. Daudu would sit with him for hours. They spoke warmly and quietly. Drouot talked about his flights and how he was all alone, none of his family was here, and how sad it all was. He fell in love with her, it was clear to all, and looked at her as was to be expected, tenderly, passionately, pensively. And Daudu, pressing her hands to her breast, told Sister Kurtatsova in the corridor with quiet amazement, "Il m'aime, ma sœur, il m'aime. He loves me, sister, he loves me." That Saturday night she was on duty and was sitting with Drouot. I was in a neighboring room and saw them. When Daudu arrived, he said, "Daudu, ma bien-aimée" / he rested his head on her breast and slowly started kissing her dark blue silk blouse. Daudu stood there without moving. Her fingers quivered and picked at the buttons of her blouse. "What is it you want?" Daudu asked him. He answered something. Daudu looked at him carefully and pensively, and slowly undid her lace collar. Her soft, white breast appeared. Drouot sighed, winced, and clung to her. Daudu closed her eyes in pain. But still, she noticed that he was uncomfortable, and so she unhooked her bodice. He clasped Daudu close, but moved sharply and moaned. "You're in pain," Daudu said. "You must stop. You mustn't." "Daudu," he said. "'Til die if you leave." I left the window. But I still saw Daudu's pale, pitiful face. I saw her try desperately not to hurt him, I heard the moan of passion and pain. The story got out. Daudu was dismissed. In short, she was fired. The last I saw of her she was standing in the hall, bidding me farewell. Heavy, bright tears fell from her eyes, but she was smiling so as not to upset me. "Goodbye," Daudu said, stretching out her slim, white-gloved hand to me. "Adieu, mon ami." She fell silent and then added, looking me straight in the eye, / Kelly, il merd, ils sol il me prédire non. He is cold, he is dying, he is alone, he begs me to, would I say no? At that moment, Diba, filthy and small, hobbled in at the end of the hall. "I swear to you," Daudu said to me in a soft, shaking voice. "I swear to you, if Diba had asked me to, I would have done the same for him." Shabbos Nakamu. Morning came, evening came. It was the 5th day of the week. Morning came, evening came. The 6th day of the week. On the 6th day, on Friday evening, one prays. Having prayed, one puts one's best hat on and goes for a stroll through the shtetl and then hurries home for dinner. At home a Jew will empty a glass of vodka and neither God nor the Talmud forbid him to empty two. He will eat gefilte fish and raisin cake. After dinner he feels quite jovial. He talks to his wife and then dozes off, one eye shut, his mouth hanging open. He dozes, but in the kitchen Gapka, his wife, hears music as if a blind fiddler had come from the shtetl and was playing beneath the window. This is how things go with your average Jew. But Herzl is not your average Jew. It wasn't by chance that he was famous in all of Ostropol, in all of Berdykov, and in all of Vilioisk. Herzl celebrated only one Friday evening in 6. On other Fridays he sat in the cold darkness with his family. His children cried. His wife hurled reproaches at him, each as heavy as a cobblestone. Herzl answered her with poetry. Once, word has it, Herzl decided to act with foresight. He set off on a Wednesday to go to a fair to make some money by Friday. Where there's a fair there's a Goyish gentleman, where there's a Goyish gentleman there are sure to be 10 Jews hovering about. But you'll be lucky to squeeze 3 groschen out of 10 Jews. They all listened to Herschel's routine, but quickly disappeared into thin air when the time came to pay up. His stomach empty as a wind instrument, Herzl shuffled back home. What did you earn? His wife asked him. Everlasting life, he answered. Both the rich and the poor promised it to me. Herschel's wife had only 10 fingers, but she had many more curses. Her voice boomed like mountain thunder. Other women have husbands who are like husbands. All my husband knows how to do is feed his wife jokes. Come New Year, may God rip out his tongue, his arms, and his legs. Amen. Herzl said. Candles burn in every window as if people were burning oak trees in their houses. My candles are thin as matchsticks, and they give off so much smoke that it rises all the way to heaven. Everyone has made their white bread already, but my husband brings me firewood as wet as newly washed hair. Herzl did not say a word. First, why throw kindling on a fire when it is blazing brightly? Second, what can one say to a ranting wife when she is absolutely right? The time came when his wife got tired of shouting. Herzl went to lie down on his bed and think. Why don't I go see Rabbi Baruchel, he thought. As is common knowledge, Rabbi Baruchel had a tendency to fall into a black melancholia, and there was no better cure for him than Herschel's jokes. Why don't I go see Rabbi Baruchel? It's true that the tzaddik's helpers keep the meat and only give me bones. Meat is better than bones, but bones are better than air. Let's go to Rabbi Baruchel. Herzl got up and went to harness his mare. She looked at him severely and morosely. This is great, Herzl, her eyes said. Yesterday you didn't give me any oats, the day before yesterday you didn't give me any oats, and I didn't get anything today either. If I don't get any oats by tomorrow, I'm going to have to give my life some serious thought. Herzl could not bear her penetrating stare. He lowered his eyes and patted her soft lips. Then he sighed so loudly that the horse understood. Herzl decided to go to Rabbi Baruchel on foot. When Herzl set out, the sun stood high in the sky. The hot road ran on ahead. White oxen slowly pulled carts piled high with fragrant hay. Mujiks sat on these piles, their legs dangling, and waved their long whips. The sky was blue and the whips were black. About 5 versts down the road, Herzl came to a forest. The sun was beginning to set. Soft fires raged in the sky. Barefoot girls chased cows from the pastures. The cows' pink udders swung heavily with milk. In the forest, Herzl was met by a cool, quiet twilight. Green leaves bent toward one another, caressed each other with their flat hands, and, softly whispering high in the trees, returned to their places, rustling and quivering. Herzl did not notice their whispering. An orchestra as large as the ones at Count Potoki's feasts was playing in his belly. The road before him was long. An airy darkness drifted from the edges of the earth, closed over Herschel's head, and scattered over the world. Unmoving lamps lit up in the sky. The world fell silent. It was night when Herzl came to the inn. A light flickered through the small window by which Zelda the landlady was sitting, sewing swaddling clothes in the warm room. Her belly was so large it looked as if she were about to give birth to triplets. Herzl looked at her small red face and blue eyes and greeted her. May I rest here a while, mistress? You may. Herzl sat down. His nostrils flared like a blacksmith's bellows. Hot flames were burning in the stove. In a large cauldron water was boiling, pouring steam over the waiting, snow-white dumplings. A plump chicken was bobbing up and down in a golden soup. The aroma of raisin pie wafted from the oven. Herzl sat on the bench writhing like a woman in labor. His mind was hatching more plots in a minute than King Solomon had wives. It was quiet in the room, the water was boiling, and the chicken bobbing in the golden soup. "Where is your husband?" "My husband went to the Goyish gentleman to pay the money for the rent." The landlady fell silent. Her childish eyes widened. Suddenly she said, "I am sitting here at the window, thinking. And I would like to ask you a question, Mr. Jew. I am sure you wander about the world quite a bit, and that you've studied with a rabbi and know about our Jewish ways. Me, I never studied with anyone. Tell me, Mr. Jew, will Shabbos Nakama come to us soon?" Aha! Herzl thought. Not a bad little question. In God's garden all kinds of potatoes grow. I am asking this because my husband promised that when Shabbos Nakama comes to us, we will go visit my mother, and he said 111 buy you a new dress, and a new wig, and we'll go to Rabbi Motalemi to ask that a son be born to us, and not a daughter, all of this when Shabbos Nakama comes. I think he's someone from the other world. You are not mistaken. Herzl answered. God placed these words in your mouth. You will have a son and a daughter. I am Shabbos Nakamu, mistress. The swaddling clothes slipped from Zelda's knees. She rose and banged her small head against a beam, for Zelda was tall and plump, flushed and young. Her breasts jutted up like two taut sacks filled with seed. Her blue eyes opened wide, like those of a child. I am Shabbos Nakamu, mistress. Herzl said again. This is the second month that I am walking the earth helping people. It is a long path from heaven down to earth. My shoes are falling apart. I have brought you greetings from all your loved ones. From Auntie Pashaya, the woman shouted. And from Papa, and Auntie Golda? You know them. Who doesn't? Herzl answered. I was speaking to them just the way I'm speaking to you now. How are they doing up there? The woman asked, clutching her belly with trembling fingers. They are doing badly, Herzl said dolefully. How should a dead person be doing? There are no feasts up there. The woman's eyes filled with tears. It is cold up there, Herzl continued. They are cold and hungry. They eat just what angels eat, nobody in that world is allowed to eat more than angels. And what do angels need? All they need is a swig of water up there, you won't see a glass of vodka in 100 years. Poor Papa, the devastated woman whispered. At Passover he gets one latke. And a blin has to last him a day and a night. Poor Auntie Pashaya, the woman stammered. I myself have to go hungry. Herzl said, turning his head away as a tear rolled down his nose and fell into his beard. And I'm not allowed to complain, as they think of me as one of them. Herzl didn't get any further. With fat feet slapping over the floor, the woman ran to get plates, bowls, glasses, and bottles. When Herzl started eating, the woman was completely convinced that he was a man from the other world. To start with, Herzl ate chopped liver with finely diced onions doused in fat. Then he had a glass of the best vodka, orange peels floated in it. Then he had fish, mashing soft potatoes into the aromatic broth, and he poured on the side of his plate half a jar of red horseradish, a horseradish that would have driven 5 fully decked out counts to tears of envy. After the fish, Herzl busied himself with the chicken, and spooned down the soup in which droplets of fat swam. The dumplings, dipped in melted butter, fled into Herschel's mouth like hares fleeing a hunter. I need not dwell on what happened to the pies. What else could have happened to them if one takes into account that at times a whole year would pass without Herzl ever seeing a pie. After the meal, the woman collected all the things she wanted to send with Herzl to the other world for Papa, Auntie Golda, and Auntie Pashaya. For her father she packed a new prayer shawl, a bottle of cherry liqueur, a jar of raspberry jam, and a pouch of tobacco. For Auntie Pashaya she brought out some warm grey stockings. For Auntie Golda she packed an old wig, a large comb, and a prayer book. She also gave Herzl some shoes for himself, a loaf of bread, fat cracklings, and a silver coin. Greet everyone from me, Mr. Shabasnakamu. Greet everyone from me, she called after Herzl as he left, carrying the heavy bundle. Or why don't you stay a little longer, until my husband comes back? No, Herzl said. I must hurry. Do you think you are the only one I have to see? In the dark forest the trees were sleeping, the birds were sleeping, the green leaves were sleeping. The stars that stand watch over us had gone pale and began flickering. After about a verst, Herzl stopped to catch his breath, heaved the bundle off his shoulder, sat on it, and thought things through. One thing I must tell you, Herzl, he said to himself. There's no lack of fools in this world. The mistress of the inn is a fool, but her husband might well be a clever man with big fists and fat cheeks and a long whip. What if he comes home and then hunts you down in the forest? Herzl did not waste time weighing the odds. He immediately buried his bundle and marked the place so that he could find it again. Then he ran off toward the opposite side of the forest, took off all his clothes, threw his arms around the trunk of a tree, and waited. He did not have to wait long. As dawn approached he heard the lashes of a whip, the smacking lips of a horse, and the clattering of hooves. It was the innkeeper in full pursuit of Mr. Shabasnakamu. The innkeeper pulled his cart up to Herzl, who stood naked, hugging the tree. He reined in his horse and looked at Herzl with an expression as foolish as that of a monk coming face to face with the devil. What are you doing? The innkeeper asked him in a cracked voice. I am a man from the other world, Herzl told him dolefully. I was robbed. They took some important papers which I was taking to Rabbi Baruchel. I know who robbed you, the innkeeper shouted. I myself have some accounts to settle with him. Which way did he go? I cannot tell you which way he went. Herzl whispered bitterly. But give me your horse, and I shall catch him in an instant. Just wait for me here. Undress, stand by the tree, hug it, and don't move an inch until I return. This tree is a holy tree. Many things in our world depend on it. Herzl had been quick to size this man up. One glance had been enough to tell him that husband and wife were not all that far apart. And, sure enough, the innkeeper took off his clothes, went over to the tree, and stood by it. Herzl jumped into the cart and rode off. He dug up his things, put them in the cart, and rode to the edge of the forest. Herzl left the horse, slung the bundle over his shoulder, and continued along the road that led to Rabbi Baruchel's house. The sun had already risen. The birds sang, closing their eyes. The innkeeper's mare, her head hanging low, pulled the empty cart back to where she had left her master. The innkeeper, naked beneath the rays of the rising sun, stood waiting for her huddled against the tree. He felt cold. He was shifting from one foot to the other. On the field of honor. The following stories are the beginning of my notes on the war. Their plots were taken from books written by French soldiers and officers who took part in the battles. In some passages I have altered the plot and the narrative form, in others I tried to stay as close as possible to the original. On the field of honor. The German batteries were shelling the villages with heavy artillery. The peasants were running for Paris. They dragged with them cripples, freaks, women in labor, dogs, sheep, goods, and chattels. The sky, sparkling with heat and azure, slowly turned crimson, heavy, and clouded with smoke. The sector near N was occupied by the 37th Infantry Regiment. Losses were great. The regiment was preparing to counterattack. Captain Radin was making his rounds of the trenches. The sun was at its zenith. The neighboring sector sent word that all the officers of the 4th Company had fallen. The 4th Company was continuing its resistance. Radin saw the shape of a man about 300 meters from the trenches. It was Private Bidu, Simpleton Bidu. He was cowering in a wet pit, which had been made by an exploding shell. The soldier was doing what obscene old men in villages and depraved boys in public lavatories do. I don't think I need say more. Bidu. Button yourself up, the captain yelled in disgust. Why are you here? I. I can't tell you. I'm frightened, Captain. You found yourself a wife here, you swine. You have the gall to tell me to my face that you're a coward? You have abandoned your comrades just when the regiment is about to attack. Bien, mon cochon. I swear to you, Captain, I've tried everything. Bidou. I said to myself. Be reasonable. I drank a whole bottle of pure spirits for courage. Je ne peux pas, capitaine. I'm frightened, Captain. The simpleton lay his head on his knees, clutched it with both hands, and began to cry. Then he looked up at the captain, and through the slits of his porcine eyes flickered timid, tender hope. Raiden was a quick-tempered man. He had lost 2 brothers in the war and had a wound in his neck that hadn't healed. A wave of blasphemous abuse poured over the soldier, a dry hot torrent of the repulsive, frenzied, and nonsensical words that send blood pounding to the temples, and drive one man to kill another. Instead of answering, Bidou quietly shook his round, red-haired, tousled head, the heavy head of the village idiot. No power on earth could have made him stand up. The captain came right to the edge of the pit and whispered very quietly. Get up, Bidou, or I will piss on you from head to toe. He did as he said. Captain Raiden was not a man to joke with. A reeking stream splashed forcefully over the soldier's face. Bidou was an idiot, a village idiot, but he could not bear this insult. He gave a long, inhuman howl. The miserable, solitary, forlorn howl spread over the harrowed fields. He jumped up, wrung his hands, and bolted over the field toward the German trenches. An enemy bullet struck him in the chest. Raiden finished him off with 2 shots from his revolver. The soldier's body didn't even twitch. It was left lying in no man's land, between enemy lines. Thus died Celestin Bidou, a Norman peasant from Ori, 21 years of age, on the blood-stained fields of France. The story I have told here is true. Captain Gaston Vidal wrote of it in his book Figures et Anecdotes de la Grande Guerre. He had witnessed the event. He also fought for France, Captain Vidal did. The deserter. Captain Jemier was an outstanding man, and a philosopher too. On the battlefield he never hesitated, in private life he was capable of overlooking minor offenses. It is no small thing for a man to be able to overlook minor offenses. He loved France with a soul-devouring fervor, and his hatred for the barbarians who were defiling her ancient soil was relentless, unquenchable, and lifelong. What more can one say about Jemier? He loved his wife, brought up his children to be good citizens, was a Frenchman, a patriot, a Parisian, and a lover of books and beautiful things. Then one fine rosy spring morning, Captain Jemier was informed that an unarmed soldier had been found between French and enemy lines. The soldier's intention to defect was obvious, his guilt clear, and he was brought back under guard. Is that you, Boge? Yes, Captain, the soldier replied, saluting. I see you took advantage of the dawn to catch a breath of fresh air. Silence. C'est bien. You may leave the 2 of us alone. The other soldiers left. Jemier locked the door. The soldier was 20 years old. You know what awaits you. Voyons, explain yourself. Boge told him everything. He said that he was sick of war. T'am sick of war, mon capitaine. No sleep for 6 nights because of the shelling. He had a horror of war. He had not wanted to go to the other side as a traitor, but to give himself up. In a word, our little Boge was unexpectedly eloquent. He told the captain that he was only 20, mon Dieu, c'est nature, one makes mistakes at 20. He had a mother, a fiancée, de bons amis. His whole life lay before him, before 20-year-old Boge, and he would have ample time to make up for his transgression against France. Captain, what would my mother say if she found out that I was shot like a wretched criminal? The soldier fell to his knees. Don't try that with me, Boge, the captain told him. The other soldiers saw you. We get 5 soldiers like you, and the whole company is poisoned. C'est la fate. Selajamais ***, that would mean defeat. Never. You are going to die, Boj, but I shall save your honor. The local authorities will not be informed of your disgrace. Your mother will be told that you fell on the field of honor. Let's go. The soldier followed his superior officer. When they got to the forest, the captain stopped, took out his revolver, and held it out to Boj. This is how you can avoid a court-martial. You will shoot yourself. I will come back in 5 minutes. By then everything must be over. Jemir walked away. Not a sound interrupted the silence of the forest. The captain returned. Boj was waiting for him, hunched over. I can't, Captain, he whispered. I don't have the strength. And he recommenced the same long story: his mother, his fiancée, his friends, the life that lay before him. I am giving you another 5 minutes, Boj. Don't waste my time. When the captain returned, he found the soldier lying on the ground, sobbing, his fingers twitching weakly on the revolver. Jemir helped the soldier to his feet and, looking him in the eye, said in a quiet, friendly voice, Boj, my friend. Could it be that you don't know how to do it? He slowly took the revolver from the young boy's wet hands, walked away 3 paces, and shot him in the head. This incident is also described in Gaston Vidal's book. And the soldier was in actual fact called Boj. I am not fully sure if this captain's name really was Jemir. Vidal's story is dedicated with deep reverence to a certain Firmin Jemir, and I believe this dedication might well indicate that the captain's name was indeed Jemir. Furthermore, Vidal maintains that the captain was a patriot, a soldier, a good father, and a man who was capable of overlooking minor offenses. And that is quite a commendable trait in a man, being able to overlook minor offenses. Papa Marescat's family. We occupy a village that we have taken from the enemy. It is a tiny Picardy village, lovely and modest. Our company has been bivouacked in the cemetery. Surrounding us are smashed crucifixes and fragments of statues and tombstones wrecked by the sledgehammer of an unknown defiler. Rotting corpses have spilled out of coffins shattered by shells. A picture worthy of you, Michelangelo. A soldier has no time for mysticism. A field of skulls has been dug up into trenches. War is war. We're still alive. If it is our lot to increase the population of this chilly little hole, we should at least make these decaying corpses dance a jig to the tune of our machine guns. A shell had blown off the cover of one of the vaults. This so I could have a shelter, no doubt about it. I made myself comfortable in that hole, que voulez-vous, on lo joueur put .1. So it's a wonderful, bright spring morning. I am lying on corpses, looking at the fresh grass, thinking of Hamlet. He wasn't that bad a philosopher, the poor prince. Skulls spoke to him in human words. Nowadays, that kind of skill would really come in handy for a lieutenant of the French army. Lieutenant, there's some civilian here who wants to see you, a corporal calls out to me. What the hell does a civilian want in these nether regions? A character enters. A shabby, shriveled little old man. He is wearing his Sunday best. His frock coat is bespattered with mud. A half-empty sack dangles from his cowering shoulders. There must be a frozen potato in it every time he moves, something rattles in the sack. Eh bien, what do you want? My name, you see, is Monsieur Marescot, the civilian whispers, and bows. That is why I've come. So. I would like to bury Madame Marescot and the rest of my family, Monsieur Lieutenant. What? My name, you see, is Papa Marescot. The old man lifts his hat from his grey forehead. Perhaps you have heard of me, Monsieur Lieutenant. Papa Marescot. I have heard this name before. Of course I have heard it. This is the story. 3 days ago, at the beginning of our occupation, All non-enemy civilians had been issued the order to evacuate. Some left, others stayed. Those who stayed hid in cellars. But their courage was no match for the bombardment. The stone defense proved hopeless. Many were killed. A whole family had been crushed beneath the debris of a cellar. It was the Merscott family. Their name had stuck in my mind, a true French name. They had been a family of 4, the father, mother, and 2 daughters. Only the father survived. You poor man. So you are Merscott. This is so sad. Why did you have to go into that damned cellar, why? The corporal interrupted me. It looks like they're starting up again, Lieutenant. That was to be expected. The Germans had noticed the movement in our trenches. The volley came from the right flank, then it moved farther left. I grabbed Papa Merscott by the collar and pulled him down. My boys ducked their heads and sat quietly under cover, no one as much as sticking his nose out. Papa Merscott sat pale and shivering in his Sunday best. A 5-inch kitten was meowing nearby. What can I do for you, Papa? This is no time to beat about the bush. As you can see, we're at each other's throats here. Mon Lieutenant, I've told you everything. I would like to bury my family. Fine, FLL, send the men to collect the bodies. I have the bodies with me, Monsieur Lieutenant. What? He pointed to the sack. In it were the meager remains of Papa Merscott's family. I shuddered with horror. Very well, Papa, I will have my men bury them. He looked at me as if I had just uttered the greatest idiocy. When this hellish din has died down, I continued, we shall dig an excellent grave for them. Rest assured, Père Merscott, we will take care of everything. But I have a family vault. Splendid, where is it? But what? But we're sitting in it as we speak, Mon Lieutenant. The Quaker. Thou shalt not kill, one of the commandments dictates. This is why Stone, a Quaker, enlisted in the Drivers' Corps. He could serve his country without committing the mortal sin of murder. His wealth and education could have secured him a higher post, but, a slave to his conscience, he humbly accepted an insignificant position and the company of people he found coarse. Who was Stone? He was a bald dome on top of a long stick. The Lord had given him this body with only one objective, to raise Stone's thoughts above the sorrows and cares of this world. His every move was nothing more than a victory of spirit over matter. Regardless of how bad things were, when he was sitting at the wheel of his car he bore himself with the wooden firmness of a preacher in his pulpit. No one ever saw him laugh. One morning Stone was off duty and decided to go for a walk to pay homage to the Lord in the midst of his creation. An enormous Bible under his arm, Stone strode with his long legs over meadows revived by spring. The blue sky, the twittering of the sparrows in the grass, filled him with joy. Stone sat down, opened his Bible, but at that very moment he saw an untethered horse, its scrawny ribs jutting out, appear by the bend in the path. Stone immediately heard the powerful voice of duty calling him from within. Back home, he was a member of the Society for the Protection of Animals. He went up to the beast, patted its soft lips, and, forgetting his walk, set off for the stables, clutching his Bible. On the way, he stopped to let the horse drink at a well. The stably boy was a young man named Becker. His ways had always triggered righteous indignation in Stone. At every posting, Becker left inconsolable fiancées. I could report you to the major, the Quaker told him. But I hope that this time a simple warning will be enough. You are going to look after this poor sick horse, which deserves a much better fate than you do. And he marched off with a measured, solemn gait, ignoring the guffaws behind him. The young man's square, protruding chin convincingly testified of his invincible stubbornness. A few days passed. The horse was still wandering about neglected. This time, Stone told Becker severely, "Son of Satan," this is more or less how he started his speech. "The Lord Almighty may well allow you to destroy your soul, but your grievous sins should not be allowed to fall upon an innocent mare. Look at her, you wretch. She is stomping about, greatly unsettled. I am certain you are treating her roughly, as is to be expected from a criminal like you. I shall say this one last time, you devil's progeny, head to your own damnation as fast as you see fit, but look after this horse, or you will have me to answer to. From that day on, Stone felt that Providence had invested him with a special mission, to care for the fate of the abused quadruped. He felt that people, sinful as they were unworthy of respect. But for animals he felt an indescribable compassion. His exhausting duties did not hinder him from keeping his inviolable promise to God. At night the Quaker would often get out of his car, he slept in it, huddled on the seats, in order to make sure that the horse was at a suitable distance from Becker's nail-studded boot. In good weather, Stone would even mount the beloved animal. The poor nag, trotting along with an air of importance, would carry Stone's long, scrawny body over the green fields, while Stone, his face yellowish and sallow and his lips pressed tight, would picture the immortal, toy soldier-like figure of the knight of the mournful countenance trotting on his mare Rosinante, over flowers and pastures green. Stone's zeal bore fruit. The stably boy felt Stone's relentless eyes upon him, and used every trick in the book not to be caught in the act, but when he was alone with the mare, he vented on her all the fury of his base soul. He felt an inexplicable dread of the taciturn Quaker, and he hated him because of this, and despised himself. The only way he could raise himself in his own esteem was to taunt the horse which the Quaker had taken under his wing. Such is the despicable pride of man. Locking himself in the stables with the horse, the stably boy pricked her hairy, sagging lips with red-hot needles, lashed her across the spine with a wire whip, and threw salt in her eyes. When he finally let the tortured animal totter fearfully to its stall, blinded by stinging salt and swaying like a drunkard, the stably boy threw himself in the hay and laughed his heart out, enjoying his revenge to the fullest. There was a change at the front. Stone's division was relocated to a more dangerous position. His religious beliefs did not permit him to kill, but they did permit him to be killed. The Germans were advancing on the Isera. Stone was transporting the injured. All around him, men of various nationalities were dying at an incredible rate. Old generals, spotlessly clean, their faces swollen, stood on hilltops and monitored the area with field glasses. There was a ceaseless barrage of cannon fire. A stench rose from the earth, the sun rummaged through the mangled corpses. Stone forgot his horse. But within a week his conscience began gnawing at him, and he found an opportunity to return to the area where he had been stationed before. He found the horse in a dark shed made of a few rickety planks. The mare was so weak she could barely stand. Her eyes were covered with a grimy film. She neighed weakly when she saw her true friend, and lay her faltering muzzle on his hand. "It isn't my fault," the stably boy told Stone cheekily. "We're not being given any oats." "Fine," Stone said. "Till go get some oats." He looked up at the sky that shone through a hole in the roof, and went outside. I came across him a few hours later and asked him whether the road he was driving down wasn't too dangerous. He seemed more intense than usual. The last few blood-drenched days had left a deep mark on him, it was as if he were in mourning for himself. "I haven't run into any trouble this far," he mumbled. "But things might well end up badly." And suddenly he added, "I'm heading for the forage stores. I need some oats." The following morning a search party of soldiers that was sent out to look for him found him dead at the wheel of his car. A bullet had penetrated his forehead. The car had crashed into a ditch. Thus died Stone, the Quaker, on account of his love for a horse. The sin of Jesus. Irina had a little room by the grand stairway near the guest rooms, and Sergei, the janitor's assistant, had a room near the service entrance. They had done a shameful deed together. Irina bore Sergei twins on Easter Sunday. Water flows, stars shine, muzhiks feel lust, and Irina again found herself in a delicate condition. She is in her 6th month, the months just roll by when a woman is pregnant, and Sergei ends up being drafted into the army, a fine mess. So Irina goes to him and says, "Listen, Serganya, there's no point in me sitting around waiting for you. We won't see each other for 4 years, and I wouldn't be surprised if I had another brood of 3 or 4 by the time you come back. Working in a hotel, your skirt is hitched up more often than not. Whoever takes a room here gets to be your lord and master, Jews, or whatever. When you come back from the army my womb will be worn out, I'll be washed up as a woman, I don't think I'll be of any use to you." "True enough," Sergei said, nodding his head. "The men who want to marry me right now are Trofimish the contractor, he's a rude roughneck, Isai Abramish, a little old man, and then there's the warden of Nililosvyatskoy church, he's very feeble, but your vigor has rattled my soul to pieces. As the Lord is my witness, I'm all chewed up. In 3 months I'll be rid of my burden, I'll leave the baby at the orphanage, and I'll go marry them." When Sergei heard this he took off his belt and gave Irina a heroic beating, aiming for her belly. "Hey," the woman says to him. "Don't beat me on the gut, remember it's your stuffing in there, not no one else's." She received many savage wallops, he shed many a bitter tear, the woman's blood flowed, but that's neither here nor there. The woman went to Jesus Christ and said, "This and that, Lord Jesus. Me, I'm Irina, the maid from the Hotel Madrid and Louvre on Tverskia Street. Working in a hotel, your skirt is hitched up more often than not. Whoever takes a room there gets to be your lord and master, Jews, or whatever. Here on earth walks a humble servant of yours, Sergei the janitor's assistant. I bore him twins last year on Easter Sunday." And she told him everything. And what if Sergei didn't go to the army, the savior pondered. The constable would drag him off. "Ah, the constable," the savior said, his head drooping. "I'd forgotten all about him." "Ah, and how about if you led a pure life?" "For 4 years," the woman gasped. "Do you mean to say that everyone should stop living a life? You're still singing the same old tune. How are we supposed to go forth and multiply? Do me a favor and spare me such advice." Here the Savior's cheeks flushed crimson. The woman had stung him to the quick, but he said nothing. You cannot kiss your own ear, even the Savior knew that. "This is what you need to do, humble servant of the Lord, glorious maidenly sinner Irina," the Savior proclaimed in all his glory. "I have a little angel prancing about up in heaven, his name is Alfred, and he's gotten completely out of hand. He keeps moaning, 'Why, O Lord, did you make me an angel at 20, a fresh lad like me?' I'll give you, Irina, servant of God, Alfred the angel as a husband for 4 years. He'll be your prayer, your salvation, and your pretty boy, too. And there's no way you'll get a child from him, not even a duckling, because there's a lot of fun in him, but no substance." "That's just what I need," Maid Irina cried. "It's their substance that has driven me to the brink of the grave 3 times in 2 years. This will be a sweet respite for you, child of God, a light prayer, like a song. Amen." And thus it was decided. Alfred, a frail, tender youth, was sent down, and fluttering on his pale blue shoulders were 2 wings, rippling in a rosy glow like doves frolicking in the heavens. Irina hugged him, sobbing with emotion and female tenderness. "My little Alfredushka, my comfort and joy, my one and only." The Savior gave her instructions that, before going to bed, she had to take off the angel's wings, which were mounted on hinges, just like door hinges, and she had to take them off and wrap them in a clean sheet for the night, because at the slightest frolic the wings could break, as they were made of infant's size and nothing more. The Savior blessed the union one last time, and called over a choir of abbots for the occasion, their voices thundering in song. There was nothing to eat, not even a hint of food that wouldn't have been proper, and Irina and Alfred, embracing, descended to earth on a silken rope ladder. They went to Petrovka, that's where the woman dragged him to, She bought him lacquered shoes, checkered tricot trousers. By the way, not only was he not wearing pants, he was completely in the altogether, a hunting frock, and a vest of electric blue velvet. As for the rest, sweetie, she said, we'll find that at home. That day Irina did not work in the hotel, she took the day off. Sergei came and made a big to-do outside her room, but she wouldn't open, and called out from behind her door, Sergei Nifantich, I'm busy washing my feet right now and would be obliged if you would distance yourself without all that to do. He left without saying a word. The angelic power was already taking effect. Irina cooked a meal fit for a merchant. She was devilishly proud, she was. A quart of vodka, and even some wine, Danube herring with potatoes, a samovar filled with tea. No sooner had Alfred eaten this earthly abundance than he keeled over into a deep sleep. Irina managed to snatch his wings off their hinges just in time. She wrapped them up, and then carried Alfred to her bed. Lying on her fluffy eiderdown, on her frayed, sin-ridden bed, is a snow-white wonder, an otherworldly brilliance radiating from him. Shafts of moonlight mix with red rays and dart about the room, tripling over their feet. And Irina weeps, rejoices, sings, and prays. The unheard of, O Irina, has befallen you in this shattered world, blessed art thou among women. They had drunk down the whole quart of vodka. And it was pretty obvious, too. As they fell asleep, Irina rolled over onto Alfred with the hot, 6-month gut that Sergei had saddled her with. You can imagine the weight. It wasn't enough that she was sleeping next to an angel, it wasn't enough that the man next to her wasn't spitting on the wall, or snoring, or snorting. No, it wasn't enough for this lusty, crazed wench. She had to warm her bloated, combustible belly even more. And so she crushed the Lord's angel, crushed him in her drunken bliss, crushed him in her rapture like a week-old infant, mangled him beneath her, and he came to a fatal end, and from his wings, wrapped in the sheet, pale tears flowed. Dawn came, the trees bowed down low. In the distant northern woods, every fir tree turned into a priest, every fir tree genuflected. The woman comes again before the throne of the Savior. She is strong, her shoulders wide, her red hands carrying the young corpse. Behold, Lord! This was too much for Jesus' gentle soul, and he cursed the woman from the bottom of his heart. As it is in the world, Irina, so it shall be with you. But Lord, the woman said to him in a low voice. Was it I who made my body heavy, who brewed the vodka, who made a woman's soul lonely and stupid? I do not wish to have anything further to do with you, Lord Jesus exclaimed. You have crushed my angel, you trollop, you. And Irina was hurled back down to earth on a purulent wind, to Tverskia Street, to her sentence at the Madrid and Louvre. There all caution had been thrown to the winds. Sergei was carousing away the last few days before he had to report as a recruit. Trofimish, the contractor, who had just come back from Kolomna, saw how healthy and red-cheeked she was. Oh, what a nice little gut, he said, among other things. Isai Abramish, the little old man, came wheezing over when he heard about the little gut. After all that has happened, he said, I cannot settle down with you lawfully, but I can definitely still lie with you. 6 feet under, that's where he should be lying, and not spitting into her soul like everyone else. It was as if they had all broken loose from their chains. Dishwashers, peddlers, foreigners. A tradesman likes to have some fun. And here ends my tale. Before she gave birth, the remaining 3 months flew by quickly. Irina went out into the backyard behind the janitor's room, raised her horribly large belly to the silken skies, and idiotically uttered, Here you are, Lord, here is my gut. They bang on it as if it were a drum. Why, I don't know. And then, Lord, I end up like this again. I've had enough. Jesus drenched Irina with his tears. The Savior fell to his knees. Forgive me, my Aranushka, sinful God that I am, that I have done this to you. I will not forgive you, Jesus Christ. Arena replied. I will not. An evening with the Empress. Siberian salmon caviar and a pound of bread in my pocket. Nowhere to go. I am standing on Anikov Bridge, huddling against Claude's horses. A heavy evening is descending from Morskaya. Orange lights wrapped in gauze roam along the Nevsky Prospect. I need shelter. Hunger is plucking at me the way a clumsy brat plucks at the strings of a violin. My mind schemes over all the apartments abandoned by the bourgeoisie. The Anikov Palace shimmers into view in all its squat splendor. There's my shelter. It isn't hard to slip into the entrance hall unnoticed. The palace is empty. An unhurried mouse is scratching away in one of the chambers. I am in the library of the Dowager Empress Maria Fyodorovna. 2 Empress Maria Fyodorovna's daughter-in-law, Empress Alexandra, 1872–1918, wife of Tsar Nicholas II. An old German is standing in the middle of the room, stuffing cotton wool in his ears. He is about to leave. Luck kisses me on the lips. I know this German. I once typed a report for him, free of charge, about the loss of his passport. This German belongs to me, from his puffy head to his good-natured toes. We decide that I have an appointment with Lunacharsky. Anatoly Lunacharsky, 1875–1933, Marxist critic and playwright, was USSR's first Commissar of Education in the library, and that I am waiting for him. The melodic ticking of the clock erases the German from the room. I am alone. Balls of crystal blaze above me in the silky yellow light. A warmth beyond description rises from the steam pipes of the central heating. The deep divans wrap my frozen body in calm. A quick inspection yields results. I discover a potato pie in the fireplace, a saucepan, a pinch of tea and sugar. And behold! The spirit stove just stuck its bluish little tongue out. That evening I ate like a human being. I spread the most delicate of napkins on an ornate little Chinese table glittering with ancient lacquer. I washed down each piece of my brown ration bread with a sip of sweet, steaming tea, its coral stars dancing on the faceted sides of the glass. The bulging velvet palms of the cushion beneath me caressed my bony hips. Outside the windows, fluffy snow crystals fell on the Petersburg granite deadened by the hard frost. Light streamed down the warm walls in glittering lemon torrents, touching book spines that responded with a bluish gold twinkle. The books, their pages molding and fragrant, carried me to faraway Denmark. Over half a century ago they had been given to the young princess as she left her small, chaste country for savage Russia. On the austere title pages, the ladies of the court who had raised her bade her farewell in 3 slanting lines, in fading ink, as did her friends from Copenhagen, the daughters of state councillors, her tutors, parchment professors from the lycée, and her father, the king, and her mother, the queen, her weeping mother. Long shelves of small plump books with blackened gilt edges, children's Bibles speckled with timid ink splotches, clumsy little prayers written to Lord Jesus, Morocco leather volumes of Lamartine and Chenier containing dried flowers crumbling to dust. I leaf through the gossamer pages that have survived oblivion, and the image of a mysterious country, a thread of exotic days, unfurls before me, low walls encircling the royal gardens, dew on the trimmed lawns, the drowsy emerald canals, the tall king with chocolate sideburns, the calm ringing of the bell above the palace cathedral and, maybe, love a young girl's love, a fleeting whisper in the heavy halls. Empress Maria Fyodorovna, a small woman with a tightly powdered face, a consummate schemer with an indefatigable passion for power, a fierce female among the Preobrazhensky grenadiers, a ruthless but attentive mother, crushed by the German woman * unfurls the scroll of her long, somber life before me. It was very late that night when I tore myself from this sorrowful and touching chronicle, from the spectres with their blood-drenched skulls. The balls of crystal covered in swirls of dust were still blazing peacefully above me on the ornate brown ceiling. Next to my tattered shoes, leaden rivulets had crystallized on the blue carpet. Exhausted by my thoughts and the silent heat, I fell asleep. In the depths of the night I made my way toward the exit over the dully glinting parquet of the corridors. Alexander Ill's study was a high-ceilinged box with boarded-up windows facing the Nevsky Prospect. Mikhail Alexandrovich's 3 rooms were the lively apartment of a cultivated officer who likes his exercise. The walls were decorated with bright, pink-patterned wallpaper. Little porcelain bibelots, of the naive and redundantly fleshy genre of the 17th century, lined the low mantelpieces. Pressed against a column, I waited for a long time for the last court lackey to fall asleep. He dropped his wrinkled jowls, clean-shaven out of age-old habit, the lantern weakly gilding his high, lolling forehead. At 1 in the morning I was out in the street. The Nevsky Prospect welcomed me into its sleepless womb. I went to the Nikolaevsky station to sleep. Let those who have fled the city know that there is still a place in Petersburg where a homeless poet can spend the night. Chenk. A vicious night. Slashing wind. A dead man's fingers pluck at the frozen entrails of Petersburg. The crimson pharmacies on street corners freeze over. A pharmacist's prim head lolls to the side. The frost grips the pharmacy by its purple heart. And the pharmacy's heart dies. The Nevsky Prospect is empty. Ink vials shatter in the sky. It is 2 in the morning. The end. A vicious night. A young girl and a gentleman are sitting by the railing of the Café Bristol. 2 whimpering backs. 2 freezing ravens by a leafless bush. If, with the help of Satan, you manage to succeed the deceased Tsar, then see if the masses will follow you, you mother killers. Just you try. The Latvians will back them, and those Latvians are Mongols, Glafira. The man's jowls hang on both sides of his face like a rag peddler's sacks. In the man's reddish-brown pupils wounded cats prowl. I beg you, for the love of Christ, Aristarch Terentich. Please go to Nadezhinskaya Street. Who will walk up to me if I'm sitting with a man? A Chinese in a leather jacket walks past. He lifts a loaf of bread above his head. With his blue fingernail he draws a line across the crust. 1 pound. Glafira raises 2 fingers. 2 pounds. 1,000 saws moan in the ossified snow of the side streets. A star twinkles in the hard, inky firmament. The Chinese man stops and mumbles to her through clenched teeth, "You a dirty one? Huh. I'm a nice clean girl, comrade." Pound. On Nadezhinskaya Street, Aristarch looks back with sparks in his eyes. "Darling," the girl says to the Chinese man in a hoarse voice, "I've got my godfather with me. Will you let him sleep in a corner?" The Chinese man slowly nods his head. "Oh, great wisdom of the East. Aristarch Terentich," the girl yells casually, leaning against the smooth leather shoulder. "My acquaintance is inviting you to join us for company." Aristarch Terentich immediately livens up. For reasons beyond the control of management, he is currently not employed, she whispers, wriggling her shoulders. But he had a past with meat and potatoes in it. Definitely. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. Aristarch Terentich Sheremetsev. At the hotel they were served Chinese liquor and weren't even asked to pay. Late at night, the Chinese man slipped out of bed into the darkness of the room. "Where are you going?" Glafira asked gruffly, twisting her legs. There was a large sweat stain under her back. The Chinese man went over to Aristarch, who was sleeping on the floor by the washstand. He shook the old man's shoulders and pointed to Glafira. "Oh, yes, yes, pal." Aristarch prattled from the floor, a definite yes. And with quick little steps he hobbled over to the bed. "Get away from me, you dog!" Glafira shouted. "Your Chinaman's finished me off already." "She won't do it, pal." Aristarch hissed quickly. "You ordered her to, but she isn't obeying." "He friend," the Chinese man said. "He do. Big harlot." "You are an elderly gentleman, Aristarch Terentich," the girl whispered, letting the old man climb into bed with her. "What's got into your head?" Period. A tale about a woman. Once upon a time there was a woman, her name was Xenia. Large bosom, round shoulders, blue eyes. That was the kind of woman she was. If only you and I had such a woman. Her husband was killed on the battlefield. 3 years she lived without a husband, working in the house of a rich family. The rich family wanted a hot meal 3 times a day. Wood they never burned, nothing but coal. The heat from the coals was unbearable in coal's fiery roses glow. For 3 years the woman cooked for the rich family, and she was virtuous with the menfolk. But where do you hide a gigantic bosom like that? Can you tell me? The 4th year she goes to the doctor. My head feels all heavy, she says to him. 1 minute I'm ablaze with fire, the next FM all weak. And this, believe it or not, is what the doctor tells her. Is there no menfolk running around in your courtyard? Oi, woman. I wouldn't dare, Xenia said, bursting into tears. FM a delicate girl. And indeed she was a delicate girl. Xenia's bitter tears made her eyes bluer. Old Mother Morozika took matters in hand. Old Mother Morozika was the midwife and potion maker for the whole street. The likes of her are ruthless with a woman's insides. Give her half a chance to steam them out, and you'll be lucky if even a blade of grass will ever grow there again. Xenia, she says, I'll fix things for you. A dryness has cracked the soil. All it needs is some God-sent rain. A mushroom needs to sprout up in a woman, all soggy and rank. And she brought him. Valentin Ivanovich was his name. Not much to look at, but quite a joker, and he could make up nice ditties. He didn't have a body worth mentioning, his hair was long, and he was covered with a rainbow scattering of pimples. But did Xenia need a bull? He was a man, and could make up nice ditties. Could you find anything better in the world? Xenia cooked 100 blini and raisin pies. 3 eiderdowns were laid on her bed, and 6 pillows, all nice and fluffy, all for you to roll around in, Valentin. Evening came, the guests squeezed into the tiny room behind the kitchen, everyone downed a glass of vodka. Old Mother Morozika had put on a silk kerchief, you wouldn't believe how respectable she looked. And Valentin spoke wonderful words to Xenia. Ah, Xenia, my sweet one. I am a neglected man in this world, a dog-tired youth. Do not think of me lackadaisically. Night will descend with stars and black fans. Oh, can a man express his soul in a poem? Oh, timid man that I am. Word upon word. Needless to say, they emptied 2 whole bottles of vodka and 3 of wine. Not to mention 5 rubles worth of food, no joke. Our Valentin's face flushed to a dark maroon, and he began hollering poetry. Old Mother Morozika got up from the table. Well, I'll be off, may the Lord be with me, she said. There'll be love between the 2 of you, so when you lie down together on the stove bench, pull off his boots. With men, you can wash sheets till you're blue in the face. But the liquor was beginning to kick in. Valentin grabbed his hair and started tearing at it. He shouts, am having visions. The moment I have a few drinks, I start having visions. Xenia, I can see you lying dead, your face looks sickening. And I am the priest, I am walking behind your coffin, swinging the censer. At this point, needless to say, he raised his voice. Well, Xenia was only human. She too had loosened her blouse, unfastening a button or 2. Don't shout, Valentin Ivanovich, she whispered. Don't shout, the master and mistress will hear. But tell me, can you hold a man back once he is seized by melancholia? You have offended me most deeply. Valentin wept convulsively. Oh, what snakes people are. What did they want? They wanted to buy my soul. I, he went on, was born out of wedlock, but I am still a noble man's son. Are you listening to me, you scullery maid, you? I will be sweet to you, Valentin Ivanovich. Leave me be. He rose and flung open the door. Leave me be. I am going out into the world. But how was he to go out into the world, poor soul, soused out of his mind as he was? He collapsed onto the bed, puked on the, if you will pardon the expression, sheets, and fell asleep, the humble servant of God. Old Mother Morozika was already rolling up her sleeves. "Well, that's the end of that," she said. "We'd better carry him outside." The women carried Valentine out into the street and laid him down outside the gate. They went back in, and there stood the mistress, in a nightcap and the most elegant pantaloons. "You entertain men here at night and act most scandalously," she scolded her cook. "I want you to pack your bags and leave my God-fearing household by tomorrow morning. I have my unmarried daughter to think of." Xenia sat in the hall, weeping till dawn. "Grandma Morozika, ah, Grandma Morozika," she whimpered, "what have you done to me, poor young woman that I am? I'm ashamed of myself. How can I even dare look at God's world, and what can I expect to see in God's world now?" Xenia cried and carried on, surrounded by raisin pies, snowy feather beds, holy icon lamps, and wine. And her warm shoulders shook. "It was a blunder," old Mother Morozika said to her. "We should have gone for a simpler fellow, we should have gone for Mitya." And morning set up shop once more. The girls carrying milk went from house to house. It was a blue and frosty morning. The bathroom window. "I have an acquaintance, a Madame Kepchek. In her day, Madame Kepchek assures me, nothing in the world would have induced her to take less than 5 rubles. Now she has a nice, respectable apartment, and in this apartment she has 2 girls, Marishya and Tamira. There are more requests for Marishya than for Tamira. One of the windows of the girls' room has a view of the street, the other window, just an air vent near the ceiling, has a view of the bathroom. When I realized this, I said to Fanya Osipovna Kepchek, how about putting a ladder by the little window in the bathroom in the evenings, so I can climb up and peek into Marishya's room? I'll give you 5 rubles. You rogue, you. Fanya Osipovna said, and agreed. She got her 5 rubles quite often. I made use of the little window when Marishya had clients. Everything went without a hitch, but one time an extremely foolish thing happened. I was standing on the ladder. Luckily, Marishya hadn't turned off the light. Her guest was a pleasant, unassuming fellow with one of those large, harmless mustaches. He undressed in a prim and proper fashion, he took off his collar, looked in the mirror, noticed a pimple under his mustache, studied it, and pressed it out with a handkerchief. He took off a boot and examined it too. Was there a scratch on the sole? They kissed, undressed, and smoked a cigarette. I got ready to climb down. At that moment I felt the ladder sliding away under me. I tried to grab hold of the window, but it gave way. The ladder fell with a crash and there I was, dangling in the air. Suddenly the whole apartment exploded with alarm. Everyone came running, Fanya Osipovna, Tamira, and an official I didn't know in a Ministry of Finance uniform. They helped me down. My situation was pitiful. Marishya and her lanky client came into the bathroom. The girl looked at me, froze, and said quietly, "What a bastard, oh, what a bastard." She fell silent, stared at us foolishly, went over to the lanky man, and for some reason kissed his hand and started crying. "My dear, oh God, my dear," she said, between kisses and sobs. The lanky man stood there like a total idiot. My heart was pounding wildly. I dug my nails into my palms and went over to Madame Kepchek. Within a few minutes, Marishya knew everything. All was forgiven and forgotten. But I was still wondering why she had kissed the lanky fellow. "Madame Kepchek," I said. "Put up the ladder one last time, and you can have 10 rubles. Your mind's even more unsteady than that ladder of yours," the landlady answered, and agreed. So there I was again, standing by the little window. I looked through it and saw Marishya, her thin arms wrapped around her client, kissing him with slow kisses, tears flowing from her eyes. "My darling," she whispered. "Oh God, my sweet darling." And she gave herself to him with all the passion of a woman in love. She looked at him as if he, this lanky fellow, were the only man in the world. And the lanky fellow wallowed in business-like bliss. Bagratogly and the eyes of his bull. I saw a bull of unparalleled beauty lying by the side of the road. A boy was bending over it, crying. "This boy is Bagratogly," said a snake charmer who was eating his scanty meal nearby. "Bagratogly, son of Kazim. He is as exquisite as 12 moons," I said. "The green cloak of the prophet will never cover the rebellious whiskers of Kazim," the snake charmer said. "He was a quarrelsome man, and left his son nothing but a pauper's hut, his plump wives, and a bull that was unrivaled. But Allah is great." "Allah you Allah," I said. "Allah is great," he repeated, pushing away his basket of snakes. The bull grew up to become the mightiest bull in Anatolia. Mehmed Khan, a neighbor, sick with envy, castrated it last night. Now no one will bring their cows to Bagratogly in the hope of conception. Now no one will pay Bagratogly 100 piastres for the love of his bull. He is a pauper, Bagratogly. He weeps by the side of the road. The silence of the mountains unfurled its violet banners above us. The snows glittered on the peaks. Blood trickled down the legs of the mutilated bull and bubbled onto the grass. And, hearing the bull moan, I looked into its eyes and saw the bull's death and my own death, and I fell to the ground in measureless torment. "Traveler," the boy then called, his face as rosy as the dawn. "You writhe, and foam bubbles from the corners of your lips. A black illness is fettering you with the ropes of its convulsions." "Bagratogly," I answered, sunk in exhaustion. "In the eyes of your bull I saw the reflection of the ever-watchful malice of our neighbors, the Mehmed Khans of this world. In the moist depths of its eyes I saw mirrors in which rage the green fires of the treachery of our neighbors, the Mehmed Khans of this world. In the eyes of the mutilated bull I saw my youth, barren and cut down, the prime of my life thrashing its way through the thorny undergrowth of indifference. The deserts of Syria, Arabia, and Kurdistan, which I have fathomed thrice, I saw within the eyes of your bull, O Bagratogly, and their flat sands leave me no hope. The hatred of the whole world has penetrated the eye sockets of your bull. Flee from the malice of our Mehmed Khan neighbors, O Bagratogly, and may the old snake charmer hoist his basket of pythons onto his back and flee at your side." And filling the ravines with my moans, I rose to my feet. I drank in the fragrance of the eucalyptus and walked away. A many-headed dawn soared above the mountains like 1,000 swans. The still waters of the Bay of Trebizond sparkled in the distance, and I saw the sea and the yellow decks of the feluccas. The freshness of the grass poured over the ruins of a Byzantine wall. The bazaars of Trebizond and the carpets of Trebizond rose before me. I came across a young Highlander at a fork in the road outside the city. On his outstretched hand sat a pigeon hawk chained by its talon. The Highlander walked with a light gait. The sun surfaced above our heads. And a sudden calm descended on my wanderer's soul. Line and color. I first met Alexander Fyodorovich Kerensky on December 20, 1916, in the dining room of the Alila Spa. We were introduced by Zatsarini, a barrister from Turkestan. I had heard that Zatsarini had had himself circumcised at the age of 40. That disgraced imbecile Grand Duke Peter Nikolaevich, who was banished to Tashkent, prized Zatsarina's friendship very highly. The Grand Duke used to walk about Tashkent stark naked, married a Cossack woman, lit candles before a portrait of Voltaire as if it were an icon of Jesus Christ, and had the boundless flatlands of Amudari drained. Zatsarini was a good friend to him. So, there we were at the Alila Spa. 10 kilometers away shimmered the blue granite walls of Helsingfors. O Helsingfors, love of my heart. O sky, pouring down onto the esplanades and soaring high like a bird. So, there we were at the Alila Spa. Northern flowers were withering in vases. Antlers spread across the murky ceilings. The air of the dining room was filled with the fragrance of pine trees, the cool breasts of Countess Tskiowas, and the British officer's silk underwear. At the table, a courteous converted Jew from the police department was sitting next to Kerensky. To his right, a Norwegian by the name of Nicholson, the owner of a whaling vessel. To his left, Countess Tskiowas, as beautiful as Marie Antoinette. Kerensky ate 3 pieces of cake and went with me for a walk in the forest. Fröken Christie hurried past us on skis. "Who was that?" Kerensky asked me. "That was Nicholson's daughter, Fröken Christie," I said. "She's beautiful, isn't she?" Then we saw old Johannes's sledge. "Who was that?" Kerensky asked. "That was old Johannes," I said. "He brings cognac and fruit from Helsingfors." "Can it be that you don't know old Johannes the coachman?" "I know everyone here," Kerensky replied, "but I can't see anyone." "Are you nearsighted, Alexander Fyodorovich?" "Yes, I'm nearsighted." "You need glasses, Alexander Fyodorovich." "Never." "If you think about it," I said to him with the brashness of youth, "you are not merely blind, you are as good as dead. The line, that divine trait, that queen of the world, has escaped you forever. You and I are walking through this enchanted garden, this marvelous Finnish forest. To our dying day we will not encounter anything better, and you cannot even see the rosy, ice-crusted edges of the waterfall, over there, on the river. The weeping willow, leaning over the waterfall, you cannot see its Japanese delicacy. The red trunks of the pine trees heaped with snow. The granular sparkle that scintillates over the snows. It begins as a frozen line above the tree's wavy surface, like Leonardo's line, crowned by the reflection of the blazing clouds. And what about Fröken Christie's silk stockings, and the line of her maturing legs? I beg of you, Alexander Fyodorovich, buy some spectacles." "My dear boy," he answered, "don't waste your gunpowder. That half-ruble coin you want me to squander on a pair of spectacles is the one coin that will never leave my pocket. You can keep that line of yours with its repulsive reality. You are living the sordid life of a trigonometry teacher, while I am enveloped by wonders, even in a hole like Clysma. Why do I need the freckles on Fröken Christie's face when I, who can barely make her out, can imagine everything I want to imagine about her? Why do I need these clouds in the Finnish sky, when I can see a dreamy ocean above my head? Why do I need lines when I have colors? For me the whole world is a gigantic theater in which I am the only spectator without opera glasses. The orchestra plays the prelude to the third act, the stage is far away as in a dream, my heart swells with delight, I see Juliet's crimson velvet, Romeo's violet silk, and not a single false beard, and you want to blind me with a pair of half-ruble spectacles." That evening I left for town. Oh, Helsingfors, refuge of my dreams! I saw Alexander Fyodorovich again half a year later, in June of 1917, after he had become Supreme Commander of the Russian Army and master of our fate. That day the Troitsky drawbridge had been lifted. The Putilov workers were heading for the arsenal. Burning tramcars lay in the streets like dead horses. The mass rally had gathered at the House of the People. Alexander Fyodorovich gave a speech on Russia, our mother and our wife. The crowd smothered him with its sheepskin coat passion. Could he, the only spectator without opera glasses, even see the bristling passion of the sheepskin coats? I have no idea. But after him, Trotsky came to the podium, twisted his lips, and, in a voice that chased away one's last hopes, said, "My comrades and brothers. You missed the boat, Captain." The Halifax pulled into Odessa's port. It had come from London for a cargo of Russian wheat. On the 27th of January, the day of Lenin's funeral, the ship's colored crew, 3 Chinese, 2 Negroes and a Malay, called the captain to the deck. In-town orchestras were thundering and a blizzard howled. "Captain Zero Nairn," the Negroes said. "As there's no loading to do today, can we go ashore this evening?" "You will stay where you are." Oneiron told them. A wind force 9 gale is blowing right now, and it's getting stronger. The beacon's field has gotten stuck in the ice at Sanzika, and the barometer is pointing to where I wish it weren't. In weather like this, the crew has to stay with the vessel. Stay where you are. And Captain Oneiron went off to see the first mate. The two had a good laugh, lit cigars, and pointed at the city, where the blizzard and the orchestras writhed and howled in abject grief. The 2 Negroes and the 3 Chinese loitered about the deck. They blew on their frozen palms, stamped their rubber boots, and peered into the captain's cabin, the door of which stood ajar. The velvet of the sofas, the heated cognac, and the soft tobacco fumes came wafting out into the wind force 9 gale. "Bosun!" Oneiron yelled, seeing the sailors. "Our deck is not a boulevard. Throw them in the hold." "Yes, sir," shouted the bosun, a pillar of red meat covered with red hair. "Yes, sir." And he grabbed the Malay by the scruff of his neck. He dragged him to the side of the deck facing the open sea, and shoved him onto a rope ladder. The Malay jumped down and went scampering over the ice. The 3 Chinese and the 2 Negroes followed close at his heels. "Did you throw them in the hold?" the captain yelled from his cabin, which was warmed by cognac and delicate smoke. "I threw them, sir," shouted the bosun, a pillar of red meat, standing in the storm by the gangway like a sentinel. The wind blew in from the sea at force 9, like 9 rounds of fire discharged by the frozen batteries of the sea. White snow raged above the mounds of ice. And over the hardened waves 5 contorted commas with singed faces and flapping jackets frantically scampered toward the shore, toward the piers. They clambered onto the icy embankments with scraping hands, and ran through the port and into the town, which was quaking in the wind. A detachment of stevedores with black flags was marching over the square to the pedestal where Lenin's monument was to be raised. The 2 Negroes and the Chinese marched beside the stevedores, panting, shaking hands with people, overcome with the joy of escaped convicts. That very minute in Moscow, on Red Square, Lenin's body was being lowered into his tomb. Back in Odessa, sirens wailed, the blizzard howled, and the crowds marched in columns. And on board the Halifax the impermeable bosun was standing alone in the storm by the gangway like a sentinel. Under his equivocal guard, Captain Oneiron drank cognac in his smoky cabin. He had relied on his bosun, Captain Oneiron had, and so the captain had missed the boat. The end of St. Hypatius. Yesterday I was at the St. Hypatius Monastery, and Father Hilarion, the last of the resident monks, showed me the abode of the Romanov boyars. The Muscovites had come here in 1613 to ask Mikhail Fyodorovich V to ascend the throne. I saw the worn corner where Sister Martha, the Tsar's mother, used to pray, her gloomy bedchamber, and the turret from which she watched the wolf hunts in the Kostroma forests. Father Hilarion and I crossed the ancient little bridges on which the snow was piled high, and startled the ravens that had nested in the Boyar's tower. We went up to the church, which was indescribably beautiful. The church, painted carmine and azure, encircled by a wreath of snows, stood out against the smoke-blackened northern sky like a peasant woman's motley kerchief with its design of Russian flowers. The lines of the modest cupolas were chaste, the blue side buildings pot-bellied, and the patterned transom of the windows sparkled in the sun with a needless brilliance. In this deserted church I found the iron gates that had been a gift of Ivan the Terrible, and looked at the ancient icons, the dank decay of ruthless holiness. The saints possessed, naked moujiks with withered thighs writhed on the flaking walls, and next to them the Russian Holy Virgin was portrayed, a thin peasant woman with parted knees and sagging breasts that looked like 2 extra green arms. The ancient icons wrapped my cheerful heart in the chill of their deathly passions, and I barely managed to escape them and their sepulchral saints. Their God lay in the church, cleansed and ossified, like a cadaver that has been washed on its deathbed but left unburied. Father Hilarion wandered alone among his corpses. His left foot had a limp, he tended to doze off, kept scratching his dirty beard, and soon began to bore me. I threw open even the terrible S-gates and ran under the black arches out onto the square, where the Volga, shackled in ice, twinkled at me. Kostroma's smoke rose high, cutting through the snow. Mujiks clothed in a yellow halo of frost were dragging flour on sledges, and their dray horses slammed their iron hooves into the ice. On the river the chestnut dray horses, covered with hoarfrost and steam, breathed noisily, the rosy lightning flashes of the north darted into the pines, and the crowds, the faceless crowds, crawled over the frozen slopes. A fiery wind blew on them from the Volga. Many of the women tumbled into the snowdrifts, but they kept climbing higher, heading for the monastery like invading columns. Women's laughter thundered over the mountain, samovar pots and tubs traveled up the slope, impish sleighs groaned as they veered. Ancient crones were hauling great loads up the high mountain, the mountain of Saint Hypatius, and dragged goats on leashes and infants sleeping in little sledges. "Damn you all!" I shouted when I saw them, and stepped back from the outrageous invasion. "You're all going to Sister Martha to ask her son, Mikhail Romanov, to ascend the throne. Get out of our way," one of the women yelled, stepping forward. "Stop wasting our time. We're not here to have babies with you." And, harnessing herself again to her sleigh, she hauled it into the courtyard of the monastery, practically knocking the confused monk off his feet. She dragged her wash tubs, her geese, and her hornless gramophone into the cradle of the Muscovite czars, declaring that her name was Savakova, and demanding that she be allotted apartment number 19 in the Archbishop's chambers. To my amazement, Savakova was allotted an apartment, as were all the others behind her. I was told that the Union of Textile Workers had constructed 40 apartments in the burned-out building for the workers of the Kostroma United Flax Mills, and that today was the day they were moving into the monastery. Father Hilarion stood at the gates counting goats and women. Then he invited me in to drink tea, and silently laid out the table with cups he had stolen in the courtyard when the treasures of the Romanov boyars were being packed off to the museum. We drank tea from these cups till sweat dripped from our faces, while the women's bare feet trampled on window sills in front of us. The women were washing the windows of their new apartments. Then, as if by prearrangement, smoke billowed from all the chimneys, and a cock scampered onto the tomb of Abbot Sinai and began squawking. The accordion of one of the women, having labored its way through a prelude, sang a tender song, and some little old woman in a homespun overcoat poked her head into Father Hilarion's cell and asked him to lend her a pinch of salt for her cabbage soup. Evening had already fallen when the little old woman appeared. Purple clouds surged above the Volga, the thermometer on the outside wall registered 40 degrees below zero, gigantic fires died out, flashing over the river. A determined young man obstinately climbed a frozen ladder to the iron bar above the gates in order to hang up a flimsy lamp and a sign with a legion of letters on it, USSR RSFSR, along with the emblem of the textile union, the hammer and sickle, and the figure of a woman standing at a loom from which rays surged in all directions. 2. Odessa, Stories. In 1921, Babel's first 2 Odessa stories, The King and Justice in parenthesis, were published in the Odessa magazines Moryak and Napomish, beginning a series of stories that was to continue into the 1930s about the city and its strange and colorful Jewish gangster class that were to become some of Babel's most acclaimed stories. This section contains all these stories. Babel was particularly fascinated by the new Jewish classes emerging from the social upheavals of the early 20th century. The Red Cavalry stories, published during the same period as the Odessa stories, reveal Babel's fascination with the new Jewish fighters who have managed to break out of the strictures of the Jewish state culture and transform themselves into wild horse-riding Cossack commanders. The Jewish characters of the Odessa stories are just as unconventional and surprising. The carters, peddlers, cantors, and not-so-pious synagogue shamazes who jumped onto the tables and sang out above the din of the seething flourishes at a gangster wedding, are not the conventional Jewish figures one might expect to find in even the wildest of Jewish shtetls. There is Benya the king with his refined gangster chic, his father, Mendel, a carter known as a ruffian even in carting circles, the murderous Madame Schneeweiss, Snow White in Yiddish, who is known as Lyubka the Cossack, Yid Anahav, the millionaire, little old Pishayamindel, cook and procuress, and Manka, the aged matriarch of the Jewish bandits from the shanty towns beyond the factory districts. The stories are set in the Moldavanka, a real Odessa neighborhood crowded with suckling babies, drying rags, and conjugal nights filled with big city chic and soldierly tirelessness. The king. The wedding ceremony ended, the rabbi sank into a chair, then he left the room and saw tables lined up the whole length of the courtyard. There were so many of them that the ends stuck out of the gates onto Gospitalnaya Street. The tables, draped in velvet, coiled through the yard like a snake on whose belly patches of every color had been daubed, and these orange and red velvet patches sang in deep voices. The rooms had been turned into kitchens. A rich flame, a drunk, plump flame, forced its way through the smoke-blackened doors. Little old women's faces, wobbly women's chins, beslobbered breasts, baked in the flame's smoky rays. Sweat, red as blood, pink as the foam of a rabid dog, dripped from these blobs of rampant, sweet-odored human flesh. 3 cooks, not counting the scullery maids, prepared the wedding feast, and over them 80-year-old Rizal reigned, traditional as a Torah scroll, tiny and hunchbacked. Before the feast began, a young man unknown to the guests wormed his way into the courtyard. He asked for Benya Krik. He took Benya Krik aside. "Listen, king," the young man said. "I have a couple of words I need to tell you. Aunt Hannah from Kostetskaya Street, she sent me." "So?" Benya Krik, nicknamed the king, answered. "So what's these couple of words?" "Aunt Hannah, she sent me to tell you that a new chief of police took over at the police station yesterday." "I've known that since the day before yesterday," Benya Krik answered. "Well?" "The chief of police called the whole station together and gave a speech." "A new broom is always eager to sweep," Benya Krik answered. "He wants a raid." "So? But when does he want to raid, king, do you know that?" "Tomorrow." "King, it's going to be today." "Who told you that, boy?" "Aunt Hannah, she said so." "You know Aunt Hannah?" "I know Aunt Hannah." "So?" "The chief called the whole station together and gave them a speech. We must finish off Benya Krik / he said, because when you have His Majesty the Tsar, you can't have a king too. Today, when Krik gives away his sister in marriage, and they will all be there, is when we raid." "So?" Then the stool pigeons began to get worried. They said, "If we raid them today, during his feast, Benya will get angry and a lot of blood will flow / but the chief said, our self-respect is more important to me." "Good, you can go," the king said. "So what do I tell Aunt Hannah about the raid?" "Tell her Benya he knows from the raid." And the young man left. 3 or 4 of Benya's friends followed him. They said they would be back in about half an hour. And they were back in half an hour. That was that. At the table, the guests did not sit in order of seniority. Foolish old age is just as pitiful as cowardly youth. Nor in order of wealth. The lining of a heavy money bag is sewn with tears. The bride and groom sat at the table's place of honor. It was their day. Beside them sat Sender Eichbaum, the king's father-in-law. That was his due. You should know the story of Sender Eichbaum, because it's a story definitely worth knowing. How did Benya Krik, gangster and king of gangsters, make himself Eichbaum's son-in-law? How did he make himself the son-in-law of a man who owned 1 milch cow short of 60? It all had to do with a robbery. A year or so earlier Benya had written a letter to Eichbaum. "Monsieur Eichbaum," he wrote. "I would be grateful if you could place 20,000 rubles by the gate of number 17, Sofievskaya Street, tomorrow morning. If you do not, then something awaits you, the like of which has never before been heard, and you will be the talk of all Odessa. Sincerely yours, Benya the King." 3 letters, each clearer than the one before, remained unanswered. Then Benya took action. They came by night, 10 men carrying long sticks. The sticks were wound with tarred oakum. 9 burning stars flared up in Eichbaum's cattle yard. Benya smashed the barn's locks and started leading the cows out, one by one. They were met by a man with a knife. He felled the cows with one slash and plunged his knife into their hearts. On the ground drenched with blood the torches blossomed like fiery roses, and shots rang out. The dairy maids came running to the cowshed, and Benya chased them away with shots. And right after him other gangsters began shooting into the air, because if you don't shoot into the air you might kill someone. And then, as the 6th cow fell with a death bellow at the king's feet, it was then that Eichbaum came running out into the courtyard in his underpants. "Benya! Where will this end?" he cried. "If I don't have the money, you don't have the cows, Monsieur Eichbaum. 2 and 2 make 4. Benya, come into my house." And inside the house they came to an agreement. They divided the slaughtered cows between them. Eichbaum was promised immunity and given a certificate with a stamp to that effect. But the miracle came later. At the time of the attack, that terrible night when the slashed cows bellowed and calves skidded in their mother's blood, when torches danced like black maidens, and the milkmaids scattered and screeched before the barrels of the amicable Brownings, that terrible night, old Eichbaum's daughter, Zulia, had run out into the yard, her blouse torn. And the king's victory turned into his downfall. 2 days later, without warning, Benya gave back all the money he had taken from Eichbaum, and then came in the evening on a social call. He wore an orange suit, and underneath his cuff a diamond bracelet sparkled. He entered the room, greeted Eichbaum, and asked him for the hand of his daughter, Zulia. The old man had a small stroke, but recovered. There were at least another 20 years of life in him. "Listen, Eichbaum," the king told him. "When you die, 111 have you buried in the first Jewish cemetery, right by the gates. And, Eichbaum, I will have a monument of pink marble put up for you. I will make you the elder of the Brodsky synagogue. I will give up my career, Eichbaum, and I will go into business with you as a partner. We will have 200 cows, Eichbaum. I will kill all the dairymen except you. No thief shall walk the street you live in. I shall build you a dacha at the 16th stop one. And don't forget, Eichbaum, you yourself were no rabbi in your youth. Who was it who forged that will? I think TD better lower my voice, don't you? And your son-in-law will be the king, not some snot-face. The king, Eichbaum. And he got his way, that Benya Crick, because he was passionate, and passion holds sway over the universe. The newlyweds stayed for 3 months in fertile Bessarabia, among grapes, abundant food, and the sweat of love. Then Benya returned to Odessa to marry off Dvora, his 40-year-old sister, who was suffering from goiter. And now, having told the story of Sender Eichbaum, we can return to the marriage of Dvora Crick, the king's sister. For the dinner at this wedding, they served turkeys, roasted chicken, geese, gefilte fish, and fish soup in which lakes of lemon shimmered like mother of pearl. Above the dead goose heads, flowers swayed like luxuriant plumes. But do the foamy waves of the Ocean Sea throw roasted chickens onto the shore? On this blue night, this starry night, the best of our contraband, everything for which our region is celebrated far and wide, plied its seductive, destructive craft. Wine from afar heated stomachs, sweetly numbed legs, dulled brains, and summoned belches as resonant as the call of battle horns. The black cook from the Plutarch, which had pulled in 3 days before from Port Said, had smuggled in big-bellied bottles of Jamaican rum, oily Madeira, cigars from the plantations of Pierpont Morgan, and oranges from the groves of Jerusalem. This is what the foamy waves of the Ocean Sea throw onto the shore, and this is what Ocean beggars sometimes get at Jewish weddings. They got Jamaican rum at Dvora Crick's wedding, and that's why the Jewish beggars got as drunk as unkosher pigs and began loudly banging their crutches. Eichbaum unbuttoned his vest, mustered the raging crowd with a squinting eye, and hiccuped affectionately. The orchestra played a flourish. It was like a regimental parade. A flourish, nothing more than a flourish. The gangsters, sitting in closed ranks, were at first uneasy in the presence of outsiders, but soon they let themselves go. Lyova Katsap smashed a bottle of vodka over his sweetheart's head, Manya artillerist fired shots into the air. But the peak of their ecstasy came when, in accordance with ancient custom, the guests began bestowing gifts on the newlyweds. The synagogue shamazes jumped onto the tables and sang out, above the din of the seething flourishes, the quantity of rubles and silver spoons that were being presented. And here the friends of the king proved what blue blood was worth, and that Moldavanka chivalry was still in full bloom. With casual flicks of the hand they threw gold coins, rings, and coral necklaces onto the golden trays. The Moldavanka aristocrats were jammed into crimson vests, their shoulders encased in chestnut-colored jackets, and their fleshy legs bulged in sky-blue leather boots. Drawing themselves up to their full height and sticking out their bellies, the bandits clapped to the rhythm of the music and, shouting "Oi, a sweet kiss for the bride," threw flowers at her, and she, 40-year-old Dwara, Benya Krik's sister, the sister of the king, deformed by illness, with her swollen goiter and eyes bulging out of their sockets, sat on a mountain of pillows next to a frail young man who was mute with melancholy, who had been bought with each baum's money. The gift-giving ceremony was coming to an end, the shamazes were growing hoarse, and the bass fiddle was clashing with the violin. A sudden faint odor of burning spread over the courtyard. Benya, Papa Krik, the old carter, known as a ruffian even in carting circles, shouted. "Benya! You know what? I think the embers have blazed up again." "Papa," the king said to his drunken father. "Please eat and drink and don't let these foolish things be worrying you." And Papa Krik followed his son's advice. He ate and drank. But the cloud of smoke became ever more poisonous. Here and there patches of sky were turning pink, and suddenly a tongue of fire, narrow as a sword, shot high into the air. The guests got up and started sniffing, and their women yelped. The gangsters looked at one another. And only Benya, who seemed not to notice anything, was inconsolable. "My feast! They're ruining it," he shouted in despair. "My friends, please, eat, drink." But at that moment the same young man who had come at the beginning of the feast appeared again in the courtyard. "King," he said, "I have a couple of words I need to tell you." "Well, speak," the king answered. "You always got a couple words up your sleeve." "King," the young man said with a snigger. "It's so funny, the police station's burning like a candle." The storekeepers were struck dumb. The gangsters grinned. 60-year-old Manka, matriarch of the Slobodka II bandits, put two fingers in her mouth and whistled so shrilly that those sitting next to her jumped up. "Manka! You're not at work now," Benya told her. "Cool down." The young man who had brought this startling news was still shaking with laughter. "About 40 of them left the station to go on the raid," he said, his jaws quivering. "They hadn't gone 15 yards when everything went up in flames. Run and see for yourselves." But Benya forbade his guests to go look at the fire. He himself went with two friends. The police station was in flames. With their wobbling backsides, the policemen were running up and down the smoke-filled staircases, throwing boxes out of the windows. The prisoners made a run for it. The firemen were bristling with zeal, but it turned out that there wasn't any water in the nearby hydrant. The chief of police, the new broom so eager to sweep, stood on the opposite sidewalk, chewing on his mustache which hung into his mouth. The new broom stood completely still. Benya walked past and gave him a military salute. "A very good day to you, Your Excellency," he said sympathetically. "What bad luck?" "A nightmare." He stared at the burning building, shook his head, and smacked his lips, "Ai. When Benya came back home, the lantern lights in the courtyard were already going out and dawn was breaking across the sky. The guests had dispersed, and the musicians were asleep, their heads leaning against the necks of their bass fiddles. Only Dwara hadn't gone to sleep yet. With both hands she was edging her timid husband toward the door of their nuptial chamber, looking at him lustfully like a cat which, holding a mouse in its jaws, gently probes it with its teeth. Justice in parenthesis. My first run-in was with Benya Krik, my second with Lyubka Schneeweiss. Do you understand the meaning of these words? Can you drink in their full essence? On this road to hell, Sirios Kayudikan III was missing. I did not run into him this time around, which is why I am still here to tell the tale. Like a bronze colossus, he will tower above the town red-haired, grey-eyed Yudikan. Everyone will have to scamper through his bronze legs. But I must not send my tail down side streets, even if on these side streets chestnuts are ripening and acacias are in bloom. Till start with Benya, and then go on to Lyubka Schneeweiss. And that will be that. Then I can say I put the period where it belongs. I became a broker. Becoming an Oatson broker, I sprouted leaves and shoots. Weighed down with leaves and shoots, I felt unhappy. What was the reason? The reason was competition. Otherwise I would not have even wiped my nose on justice. I never learned a trade. All there is in front of me is air, glittering like the sea beneath the sun, beautiful, empty air. The shoots need to be fed. I have 7 of them, and my wife is the 8th shoot. I did not wipe my nose on justice. No, justice wiped its nose on me. What was the reason? The reason was competition. The cooperative store had been given the name Justice. Nothing bad can be said about that store. Sinful is he who speaks ill of it. It was run by 6 partners, primo de primo specialists, if anything, in their line. Their store was full of merchandise, and the policeman they had standing outside was Modja from Golovkovskia. What more do you want? Can you want more? This deal was suggested to me by the justice bookkeeper. I give you my word of honor, it was a proper deal, an honest deal. With a clothes brush I brushed my body and sent it over to Benya. The king acted as if he did not notice my body. So I cleared my throat and said, "Ready when you are, Benya." The king was having light refreshments. A carafe of vodka, a fat cigar, a big-bellied wife in her 7th or 8th month, I wouldn't want to lie to you. The terrace was surrounded by nature and wild vines. "Ready when you are, Benya," I said. "When?" he asked me. "Well, now that you ask me," I said to the king, "I have to tell you my opinion. If you ask me, the best time of all would be Sabbath night going on Sunday. By the way, none other than Modja from Golovkovskia will be on guard. We could do this on a weekday, but why turn a nice and easy job into a job that isn't nice and easy?" That was my opinion. And the king's wife also agreed. "Baby," Benya said to her, "I want you to go take a rest on the sofa now." Then with slow fingers he tore the gold band off his cigar and turned to Froem Stern. "Tell me, Grak, are we busy on the Sabbath, or are we not busy on the Sabbath?" But Froem Stern is quick-witted. He is a red-haired man with only one eye in his head. Froem cannot afford to give an open answer. "On the Sabbath," he said, "you were thinking of dropping by the Mutual Credit Society." Grak acted as if he had nothing more to say, and calmly turned his one eye to the farthest corner of the terrace. "Excellent," Benya Krik said to him. "Remind me about Zudekis on the Sabbath, make yourself a note, Grak." Then the king turned to me, "Go back to your family, Zudekis. Sabbath evening, I might very well be dropping in at the Justice. Take my words with you, Zudekis, and get going." The king speaks little and speaks politely. This frightens people so much that they never question him. I left his courtyard and set off down Gospitalnaya Street, turned on Stepovaya, and then stopped to ponder Benya's words. I probed them by touch and by weight, bit down on them with my front teeth, and realized that they had not been the words that I needed. "I might very well," the king had said, pulling the gold band off his cigar with slow fingers. The king speaks little and speaks politely. Who can fathom the meaning of the king's few words? I might very well be dropping by, or I might very well not be dropping by. Between yes and no, a 5,000 ruble commission hangs in the air. Not to mention the 2 cows that I keep for my needs. I have 9 mouths at home snatching for food. Who gave me the right to run risks? After the justice bookkeeper came to see me, didn't he drop by at Bunzelmann's? And then didn't Bunzelmann run straight to Kolya Stift? And Kolya is a fellow who is hot-headed beyond belief. The words of the king lay like a stone block across the road where hunger roamed, multiplied by 9. To make a long story short, I whispered a little warning in Bunzelmann's ear. He was going in to see Kolya just as I was coming out from seeing Kolya. It was hot, and he was sweating. Relax, Bunzelmann, I said to him. You're rushing for nothing, and you're sweating for nothing. This is my deal, und damit punctum, like the Germans say. And then the 5th day came. And then the 6th day came. The Sabbath came strolling through the streets of the Moldavanka. Motya was already standing guard, and I was already asleep in my bed, and Kolya was busy working at the justice. He had loaded half a cart, and was aiming to load another half. Suddenly there was a rumpus in the alley, the clattering of iron-reinforced wheels, and Motya from Golovkovskaya grabbed hold of the telegraph pole and yelled, "Shall I push it over?" "Not yet." Kolya yelled back. The thing is, the telegraph pole could be toppled when push came to shove. A cart rolled slowly into the alley and pulled up in front of the store. Kolya thought the police were on their way, and his heart tore itself to shreds, because he really hated the idea of the deal going sour. "Motya," he yelled. "When I fire my gun, the pole topples." "Understood." Kolya Stift went back into the store, and all his helpers followed him. They lined up against the wall and drew their revolvers. 10 eyes and 5 revolvers were trained on the door, and outside there was the booby-trapped telegraph pole. The youths were bristling with impatience. "Scram, you cops, you," one of the eager youths hissed. "Scram or we'll finish you off." "Shut up." Benya Crick growled, jumping down from the loft. "Where do you see cops, you lunkhead?" "It's me, the king." A bit more and there would have been trouble. Benya knocked Stift down and snatched the revolver from his hands. Men started descending from the loft like rain. You couldn't tell who was who in the darkness. "Ha! Interesting!" Kolya shouted. "So now Benya is out to kill me." It was the first time in his life that the king had been mistaken for a policeman. This was worth a good laugh. The gangsters laughed out loud. They turned on their flashlights, splitting their sides with laughter, rolling on the floor, gasping for air. Only the king did not laugh. "They will be saying in Odessa," he began in a serious tone, "in Odessa they will be saying the king was tempted by his friend's earnings. They will say it only once," Stift said. "No one will dare say it twice. Kolya," the king continued in a solemn, quiet voice. "Do you believe me, Kolya?" And here the gangsters stopped laughing. Each of them was holding a burning lantern, but laughter wormed its way out of the justice store. "What do you want me to believe you about, king? Do you believe me, Kolya, that I had nothing to do with all of this?" And the king sat down sadly on a chair, covered his eyes with a dusty sleeve, and began to cry. This was how proud this man was, he should burn in hell. And all the gangsters, each and every one of them, saw their king crying because his pride was hurt. Then the 2 men stood opposite each other. Benya stood, and Stift stood. They apologized to each other, they kissed each other on the lips, and they shook hands with such force that it looked as if they were trying to tear each other's arms off. Dawn was already beginning to blink its bleary eye. Motya had already left for the police station to sign out. 2 full carts had hauled off what had once been known as the Justice Cooperative Store, while the king and Kolya were still distraught, still bowing to each other, still throwing their arms around each other's necks, kissing each other tenderly like drunks. Who was fate hunting down that morning? Fate was hunting down me, Zedekias, and fate cornered me. Kolya, the king finally said. Who arranged for you to come here to the justice? Zedekias. What about you, Benya? Who had you come here? Zedekias. Benya. Kolya exclaimed. Is he to be left alive? Most definitely not, Benya said, and he turned to One-Eyed Stern, who was chuckling in a corner because the two of us don't see eye to eye. Froem. You go order a brocade coffin, and I'll go over to Zedekias. And you, Kolya, once you've started something you have to finish it, which is why my wife and I would like to cordially invite you to visit us in our home in the morning, to partake of breakfast with us and our family. At 5 o'clock in the morning, or no, it must have been 4, and then again, maybe it wasn't even 4 yet. The king entered my bedroom, grabbed me, if you will pardon the expression, by my back, dragged me out of bed, laid me down on the floor, and placed his foot on my nose. Hearing various sounds and so on, my wife jumped out of bed and asked Benya, Monsieur Crick, why have you taken umbrage at my Zedekias? What do you mean, why? Benya said, without removing his foot from the bridge of my nose, and tears began to trickle from his eyes. He has cast a shadow on my name, he has disgraced me before my companions. You can bid him farewell, Madame Zedekias, because my honor is more important to me than my happiness, which is why he cannot live. Continuing to cry, he began stomping on me. My wife, seeing that I was quite distressed, started yelling. This occurred at 4:30, but she didn't finish with Benya until around 8. She let him have it. Oi, how she let him have it! It was a joy to behold. Why are you angry at my Zedekias? She shouted, standing on the bed, while I, writhing on the floor, looked up at her with admiration. Why beat up my Zedekias? Why? Because he wanted to feed 9 little hungry fledglings. You're so very grand. The king. The son-in-law of a rich man, rich yourself, and your father rich too. You are a man with the world at your feet. What is one bungled deal for Benchik, when next week will bring 7 successful ones? How dare you beat my Zedekias? How dare you? She saved my life. The children woke up and began yelling in unison with my wife. Benya still ruined as much of my health as he knew he needed to ruin. He left 200 rubles for my doctor's bill, and walked out. I was taken to the Jewish hospital. On Sunday I was dying, on Monday I felt better, on Tuesday I took a turn for the worse. This is my first story. Who was to blame, and what was the reason? Was Benya really to blame? Let us not try to pull the wool over each other's eyes. There is no other like Benya the king. He stamps out lies in his quest for justice, justice in parentheses as well as justice without parentheses. But what are you to do when everyone else is as unruffled as a pickled fish? The others don't care for justice, and don't look for it, which is even worse. I recovered escaping from Benya's hands only to fall into Lyubka's. I have told you about Benya, and I will tell you about Lyubka Schneeweiss. But let us stop here. Then I can say I put the period where it belongs. How things were done in Odessa. I was the one who began. Reb Erilib, I said to the old man. Let's talk about Benya Crick. Let's talk about his lightning-quick beginning and his terrible end. 3 shadows block the path of my thoughts. There is Froem Grak. The steel of his actions, doesn't it bear comparison to the power of the king? There is Koka Paykovsky. The rage of that man had everything it takes to rule. And could not Heim Drong tell when a star was on the rise? So why was Benya Crick the only one to climb to the top of the ladder while everyone else was clinging to the shaky rungs below? Reb Erilib remained silent as he sat on the cemetery wall. Before us stretched the green calm of the graves. A man thirsting for an answer must stock up with patience. A man in possession of facts can afford to carry himself with aplomb. That is why Erilib remained silent as he sat on the cemetery wall. Finally he began his tale. Why him? Why not the others, you want to know? Well then, forget for a while that you have glasses on your nose and autumn in your heart. Forget that you pick fights from behind your desk and stutter when you are out in the world. Imagine for a moment that you pick fights in town squares and stutter only among papers. You are a tiger, you are a lion, you are a cat. You can spend the night with a Russian woman, and the Russian woman will be satisfied by you. You are 25 years old. If the sky and the earth had rings attached to them, you would grab these rings and pull the sky down to the earth. And your papa is the Carter Mendel Crick. What does a papa like him think about? All he thinks about is downing a nice shot of vodka, slugging someone in their ugly mug, and about his horses, nothing else. You want to live, but he makes you die 20 times a day. What would you have done if you were in Benya Crick's shoes? You wouldn't have done a thing. But he did. Because he is the king, while you only thumb your nose at people when their back is turned. He, Benchik, went to Froem Grak, who even back then peered at the world with only one eye and was just what he is now. And Benya told Froem, take me on. I want to come on board your ship. The ship I end up on will do well by me. Grak asked him, who are you, where do you come from, what's your bread and butter? Try me, Froem, Benya answered, and let's stop wasting time spreading kasha on the table. Fine, we won't waste time spreading kasha on the table, Grak said. I'll try you. And the gangsters called a council together to decide about Benya Crick. I wasn't at that council, but word has it that they did call together a council. The elder back then was the late Lyov Kabik. Anyone know what's going on under Benchik's hat? The late Bik asked. And one-eyed Grak gave his opinion. Benya talks little, but he talks with zest. He talks little, but you want that he'll say more. If that's so, we'll try him out on Tartakovsky, the late Bik pronounced. We'll try him out on Tartakovsky, the council decided, and those who still housed a trace of conscience turned red when they heard this decision. Why did they turn red? If you listen, you'll find out. Tartakovsky was known as Yid and a half or 9 raids. They called him Yid and a half because there wasn't a single Jew who had as much chutzpah or money as Tartakovsky had. He was taller than the tallest Odessa policeman, and heavier than the fattest Jewess. And they called Tartakovsky 9 raids because the firm of Lyov Kabik and Company had launched not 8 raids and not 10, but exactly 9 raids against his business. To Benya, who was not yet king, fell the honor of carrying out the 10th raid on Yid and a half. When Froem informed Benya of this, Benya said yes, and left, slamming the door behind him. Why did he slam the door? If you listen, you'll find out. Tartakovsky has the soul of a murderer, but he's one of us. He sprang forth from us. He is our blood. He is our flesh, as if one mama had given birth to us. Half of Odessa works in his stores. Not to mention, his own Moldavankans have given him quite a bit of grief. They abducted him twice and held him for ransom, and once, during a pogrom, they buried him with chanters. The Slobodka 4 thugs were beating up Jews on Bolshaya Arnotskaya. Tartakovsky ran away from them and came across the funeral march with chanters on Sofiiskaya Street. Who are they burying with chanters? He asked. The passers-by told him that Tartakovsky was being buried. The procession marched to the Slobodka cemetery. Then our boys yanked a machine gun out of the coffin and started shooting at the Slobodka thugs. But Yid and a half had not foreseen this. Yid and a half got the fright of his life. What boss in his place would not have been frightened? A 10th raid on a man who had already been buried once was a crass deed. Benya, who back then wasn't yet the king, knew this better than anyone else. But he said yes to Grak and on that very same day wrote Tartakovsky a letter, typical of those letters. Most esteemed Reuben Osipovic. I would be grateful if by the Sabbath you could place by the rainwater barrel A, and so on. Should you choose to refuse, which you have opted to do lately, a great disappointment in your family life awaits you. Respectfully yours, Ben-Zion Crick. Tartakovsky, not one to dither, was quick to answer. Benya. If you were an idiot, I would write you as to an idiot. But from what I know of you, you aren't one, and may the Lord prevent me from changing my mind. You, as is plain to see, are acting like a boy. Is it possible that you are not aware that this year the crop in Argentina has been so good that we can stand on our heads but we still can't unload our wheat? And I swear to you on a stack of Bibles that I'm sick and tired of having to eat such a bitter crust of bread and witness such trouble after having worked all my life like the lowliest carter. And what do I have to show for my life sentence of hard labor? Ulcers, sores, worries, and no sleep. Drop your foolish thoughts, Benya. Your friend, a far better one than you realize, Reuben Tartakovsky. Yid-N-A-Half had done his part. He had written a letter. But the mail didn't deliver it to the right address. Getting no answer, Benya became angry. The following day he turned up at Tartakovsky's office with 4 friends. 4 masked youths with revolvers burst into the room. Hands up, they shouted, waving their pistols. Not so loud, Solomon. Benya told one of the youths, who was yelling louder than the rest. Don't get so jumpy on the job, and he turned to the shop assistant, who was white as death and yellow as clay, and asked him. Is Yid-N-A-Half in the factory? He's not in the factory said the shop assistant, whose family name was Mugenstein, his first name Joseph, and who was the unmarried son of Aunt Pishaya, the chicken seller on Seredinskia Square. So who's in charge when the boss is out? They asked poor Mugenstein. I'm in charge when the boss is out the shop assistant said, green as green grass. In that case, with God's help, please open the safe. Benya ordered, and a 3-act opera began. Nervous Solomon stuffed money, papers, watches, and jewelry into a suitcase. The late Joseph Mugenstein stood in front of him with his hands in the air, while Benya told stories from the life of the Jewish people. Well, if he likes playing Rothschild Benya said about Tartakovsky, then let him roast in hell. I ask you, Mugenstein, as one asks a friend, he gets my business letter, so how come he can't take a 5-kopeck tram to come visit me at home, drink a shot of vodka with my family, and eat what God has seen fit to send us? What stopped him from bearing his soul to me? Couldn't he have said, Benya, you know, such and such, but hey, race my balance sheet, just give me a couple of days to catch my breath, to get things rolling? Don't you think I'd have understood? Pigs at a trough might not see eye to eye, but there is no reason why 2 grown men can't. Do you see what I'm saying, Mugenstein? I see what you're saying, Mugenstein answered, lying, because he was at a loss as to why Yid-N-A-Half, a respected, wealthy man, one of the foremost men in town, should want to take a tram so he could have a bite to eat with the family of Mendel Crick, a carter. But all the time misfortune was loitering beneath the windows, like a beggar at dawn. Misfortune burst loudly into the office. And though this time it came in the guise of the Jew Savka Butsis, it was as drunk as a water carrier. Oh, ah! Savka the Jew shouted. I'm sorry I'm so late, Benchik. And he stamped his feet and waved his hands. Then he fired, and the bullet hit Mugenstein in the stomach. Are words necessary here? There was a man, and now there's none. An innocent bachelor, living his life like a little bird on a branch, and now he's dead from sheer idiocy. In comes a Jew looking like a sailor and doesn't shoot at a bottle in a fairground booth to win a prize, he shoots at a living man. Are words necessary here? Everyone out! Benya shouted, and as he ran out last, managed to tell Butsis, on my mother's grave, Savka, you'll be lying next to him. So tell me, a young gentleman like you who cuts coupons on other people's bonds, how would you have acted in Benya Crick's position? You wouldn't know what to do? Well, he did. That's why he was king, while you and I are sitting here on the wall of the second Jewish cemetery, holding up our hands to keep the sun out of our eyes. And Peshiah's unfortunate son didn't die right away. An hour after they got him to the hospital, Benya turned up. He had the senior doctor called in and the nurse, and, without taking his hands out of the pockets of his cream-colored pants, told them, I have a whole lot of interest that your patient, Joseph Mugenstein, recovers. Just in case, let me introduce myself, Ben Zion Crick. Give him camphor, air cushions, a private room, from the depths of your heart. If you don't, then every doctor here, even if they're doctors of philosophy, will be doled out 6 feet of earth. And yet, Mugenstein died that same night. It was only then that Yid and a half raised hell in all Odessa. Where do the police begin and Benya end? He wailed. The police end where Benya begins, level-headed people answered, but Tartakovsky wouldn't calm down, and to his amazement saw a red automobile with a music box for a horn playing the first march from the opera I Pagliacci on Seredinskaya Square. In broad daylight the car raced over to the little house in which Aunt Peshiah lived. Its wheels thundered, it spat smoke, gleamed brassily, reeked of gasoline, and honked Arius on its horn. A man jumped out of the automobile and went into the kitchen where little Aunt Peshiah was writhing on the earthen floor. Yid and a half was sitting on a chair waving his arms. You ugly hooligan, he shouted, when he saw the man. You damn bandit, may the earth spit you out. A nice style you picked for yourself, going around murdering live people. Monsieur Tartakovsky, Benya Crick said to him quietly. For 2 days and nights I have been crying for the dear deceased as if he were my own brother. I know that you spit on my young tears. Shame on you, Monsieur Tartakovsky. What fireproof safe have you hidden your shame in? You had the heart to send a paltry 100 rubles to the mother of our dear deceased Joseph. My hair, not to mention my brain, stood on end when I got word of this. Here Benya paused. He was wearing a chocolate jacket, cream pants, and raspberry red half boots. 10,000 down, he bellowed. 10,000 down, and a pension till she dies, may she live to be 120. If it's no, then we leave this house together, Monsieur Tartakovsky, and go straight to my car. Then they started arguing. Yid and a half swore at Benya. Not that I was present at this quarrel, but those who were, remember it well. They finally agreed on 5,000 cash in hand, and 50 rubles a month. Aunt Peshiah. Benya then said to the disheveled old woman rolling on the floor. If you want my life, you can have it, but everyone makes mistakes, even God. This was a giant mistake, Aunt Peshiah. But didn't God himself make a mistake when he settled the Jews in Russia so they could be tormented as if they were in hell? Wouldn't it have been better to have the Jews living in Switzerland, where they would have been surrounded by first-class lakes, mountain air, and Frenchmen galore? Everyone makes mistakes, even God. Listen to me with your ears, Aunt Peshiah. You're getting 5,000 in hand and 50 rubles a month till you die, may you live to be 120. Joseph's funeral will be first class. 6 horses like lions, 2 hearses with garlands, chanters from the Brodsky synagogue, and Minkovsky himself will come to chant the burial service for your departed son. And the funeral took place the next morning. Ask the cemetery beggars about this funeral. Ask the synagogue shamazes, the kosher poultry sellers, or the old women from the second poorhouse. Such a funeral Odessa had never seen, nor will the world ever see the like of it. On that day the policemen wore cotton gloves. In the synagogues, draped with greenery, their doors wide open, the electricity was on. Black plumes swayed on the white horses pulling the hearse. 60 chanters walked in front of the procession. The chanters were boys, but they sang with women's voices. The elders of the kosher poultry sellers synagogue led Aunt Peshiah by the hand. Behind the elders marched the members of the Society of Jewish Shop Assistants, and behind the Jewish shop assistants marched the barristers, the doctors, and the certified midwives. On one side of Aunt Pashaya were the chicken sellers from the Stary Bazaar, and on the other the esteemed dairy maids from the Bugayevka, wrapped in orange shawls. They stamped their feet like gendarmes on parade. From their broad hips came the scent of sea and milk. And behind them plodded Reuben Tartakovsky's workers. There were 100 of them, or 200, or 2,000. They wore black frock coats with silk lapels, and new boots that squeaked like piglets in a sack. And now I will speak as God spoke on Mount Sinai from the burning bush. Take my words into your ears. Everything I saw with my own eyes, sitting right here on the wall of the second cemetery, next to lisping Moisika and Shimshon from the funeral home. I, Eri Leib, a proud Jew living among the dead, saw it with my own eyes. The hearse rolled up to the synagogue in the cemetery. The coffin was placed on the steps. Aunt Pashaya was shaking like a little bird. The cantor climbed out of the carriage and began the funeral service. 60 chanters supported him. And at that very moment the red automobile came flying around the corner. It was honking I Pagliacci and came to a stop. The people stood, silent as corpses. The trees, the chanters, the beggars stood silent. 4 men got out from under the red roof, and with quiet steps carried to the hearse a wreath of roses of a beauty never before seen. And when the funeral ended, the 4 men lifted the coffin onto their steel shoulders, and with burning eyes and protruding chests, marched with the members of the Society of Jewish Shop Assistants. In front walked Benya Krik, who back then nobody was yet calling the king. He was the first to approach the grave. He climbed onto the mound, and stretched out his arm. "What are you doing, young man?" Kaufman from the Burial Brotherhood shouted, running up to him. "I want to give a speech," Benya Krik answered. And he gave a speech. All who wanted to hear it heard it. I, Eri Leib, heard it, as did lisping Moisika, who was sitting next to me on the wall. "Ladies and gentlemen," Benya Krik said. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, and the sun stood above his head, like a guard with a rifle. "You have come to pay your last respects to an honest toiler, who died for a copper half kopeck. In my own name, and in the name of all those who are not present, I thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, what did our dear Joseph see in his life? One big nothing. What did he do for a living? He counted someone else's money. What did he die for? He died for the whole working class. There are men who are already doomed to die, and there are men who still have not begun to live." And suddenly a bullet, flying toward the doomed heart, tears into Joseph, when all he has seen of life is one big nothing. There are men who can drink vodka, and there are men who can't drink vodka but still drink it. The former get pleasure from the agony and joy, and the latter suffer for all those who drink vodka without being able to drink it. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, after we have prayed for our poor Joseph, I ask you to accompany Savly Butsis, a man unknown to you but already deceased, to his grave. Having finished his speech, Benya Krik came down from the mound. The people, the trees, and the cemetery beggars stood silent. 2 gravediggers carried an unpainted coffin to an adjacent grave. The cantor, stuttering, ended the prayer. Benya threw the first spadeful of earth and walked over to Savka. All the barristers and ladies with brooches followed him like sheep. He had the cantor chant the full funeral rites for Savka, and 60 chanters sang with him. Savka had never dreamt of such a funeral. You can trust the word of Eri Leib, an aged old man. Word has it that it was on that day that Yid and Ahaf decided to close shop. Not that I myself was there. But I saw with my own eyes, the eyes of Eri Leib, which is my name, that neither the cantor, nor the choir, nor the burial brotherhood asked to get paid for the funeral. More I couldn't see, because the people quietly slipped away from Savka's grave and started running, as if from a fire. They flew off in carriages, in carts, and on foot. And the 4 men who had arrived in the red automobile left in it. The musical horn played its march, the car lurched and hurtled off. The king, lisping Moisica, who always grabs the best seat on the wall, said, following the car with his eyes. Now you know everything. You know who was the first to pronounce the word king / it was Moisica. Now you know why he didn't call one-eyed Grak that, nor raging Coca. You know everything. But what use is it if you still have glasses on your nose and autumn in your heart? Lyubka the Cossack. In the Moldavanka, on the corner of Dalitskaya and Bakovskaya / streets, stands Lyubka Schneeweiss's house. In this house there is a wine cellar, an inn, an oat store, and a dovecot for 100 Kryakov and Nikolaev doves. All these as well as lot number 46 in the Odessa quarry belong to Lyubka Schneeweiss, nicknamed Lyubka the Cossack. Only the dovecot is the property of Yevzel, a retired soldier with a medal. On Sundays, Yevzel goes to Okhotnitskaya Square and sells doves to officials from town and to the boys of the neighborhood. Also living in Lyubka's courtyard, besides the watchman, are Pashyamindal, cook and procuress, and Zudekis, the manager, a small Jew with a build and beard like those of our Moldavanka rabbi, Benzgaria. There are many stories I can tell about Zudekis. The first is the story of how Zudekis became the manager of the inn that belonged to Lyubka, nicknamed the Cossack. About 10 years ago Zudekis was the middleman in the sale of a horse-drawn threshing machine to a landowner, and in the evening he brought the landowner over to Lyubka's to celebrate the sale. This landowner had not only a mustache, but also a goatee, and wore lacquered shoes. Pashyamindal served him gefilte fish, followed by a very nice young lady by the name of Nastia. The landowner stayed the night, and in the morning Yevzel woke Zudekis, who was lying curled up by Lyubka's door. Well, Yevzel said to him, last night you were boasting about how the landowner bought a threshing machine through you. Well, let me inform you that he stayed the night and then at dawn, like the lowest of the low, made a run for it. That'll be 2 rubles for the food and 4 rubles for the young lady. I can see you're a slippery old con. But Zudekis wouldn't pay. So Yevzel shoved him into Lyubka's room and locked the door. Well, the watchman said, you're going to stay right here till Lyubka gets back from the quarry, and with the help of God she will beat the soul out of you. Amen. Jailbird. Zudekis shouted after the soldier, and looked around the room. All you know about is your doves, you jailbird. But I still have some faith in God who will lead me out of here, the way he led all the Jews first out of Egypt and then out of the desert. There was much more that the little middleman wanted to tell Yevzel, but the soldier had taken the key and left, his shoes thumping. Then Zudekis turned around and saw the procuress, Pashyamindal, sitting by the window reading the Miracles and Heart of Baal Shem. She was reading the Hasidic book with gilt edges, and rocking an oak cradle with her foot. In the cradle lay Lyubka's son, Davidka, crying. I see you have a nice setup here in this Sakhalin prison camp. Zudekis said to Pashyamindal. The child lies there, bawling its lungs out so that a man feels pity at the sight of it, while you fat woman, sit here like a stone in the woods and don't even give him a bottle. You give him a bottle. Pashyamindal answered, without looking up from her book. That's if he'll take a bottle from you, you old crook. He's as big as a pork butcher, and all he wants is his mama's milk, while his mama gallops around her quarries, drinks tea with Jews in the Medved tavern, buys contraband down by the harbor, and thinks of her son as she might think of last year's snow. Oi, poor Zudekis, the small middleman then said to himself. You have fallen into the hands of the Pharaoh himself. And he went over to the eastern wall of the room, muttered the whole morning prayer with addenda, and then took the crying infant in his arms. Davidka looked at him in bewilderment and waved his little crimson legs covered in infant's sweat, and the old man started walking up and down the room and, rocking like a tzaddik in prayer, began singing an endless song. Ah, he began singing. Now all the children will get nothing and a half, but our little Davidka will get some buns, so he will sleep both night and day. Ah, Now all the children will get a good punch in the. Zudekis showed Lyubka's son his fist with its grey hairs, and repeated the song about getting nothing and a half and buns until the boy fell asleep and the sun had reached the middle of the shining sky. It reached the middle and began quivering like a fly weakened by the heat. Wild mujiks from Narubeyska and Tatarka who were staying at Lyubka's inn crawled under their carts and fell into a wild and sonorous sleep. A drunken workman went out to the gates and, dropping his plane and his saw, collapsed on the ground and began snoring then and there, surrounded by the golden flies and the blue lightning of July. Wrinkled German settlers who had brought Lyubka wine from the borders of Bessarabia sat nearby in the shade. They lit their pipes, and the smoke from their curved chibuks blended with the silver stubble of their old, unshaven cheeks. The sun hung from the sky like the pink tongue of a thirsty dog, the immense sea rolled far away to Perisip, and the masts of distant ships swayed on the emerald water of Odessa Bay. The day sat in an ornate boat, the day sailed toward evening, and halfway toward evening, at 5 o'clock, Lyubka came back from town. She rode in on a little roan horse with a large belly and an overgrown mane. A fat-legged young man in a calico shirt opened the gate for her. Yevzel grabbed hold of the bridle of her horse, at which point Zudekis called down to Lyubka from his prison cell, "My respects, Madam Schneeweiss, and good day to you. You simply go off on a 3-year trip, and throw your hungry child at me. Shut your ugly trap." Lyubka shouted back at the old man, and jumped off the horse. "Who's that yelling out my window?" "It's Zudekis, a slippery old con," the soldier with the medal explained to his mistress, and began telling her the whole story about the landowner, but didn't get to the end because Zudekis interrupted him, yelling with all his might. "This is an outrage," he yelled, hurling down his skullcap. "This is an outrage to throw a child at a stranger and simply go off on a 3-year trip. Come here this instant and give him your breast. You wait till I come up there, you crook." Lyubka muttered, and ran to the stairs. She came into the room and pulled her breast out of her dusty blouse. The child stretched toward her and gnawed at her monstrous nipple, but didn't strike milk. A vein protruded on the mother's brow, and, shaking his skullcap, Zudekis said to her, "You're such a greedy woman, Lyubka. You want everything for yourself one. You snatch at the whole world, the way a child snatches at a tablecloth to get at bread crumbs. You always have to have the best wheat and the best grapes. You want to bake white bread in the blaze of the sun, while your little baby, your sweet little pumpkin, is drying up without milk. How am I supposed to have milk?" the woman yelled, kneading her breast. "The Plutarch pulled into port today and I had to cover 15 versts in the heat. But don't think you can hoodwink me with your stories, you old Jew. Give me my 6 rubles." But again Zudekis wouldn't pay. He rolled up his sleeve, and jabbed his thin, dirty elbow into Lyubka's mouth. "Choke, you jailbird," he shouted, and spat into the corner. Lyubka stood there for a while with the foreign elbow in her mouth, then took it out, locked the door, and went out into the courtyard. Waiting for her there was Mr. Trottyburn, who resembled a pillar of red meat. Mr. Trottyburn was the chief engineer on the Plutarch. He had brought Lyubka 2 sailors. One of the sailors was an Englishman, the other a Malay. The 3 of them were lugging into the courtyard contraband they had brought from Port Said. The box was heavy. They dropped it on the ground, and out of the box tumbled cigars tangled with Japanese silk. A horde of women came running to the box, and 2 wandering gypsy women came slyly edging nearer. "Get out of here, scum!" Lyubka yelled at them, and led the sailors to the shade of an acacia tree. They sat down at a table. Yevzel brought them wine, and Mr. Trottyburn began unwrapping his merchandise. Out of his bale he took cigars and delicate silks, cocaine and metal jiggers, uncut tobacco from the state of Virginia, and black wine bought on the island of Chios. Each item had a special price, and each figure was washed down with Bessarabian wine with its bouquet of sunshine and bedbugs. Twilight was already flooding the courtyard, twilight was flooding in like an evening wave over a wide river, and the drunken Malay, completely taken aback, poked Lyubka's breast with his finger. He poked it with one finger, then with each of his fingers, one after the other. His yellow and tender eyes hung above the table like paper lanterns on a Chinese street. He started singing, barely audibly, and toppled onto the ground as Lyubka punched him with her fist. "A nice literate fellow, that one," Lyubka said to Mr. Trotty Byrne. "That Malaysian's making me lose my last drop of milk, while that Jew up there won't stop badgering me for it." And she pointed at Zudekis, who was standing by the window, washing his socks. A small lamp was smoking in Zudekis' room, his tub frothed and hissed. He leaned out the window sensing that they were talking about him, and in despair started yelling down to them. "Save me, you people," he yelled, waving his hands. "Shut your ugly trap." Lyubka yelled back, and burst out laughing. "Shut up." She threw a stone at the old man, but didn't manage to hit him. She then grabbed an empty wine bottle. But Mr. Trotty Byrne, the chief engineer, took the bottle away from her, aimed, and flung it through the open window. "Miss Lyubka," the chief engineer said, rising, pulling his drunken legs toward himself. "Many worthy individuals have come to me, Miss Lyubka, to trade, but I trade with no one, not with Mr. Kuninson nor with Mr. Batts, nor with Mr. Kupchik, no one but you, because I find your conversation so agreeable, Miss Lyubka." And, gaining a foothold on his wobbly legs, he grabbed his sailors by their shoulders, the one an Englishman, the other a Malay, and began dancing with them through the cooling courtyard. The men from the Plutarch danced in deeply pensive silence. An orange star had slid right down to the edge of the horizon and was staring them in the face. Then they took their money, grabbed each other by the hand, and went out into the street, swaying the way hanging lamps sway on a ship. From the street they could see the sea, the black waters of Odessa Bay, little toy flags on sunken masts, and piercing lights that had ignited in the spacious depths. Lyubka walked her dancing guests to the intersection. She stayed back alone in the empty street, laughed to herself, and went home. The sleepy young man in the calico shirt locked the gates behind her. Yevzel brought his mistress the proceeds of the day, and she went upstairs to sleep. Their Pashyamindal, the procuress, was already slumbering, and Zudekis was rocking the oak cradle with his bare feet. "How you've tortured us, you shameless woman," he said, and took the child out of the cradle. "But here, watch me and you might learn a thing or two, you foul mother, you." He laid a thin comb on Lyubka's breast and put her son into her bed. The child stretched toward his mother, pricked himself on the comb, and started to cry. Then the old man pushed the bottle toward him, but Davidka turned away from the bottle. "Is this some spell you're putting on me, you old swindler?" Lyubka muttered, dozing off. "Shut up, you foul mother, you." Zudekis said to her. "Shut up and learn, may the devil take you." The baby pricked himself on the comb again, hesitantly took the bottle, and began sucking. "There," Zudekis said, and burst out laughing. "I have weaned your child. I can teach you a thing or two, may the devil take you." Davidka lay in his cradle, sucking on his bottle and dribbling blissfully. Lyubka woke up, opened her eyes, and closed them again. She saw her son, and the moon forcing its way through her window. The moon jumping into black clouds, like a straying calf. "Well, fair enough," Lyubka said. "Unlock the door for Zudekis, Pashyamindal, and let him come tomorrow for a pound of American tobacco." And the following day Zudekis came for a pound of uncut tobacco from the state of Virginia. He was given it, and a quarter-pound of tea was thrown in. And within a week, when I came to buy a dove from Yevzel, I ran into the new manager of Lyubka's courtyard. He was tiny, like our Rabbi Banzgaria. Zudekis was the new manager. He stayed at his post for 15 years, and during that period I heard a great number of stories about him. And if I can manage, I will tell them one after another, because they are very interesting stories. The father. Froem Grak had once been married. That was long ago. 20 years have passed since then. His wife had borne him a daughter and had died in childbirth. The girl was named Bejia. Her grandmother on her mother's side lived in Tulchin. The old woman did not like her son-in-law. She said about him, Froem is a carter by profession, he has black horses, but his soul is blacker than his horses' coats. The old woman did not like her son-in-law and took away the newborn girl. She lived 20 years with the girl and then died. Then Bejia came back to her father. That's how it happened. On Wednesday, the 5th, Froem Grak was carting wheat from the Dreyfus Company warehouses down to the port to load on the Caledonia. As evening fell, he finished working and went home. At the corner of Prokhorovskaya Street he came across Ivan Pyatarubel, the blacksmith. "My respects, Grak," Ivan Pyatarubel said. "There's some woman banging on your door." Grak drove on and saw a gigantic woman standing in his courtyard. Her hips were enormous, and her cheeks brick red. "Papa," the woman shouted in a deafening bass voice. "The devil is snatching at me already, I'm so bored. I've been waiting for you all day. You know, Grandma died in Tulchin." Grak stood in his cart staring at his daughter. "Don't prance about in front of the horses," he shouted in despair. "Grab the bridle there. You trying to finish off my horses?" Grak stood on the cart waving his whip. Bejia grabbed the shaft horse's bridle and led the horses to the stable. She unharnessed them and went to busy herself in the kitchen. She hung her father's foot bindings on a line, scrubbed the sooty teapot with sand, and warmed up a large meatball in the cast iron pot. "What unbearable dirt, Papa," she said, grabbed the rancid sheepskins from the floor and threw them out the window. "But till get rid of this dirt," she shouted, and gave her father his food. The old man drank vodka out of an enameled teapot and ate his meatball, which smelled of happy childhood. Then he picked up his whip and walked out the gates. Bejia came out after him. She had put on a pair of men's boots, an orange dress, and a hat covered with birds, and sat down next to him on the bench. The evening slouched past the bench, the shining eye of the sunset fell into the sea beyond Perisip, and the sky was red, like a red-letter day on a calendar. All trading had ended on Dalitskaya Street, and the gangsters drove by on the shadowy street to Iuska Samuelson's brothel. They rode in lacquered carriages and were dressed up in colorful jackets, like hummingbirds. They were goggle-eyed, one leg resting on the running board, their steel hands holding bouquets of flowers wrapped in cigarette paper. The lacquered cabs moved at a walking pace, and in each carriage sat one man with a bouquet. The drivers, sticking out on their high seats, were covered in bows like best men at weddings. Old Jewish women in bonnets lazily watched the flow of this everyday procession. They were indifferent to everything, these old Jewish women. It was only the sons of shopkeepers and dock workers who envied the kings of the Moldavanka. Solomon Chick Kaplun, the grocer's son, and Manya artillerist, the smuggler's son, were among those who tried to turn their eyes away from the splendor of other men's success. Both of them walked past Bejia swaying like girls who have just discovered love. They whispered to each other and mimicked with their arms how they would embrace her, if she wanted them to. And Bejia immediately wanted them to, because she was a simple girl from Tulchin, that self-seeking, near-sighted little town. She weighed a good 5 pud and a few pounds over, had lived all her life among the viperous offspring of Podolian brokers, itinerant booksellers, and lumber dealers, and she had never before seen anyone like Solomon Chick Kaplun. This is why when she saw him she started shuffling her fat feet, which had been squeezed into men's boots, and said to her father, "Papa," she said in a thundering voice. "Look at that sweetie of a gentleman. Look at his little dolly feet. I could eat them up." "Aha, Mr. Grak," whispered an old Jew named Golubchik sitting next to them. "I see your child wants to roam in the pasture. That's all I need." Froem told Golubchik, twirling his whip a little, and then went home to sleep, and slept soundly because he didn't believe the old man. He didn't believe the old man, but he turned out to be entirely wrong. Golubchik was the one who was right. Golubchik was the matchmaker on our street. At night he read prayers for the well-to-do who had passed away, and he knew all there was to know about life. Froem Grak was wrong. Golubchik was the one who was right. And, truth to tell, from that day on Bajia spent all her evenings outside the gates. She sat on the bench, sewing herself a trousseau. Pregnant women sat next to her. Heaps of sackcloth unfurled over her powerful, bandy knees. The pregnant women were filled with all kinds of things, the way a cow's udder in a pasture fills with the rosy milk of spring, and then their husbands, one by one, came from work. The quarrelsome women's husbands wrung out their tousled beards beneath the water fountain, and then made way for the hunchbacked old women. The old women washed fat babies in troughs, they slapped their grandsons' shiny bottoms, and bundled them up in their frayed skirts. And so Bajia from Tulchin saw life in the Moldavanka, our generous mother, a life crowded with suckling babies, drying rags, and conjugal nights filled with big city chic and soldierly tirelessness. The girl wanted such a life for herself too, but she was quick to realize that the daughter of one-eyed Grak could not count on a suitable match. That was when she stopped calling her father father. "You red-headed thief," she yelled at him in the evenings. "You red-headed thief. Come get your grub." And this went on until Bajia had sewed herself 6 nightgowns and 6 pairs of bloomers with lace frills. Having finished sewing the hem of the lace, she began crying in a faint little voice not at all like her usual voice, and through her tears said to the unshakable Grak, "Every girl has her interests in life," she told him. "I'm the only one who has to live like a night watchman in someone else's warehouse. Either do something with me, Papa, or I shall kill myself off." Grak heard his daughter out, and on the following day put on a sailcloth cloak and went to visit Kaplun the grocer on Privasnaya Square. A golden sign sparkled above Kaplan's store. It was the best store on Privasnaya Square. Inside was the aroma of many seas and wonderful lives unknown to us. A boy was sprinkling the cool depths of the store with a watering can, singing a song suitable only for adults to sing. Solomon Chick, the owner's son, stood behind the counter. On the counter were olives that had come from Greece, Marseille's butter, coffee beans, Lisbon Malaga, sardines from the firm of Philippe and Canet, and cayenne pepper. Kaplun himself was sitting in his vest in the sun on a glassed-in porch eating a watermelon, a red watermelon with black seeds, slanting seeds like the eyes of sly Chinese girls. Kaplan's stomach lay on the table in the sun, and there was nothing the sun could do with him. But then the grocer saw Grak in his sailcloth cloak and turned pale. "Good day to you, Monsieur Grak," he said, and moved to the side. "Golubchik informed me that you'd be dropping by, and I have prepared a pound of tea for you, an absolute rarity." And he began talking about a new variety of tea that had been brought to Odessa on Dutch ships. Grak listened to him patiently, but then interrupted him, because he was a simple man with no tricks up his sleeve. "I'm a simple man with no tricks up my sleeve," Froem said. "I stay with my horses and I work hard at my work. I'm ready to throw in some new linen and a few coins for Bajia, and I needn't tell you that I myself stand behind her, and whoever thinks that's not enough can burn in hell." "Why should we burn?" Kaplun answered in a quick jabber, caressing the carter's arm. "No need for such words, Monsieur Grak. We know you well as a man who can lend another a helping hand, not to mention that your talk might offend a man you're no Krakow rabbi, you know, and though I myself didn't stand beneath wedding wreaths with no niece of Moses Montefiore, we must consider Madame Kaplun, a grand lady. God himself has no idea what that woman wants." "Me, I know that Solomon Chick wants my Bajia," Grak interrupted the grocer. "But Madame Kaplun doesn't want me." "That's right. I don't want you," shouted Madame Kaplun, who had been listening by the door, and she came into the glass veranda, hot all over, her chest fluttering. I don't want you, Grak, as man doesn't want death. I don't want you, as a bride doesn't want her face to be covered with pimples. Don't forget that our dear late granddaddy was a grocer, and we must keep up law branched. You can keep your law branched, Grak told the heated Madame Kaplan, and went home. Bajia was waiting for him there in her orange dress. But without even glancing at her, the old man spread out a sheepskin coat under the cart and went to sleep, and he slept until Bajia's powerful arm dragged him out from under the cart. You red-headed thief, the girl said in a whisper, not at all like her usual whisper. Why do I have to put up with your carter's ways, and why are you as mute as a log, you red-headed thief? Bajia. Grak said to her. Solomon Chick wants you, but Madame Kaplan doesn't want me. She wants a grocer's girl. The old man adjusted his sheepskin coat and crawled back under the cart, and Bajia went running out of the courtyard. All of this happened on a Sabbath, a day of rest. The purple eye of the sunset, rummaging over the earth, stumbled upon Grak in the evening, snoring under his cart. An impulsive ray bumped into the sleeping man, and with its blazing reproach led him to Dalitskaya Street, which lay dusty and shimmering like green rye in the wind. Tatars were walking up Dalitskaya Street, Tatars and Turks with their mullahs. They were returning from a pilgrimage to Mecca and going back to their homes on the Orenburg steppes and in Transcaucasia. A steamship had brought them to Odessa, and they were going from the harbor to the inn of Lyubka Shneeweiss, nicknamed Lyubka the Cossack. The Tatars wore striped, rigid robes, and they covered the streets with the bronze sweat of the deserts. White towels were wound around their fezzes, indicating they had worshipped at the shrine of the Prophet. The pilgrims walked to the corner of the street and headed for Lyubka's courtyard, but they couldn't get in because a big crowd of people had gathered by the gates. Lyubka Shneeweiss, her bag by her side, was beating a drunken mujik, pushing him out into the street. She was punching him in the face, her fist clenched like a tambourine, while with her other hand she was holding him up so he wouldn't collapse. Streams of blood were trickling between the mujik's teeth and down past his ears. He was lost in thought, looking at Lyubka as if she were a complete stranger. Then he collapsed onto the stones and fell asleep. Lyubka gave him a kick and went back inside her store. Yevzel, her watchman, closed the gates behind her, and waved at Froem Grak, who was walking by. My respects, Grak, he shouted. If you want to see a real slice of life, come into our courtyard, you'll have a good laugh. And the watchman took Grak to a wall where the pilgrims who had arrived the night before had settled down. An old Turk in a green turban, an old Turk as green and light as a leaf, was lying on the grass. He was covered in pearly sweat, breathing with difficulty, and his eyes were rolling. There. Yevzel said, adjusting the metal on his shabby jacket. There you have a scene from the real-life opera Turkish Sickness. He's dying, this old man is, but no one must call a doctor, because they think that whoever dies on the road back from the Muhammadan God is a fortunate and wealthy man. Halva. Yevzel shouted at the dying man, and burst out laughing. The doctor has come to cure you. The Turk looked up at the watchman with childish terror and hatred, and turned away. Yevzel, pleased with himself, took Grak to the wine cellar on the other side of the courtyard. In the cellar, lamps were already burning, and music was playing. Old Jews with massive beards were playing Romanian and Jewish songs. Mendel Crick was at a table drinking wine from a green glass, describing how his own sons Benya, the older one, and Lyovka, the younger, had maimed him. He yelled out his story in a hoarse and terrifying voice, showed his smashed teeth, and let those around him poke the wounds on his belly. The Volhynian tzaddiks, with their porcelain faces, stood behind his chair and listened to Mendel Crick's bragging with numb bewilderment. They were astonished at everything they heard, and Grak despised them for it. Old braggart, he mumbled, and ordered wine. Then Froem called over the owner, Lyubka the Cossack. She was standing by the door spouting curses and downing shots of vodka. What, she shouted at Froem, squinting at him in fury. Madame Lyubka, Froem said, beckoning her to sit next to him. You are a clever woman, and I have come to you as I would to my very own mamma. I have faith in you, Madame Lyubka, first and foremost in God, then in you. What? Lyubka yelled, and quickly marched around the cellar before coming to sit next to him. And Grak said, in the Sept Dements, he said, the Germans are having a rich wheat harvest, but in Constantinople groceries go for a song. In Constantinople you can buy a pud of olives for 3 rubles, and then sell them here for 30 kopecks a pound. The grocers are really doing well now, Madame Lyubka, they've grown big and fat, and if one approaches them with a delicate touch, one could come away quite happy. But I'm all alone now on the job, the late Lyovka Bik has died, and I have no one left to turn to, and I'm all alone, as God is alone in heaven. Benya Krik. Lyubka said to him. You tried Benya out on Tartakovsky, so why not Benya? Benya Krik. Grak repeated, full of amazement. He's a bachelor too, now that I think of it. He's a bachelor, Lyubka said. Hook him up with Bajia, give him money, make the rounds with him. Benya Krik, the old man repeated, like an echo, a distant echo. I hadn't thought of him. Froem Grak got up, muttering and stuttering, Lyubka marched off, and he tagged along behind her. They crossed the courtyard and went up to the 2nd floor. There on the 2nd floor lived the women that Lyubka kept for her guests. Our bridegroom is with Katyusha, Lyubka said to Grak. Wait for me in the hall. And she went to the room at the other end, where Benya was in bed with a woman named Katyusha. Enough slobbering. Lyubka told the young man. You have to set yourself up first, Benchik, and then you can slobber away. Froem Grak is looking for you. He needs a man for a job but can't find one. Then she told him everything she knew about Bajia and about Grak's business. I'll think it over, Benya told her, covering Katyusha's bare legs with the sheet. He'll think it over. Let the old man wait a bit. Wait a bit, Lyubka told Grak, who was still standing in the hall. Wait a bit, he's thinking it over. Lyubka brought him a chair, and he sank into boundless waiting. He waited patiently, like a mujik in a government office. Behind the wall, Katyusha moaned and burst out laughing. The old man dozed off for 2 hours, maybe more. Evening had long turned into night, the sky had turned black, and its milky ways had filled with gold, brilliance, and coolness. Lyubka's cellar was locked up already, the drunks lay like broken furniture in the courtyard, and the old mullah with the green turban had died around midnight. Then music came over the sea, hunting horns and trumpets from the English ships. The music came over the sea and faded away, but Katyusha, unfailing Katyusha, was still incandescing her rosy-painted Russian paradise for Benya Krik. She moaned behind the wall and burst out laughing. Old Froem sat motionless in front of her door. He waited till 1 in the morning, and then he knocked. Hey, he called. Are you making fun of me? Benya finally opened the door. Monsieur Grak, he said, flustered, smiling, and covering himself with a sheet. When we're young, we see girls like them's merchandise, but they're just straw that catches fire by itself. He got dressed, made Katyusha's bed, shook out her pillow, and went out into the street with the old man. They walked until they came to the Russian cemetery, and there at the cemetery the interests of Benya Krik and gnarled old Grak the gangster intersected. Their interests intersected because Bajia would bring her future husband 3,000 rubles as a dowry, 2 thoroughbred horses, and a pearl necklace. They also intersected because Kaplun would have to pay 2,000 rubles to Benya, Bajia's bridegroom. Kaplun of Privosnaya Square was guilty of family pride. He had grown rich on Constantinople olives, he showed no mercy for Bajia's first love, and that was why Benya decided to take on the task of relieving Kaplun of 2,000 rubles. "I'll take on this task, Papa," he said to his future father-in-law. With the help of God we shall punish all grocers. These words were uttered at dawn, after night had already passed. And here now a new story begins, the story of the fall of the house of Kaplun, the tale of its slow ruin, of arson and gunshots in the night. And all this, the fate of arrogant Kaplun and the fate of Bajia, was decided that night when Bajia's father and her sudden fiancé sauntered past the Russian cemetery. Young men were pulling girls behind the fences, and kisses echoed on the gravestones. Froem Grak. In 1919, Benya Krik's men ambushed the rear guard of the Volunteer Army 5, slit all the officers' throats, and captured part of their supply unit. As a reward, they demanded that the Odessa Soviet allow them 3 days of peaceful insurrection, but as they were not given permission, they looted all the stores lining the Alexandrovsky Boulevard. Then they set their sights on the Mutual Credit Society. They let all the customers enter first, and then requested that the porters carry all the bags of money and valuables outside to a car parked nearby. Within a month Benya Krik's men were being lined up and shot. There were people who said that Aaron Peskin, a workshop owner, had had a hand in their capture and arrest. What kind of workshop it was, nobody knew. There was a machine in it, a long device with a warp lead roller, and on the floor, surrounded by sawdust, lay pasteboards for binding books. One spring morning Misha Yablotko, one of Peskin's friends, knocked on the door of his workshop. "The weather's great outside," Misha said to him. "You see before you a man who is about to grab a bottle of vodka along with some food and go for a ride to Arcadia. Don't laugh, sometimes I love to just walk away from it all." Peskin put on his jacket and set out with Misha Yablotko in his buggy to Arcadia. They rode about until evening. At dusk, Misha Yablotko entered the room in which Madame Peskin was bathing her 14-year-old daughter in a tub. "Greetings," Misha said, lifting his hat. "We had such a nice time. The air there simply out of this world. Though talking to your husband is like pulling teeth. What a tiresome man he is." "You can say that again," Madame Peskin said, grabbing her daughter by the hair and yanking her head every which way. "Where is he, that vagabond?" "He's unwinding outside in the garden." Misha lifted his hat again, excused himself, and left in his buggy. Madame Peskin went straight outside. Her husband was sitting there in a Panama hat, leaning against the garden table with a grin on his face. "You vagabond," Madame Peskin said to him. "How dare you just sit there laughing, while that daughter of yours is driving me to an early grave? She won't wash her hair. I want you to go inside right now and have a word with her." Peskin sat there silently, still grinning. "You fool," Madame Peskin said. She peered under her husband's Panama hat and started screaming. The neighbors came running. "He's not alive," she told them. "He's dead." That wasn't true. Peskin had been shot twice in the chest and his skull was broken, but he was still alive. They took him to the Jewish hospital. Dr. Silberberg in person operated on the wounded man, but Peskin was out of luck. He died under the knife. That same night the Chaika 6 arrested a man nicknamed the Georgian, and his friend Kolya Lapidus. One of them was Misha Yablotko's coachman, the other had lain in wait for the buggy in Arcadia by the bend in the road that leads from the seashore out into the steppes. The two arrested men were shot after a brief interrogation. But Misha Yablotko managed to slip the net. He disappeared from sight, and a few days later an old woman selling sunflower seeds came hobbling into Froem Grak's yard. She was carrying a basket of seeds on her arm. One of her eyebrows was arched in a furry, coal-black line above her eye, the other, barely visible, lay sagging on her eyelid. Froem Grak was sitting near the stable with his legs apart, playing with Arkady, his grandson. The boy had come tumbling out of his daughter Bajia's powerful womb 3 years ago. Froem held out his finger to Arkady, who grabbed it and began to swing from it as if it were a crossbeam. "You little scoundrel, you!" Froem said to his grandson, peering at him with his single eye. The old woman came up to him with her furry eyebrow and her men's boots tied with string. "Froem," she said. "I tell you, these people have not a drop of soul in them. They don't say a word, they just kill us in their cellars like dogs. And they don't give us a chance to open our mouths before we die. We should tear these men to pieces with our teeth, and rip out their hearts." "Why are you silent?" the old woman Miss Yabloko asked Froem. "Our men are waiting for you to break your silence." Misha got up, moved the basket to his other arm, and left, lifting his black eyebrow. He ran into 3 girls with braided hair walking with their arms around each other's waists outside the church on Alexievskia Square. "Hello girls," Misha Yabloko said to them. "Sorry I can't invite you for tea and cake." He scooped up some sunflower seeds with a little glass mug, poured them into the pockets of their dresses, and walked off, disappearing around the church. Froem Grak remained alone in his yard. He sat motionless, his single eye staring into the distance. Mules captured from imperialist troops were munching hay in the stables, and fattened mares were grazing with their foals on the meadow. Carters were playing cards in the shade of the chestnut trees and drinking wine from broken cups. Hot gusts of air swept over the whitewashed walls, and the sun in its blue rigidity poured over the yard. Froem got up and went out into the street. He crossed Prokhorovskaya Street, which was blackening the sky with the destitute, melting smoke of its kitchens, and Tokaki Market, where people laden with curtains and drapes were trying to sell them to each other. He walked up Ekaterininskia Street, made a turn by the statue of the Empress, and went inside the building of the Chaika. "I am Froem," he told the commandant. "I want to see the boss." The chairman of the Chaika back then was Vladislav Simon, who had come from Moscow. When he heard that Froem was there to see him, he called in Borovoy, one of his investigators, and asked for information on him. "A first-rate fellow," Borovoy told him. "Odessa begins and ends with him." And old Froem, in his canvas overalls, red-haired and big as a house, a patch over one eye and his cheek disfigured, was led into the office by the commandant. "You know who you're killing off, boss," he said as he walked into the room. "You're killing off all the lions. And you know what you'll be left with if you keep it up? You'll be left with shit." Simon leaned forward and opened his desk drawer. "Don't worry, I'm clean," Froem told him. "Nothing in my hands, nothing in my boots, and I didn't leave nobody waiting outside neither. Let my boys go, boss. Just name your price." Simon had the old man sit down in an armchair, and offered him some cognac. Borovoy left the room and called together all the investigators who had come from Moscow. Borovoy told them how it was one-eyed Froem and not Benya Krik who was the real boss of the 40,000 Odessa thugs. Froem might never show his hand, but he was the brains behind everything: the looting of the factories and the Odessa treasury, and the ambushing of both the anti-Bolshevik army and its allies. Borovoy waited for Froem to come out of Simon's office so he could have a word with him. But Froem did not appear. Tired of waiting, Borovoy went to look for him. He searched through the whole building until he finally looked out into the backyard. Froem Grak was lying there stretched out under a tarpaulin by a wall covered in ivy. 2 Red Army men stood by his body, smoking. "Strong as an ox," the older of the 2 said when he saw Borovoy. "Strength like you wouldn't believe. If you don't butcher an old man like that, he'll live forever. He had 10 bullets in him and he was still going strong." The Red Army man's face reddened, his eyes sparkled, and his cap slipped to the side. "You're shooting your mouth off," the second soldier cut in. "He died just like they all do." "No, not like they all do," the older soldier shouted. "Some holler and beg, some don't say a word." "So what do you mean, like they all do?" "To me they're all the same," the younger Red Army man repeated obstinately. "They all look the same, I can't even tell them apart." Borovoy bent down and pulled back the tarpaulin. The old man's face was frozen in a grimace. Borovoy went back to his office. It was a round chamber with walls covered in satin. A meeting was underway about new rules for prosecuting cases. Simon was reprimanding the staff on the irregularities he had come upon, about the haphazard way verdicts were written up, and the absurd method with which protocols of the investigations were drawn up. The investigators were to split into groups and work with legal experts, so that from now on matters would be conducted according to the codes and statutes instituted by the Chika headquarters in Moscow. Borovoy sat in his corner, listening. He sat alone, far away from the rest. Simon came up to him after the meeting and took him by the hand. "I know you're angry at me, Sasha," Simon said to him, "but you mustn't forget that now we are the power, the state power. You must remember that." "I'm not angry at you," Borovoy said, turning away. "It's just that you're not an Odson, you can't understand what the old man represented." They sat side by side, the chairman of the Chika, who had just turned 23, and his subordinate. Simon was holding Borovoy's hand in his and pressing it. "Tell me one thing as a Chekist, as a revolutionary," Simon said to him after a moment of silence. "I see what use would that man have been to the society we are building." "I don't know," Borovoy said, staring motionlessly in front of him. "I suppose no use at all." He pulled himself together and chased away his memories. Then, livening up, he continued telling the Chekists who had come from Moscow about the life of Froem Grak, about his ingenuity, his elusiveness, his contempt for his fellow men, all the amazing tales that were now a thing of the past. The end of the almshouse. In the days of the famine, no one lived better in all Odessa than the almsfolk of the second Jewish cemetery. Kaufman, the cloth merchant, had built an almshouse for old people by the wall of the cemetery in memory of his wife Isabella, a fact that became the butt of many a joke at Café Fankenai.1, but Kaufman turned out to be right in the end. After the revolution, the old men and women who found refuge by the cemetery immediately grabbed positions as grave diggers, cantors, and body washers. They got their hands on an oak coffin with a silver tasseled pall, and rented it out to the poor. There were no planks to be found anywhere in Odessa in those days. The rental coffin did not stand idle. The dead would lie in the oak coffin at home and at the funeral service, but then they were pitched into their graves wrapped in a shroud. This was a forgotten Jewish custom. Wise men had taught that one is not to hinder the union of worm and carrion. Carrion is unclean. For dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. Because of the revival of the forgotten custom, the rations of the old folk grew in ways which in those days no one could even dream of. In the evenings they got drunk in Zalman Krivoruka's cellar, and threw their leftover scraps to poorer companions. Their prosperity remained undisturbed until the rebellion in the German settlements. The Germans killed garrison commander Gersh Lugovoy. He was buried with honors. The troops marched to the cemetery with bands, field kitchens, and machine guns on Tachenkas. Speeches were given and vows made over his open grave. Comrade Gersh joined the Revolutionary Social Democratic Workers' Party of the Bolsheviks in 1911, where he held the position of propagandist and liaison agent. Lenka Breutmann, the division commander, yelled at the top of his lungs. Comrade Gersh was arrested along with Sonia Yanovskaya, Ivan Sokolov, and Monozin in the town of Nikolaev in 1913. Eri Leib, the elder of the almshouse, lay in waiting with his comrades. Lenka hadn't yet finished his farewell speech over the grave when the old men heaved up the coffin in order to tip it onto its side so that the deceased, covered with a flag, would come tumbling out. Lenka discreetly jabbed Eri Leib with his boot spur. "Beat it," he hissed. "Go on, beat it." Gersh served the Republic. Before the eyes of the horrified old folk, Lugovoy was buried along with the oak coffin, the tassels, and the black pall onto which the Star of David and verses from an ancient Hebrew prayer for the dead had been woven in silver. "We've all just attended our own funeral," Eri Leib told his comrades after the burial. "We have fallen into Pharaoh's hands." And he rushed off to see Breuden, the overseer of the cemetery, with the request that planks for a new coffin and cloth for a pall be issued immediately. Broyden made promises, but did nothing. His plans did not include the enrichment of the old folk. "My heart aches more for the unemployed municipal employees than for these entrepreneurs," he told the others at the office. Broyden made promises, but did nothing. In Zalman Krivoruka's wine cellar, Talmudic curses rained down on his head and the heads of the Union of Municipal Workers. The old folk cursed Broyden's bone marrow and that of the members of the Union, along with the fresh seed in the wombs of their wives. They called down every kind of paralysis and boil upon each and every one of them. The old folks' income shrank. Their rations now consisted of bluish soup with boiled fish bones, with a second course of barley kasha without a single dab of butter in it. An aged Odson is ready enough to eat any kind of soup, regardless what it's made of, as long as there's garlic, pepper, and a bay leaf in it. There were none of these in the old folks' soup. The Isabella Kaufman almshouse shared in the common lot. The rage of its famished inmates grew. Their rage rained down upon the head of the person who least expected it. This person was Dr. Judith Schmacer, who had come to the almshouse to administer smallpox vaccinations. The Provincial Executive Committee had issued an order for mandatory vaccination. Judith Schmacer laid out her instruments on the table and lit a little alcohol burner. Outside the windows stood the emerald walls of the cemetery hedges. The blue tongue of the flame mingled with the June lightning. Meyer Beskontny, a haggard old man, stood closest to Judith. He watched her preparations sullenly. "I'll give you a jab now," Judith said to him, beckoning him over with her tweezers. She pulled his thin, bluish strap of an arm out of his rags. "There's nowhere for you to jab me," the old man said, jerking back his arm. "It's not going to hurt," Judith exclaimed. "It doesn't hurt when you're given a jab in the flesh." "I don't have no flesh," Meyer Beskontny said. "There's nowhere for you to jab." Muffled sobs came from one of the corners. Debelia, a former cook at circumcision feasts, was sobbing. Meyer twisted his decayed cheeks. "Life is shit," he muttered. "The world's a brothel, everyone's a swindler." The pince nez on Judith's nose bounced, her breasts swelled out of her starched coat. She opened her mouth to explain the benefits of vaccination, but Eri Leib, the elder of the almshouse, stopped her. "Young lady," he said. "Our mamas gave birth to us just like your mama gave birth to you. And this woman, our mama, gave birth to us so we would live, not so we would suffer. She wanted for us to live well, and she was as right as a mother can be. A person who is pleased with what Broyden provides him, that person is not worth the material that went into him. Your aim, young lady, is to inoculate smallpox, and with God's help, you are inoculating it. Our aim is to live out our life, not torture it. But we are not achieving our aim." Debelia, a whiskered old woman with a leonine face, started sobbing even louder on hearing these words. She sobbed in a deep bass. "Life is shit," Meyer Beskontny repeated. "Everyone's a swindler." Paralyzed Simon Wolf, screeching and twisting his hands, clutched at the steering wheel of his invalid cart and went rolling toward the door. His yarmulke slid over his swollen, crimson head. 30 growling and grimacing old men and women tumbled out onto the cemetery walk behind Simon Wolf. They shook their crutches and brayed like starving donkeys. When he saw them, the watchman slammed the cemetery gates shut. The amazed gravediggers stopped digging and raised their shovels, clumps of earth and grass roots still clinging to them. The noise brought out bearded Broyden in his tight little jacket, leggings, and cycling cap. "You swindler!" Simon Wolf shouted. "There's nowhere for us to be jabbed. We've got no meat on our arms." Debelia began snarling and growling. She grabbed Simon Wolf's invalid cart and tried to ram Broyden with it. Eri Leib, as always, began spouting allegories and parables that crept up on byways toward an end that was not always clearly apparent. He began with the parable about Rabbi Oziah, who had given his property to his children, his heart to his wife, his fear to God, and his levity to Caesar, keeping for himself only a place beneath an olive tree where the setting sun shone the longest. From Rabbi Ogiah, Leib moved on to planks for a new coffin, and to rations. Broyden spread his long-legged legs, and listened without raising his eyes. The brown fringe of his beard lay motionless on his new jacket. He seemed immersed in sad, tranquil thought. "Forgive me, Leib," Broyden sighed, turning to the cemetery sage. "Forgive me, but I must say that I cannot but see ulterior motives and political goals here. Standing behind you, I cannot but see people who know exactly what they are doing, just as you know exactly what you are doing." Broyden raised his eyes. In a flash they filled with the white water of fury. He trained the trembling hills of his pupils on the old folk. "Leib," Broyden said in his powerful voice, "I want you to read this telegram from the Tatar Republic, where an immense number of Tatars are starving like madmen. Read the petition of the Petersburg proletariat who are working and waiting, hungering by their benches." "I don't have time to wait," Leib interrupted Broyden. "I have no time. There are people," Broyden continued without listening, "who have it worse than you do, and there are thousands of people who have it worse than the people who have it worse than you do. You are sowing trouble, Leib, and a whirlwind is what you shall reap. You are as good as dead if I turn my back on you. You will die if I go my way and you go yours. You will die, Leib. You will die, Simon Wolf. You will die, Meyer Beskontny. But tell me one thing, just one thing, before you die: do we have a Soviet government, or could it be that we do not? If we do not have a Soviet government, if it's all in my imagination, then I would be grateful if you would be so kind as to take me back to Mr. Berzin's on the corner of Deribasovskaya and Ekaterinskaya streets, where I worked as a tailor sewing vests all my life. Tell me, Leib, is the Soviet government all in my imagination?" And Broyden came right up to the old cripples. His quivering pupils broke loose and went hurtling over the groaning, petrified herd like searchlights, like tongues of flame. Broyden's leggings crackled, and sweat stewed on his furrowed face. He came closer and closer to Leib, demanding an answer to whether it was all in his imagination that the Soviet government was now in power. Leib remained silent. This silence might have been the end of him, had not Fedka Stepan appeared at the end of the walk, barefoot and in a sailor's shirt. Fedka had been shell-shocked near Rostov and lived in a hut next to the cemetery, recovering. He wore a whistle on an orange police cord and carried a revolver without a holster. Fedka was drunk. The locks of his rock-hard curls rested on his forehead. Beneath his locks his face, with its high cheekbones, was twisted by convulsions. He walked up to Logovoy's grave, which was surrounded by wilted wreaths. "Where were you, Logovoy, when I took Rostov?" Fedka asked the dead man. Fedka gnashed his teeth, blew his police whistle, and pulled the revolver from his belt. The revolver's burnished muzzle glittered. "They've trampled on the Tsars," Fedka shouted. "There are no Tsars. Let them all lie without coffins." Fedka was clutching his revolver. His chest was bare. On it were tattooed the name Riva and a dragon, its head inclined toward a nipple. The gravediggers crowded around Fedka with their raised shovels. The women who were washing corpses came out of their sheds ready to join Dabalia in her howling. Roaring waves beat against the locked cemetery gates. People with dead relatives on wheelbarrows demanded to be let in. Beggars banged their crutches against the fence. "They've trampled on the Tsars," Fedka shouted, firing into the sky. The people came hopping and jumping up the cemetery walk. Broyden's face slowly turned white. He raised his hand, agreed to all the demands of the almsfolk, and, with a soldierly about turn, went back to his office. At that very instant the gates burst open. Pushing their wheelbarrows in front of them, the relatives of the dead briskly hurried down the paths. Self-proclaimed cantors sang El Moli Rachim II in piercing falsettos over open graves. In the evening the old folk celebrated their victory at Krivorukaz. They gave Fedka 3 quarts of Bessarabian wine. Hevel Havalim Erilib said, clinking glasses with Fedka. You're one of us, one of us. Kuloi Hevel. The mistress of the wine cellar, Krivorukaz's wife, was washing glasses behind the partition. When a Russian man is blessed with a good character, Madame Krivoruka commented, it's a rare luxury. Fedka was led out of the wine cellar after 1 in the morning. Hevel Havalim. He muttered the dire, incomprehensible words as he tottered along Stepovaya Street. Kuloi Hevel. On the following day the old folk of the almshouse were each given 4 sugar cubes, and there was meat in their borscht. In the evening they were taken to the Odessa City Theater to a performance organized by the Department of Social Assistance. A performance of Carmen. It was the first time in their lives that these invalids and cripples saw an Odessa theater's gilt tiers, the velvet of its loges, and the oily sparkle of its chandeliers. During intermission they were given liver sausage sandwiches. An army truck took them back to the cemetery. It rolled through the deserted streets, banging and sputtering. The old folk slept with full stomachs. They belched in their sleep and shuddered with satiation, like dogs who have run so much they can run no more. The next morning, Erilib got up earlier than the rest. He faced east to say his prayers and saw a notice pinned to the door, in which Broyden announced that the almshouse was going to be closed for renovations and that all its wards were to report immediately to the local Department of Social Assistance for their employability to be reassessed. The sun emerged over the green treetops of the cemetery grove. Erilib raised his hand to his eyes. A tear dropped from the spent hollows. The shining chestnut walk stretched toward the mortuary. The chestnuts were in bloom, the trees bore tall white blossoms on their spreading boughs. An unknown woman with a shawl tied tautly under her breasts was working in the mortuary. Everything had been redone, the walls decorated with fir branches, the tables scraped clean. The woman was washing an infant. She nimbly turned it from side to side, the water pouring in a diamond stream over its crushed, blotchy little back. Broyden was sitting on the mortuary steps in his leggings. He sat there like a man of leisure. He took off his cap and wiped his forehead with a yellow handkerchief. That's exactly what I said to Comrade Andreychik at the Union, said the melodious voice of the unknown woman. We're not afraid of work. Let them go ask about us in Ekaterinoslav. Ekaterinoslav knows how we work. Point 3. Make yourself at home, Comrade Blyuma, make yourself at home, Broyden said placidly, sticking his yellow handkerchief into his pocket. I'm easy enough to get along with, yes, I'm easy enough to get along with, he repeated, and turned his sparkling eyes to Erilib, who had dragged himself all the way up to the stoop. As long as you don't spit in my kasha. Broyden did not finish what he was saying. A buggy harnessed to a large black horse pulled up at the gate. Out of the buggy stepped the director of the Communal Economics Department, wearing a fine shirt. Broyden rushed over to help him out of the buggy and, bowing and scraping, took him to the cemetery. The former tailor's apprentice showed his director a century of Odsan history resting beneath the granite tombstones. He showed him the vaults and memorials of the wheat exporters, shipping brokers, and merchants who had built Russia's Marseille on the site of Kod's High Bay. They all lay here, their faces toward the gate, the Ashkenazis, Jessens, and Afrusses, the lustrous misers and philosophical bon vivants, the creators of wealth and Odessa anecdotes. They lay beneath their labradorite and rose marble memorials, shielded by chains of acacias and chestnut trees from the plebes clumped against the wall. They wouldn't let us live while they were alive, Broyden said, kicking a memorial with his boot. And after their death they wouldn't let us die. Inspired, he told the director of the Communal Economics Department about his reorganization program for the cemetery and his campaign plan against the Jewish Burial Brotherhood. And get rid of them over there too, the director said, pointing to the beggars who had gathered by the gate. I am already seeing to that, Broyden answered. Step by step, everything's being taken care of. Well, keep up the good work, Mayorov, for the director, said. I see you have things under control here. Keep up the good work. He placed his boot on the buggy's footboard, but suddenly remembered Fedka. By the way, who was that clown back there? Just some shell-shocked fellow, Broyden said, lowering his eyes. There are times when he loses control of himself, but he's been straightened out, and he apologizes. That Broyden knows his onions, Mayarov told his companion, as they drove off. He's handling things well. The large horse took Mayarov and the director of the Department of Public Services into town. On the way, they passed the old men and women who had been thrown out of the almshouse. They were hobbling along the road in silence, bent under their bundles. Spirited Red Army fighters were herding them into lines. The invalid carts of the paralyzed were screeching. Asthmatic whistling and humble wheezing tore from the chests of the retired cantors, wedding jesters, circumcision feast cooks, and washed-up sales clerks. The sun stood high in the sky. The heat tore into the hearts of the heaps of rags dragging themselves along the earth. Their journey lay along a joyless, scorched, stony high road, past shacks of straw and clay, fields smothered by rocks, gutted houses mangled by shells, and past the plague mound. This inexpressibly sad Odson high road led from the town to the cemetery. Sunset. One day Lyovka, the youngest of the Kriks, saw Lyubka's daughter Tablu. Tablu in Yiddish means dove. He saw her and left home for 3 days and nights. The dust of other streets and the geraniums in other people's windows were a comfort to him. After 3 days and nights, Lyovka came back home and found his father in the front garden. His father was eating supper. Madame Gorobchik was sitting next to her husband with murder in her eyes. "Get out of here, you lout," Papa Krik said to Lyovka when he saw him. "Papa, pick up your tuning fork and tune your ears," Lyovka said to him. "What might be the issue?" "There is this girl," Lyovka said. "She's got blonde hair on her head. Her name is Tablu. Tablu in Yiddish means dove. I've clapped my eyes on that girl." "You've clapped your eyes on a slop bucket," Papa Krik said. "And her mother is a gangster." On hearing these paternal words, Lyovka rolled up his sleeves and raised a sacrilegious hand to his father. But Madame Gorobchik jumped up from her chair and threw herself between them. "Mendel," she screeched. "Bash in Lyovka's ugly kisser." "Lyovka, he ate 11 from my meatballs." "What? You ate 11 meatballs from your mother?" Mendel shouted, lunging at his son. But Lyovka dodged his blow and ran out of the yard, and Benchik, his older brother, ran with him. They roamed the streets until nightfall, seething like yeast in which vengeance is brewing, and finally Lyovka turned to his brother Benya, who within a few months was destined to become Benya the king. "Benchik," he said, "let's act now, and people will be lining up to kiss our feet. Let's kill Papa." The Moldavanka no longer calls him Mendel Krik. The Moldavanka is calling him Mendel the Pogrom. "Let's kill Papa. Can we wait any longer?" "No, the time hasn't come yet," Benya answered. "But the time is coming. Listen to its footsteps and make way for it." "You must step aside, Lyovka." And Lyovka stepped aside to make way for time. Time, that ancient bookkeeper, set out, and along the way met Dvora, the king's sister, Manasseh, the carter, and a Russian girl called Marishya Yevtushenko. 10 years ago I still knew men who might have wanted Dvora, the daughter of Mendel the Pogrom, but now goiter is dangling beneath her chin and her eyes are bulging from their sockets. Nobody wants Dvora. And yet only recently an elderly widower with grown daughters appeared. He wanted a cart and 2 horses. When Dvora heard the news, she rushed off to wash her green dress and hung it in the yard to dry. She wanted to call at the widower's to find out how old he was, what kind of horses he wanted, and whether she could get him. But Papa Krik didn't like widowers. He took the green dress, hid it in his cart, and left for work. Dvora heated up the flat iron so she could press her dress, but the dress was nowhere to be found, and Dvora threw herself on the ground and had a fit. Her brothers dragged her to the water pipe and poured water over her. So, my friends, can you see the workings of their fathers, Mendel the Pogram's, hand? And now to Manasseh, the old carter, who harnessed Maid of Honor and Solomon the Wise. To his misfortune, he heard that old Butzus, Froem Grak, and Heim Drong had their horses shod with rubber. Following their example, Manasseh went over to Piatarubal and had Solomon the Wise shod with rubber. Manasseh loved Solomon the Wise, but Papa Crick told him, "Tm not Heim Drong and I'm not Tsar Nicholas too, that my horses should go to work in rubber soles." And he grabbed Manasseh by the collar, lifted him up into his cart, and went riding out of the courtyard with him. Manasseh was dangling from Papa Crick's outstretched arm as from a gallows. The sunset was boiling in the skies, a sunset thick as jam, the bells of Alexievsky church moaned, and the sun was sinking behind Blizny Yemelitsy * near Mills, a poor factory and shanty town suburb, and Lyovka, the younger son of the house, ran after the cart like a dog running after its master. An immense crowd followed the Cricks as if they were an ambulance cart, Manasseh still hanging from Papa Crick's iron grip. "Papa, you are crushing my heart with your outstretched hand," Lyovka shouted over to his father. "Drop my heart, let it roll in the dust." But Mendel didn't even turn around. The horses galloped, the wheels thundered, and the people enjoyed the circus. The cart veered into Dalitskaya Street, to Ivan Piatarubal the blacksmith. Mendel threw Manasseh against the wall of the smithy and then hurled him onto a heap of scrap iron. Lyovka ran off to get a bucket of water, and threw it over the old carter Manasseh. So, my friends, can you see the workings of Papa Crick's, Mendel the Pogram's, hand? Time is coming, Benchik had said, and his brother had stepped aside to make way for time. And so Lyovka stood to the side until Marussia Yevtushenko got knocked up. Marusius got knocked up, people whispered, and Papa Crick laughed when he heard them. Marusius got knocked up, he said, laughing like a boy, woe unto Israel. And who is this Marussia? Benya was just coming out of the stables and laid his hand on his father's shoulder. "I am a fan of women's," Benchik said sternly to his papa, and gave him 25 rubles, because he wanted the cleanup to be done by a doctor in a hospital, and not at Marusia's house. "Till give her the money," his papa said, "and she can do a cleanup, or I won't live to see a happy day." And the following morning, at the usual time, he harnessed baby burglar and loving wife, and drove off. But around lunchtime, Marussia Yevtushenko came to the Crick's courtyard. "Benchik," she said, "I loved you, you bastard." And she hurled 10 rubles in his face. Put 2 fivers together and they never come to more than a tenner. "We're going to kill Papa," Benchik said to Lyovka, and they sat down on a bench by the gates, and next to them sat Semyon, Anisim the janitor's son, who was 7 years old. And who would have thought that a little 7-year-old ragamuffin already has love in his heart as well as hatred? Who would think that he loved Mendel the Pogram? But love him he did. The brothers sat on the bench trying to figure out how old their papa was, and how long the hidden tale of years behind his admitted 60 might be, and Semyon, the janitor's son, was sitting next to them. At that hour the sun had not yet reached Blizny Yemelitsy. It poured into the clouds like the blood of a gouged boar, and the carts of old Butzus went rumbling through the streets, returning from work. The milkmaids were already milking the cows for the 3rd time, and Madame Parabellum's women were dragging the pails of evening milk up onto her stoop. Madame Parabellum stood on the stoop and clapped her hands. "Women! My own women, and the rest too," she shouted. "Verda Ivanovna, ice cream makers and kefir makers. Come get your evening milk." Verda Ivanovna, a German language teacher who received 2 quarts of milk per lesson, was the first to be poured her portion. Right after her came Dvora Crick, with an eye out to check how much water Madame Parabellum might have added to her milk and how much baking soda. But Benya pulled his sister aside. "This evening, if you see the old man has killed us, then go right up to him and smash his head in with your iron colander. And may that be the end of the firm of Mendel Crick and Sons. Amen. And joyful the day will be. Dwara answered, and went outside the gates. And she saw that Semyon, Anisim's son, was no longer in the courtyard, and that the whole of the Moldavanka was coming over to the Cricks. The Moldavanka was arriving in droves, as if a wake were being held in the Cricks' yard. The people came running as they come running to a country fair on the second day of Passover. Ivan Piotruble the blacksmith came with his pregnant daughter-in-law and his grandchildren. Old Butsis brought along his niece, who had just come on a boat from Kamenets-Podolsk. Tabla came with a Russian man. She was leaning on his arm and twirling the ribbon of her braid. Last of all came Lyubka, galloping in on her roan stallion. And only Froem Grak came all alone, red-headed as rust, one-eyed, and in a sailcloth cloak. The people sat down in the front garden and unpacked the food they had brought with them. Workers took off their shoes, sent their children to get beer, and rested their heads on their wives' stomachs. And Lyovka said to Benchik, his brother, Mendel the pogrom is our father, he said, Madame Gorobchik is our mother, and these people here are dogs. We are working for dogs. We must think things through, Benya answered, but no sooner had he uttered these words than there was a roll of thunder on Golovkovskaya Street. The sun soared up into the sky and spun like a red bowl on the tip of a spear. Old Crick's cart came flying toward the gates. Darling wife was covered in lather, and baby burglar was straining in his harness. The old man raised his whip over the crazed horses. His powerful legs were firmly planted on the cart, crimson sweat was seething on his face, and he was singing a song in a drunken voice. And suddenly Semyon, Anisim's son, slithered through somebody's legs like a snake and went scuttling out onto the street, shouting at the top of his voice, "Turn back the cart, Uncle Crick. Your sons want to give you a beating." But it was too late. Papa Crick flew into the courtyard with his foaming horses. He lifted his whip, opened his mouth, and was struck dumb. The people sitting in his front garden were staring at him. Benya was standing on the left side of the yard by the dovecot. Lyovka was standing on the right side of the yard by the janitor's hut. "People, neighbors," Mendel Crick said barely audibly, lowering his whip. "Take a look at my own flesh and blood lifting a hand to strike me." And the old man jumped off the cart and hurled himself at Benya and smashed his nose with his fist. Lyovka came running, and did all he could do. He shuffled his father's face like a fresh deck of cards. But the old man was sewn of the devil's hide, and the stitches of this hide were reinforced with cast iron. The old man wrenched Lyovka's arms back and threw him on the ground next to his brother. He sat on Lyovka's chest, and the women closed their eyes so as not to see the old man's broken teeth and his face covered with blood. And at that moment the people of the indescribable Moldavanka heard Dvara's voice and fast steps. "This is for Lyovka," she said, "and for Benchik, and for me, Dvara, and for all the others." And she smashed her father's head with the heavy iron colander. The people jumped up and came running toward them, waving their arms. They dragged the old man to the water pipe as Dvara had once been dragged, and turned on the faucet. Blood flowed like water into the gutter, and the water flowed like blood. Madame Gorobchik elbowed her way through the crowd, hopping up to them like a sparrow. "Don't be silent, Mendel," she said in a whisper. "Yell something, Mendel." But she heard the silence in the courtyard, and saw that the old man had just come from work, that the horses had not been unharnessed, and that nobody had poured water on the heated wheels, and so she went scuttling through the courtyard like a three-legged dog. And the honorable citizens drew closer. Papa Crick lay with his beard pointing upward. "He's done for," Froem Grak said, and turned away. "Cashed in his rubles," Heimdrong said, but Ivan Piotruble the blacksmith waved his finger right in front of Heim's nose. 3 against 1, Piotruble said. "A disgrace for all Moldavanka, but it's not night yet." I have yet to meet a fellow who could finish off old Crick. It is night. Ere I live cut in, suddenly appearing out of nowhere. It is night, Ivan Pyatarubal. Oi, Russian man, do not say it isn't, when everything around you yells that it is. And ere I live squatted down next to Papa Crick and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, kissed his forehead, and told him about King David, the king of all the Jews, who had many wives, much land and treasure, and who could always weep when the time was right. Stop whining, ere I live. Heimdrong shouted, thumping him on the back. Don't read us a funeral service, you're not in your cemetery now. He turned to Papa Crick and said, get up, you old drayman. Wet your whistle, say something foul like you always do, you old roughneck, and get a couple of carts ready for the morning. I have some trash I want carted off. And all the people waited to see what Mendel would say about the carts. But for a long time he said nothing. Then he opened his eyes and his mouth, caked with dirt and hair, blood seeping from his lips. I don't have no carts, Papa Crick said. My sons have killed me. Let them take over. And yet they who were to take over Mendel Crick's bitter inheritance were not to be envied. They were not to be envied because all the hay troughs in the stable had long been rotting away, and half the wheels needed to be refitted. The sign above the gates had fallen apart, you couldn't read a single word, and none of the carters had even a single pair of underpants left. Half the town owed money to Mendel Crick, but his horses licked the numbers written in chalk on the walls as they browsed for oats in their feeding troughs. All day long moujiks came to the dumbfounded heirs demanding money for chaff and barley. All day long women came to get their golden rings and nickel-plated samovars out of pawn. Peace left the house of the Cricks, but Benya, who within a few months was destined to become Benya the king, did not give up, and ordered a new sign, Horse Carting Establishment Mendel Crick and Sons. He wanted this to be written in gold letters on a sky-blue background with garlands of horseshoes painted bronze surrounding them. He also bought a bale of sailcloth ticking so that underwear for his carters could be made, and an unheard-of amount of timber to repair the carts. He hired Pyatarubal for a whole week and wrote out receipts for each customer. And you can believe what I am telling you, by the evening of the following day he was more worn out than if he had made 15 trips from the watermelon docks to the Odessa-Tovarny railroad depot. And in the evening you can believe what I am telling you, he didn't find so much as a crumb of bread or a single washed plate. Try fathoming the passionate barbarism of Madame Gorobchik. The dirt lay unswept in the rooms, an unprecedented pot of jellied veal was thrown to the dogs. And Madame Gorobchik stood by her husband's bed like a mud-drenched crow on an autumn branch. Keep an eye on them, Benchik told his younger brother, keep our two newlyweds under a microscope, because I tell you Lyovka, it looks to me like they're cooking something up. That is what Lyovka was told by his brother Benchik, who could see through everything with the eyes of Benya the king, but Lyovka, the second fiddle, didn't believe him and went to sleep. His papa was already snoring on the boards, while Madame Gorobchik was tossing and turning. She kept spitting onto the wall and the floor. Her malicious character kept her from sleeping. But in the end she too fell asleep. The stars scattered in front of the window like urinating soldiers, green stars on a blue field. A gramophone at Petka Ovsyanitsy's house across the street played Jewish songs. Then the gramophone fell silent. The night went about its business, and the air, the rich air, poured through the window to Lyovka, the youngest of the Cricks. He loved the air, Lyovka did. He lay there, breathing, dozing, frolicking with the air. He savored this richness until he heard rustling and creaking from his father's bed. Lyovka closed his eyes and made his ears stand to attention. Papa Crick raised his head like a mouse sniffing the air, and got out of bed. The old man pulled a bag of money out from under his pillow and swung his boots over his shoulder. Lyovka let him go, for where could he get to, the old dog? So Lyovka crept after his father, and also saw Benchik come creeping along the wall on the other side of the courtyard. The old man stole quietly to the carts and stuck his head in the stable. He whistled to the horses, and the horses came running to rub their muzzles on Mendel's head. Night was in the courtyard, night filled with stars, blue air, and silence. Sh. Lyovka said, laying his finger on his lips, and Benchik, who came creeping from the other side of the yard, also laid his finger on his lips. Papa whistled to the horses as if they were little children, and then went running between the carts and up to the gate. Anisim, he said in a soft voice, tapping against the window of the janitor's shed. Anisim, dear friend, unlock the gates for me. Anisim, rumpled as hay, came crawling out of the janitor's shed. I beg you, master, he said. Don't grovel before me, a simple man. Go back to your bed, master. You will open the gates for me, Papa whispered even more softly. I know you will, my friend. Go back inside, Anisim, Benchik said, coming over to the janitor's shed and laying his hand on his papa's shoulder. And right before his eyes Anisim saw Mendel the pogrom's face, white as paper, and he turned away so that he would not see his master with such a face. Don't hit me, Benchik, old Crick said, stepping back. When will your father's torture end? Oh, low-down father. Benchik said. How could you say what you just said? I could. Mendel shouted, and banged his fist against his head. I could, Benchik, he yelled with all his might, staggering like an epileptic. This courtyard around me, in which I have served a sentence for half my life. This courtyard has seen me be the father of my children, the husband of my wife, the master of my horses. It has seen my glory, and that of my 20 stallions and my 12 iron-reinforced carts. It has seen my legs, unshakable as pillars, and my arms, my evil arms. But now unlock the gates for me, my dear sons, today let me for once do as I wish. Let me leave this courtyard that has seen too much. Papa, Benya said to him without raising his eyes. Go back inside to your wife. But there was no point in going back inside to Madame Gorobchik. She herself came rushing out and threw herself on the ground, kicking the air with her old yellow legs. Oi, she shouted, rolling on the ground. Mendel the pogrom and bastard sons. What have you done to me, you bastards? What have you done to my hair, my body, where are my teeth, where is my youth? The old woman shrieked, tore her blouse from her shoulders, and, getting to her feet, went running in circles like a dog trying to bite its tail. She scratched her sons' faces, she kissed her sons' faces, and ripped at their cheeks. You old thief! Madame Gorobchik yelled, hobbling around her husband, twisting his mustache and tugging at it. You're an old thief, my darling Mendel. All the neighbors were awakened by her yelling. Everyone came running to the gate, and bare-bellied children began tooting on their whistles. All Moldavanka came running, eager for scandal. And Benya, Crick, grey with shame in front of everyone, barely managed to jostle his newlyweds back into the house. He chased the people away with a stick, herding them toward the gates, but Lyovka, his younger brother, grabbed him by the collar and shook him like a pear tree. Benchik, he said, we are torturing the old man. Tears are gnawing at me, Benchik. Tears are gnawing at you, are they? Benchik said to Lyovka, and sucking the spit together in his mouth, spat in Lyovka's face. You are the lowest of the low, he whispered. You disgust me. Don't tie my hands, and don't get tangled between my feet. And Lyovka didn't tie his hands. He slept in the stables until dawn and then disappeared from the house. The dust of other streets and the geraniums in other people's windows were a comfort to him. The young man walked the roads of sorrow, disappeared for 2 days and nights, came back on the 3rd day, and saw the blue sign floating above the Crick's house. The blue sign struck him to the heart, and the velvet tablecloths knocked his eyes right off their feet. The velvet tablecloths were spread over tables, and a large crowd of guests was laughing in the front garden. Dwara was walking among the guests in a white head dress, Starched women glittered in the grass like enameled teapots, and staggering workmen, who had already thrown off their jackets, grabbed Lyovka and pushed him into the house. Mendel Crick, the eldest of the Cricks, was sitting there, his face bruised. Usher Boyarsky, the owner of the firm Chef d'oeuvre, his hunchbacked cutter Efim, and Benya Crick, were all circling around the disfigured father. Efim, Usher Boyarsky said to his cutter, "Be so kind as to come a little closer and measure Monsieur Crick for one of our Primus striped suits, like he's family, and make so bold as to inquire what material the gentleman would prefer: English naval double-breasted, English civilian single-breasted, Lodz demi-saison, or thick Moscow cloth. What kind of suit would you prefer?" Benchik asked Papa Crick. "Confess to Monsieur Boyarsky. What you feel in your heart is good enough for your father," Papa Crick said, wiping away a tear. "That's the kind of suit you'll have him make." "Well, since Papa isn't a Navy man," Benya interrupted his father, "a civilian would suit him better. First of all, choose a suit for him for everyday use." Monsieur Boyarsky bent forward and cupped his ear. "What, pray, might you have in mind?" "This is what I have in mind. The Red Cavalry Stories. In late May 1920, the 1st Cavalry of the Soviet Red Army, under the command of General Budyonny rode into Volhynia, today the border region of western Ukraine and eastern Poland. The Russian-Polish campaign was underway, the new Soviet government's first foreign offensive, which was viewed back in Moscow as the first step toward spreading the doctrines of world revolution to Poland, then to Europe, then to the world. Babel chronicled this campaign in his Red Cavalry Stories, later to become the most well-known and enduring of his literary legacy. These loosely linked stories take the reader from the initial triumphant assault against the CC Polish masters to the campaigns of the summer of 1920 and the increasingly bitter defeats that led to the wild retreat of the cavalry in the autumn. Babel blends fiction and fact, creating a powerful effect that is particularly poignant in his rendering of the atrocities of war. The stories were published in magazines and newspapers between 1923 and 1926. The reading public was torn between delight at Babel's potent new literary voice and horror at the brutality portrayed in the stories. In 1926, 34 of the stories were included in the book Konarmia, translated into English as Red Cavalry, which quickly went into 8 editions and was translated into English, French, Italian, Spanish, and German. It immediately turned Babel into an international literary figure and made him into one of the Soviet Union's foremost writers. The stories, as Babel himself repeatedly stressed, were fiction set against a real backdrop. Literary effect was more important to Babel than historical fact. Babel might also have felt more comfortable reconfiguring military strategy that might still have been classified when the stories began appearing in newspapers and magazines in the first years after the war. Novograd-Volynsk, for instance, the town in the first story, lies on the river Sluch, not on the Zbroz as the story indicates. The Zbroz runs along the western frontier of Volhynia, along the former border between the Kingdom of Poland and Russia. Also, Novograd-Volynsk was not occupied by the Red Cavalry, but by the Soviet 14th Army. As the historian Norman Davies has pointed out, a high road from Warsaw to Brest had been built by serfs under Nicholas I, but it lay 200 miles beyond the front at Novograd-Volynsk, and so could not have been cluttered by the rear guard. One of Babel's strategies for creating a sharper feeling of reality in his stories was to mix real people with fictional characters. This was to have serious repercussions. General Budyonny, for instance, the real-life commander of the cavalry, often comes across in the stories as brutal, awkward, and irresolute. Babel makes fun of his oafish and uneducated Cossack speech. In the story Chesniki, Budyonny is asked to give his men a speech before battle. Budyonny shuddered, and said in a quiet voice, "Men. Our situations. Well, it's bad. A bit more liveliness, men." Babel had, of course, no way of knowing that General Budyonny was to become a marshal of the Soviet Union, first Deputy Commissar for Defense, and later hero of the Soviet Union. Another real character in the stories, Voroshilov, the military commissar, also does not always come across particularly well. The implication in Chesnicky is that Voroshilov overrode the other commander's orders, resulting in an over-hasty attack that led to defeat. Voroshilov happened to be a personal friend of Stalin. He had become the People's Commissar of Defense by the time the Red Cavalry collection was in print, and was destined to become head of state. These were dangerous men to cross. In these stories Babel uses different narrators, such as Lyutov, the young intellectual journalist, hiding his Jewishness and struggling to fit in with the Cossacks, and Balmashov, the murderous, bloodthirsty Cossack. The Soviet Union wanted to forget this disastrous campaign, its first venture at bringing communism to the world. Babel's Red Cavalry stories, however, kept the fiasco in the public eye, both in the Soviet Union and abroad, throughout the 1920s and 1930s, and ever since. Crossing the river's Bruise. The commander of the 6th Division reported that Novograd-Volynsky was taken at dawn today. The staff is now withdrawing from Krapivno, and our cavalry transport stretches in a noisy rear guard along the high road that goes from Brest to Warsaw, a high road built on the bones of moujiks by Tsar Nicholas I. Fields of purple poppies are blossoming around us, a noon breeze is frolicking in the yellowing rye, virginal buckwheat is standing on the horizon like the wall of a faraway monastery. Silent Volhynia is turning away, Volhynia is leaving, heading into the pearly white fog of the birch groves, creeping through the flowery hillocks, and with weakened arms entangling itself in the underbrush of hops. The orange sun is rolling across the sky like a severed head, gentle light glimmers in the ravines among the clouds, the banners of the sunset are fluttering above our heads. The stench of yesterday's blood and slaughtered horses drips into the evening chill. The blackened Bruise roars and twists the foaming knots of its rapids. The bridges are destroyed, and we wade across the river. The majestic moon lies on the waves. The water comes up to the horses' backs, purling streams trickle between hundreds of horses' legs. Someone sinks, and loudly curses the Mother of God. The river is littered with the black squares of the carts and filled with humming, whistling, and singing that thunders above the glistening hollows and the snaking moon. Late at night we arrive in Novograd. In the quarters to which I am assigned I find a pregnant woman and two red-haired Jews with thin necks, and a third Jew who is sleeping with his face to the wall and a blanket pulled over his head. In my room I find ransacked closets, torn pieces of women's fur coats on the floor, human excrement, and fragments of the holy Seder plate that the Jews use once a year for Passover. Clean up this mess. I tell the woman. How can you live like this? The two Jews get up from their chairs. They hop around on their felt soles and pick up the broken pieces of porcelain from the floor. They hop around in silence, like monkeys, like Japanese acrobats in a circus, their necks swelling and twisting. They spread a ripped eiderdown on the floor for me, and I lie down by the wall, next to the third, sleeping Jew. Timorous poverty descends over my bed. Everything has been killed by the silence, and only the moon, clasping its round, shining, carefree head in its blue hands, loiters beneath my window. I rub my numb feet, lie back on the ripped eiderdown, and fall asleep. I dream about the commander of the 6th Division. He is chasing the brigade commander on his heavy stallion, and shoots 2 bullets into his eyes. The bullets pierce the brigade commander's head, and his eyes fall to the ground. Why did you turn back the brigade? Savitsky, the commander of the 6th Division, shouts at the wounded man, and I wake up because the pregnant woman is tapping me on the face. Pan 1, she says to me, you are shouting in your sleep, and tossing and turning. Till put your bed in another corner, because you are kicking my papa. She raises her thin legs and round belly from the floor and pulls the blanket off the sleeping man. An old man is lying there on his back, dead. His gullet has been ripped out, his face hacked in two, and dark blood is clinging to his beard like a clump of lead. Pen, the Jewess says, shaking out the eiderdown, The Poles were hacking him to death and he kept begging them, "Kill me in the backyard so my daughter won't see me die." But they wouldn't inconvenience themselves. "He died in this room, thinking of me. And now I want you to tell me," the woman suddenly said with terrible force, "I want you to tell me where one could find another father like my father in all the world." The church in Novograd. Yesterday I took a report over to the military commissar who had been billeted to the house of a Catholic priest who had fled. In the kitchen I was met by Pani Eliza Mrs. in Polish, the Jesuit's housekeeper. She gave me a cup of amber tea and some sponge cake. Her sponge cakes had the aroma of crucifixion. Within them was the sap of slyness and the fragrant frenzy of the Vatican. In the church next to the house the bells were howling, tolled by the crazed bell ringer. It was an evening filled with the stars of July. Pani Eliza, shaking her attentive grey hair, kept on heaping cookies on my plate, and I delighted in the Jesuit Eichel fare. The old Polish woman addressed me as Pan. Grey old men with ossified ears stood to attention near the door, and somewhere in the serpentine darkness slithered a monk's soutane. The pater had fled, but he had left behind his curate, Pan Romuald. Romuald was a eunuch with a nasal voice and the body of a giant, who addressed us as comrade. He ran his yellow finger along the map, circling the areas where the Poles had been defeated. He counted the wounds of his fatherland with rasping ecstasy. May gentle oblivion engulf the memory of Romuald, who betrayed us without pity and was then shot without so much as a second thought. But that evening his tight soutane rustled at all the portieres and swept through all the corridors in a frenzy, as he smiled at everyone who wanted a drink of vodka. That evening the monk's shadow crept behind me wherever I went. Pan Romuald could have become a bishop if he had not been a spy. I drank rum with him. The breath of an alien way of life flickered beneath the ruins of the priest's house, and Pan Romuald's ingratiating seduction debilitated me. O crucifixes, tiny as the talismans of a courtesan. O parchment of the papal bull and satin of women's love letters mouldering in blue silken waistcoats. I can see you now, you deceptive monk with your purple habit, your puffy, swollen hands, and your soul, tender and merciless like a cat's. I can see the wounds of your God, oozing with the seed, the fragrant poison that intoxicates young maidens. We drank rum, waiting for the military commissar, but he still hadn't come back from headquarters. Romuald had collapsed in a corner and fallen asleep. He slept and quivered, while beyond the window an alley seeped into the garden beneath the black passion of the sky. Thirsting roses swayed in the darkness. Green lightning bolts blazed over the cupolas. A naked corpse lay on the embankment. And the rays of the moon streamed through the dead legs that are pointing upward. So this is Poland, this is the arrogant grief of the Rzeczpospolita Polska. To a violent intruder, I unroll a louse-ridden straw mattress in this church abandoned by its clergyman, lay under my head a folio in which a hosanna has been printed for Józef Pilsudski, the illustrious leader of the Polish nobility. Hordes of beggars are converging on your ancient towns, O Poland. The song of all the enslaved is thundering above them, and woe unto you, Rzeczpospolita Polska, and woe unto you, Prince Radziwill, and you Prince Sapieha III who have risen for an hour. My military commissar has still not returned. I go look for him at the headquarters, the garden, the church. The doors of the church are wide open, I enter, and suddenly come face to face with two silver skulls flashing up from the lid of a shattered coffin. Aghast, I stumble back and fall down into the cellar. The oak staircase leads up to the altar from here, and I see a large number of lights flitting high up, right under the cupola. I see the military commissar, the commander of the special unit, and Cossacks carrying candles. They hear my weak cry and come down to haul me out from the basement. The skulls turn out to have been carved into the church catafalque and no longer frighten me. I join the others on their search of the premises, because it turned out that that was what they were doing in the church, conducting a search, as a large pile of military uniforms had been found in the priest's apartment. 4. With wax dripping from our hands, the embroidered gold horse heads on our cuffs glittering, We whisper to one another as we circle with clinking spurs through the echoing building. Virgin Marys, covered with precious stones, watch us with their rosy, mouse-like eyes, the flames flicker in our fingers, and rectangular shadows twist over the statues of Saint Peter, Saint Francis, Saint Vincent, and over their crimson cheeks and curly, carmine-painted beards. We continue circling and searching. We run our fingers over ivory buttons and suddenly icons split open, revealing vaults and caverns blossoming with mold. This church is ancient and filled with secrets. Its lustrous walls hide clandestine passages, niches, and noiseless trapdoors. You foolish priest, hanging the braziers of your female parishioners on the nails of the Saviour's cross. Behind the holy gates we found a suitcase of gold coins, a Morocco leather sack full of bank notes, and Parisian jewelers' cases filled with emerald rings. We went and counted the money in the military commissar's room. Columns of gold, carpets of paper money, wind gusts blowing on our candle flames, the raven madness in the eyes of Pant Eliza, the thundering laughter of Romuald, and the endless roar of the bells tolled by Pan Robaki, the crazed bell ringer. I have to get away from here, I said to myself, away from these winking Madonnas conned by soldiers. A letter. Here is a letter home dictated to me by Kurdyukov, a boy in our I regiment. This letter deserves to be remembered. I wrote it down without embellishing it, and am recording it here word for word as he said it. Dearest Mama, Evdokia Fyodorovna. I hasten in these first lines of my letter to set your mind at rest and to inform you that by the grace of the Lord I am alive and well, and that I hope to hear the same from you. I bow most deepest before you, touching the moist earth with my white forehead. There follows a list of relatives, godfathers, and godmothers. I am omitting this. Let us proceed to the second paragraph. Dearest Mama, Evdokia Fyodorovna Kurdyukova, I hasten to inform you that I am in Comrade Budyany's Red Cavalry Regiment, and that my godfather Nikon Vasilievich is also here and is at the present time a Red Hero. He took me and put me in his special detachment of the Politotdel 5 in which we hand out books and newspapers to the various positions, the Moscow Zhizvestia, the Moscow Pravda, and our own merciless newspaper the Krasny Kavalierist 6, which every fighter on the front wants to read and then go and heroically hack the damn Poles to pieces, and I am living real marvelous at Nikon Vasilievich. Dearest Mama, Evdokia Fyodorovna, send me anything that you possibly in any way can. I beg you to butcher our speckled pig and make a food packet for me, to be sent to Comrade Budyany's Politotdel unit, addressed to Vasily Kurdyukov. All evenings I go to sleep hungry and bitterly cold without any clothes at all. Write to me a letter about my Stepan. Is he alive or not? I beg you to look after him and to write to me about him. Is he still scratching himself or has he stopped? But also about the scabs on his forelegs. Have you had him shot, or not? I beg you, dearest Mama, Evdokia Fyodorovna, to wash without fail his forelegs with the soap I hid behind the icons, and if Papa has swiped it all, then buy some in Krasnodar, and the Lord will smile upon you. I must also describe that the country here is very poor, the mujiks with their horses hide in the woods from our red eagles, there's hardly no wheat to be seen, it's all scrawny and we laugh and laugh at it. The people sow rye and they sow oats too. Hops grow on sticks here, so they come out very well. They brew home brew with them. In these second lines of this letter I hasten to write you about Papa, that he hacked my brother Fyodor Timofeyich Kurdyukov to pieces a year ago now. Our comrade Pavlichenko's Red Brigade attacked the town of Rostov, when there was a betrayal in our ranks. And Papa was with the Whites back then as commander of one of Denikin's companies. All the folks that saw Papa says he was covered in medals like with the old regime. And as we were betrayed, the Whites captured us and threw us all in irons, and Papa caught sight of my brother Fyodor Timofeyich. And Papa began hacking away at Fyodor, saying, "You filth, you, red dog, son of a bitch," and other things, and hacked away at him until sundown, until my brother Fyodor Timofeyich died. I had started writing you a letter then, about how your Fyodor is lying buried without a cross, but Papa caught me and said, "You are your mother's bastards, the roots of that whore." I've plowed your mother and I'll keep on plowing her my whole damn life till I don't have a drop of juice left in me, and other things. I had to bear suffering like our Savior Jesus Christ. I managed to run away from Papa in the nick of time and join up with the Reds again, Comrade Pavlyuchenko's company. And our brigade got the order to go to the town of Voronezh to get more men, and we got more men and horses too, bags, revolvers, and everything we needed. About Voronezh, beloved Mama Evdokia Fyodorovna, I can describe that it is indeed a marvelous town, a bit larger I think than Krasnodar. The people in it are very beautiful, the river is brilliant to the point of being able to swim. We were given 2 pounds of bread a day each, half a pound of meat, and sugar enough so that when you got up you drank sweet tea, and the same in the evenings, forgetting hunger. And for dinner I went to my brother Semyon Timofeyich for blini or goose meat and then lay down to rest. At the time, the whole regiment wanted to have Semyon Timofeyich for a commander because he is a wild one, and that order came from Comrade Budyani, and Semyon Timofeyich was given 2 horses, good clothes, a cart specially for rags he's looted, and a red flag medal, and they really looked up to me as I am his brother. Now when some neighbor offends you, then Semyon Timofeyich can completely slash him to pieces. Then we started chasing General Denikin, slashed them down by the thousand and chased them to the Black Sea, but Papa was nowhere to be seen, and Semyon Timofeyich looked for him in all the positions, because he mourned for our brother Fyodor. But only, dearest Mama, since you know Papa and his stubborn character, do you know what he did? He impudently painted his red beard black and was in the town of Mako in civilian clothes, so that nobody there knew that he is he himself, that very same police constable in the old regime. But truth will always show its head. My godfather Nikon Vassilitch saw him by chance in the hut of a townsman, and wrote my brother Semyon Timofeyich a letter. We got on horses and galloped 200 versts, me, my brother Semyon, and boys which wants to come along from the Cossack village. And what is it we saw in the town of Mako? We saw that people away from the front, they don't give a damn about the front, and it's all full of betrayal and yids like in the old regime. And my brother Semyon Timofeyich in the town of Mako had a good row with the yids who would not give Papa up and had thrown him in jail under lock and key, saying that a decree had come not to hack to pieces prisoners. We'll try him ourselves, don't be angry, he'll get what he deserves. But then Semyon Timofeyich spoke and proved that he was the commander of a regiment, and had been given all the medals of the red flag by Comrade Budyani, and threatened to hack to pieces everyone who argued over Papa's person without handing him over, and the boys from the Cossack villages threatened them too. But then, the moment Semyon got hold of Papa, Semyon began whipping him, and lined up all the fighters in the yard as befits military order. And then Semyon splashed water all over Papa's beard and the color flowed from the beard. And Semyon asked our Papa, Timofey Rodionik, "So, Papa, are you feeling good now that you're in my hands?" "No," Papa said, "I'm feeling bad." Then Semyon asked him, "And my brother Fyodor, when you were hacking him to pieces, did he feel good in your hands?" "No," Papa said, "Fyodor was feeling bad." Then Semyon asked him, "And did you think, Papa, that someday you might be feeling bad?" "No," Papa said, "I didn't think that I might be feeling bad." Then Semyon turned to the people and said, "And I believe, Papa, that if I fell into your hands, I would find no mercy. So now, Papa, we will finish you off." Timofey Rodionik began impudently cursing Semyon, by Mama and the Mother of God, and slapping Semyon in the face, and Semyon sent me out of the yard, so that I cannot, dearest Mama, Evdokia Fyodorovna, describe to you how they finished off Papa, because I had been sent out of the yard. After that we stopped at the town of Novorossiysk. About that town one can say that there isn't a single bit dry anywhere anymore, just water, the Black Sea, and we stayed there right until May, and then we set off for the Polish front where we are slapping the Polish masters about in full swing. I remain your loving son, Vasily Timofeyich Kurdyukov. Mama, look in on Stepan, and the Lord will smile upon you. This is Kurdyukov's letter, without a single word changed. When I had finished, he took the letter and hid it against the naked flesh of his chest. Kurdyukov, I asked the boy, was your father a bad man? My father was a dog, he answered sullenly. And your mother? My mother's good enough. Erase my family, if you want to take a look. He held out a tattered photograph. In it was Timofey Kurdyukov, a wide-shouldered police constable in a policeman's cap, his beard neatly combed. He was stiff, with wide cheekbones and sparkling, colorless, vacant eyes. Next to him, in a bamboo chair, sat a tiny peasant woman in a loose blouse, with small, bright, timid features. And against this provincial photographer's pitiful backdrop, with its flowers and doves, towered two boys, amazingly big, blunt, broad-faced, goggle-eyed, and frozen as if standing at attention, the Kurdyukov brothers, Fyodor and Semyon. The reserve cavalry commander. A wail spreads over the village. The cavalry is trampling the grain and trading in horses. The cavalrymen are exchanging their worn-out nags for the peasants' work horses. One can't argue with what the cavalrymen are doing. Without horses there can be no army. But this isn't much of a comfort to the peasants. They are stubbornly gathering outside the headquarters, dragging behind them struggling old nags tottering with weakness. The muzhiks breadwinners have been taken away from them, and with a surge of bitter valor, aware that this valor will not last long, they hurry to rant despairingly at the authorities, at God, and at their bitter lot. Chief of Staff Z** Konstantin Karlovich Zholnarkevich, the staff commander in the 1920 diary, is standing on the front porch in full uniform. His inflamed eyelids half closed, he listens to the muzhiks' complaints with evident attention. But his attention is only a ploy. Like all disciplined and weary bureaucrats, he has a knack for shutting down all cerebral activity during empty moments of existence. During these moments of blissful empty-headedness our chief of staff recharges his worn-out instrument. And this is what he is doing this time too, with the muzhiks. To the soothing accompaniment of their desperate and disjointed clamor, Chief of Staff Z cautiously follows his brain's soft wisps, those precursors of clear and energetic thought. He waits for the necessary pause, grasps the final muzhik sob, yells in a commanderial fashion, and returns to his office to work. But on this particular occasion even yelling would not have been necessary. Galloping up to the porch on an Anglo-Arabian steed came Dyakov 7, a former circus rider and now commander of the reserve cavalry, red-faced with a grey mustache, a black cape, and wide red tatar trousers with silver stripes. The Father Superior's blessing on all the honest filth of the earth, he shouted, reining in his horse in front of the porch, and at that very instant a shabby little horse that had been given in exchange by the Cossacks collapsed in front of him. "There, you see, comrade commander," a muzhik shouted, slapping his thighs in despair. "There you have what your people are giving our people. Did you see what they've given us? And we're supposed to farm with that. For this horse," Dyakov proclaimed distinctly and momentously, "for this horse, my highly esteemed friend, you have every right to request 15,000 rubles from the reserve cavalry, and if this horse were a trifle livelier, you, my dearest of friends, would be entitled to 20,000 rubles. Just because a horse falls does not mean it's factual. If a horse falls but then gets up, that is a horse. If, to invert what I am saying, the horse does not get up, then that is not a horse. But I do believe I can make this lively little mare spring to her feet again. Lord in heaven and Mother of God," the muzhik cried, throwing his hands up in the air. "How is this poor thing supposed to get up? It's on its last legs. You are insulting this horse, my dear fellow." Dyakov answered with fierce conviction. "Pure blasphemy, my dear fellow." And he deftly swung his athlete's body out of his saddle. Splendid and deft as if in the circus ring, he stretched his magnificent legs, his trousers girded by cords around the knees, and walked up to the dying animal. She peered at him dolefully with a severe, penetrating eye, licked some invisible command from his crimson palm, and immediately the feeble mare felt bracing power flow from this sprightly, grey, blossoming Romeo. Her muzzle lolling, her legs skidding under her, feeling the whip tickling her stomach with imperious impatience, the mare slowly and deliberately rose onto her legs. And then we all saw Dyakov's slender hand with its fluttering sleeve run through her dirty mane, and his whining whip swatting her bleeding flanks. Her whole body shivering, the mare stood on all four legs without moving her timid, dog-like, love-struck eyes from Dyakov. "So you see this is a horse," Dyakov said to the muzhik, and added softly, "and you were complaining, my dearest of friends." Throwing his reins to his orderly, the commander of the reserve cavalry jumped the 4 stairs in a single leap and, swirling off his operatic cloak, disappeared into the headquarters. Pan Apolek. The wise and wonderful life of Pan Apolek went straight to my head, like an exquisite wine. Among the huddling ruins of Novograd-Volynsk, a town crushed in haste, fate threw at my feet a gospel that had remained hidden from the world. There, surrounded by the guileless shine of halos, I took a solemn oath to follow the example of Pan Apolek. The sweetness of dreamy malice, the bitter contempt for the swine and dogs among men, the flame of silent and intoxicating revenge, I sacrificed them all to this oath. An icon was hanging high on the wall in the home of the Novograd priest, who had fled. It bore the inscription, "The Death of John the Baptist." There was no doubt about it, in the portrayal of John the First saw a man I had seen somewhere before. I remember the gossamer stillness of a summer morning hung on the bright, straight walls. The sun had cast a ray straight on the foot of the icon. Sparkling dust swarmed in it. The tall figure of John came straight at me from the blue depths of the niche. A black cape hung triumphantly on that inexorable, repulsively thin body. Droplets of blood shone in the cape's round buckles. His head had been hacked diagonally off the flayed neck. It lay on an earthen platter that was held by the large yellow fingers of a warrior. The face of the dead man seemed familiar. I was touched by a mysterious premonition. The hacked-off head on the earthen platter was modeled after Pan Romuald, the curate of the priest who had fled. Out of his snarling mouth curled the tiny body of a snake, its scales shining brightly. Its head, a tender pink, was bristling with life, and stood out powerfully against the deep background of the cape. I was amazed at the painter's artistry, his dark inventiveness. I was even more amazed the following day when I saw the red-cheeked Virgin Mary hanging above the matrimonial bed of Pani Eliza, the old priest's housekeeper. Both paintings bore the marks of the same brush. The meaty face of the Virgin Mary was a portrait of Pani Eliza. And this is where I found the key to the mystery of the Novograd icons. And the key led me to Pani Eliza's kitchen, where on fragrant evenings the shadows of old servile Poland gather, with the holy fool of a painter at their center. But was Pan Apolek a holy fool, peopling the local villages with angels, and elevating lame Janek, the Jewish convert, to sainthood? Pan Apolek had come here 30 years ago on a summer day like any other with blind Gottfried. The two friends, Apolek and Gottfried, had gone to Schmierl's tavern on the Rovno high road, 2 versts from the edge of the town. In his right hand Apolek was holding a box of paints, and with his left hand leading the blind concertina player. The melodious tread of their reinforced German boots echoed with calmness and hope. A canary yellow scarf hung from Apolek's thin neck, and 3 chocolate-brown feathers swung on the blind man's Tyrolean hat. The newcomers had placed the paints and the concertina on a windowsill in the tavern. The artist unwound his scarf, which was never-ending, like a fairground magician's ribbon. Then he went out into the yard, took off all his clothes, and poured freezing water over his thin, feeble, pink body. Schmierl's wife brought them raisin vodka and a bowl of meat cutlets stuffed with rice. Gottfried ate his fill, and then placed his concertina on his bony knees. He sighed, threw his head back, and flexed his thin fingers. The chords of the Heidelberg songs echoed against the walls of the Jewish tavern. With his scratchy voice Apolek accompanied the blind man. It was as if the organ had been brought from the church of Saint Indgilda to Schmierl's tavern and the muses, with their quilted scarves and reinforced German boots, had seated themselves in a row upon this organ. The two men sang till sunset, then they put the concertina and the paints into canvas sacks. Pan Apolek bowed deeply and gave Brena, the taverner's wife, a sheet of paper. "My dear Pant Brena," he said, "please accept from the hands of a wandering artist, upon whom the Christian name of Apollinarius has been bestowed, this portrait as a sign of our most humble gratitude for your sumptuous hospitality. If the Lord Jesus Christ sees fit to lengthen my days and give strength to my art, I will come back and add color to this portrait. There shall be pearls in your hair and a necklace of emeralds upon your breast." Drawn on a small sheet of paper with a red pencil, a pencil red and soft like clay, was Pani Brena's laughing face, surrounded by a mass of copper curls. "My money!" Schmierl shouted when he saw his wife's portrait. He grabbed a stick and started running after the two men. But as he ran, Schmierl remembered Apolek's pink body with water splashing all over it, the sun in his little courtyard, and the soft sound of the concertina. The taverner's soul drooped, and, putting the stick down, he went back home. The following morning, Apolek showed the priest of Novograd his diploma from the Munich Academy, and laid out before him 12 paintings with biblical motifs. They had been painted with oil on boards of thin cypress wood. On his table the painter saw the burning purple of cloaks, the emerald sparkle of fields, and blossoming blankets of flowers flung over the plains of Palestine. Pan Apolek's saints, a multitude of simple, jubilating elders with grey beards and red faces, were encircled by streams of silk and potent evening skies. That same day, Pan Apolek was commissioned to do paintings for the new church. And over Benedictine wine, the painter said to the artist, "Sancta Maria. My dear Pan Apollinarius, from what wondrous realms has your joyous grace descended upon us?" Apolek worked with great zeal, and within a month the new church was filled with the bleating of herds, the dusty gold of setting suns, and straw-colored cow udders. Buffaloes with worn hides struggled under their yokes, dogs with pink muzzles trotted in front of the large flocks of sheep, and plump infants rocked in cradles that hung from the trunks of tall palm trees. The tattered brown habits of Franciscan monks crowded around a cradle. The group of wise men stood out with their shining bald heads and their wrinkles red like wounds. The small, wrinkled old face of Pope Leo XIII twinkled with its fox-like smile from the group of wise men, and even the priest of Novograd was there, running the fingers of one hand through the carved beads of a Chinese rosary while with his other, free hand, he blessed the infant Jesus. For 5 months Apolek inched along the walls, the cupola and the choir stalls, fastened to the wooden scaffolding. "You have a predilection for familiar faces, my dear Pan Apolek," the priest once said, recognizing himself among the wise men and Pan Romuald in the severed head of John the Baptist. The old painter smiled, and sent a tumbler of cognac up to the artist working beneath the cupola. Apolek finished the Last Supper and the stoning of Mary Magdalene. Then one Sunday he unveiled the walls. The distinguished citizens the priest had invited recognized Janek the lame convert in the Apostle Paul, and in Mary Magdalene Elka, a Jewish girl of unknown parentage and mother of many of the urchins roaming the streets. The distinguished citizens demanded that the blasphemous images be painted over. The priest showered threats over the blasphemer, but Apolek refused to paint over the walls. And so an unprecedented war broke out, with the powerful body of the Catholic Church on one side, and the unconcerned icon painter on the other. The war lasted for 3 decades. The situation almost turned the gentle idler into the founder of a new heresy, in which case he would have been the most whimsical and ludicrous fighter among the many in the slippery and stormy history of the Church of Rome, a fighter roaming the earth in blessed tipsiness with 2 white mice under his shirt and with a collection of the finest little brushes in his pocket. 15 zloty for the Virgin Mary, 25 zloty for the Holy Family, and 50 zloty for the Last Supper portraying all the client's family. The client's enemy can be portrayed as Judas Iscariot, for which an extra 10 zloty will be added to the bill, Pan Apolek informed the peasants after he had been thrown out of the Novograd church. There was no shortage of commissions. and when a year later the Archbishop of Zhytomyr sent a delegation in response to the frenzied epistles of the Novograd priest, they found the monstrous family portraits, sacrilegious, naive, and flamboyant, in the most impoverished, foul-smelling hovels. Josephs with grey hair neatly parted in the middle, pomaded Jesuses, many child village Marys with parted knees. The pictures hung in the icon corners, wreathed with garlands of paper flowers. He has bestowed sainthood upon you people during your lifetime, the Bishop of Dubno and Nova Konstantinov shouted at the crowd that had come to defend Apolek. He has endowed you with the ineffable attributes of the saints, you, thrice fallen into the sin of disobedience, furtive moonshiners, ruthless money lenders, makers of counterfeit weights, and sellers of your daughter's innocence. Your Holiness, lame-footed Witold, the town cemetery watchman and procurer of stolen goods, then said to the bishop, "Where does our all-forgiving Lord God see truth, and who will explain it to these ignorant villagers? Is there not more truth in the paintings of Pan Apolek, who raises our pride, than in your words that are filled with abuse and tyrannical anger?" The shouts of the crowd sent the bishop running. The agitation in the villages threatened the safety of the clerics. The painter who had taken Apolek's place could not work up the courage to paint over Elka and lame Janek. They can still be seen today above a side altar of the Novograd church, Janek, as St. Paul, a timorous cripple with the shaggy black beard of a village apostate, and Elka as the whore from Magdala, decrepit and crazed, with dancing body and fallen cheeks. The battle with the priest lasted 3 decades. Then the Cossack flood chased the old monk out of his aromatic stone nest, and Apolek, o fickle fortune, settled into Pani Eliza's kitchen. And here I am, a passing guest, imbibing the wine of his conversation in the evenings. What do we converse about? About the romantic days of the Polish nobility, the fanatical frenzy of women, the art of Luca della Rabiate and the family of the Bethlehem carpenter. There is something I have to tell you, Mr. Clerk, Apolek tells me secretively before supper. Yes, I answer. Go ahead, Apolek, I'm listening. But Pan Robaki, the lay brother of the church, stern, grey, bony, and with large ears, is sitting too close. He unfolds a faded screen of silence and animosity before us. I have to tell you, Pan Apolek whispers, taking me aside, that Jesus Christ, the son of Mary, was married to Deborah, a Jerusalem girl of low birth. Oh, Tenchloik, 9 Pan Robaki shouts in despair. This man not dies in his bed. This man the peoples will be killing. After supper, Apolek murmurs in a gloomy voice. After supper, if that will suit you, Mr. Clerk. It suits me. Inflamed by the beginning of Apolek's story, I pace up and down the kitchen waiting for the appointed time. And outside the window night stands like a black column. Outside the window the bristling, dark garden has fallen still. The road to the church flows beneath the moon in a sparkling, milky stream. The earth is covered with a dismal sheen, a necklace of shining berries is draped over the bushes. The aroma of lilacs is clean and strong as alcohol. The seething oily breath of the stove drinks in this fresh poison, killing the stuffy resinous heat of the spruce wood lying about the kitchen floor. Apolek is wearing a pink bow tie and threadbare pink trousers, and is puttering about in his corner like a friendly graceful animal. His table is smeared with glue and paint. He is working in quick small movements. A hushed, melodic drumming comes drifting from his corner, it is old Gottfried tapping with his trembling fingers. The blind man is sitting rigidly in the greasy yellow lamplight. His bald head is drooping as he listens to the incessant music of his blindness and the muttering of Apolek, his eternal friend. And what the priests and the evangelist Mark and the evangelist Matthew are telling you, Pan Clerk, is not truth. But truth can be revealed to you, Pan, for I am prepared for 50 marks to paint your portrait in the form of Saint Francis on a background of green and sky. He was a very simple saint, Pan Francis was. And if you have a bride in Russia, Pan Clerk, women love Saint Francis, although not all women, Pan. and from his spruce wood-scented corner he began telling me the tale of the marriage of Jesus to Deborah. According to Apolek, Deborah already had a bridegroom, a young Israelite who traded in ivory. But Deborah's wedding night ended in bewilderment and tears. The woman was grabbed by fear when she saw her husband approach her bed. Hiccups bulged in her throat and she vomited all the food she had eaten at the wedding table. Shame fell upon Deborah, on her father, her mother, and on all her kin. The bridegroom abandoned her with words of ridicule, and called all the guests together. And Jesus, filled with pity at seeing the anguish of the woman who was thirsting for her husband but also fearing him, donned the robes of the newlywed man and united himself with Deborah as she lay in her vomit. Afterward she went out to the wedding guests, loudly exulting like a woman proud of her fall. And only Jesus stood to the side. His body was drenched with mortal sweat, for the bee of sorrow had stung his heart. He left the banquet hall unnoticed, and went into the desert east of Judea, where John the Baptist awaited him. And Deborah gave birth to her first son. So where is that son? I yelled. The priests have hidden him, Apolek said with gravity, raising his thin, cold finger to his drunkard's nose. Pan artist. Robaki suddenly shouted, stepping out of the shadows, his grey ears quaking. What you saying? But this is outrage. Tak, tak, Apolek said, cringing, and grabbing hold of Gottfried. Tak tak Pani 10. Apolek pulled the blind man toward the door, but stopped by the doorpost and beckoned me with his finger. Saint Francis with a bird on your sleeve, he whispered, winking at me. A dove or a goldfinch, you can choose, Pan Clerk. And he disappeared with his blind eternal friend. Oh, what foolishness! Robaki, the church lay brother, said. This man not dies in his bed. Pan Robaki opened his mouth wide and yawned like a cat. I wished him a good night, and went home, to my plunder Jews, to sleep. The vagrant moon trailed through the town and I tagged along, nurturing within me unfulfillable dreams and dissonant songs. Italian sun. Yesterday I was sitting once more under a heated garland of green spruce twigs in Pani Eliza's servants' quarters. I sat by the warm, lively, crackling stove, and then returned to my lodgings late at night. Below, in the ravine, the silent Zbroz rolled its glassy, dark waves. The burned-out town broken columns and the hooks of evil old women's fingers dug into the earth seemed to me raised into the air, comfortable and unreal like a dream. The naked shine of the moon poured over the town with unquenchable strength. The damp mold of the ruins blossomed like a marble bench on the opera stage. And I waited with anxious soul for Romeo to descend from the clouds, a satin Romeo singing of love, while backstage a dejected electrician waits with his finger on the button to turn off the moon. Blue roads flowed past me like rivulets of milk trickling from many breasts. On my way back, I had been dreading running into Sidorov, with whom I shared my room, and who at night brought his hairy paw of dejection down upon me. That night, luckily, harrowed by the milk of the moon, Sidorov did not say a single word to me. I found him writing, surrounded by books. On the table a hunchbacked candle was smoking the sinister bonfire of dreamers. I sat to the side, dozed, dreams pouncing around me like kittens. And it wasn't until late that night that I was awakened by an orderly who had come to take Sidorov to headquarters. They left together. I immediately hurried over to the table where Sidorov had been writing, and leafed through his books. There was an Italian primer, a print of the Roman Forum, and a street map of Rome. The map was completely marked up with crosses. I leaned over the sheet of paper covered with writing and, with clenched fingers and an expiring heart, read another man's letter. Sidorov, the dejected murderer, tore the pink cotton wool of my imagination to shreds and dragged me into the halls of his judicious insanity. I began reading on the second page, as I did not dare look for the first one. Shot through the lungs, and am a little off my head, or, as Sergei always says, flying mad. Well, when you go mad, idiotically mad, you don't go, you fly. Anyway, Let's put the horsetail to one side and the jokes to the other. Back to the events of the day, Victoria, my dear friend. I took part in a 3-month Macno campaign 11, the whole thing a grueling swindle, nothing more. Only Volin is still there. Volin is wearing apostolic raiment and clamoring to be the Lenin of anarchism. Terrible. And Macno listens to him, runs his fingers through his dusty wire curls, and lets the snake of his peasant grin slither across his rotten teeth. And I'm not all that sure anymore if there isn't a seed of anarchy in all this, and if we won't wipe your prosperous noses for you, you self-proclaimed Tskists from your self-proclaimed Tseksti made in Kharkov, your self-proclaimed capital. 12 Your strapping heroes prefer not to remember the sins of their anarchist youth, and now laugh at them from the heights of their governmental wisdom. To hell with them. Then I ended up in Moscow. How did I end up in Moscow? The boys had treated someone unjustly, something to do with requisitions or something. Well, fool that I am, I defended him. So they let me have it, and rightly so. My wound was not even worth mentioning, but in Moscow, oh Victoria, in Moscow I was struck dumb by the misery all around. Every day the hospital nurses would bring me a nibble of kasha. Bridled with reverence, they brought it in on a large tray, and I despised this shock brigade kasha, this unregimented treatment in regimented Moscow. Then, in the Soviet Council, I ran into a handful of anarchists. All fops and dithering old men. I managed to get all the way to the Kremlin with my plan for some real work. But they patted me on the back and promised to give me a nice deputy position if I changed my ways. I did not change my ways. And what came next? Next came the front, the Red Cavalry, and the damn soldiers stinking of blood and corpses. Save me, Victoria. Governmental wisdom is driving me insane, boredom is inebriating me. If you won't help me I will die like a dog without a 5-year plan. And who wants a worker to die unplanned? Surely not you, Victoria, my bride who will never be my wife. See, I'm becoming maudlin again, damn it to hell. But let's get to the point now. The army bores me. I cannot ride because of my wound, which means I cannot fight. Use your connections, Victoria, have them send me to Italy. I am studying the language, and till be speaking it within 2 months. The land down there is smoldering, things there are almost ready. All they need is a few shots. One of these shots I shall fire. It is high time that their king be sent to join his ancestors. That is very important. He is a nice old fellow who plays for popularity and has himself photographed with the tamer socialists for family magazines. But don't say anything about shots or kings at the TSCA or the People's Commissariat for Foreign Affairs. They will pat you on the head and coo, what a romantic he is. Just tell them plain and simple, he's sick, he's angry, he's drunk with depression, he wants some Italian sun and he wants some bananas. Does he deserve it, or doesn't he? He'll recuperate, and basta / and if not, then send him to the Odessa Chaika. 13 They're very sensible there. The things I am writing you are so foolish, so unfairly foolish, Victoria, my dear friend. Italy has seeped into my heart like an obsession. Thinking about that country that I have never seen is as sweet to me as a woman's name, as your name, Victoria. I read the letter through and then went to lie down on my dirty, crumpled bed, but sleep would not come. On the other side of the wall the pregnant Jewess was crying heartfelt tears, her lanky husband answering with mumbling groans. They were lamenting the things that had been stolen, and blaming each other for their bad luck. Then, before daybreak, Sidorov came back. The dwindling candle was expiring on the table. He pulled another candle end out of his boot and pressed it with unusual pensiveness onto the drowned wick. Our room was dark, gloomy, everything in it breathed a damp, nocturnal stench, and only the window, lit up by the fire of the moon, shone like salvation. He came over, my agonizing neighbor, and hid the letter. Bending forward, he sat down at the table and opened the picture album of Rome. The magnificent book with its gilt-edged pages stood opposite his expressionless, olive-green face. The jagged ruins of the Capitol and the Colosseum, lit by the setting sun, glittered over his hunched back. The photograph of the royal family was also there. He had inserted it between the large, glossy pages. On a piece of paper torn from a calendar was the picture of the pleasant, frail King Victor Emmanuel with his black-haired wife, Crown Prince Umberto, and a whole brood of princesses. It is night, a night full of distant and painful sounds, with a square of light in the damp darkness, and in this square is Sidorov's deathly face, a lifeless mask hovering over the yellow flame of the candle. Giddily. On the eve of the Sabbath I am always tormented by the dense sorrow of memory. In the past on these evenings, my grandfather's yellow beard caressed the volumes of Ibn Ezra. My old grandmother, in her lace bonnet, waved spells over the Sabbath candle with her gnarled fingers, and sobbed sweetly. On those evenings my child's heart was gently rocked, like a little boat on enchanted waves. I wander through Zhytomyr looking for the timid star point 14 beside the ancient synagogue, beside its indifferent yellow walls, old Jews with the beards of prophets, passionate rags hanging from their sunken chests, are selling chalk, bluing, and candle wicks. Here before me lies the bazaar, and the death of the bazaar. Slaughtered is the fat soul of abundance. Mute padlocks hang on the stores, and the granite of the streets is as clean as a corpse's bald head. The timid star blinks and expires. Success came to me later, I found the star just before the setting of the sun. Giddili's store lay hidden among the tightly shut market stalls. Dickens, where was your shadow that evening? Carrot, in this old junk store you would have found gilded slippers and ship's ropes, an antique compass and a stuffed eagle, a Winchester hunting rifle with the date 1810 engraved on it, and a broken stewpot. Old Giddili is circling around his treasures in the rosy emptiness of the evening, a small shopkeeper with smoky spectacles and a green coat that reaches all the way to the ground. He rubs his small white hands, tugs at his grey beard, lowers his head, and listens to invisible voices that come wafting to him. This store is like the box of an intent and inquisitive little boy who will one day become a professor of botany. This store has everything from buttons to dead butterflies, and its little owner is called Giddili. Everyone has left the bazaar, but Giddili has remained. He roams through his labyrinth of globes, skulls, and dead flowers, waving his cockerel feather duster, swishing away the dust from the dead flowers. We sit down on some empty beer barrels. Giddili winds and unwinds his narrow beard. His top hat rocks above us like a little black tower. Warm air flows past us. The sky changes color, tender blood pouring from an overturned bottle, and a gentle aroma of decay envelopes me. So let's say we say yes to the revolution. But does that mean that we're supposed to say no to the Sabbath? Giddili begins, enmeshing me in the silken cords of his smoky eyes. Yes to the revolution. Yes. But the revolution keeps hiding from Giddili and sending gunfire ahead of itself. The sun cannot enter eyes that are squeezed shut, I say to the old man, but we shall rip open those closed eyes. The Pole has closed my eyes, the old man whispers almost inaudibly. The Pole, that evil dog. He grabs the Jew and rips out his beard, oi, the hound. But now they are beating him, the evil dog. This is marvelous, this is the revolution. But then the same man who beat the Pole says to me, Giddili, we are requisitioning your gramophone. But gentlemen/one tell the revolution, I love music. And what does the revolution answer me? You don't know what you love, Giddili. I am going to shoot you, and then you'll know, and I cannot not shoot, because I am the revolution. The revolution cannot not shoot, Giddili, I tell the old man, because it is the revolution. But my dear Panel, the Pole did shoot, because he is the counter-revolution. And you shoot because you are the revolution. But revolution is happiness. And happiness does not like orphans in its house. A good man does good deeds. The revolution is the good deed done by good men. But good men do not kill. Hence the revolution is done by bad men. But the Poles are also bad men. Who is going to tell Gideli which is the revolution and which the counter-revolution? I have studied the Talmud. I love the commentaries of Rashi and the books of Maimonides. And there are also other people in Zhidamar who understand. And so all of us learned men fall to the floor and shout with a single voice, "Woe unto us, where is the sweet revolution?" The old man fell silent. And we saw the first star breaking through and meandering along the Milky Way. The Sabbath is beginning, Gideli pronounced solemnly. Jews must go to the synagogue. Pan comrade, he said, getting up, his top hat swaying on his head like a little black tower. Bring a few good men to Zhidamar. Oi, they are lacking in our town, oi, how they are lacking. Bring good men and we shall give them all our gramophones. We are not simpletons. The International *, the Third Communist International, 1919 to 1943, an organization founded in Moscow by the delegates of 12 countries to promote communism worldwide. We know what the International is. And I want the International of good people. I want every soul to be accounted for and given first-class rations. Here, soul, eat, go ahead, go and find happiness in your life. The International, Pan comrade, you have no idea how to swallow it. With gunpowder, I tell the old man, and seasoned with the best blood. And then from the blue darkness young Sabbath climbed onto her throne. Gideli, I say to him, today is Friday, and night has already fallen. Where can I find some Jewish biscuits, a Jewish glass of tea, and a piece of that retired God in the glass of tea? You can't, Gideli answers, hanging a lock on his box, you can't find any. There's a tavern next door, and good people used to run it, but people don't eat there anymore, they weep. He fastened the 3 bone buttons of his green coat. He dusted himself with the cockerel feathers, sprinkled a little water on the soft palms of his hands, and walked off, tiny, lonely, dreamy, with his black top hat, and a large prayer book under his arm. The Sabbath begins. Gideli, the founder of an unattainable international, went to the synagogue to pray. My first goose. Ovitsky, the commander of the 6th Division, rose when he saw me, and I was taken aback by the beauty of his gigantic body. He rose, his breeches purple, his crimson cap cocked to the side, his medals pinned to his chest, splitting the hut in two like a banner splitting the sky. He smelled of perfume and the nauseating coolness of soap. His long legs looked like 2 girls wedged to their shoulders in riding boots. He smiled at me, smacked the table with his whip, and picked up the order which the chief of staff had just dictated. It was an order for Ivan Chesnokov to advance to Chiganov-Dobrovodka with the regiment he had been entrusted with, and, on encountering the enemy, to proceed immediately with its destruction. The destruction of which, Savitsky began writing, filling the whole sheet, I hold the self-same Chesnokov completely responsible for. Non-compliance will incur the severest punitive measures, in other words I will gun him down on the spot, a fact that I am sure that you, Comrade Chesnokov, will not doubt, as it's been quite a while now that you have worked with me on the front. The commander of the 6th Division signed the order with a flourish, threw it at the orderlies, and turned his grey eyes, dancing with merriment, toward me. I handed him the document concerning my assignment to the divisional staff. See to the paperwork, the division commander said. See to the paperwork, and have this man sign up for all the amusements except for those of the frontal kind. *. The division commander is punning, substituting the word udovольствие, amusements, for продовольствие, provisions. You read and write. Yes, I can, I answered, bristling with envy at the steel and bloom of his youth. I graduated in law from the University of Petersburg. So you're one of those little powder puffs, he yelled, laughing. With spectacles on your nose. Ha, you lousy little fellow, you. They send you to us, no one even asks us if we want you here. Here you get hacked to pieces just for wearing glasses. So, you think you can live with us, huh? Yes, I do, I answered, and went to the village with the quartermaster to look for a place to stay. The quartermaster carried my little suitcase on his shoulder. The village street lay before us, and the dying sun in the sky, round and yellow as a pumpkin, breathed its last rosy breath. We came to a hut with garlands painted on it. The quartermaster stopped, and suddenly, smiling guiltily, said, "You see, we have a thing about spectacles here, there ain't nothing you can do. A man of high distinguishings they'll chew up and spit out, but ruin a lady, yes, the most cleanest lady, and you're the darling of the fighters." He hesitated for a moment, my suitcase still on his shoulder, came up very close to me, but suddenly lunged away in despair, rushing into the nearest courtyard. Cossacks were sitting there on bundles of hay, shaving each other. "Fighters," the quartermaster began, putting my suitcase on the ground. "According to an order issued by Comrade Savitsky, you are required to accept this man to lodge among you. And no funny business, please, because this man has suffered on the fields of learning." The quartermaster flushed and marched off without looking back. I lifted my hand to my cap and saluted the Cossacks. A young fellow with long, flaxen hair and a wonderful Ryazan face walked up to my suitcase and threw it out into the street. Then he turned his backside toward me, and with uncommon dexterity began emitting shameless sounds. "That was a 00 caliber," an older Cossack yelled, laughing out loud. "Rapid fire." The young man walked off. Having exhausted the limited resources of his artistry, I went down on my hands and knees and gathered up the manuscripts and the old, tattered clothes that had fallen out of my suitcase. I took them and carried them to the other end of the yard. A large pot of boiling pork stood on some bricks in front of the hut. Smoke rose from it as distant smoke rises from the village hut of one's childhood, mixing hunger with intense loneliness inside me. I covered my broken little suitcase with hay, turning it into a pillow, and lay down on the ground to read Lenin's speech at the Second Congress of the Comintern 15 which Pravda had printed. The sun fell on me through the jagged hills, the Cossacks kept stepping over my legs, the young fellow incessantly made fun of me, the beloved sentences struggled toward me over thorny paths, but could not reach me. I put away the newspaper and went to the mistress of the house, who was spinning yarn on the porch. "Mistress," I said, "I need some grub." The old woman raised the dripping whites of her half-blind eyes to me and lowered them again. "Comrade," she said, after a short silence. "All of this makes me want to hang myself. God damn it." I muttered in frustration, shoving her back with my hand. "TM in no mood to start debating with you." And, turning around, I saw someone's saber lying nearby. A haughty goose was waddling through the yard, placidly grooming its feathers. I caught the goose and forced it to the ground, its head cracking beneath my boot, cracking and bleeding. Its white neck lay stretched out in the dung, and the wings folded down over the slaughtered bird. "God damn it," I said, poking at the goose with the saber. "Roast it for me, mistress." The old woman, her blindness and her spectacles flashing, picked up the bird, wrapped it in her apron, and hauled it to the kitchen. "Comrade," she said after a short silence, "this makes me want to hang myself." And she pulled the door shut behind her. In the yard the Cossacks were already sitting around their pot. They sat motionless, straight-backed like heathen priests, not once having looked at the goose. "This fellow'll fit in here well enough," one of them said, winked, and scooped up some cabbage soup with his spoon. The Cossacks began eating with the restrained grace of moujiks who respect one another. I cleaned the saber with sand, went out of the courtyard, and came back again, feeling anguished. The moon hung over the yard like a cheap earring. "Hey, brother." Surovkov, the oldest of the Cossacks, suddenly said to me. "Sit with us and have some of this till your goose is ready." He fished an extra spoon out of his boot and handed it to me. We slurped the cabbage soup and ate the pork. "So, what are they writing in the newspaper?" the young fellow with the flaxen hair asked me, and moved aside to make room for me. "In the newspaper, Lenin writes," I said, Picking up my Pravda, Lenin writes that right now there is a shortage of everything. And in a loud voice, like a triumphant deaf man, I read Lenin's speech to the Cossacks. The evening wrapped me in the soothing dampness of her twilight sheets, the evening placed her motherly palms on my burning brow. I read, and rejoiced, waiting for the effect, rejoicing in the mysterious curve of Lenin's straight line. Truth tickles all and sundry in the nose, 16 Surovkov said when I had finished. It isn't all that easy to wheedle it out of the pile of rubbish, but Lenin picks it up right away, like a hen pecks up a grain of corn. That is what Surovkov, the squadron commander, said about Lenin, and then we went to sleep in the hayloft. 6 of us slept there warming each other, our legs tangled, under the holes in the roof which let in the stars. I dreamed and saw women in my dreams, and only my heart, crimson with murder, screeched and bled. The rabbi. All things are mortal. Only a mother is accorded eternal life. And when a mother is not among the living, she leaves behind a memory that no one has yet dared to defile. The memory of a mother nourishes compassion within us, just as the ocean, the boundless ocean, nourishes the rivers that cut through the universe. These were Daedalus' words. He uttered them gravely. The dying evening wrapped him in the rosy haze of its sadness. In the ardent house of Hasidism, the old man said, the windows and doors have been torn out, but it is as immortal as a mother's soul. Even with blinded eyes, Hasidism still stands at the crossroads of the winds of history. That is what Gedali said, and, after having prayed in the synagogue, he took me to Rabbi Model, the last rabbi of the Chernobyl dynasty. Gedali and I walked up the main street. White churches glittered in the distance like fields of buckwheat. A gun cart moaned around the corner. 2 pregnant Ukrainian women came out through the gates of a house, their coin necklaces jingling, and sat down on a bench. A timid star flashed in the orange battles of the sunset, and peace, a Sabbath peace, descended on the slanted roofs of the Zhytomyr ghetto. Here, Gedali whispered, pointing at a long house with a shattered facade. We went into a room, a stone room, empty as a morgue. Rabbi Model sat at a table surrounded by liars and men possessed. He was wearing a sable hat and a white robe, with a rope for a belt. The rabbi was sitting, his eyes closed, his thin fingers digging through the yellow fluff of his beard. "Where have you come from, Jew?" he asked me, lifting his eyelids. "From Odessa," I answered. "A devout town," the rabbi said. "The star of our exile, the reluctant well of our afflictions. What is the Jew's trade?" "I am putting the adventures of Herzl of Ostropol 17 into verse." "A great task," the rabbi whispered, and closed his eyelids. "The jackal moans when it is hungry, every fool has foolishness enough for despondency, and only the sage shreds the veil of existence with laughter." What did the Jew study? The Bible. What is the Jew looking for? Merriment. "Reb Mordk," the rabbi said, and shook his beard. "Let the young man seat himself at the table, let him eat on the Sabbath evening with other Jews, let him rejoice that he is alive and not dead, let him clap his hands as his neighbors dance, let him drink wine if he is given wine." And Reb Mordk came bouncing toward me, an ancient fool with inflamed eyelids, a hunchbacked little old man, no bigger than a 10-year-old boy. "Oi, my dear and so very young man," ragged Reb Mordk said, winking at me. "Aji, how many rich fools have I known in Odessa, how many wise paupers have I known in Odessa? Sit down at the table, young man, and drink the wine that you will not be given." We all sat down, one next to the other, the possessed, the liars, the unhinged. In the corner, broad-shouldered Jews who looked like fishermen and apostles were moaning over prayer books. Gedali in his green coat dozed by the wall like a bright bird. And suddenly I saw a youth behind Gedali, a youth with the face of Spinoza, with the powerful forehead of Spinoza, with the sickly face of a nun. He was smoking and twitching like an escaped convict who has been tracked down and brought back to his jail. Ragged Reb Mordk sneaked up on him from behind, snatched the cigarette from his mouth, and came running over to me. "That is Ilya, the rabbi's son," Mord wheezed, turning the bloody flesh of his inflamed eyelids to me, "the damned son, the worst son, the disobedient son." And Mord threatened the youth with his little fist and spat in his face. "Blessed is the Lord," the voice of Rabbi Model Bratslavsky rang out, and he broke the bread with his monastic fingers. "Blessed is the God of Israel, who has chosen us among all the peoples of the world." The rabbi blessed the food, and we sat down at the table. Outside the window horses neighed and Cossacks shouted. The wasteland of war yawned outside. The rabbi's son smoked one cigarette after another during the silent prayer. When the dinner was over, I was the first to rise. "My dear and so very young man," Mord muttered behind me, tugging at my belt. "If there was no one in the world except for evil rich men and destitute tramps, how would holy men live?" I gave the old man some money and went out into the street. Giedely and I parted, and I went back to the railroad station. There at the station, on the propaganda train of the 1st Cavalry, I was greeted by the sparkle of hundreds of lights, the enchanted glitter of the radio transmitter, the stubborn rolling of the printing presses, and my unfinished article for the Krasny Kavalierist. 18. The road to Brody. I mourn for the bees. They have been destroyed by warring armies. There are no longer any bees in Volhynia. We desecrated the hives. We fumigated them with sulfur and detonated them with gunpowder. Smoldering rags have spread a foul stench over the holy republics of the bees. Dying, they flew slowly, their buzzing barely audible. Deprived of bread, we procured honey with our sabers. There are no longer any bees in Volhynia. The chronicle of our everyday crimes oppresses me as relentlessly as a bad heart. Yesterday was the first day of the battle for Brody. Lost on the blue earth, we suspected nothing, neither I, nor my friend Afankabita. The horses had been fed grain in the morning. The rice stood tall, the sun was beautiful, and our souls, which did not deserve these shining, soaring skies, thirst for lingering pain. In our Cossack villages the women folk tell tales of the bee and its kind nature, my friend began. The women folk tell all sorts of things. If men wronged Christ, or if no wrong was done, other people will have to figure out for themselves. But if you listen to what the women folk of the Cossack villages tell, Christ is hanging tormented on the cross, when suddenly all kinds of gnats come flying over to plague him. And he takes a good look at the gnats and his spirits fall. But the thousands of little gnats can't see his eyes. At that moment a bee flies around Christ. "Sting him," a gnat yells at the bee. "Sting him for us." "That I cannot do," the bee says, covering Christ with her wings. "That I cannot do." He belongs to the carpenter class. One has to understand the bees, Afanka, my platoon commander, concluded. "I hope the bees hold out. We're fighting for them too." Afanka waved dismissively and started to sing. It was a song about a light bay stallion. 8 Cossacks in Afanka's platoon joined in the song. The light bay stallion, Jigit was his name, belonged to a junior Cossack captain who got drunk on vodka the day of his beheading, sang Afanka sleepily, his voice taut like a string. Jigit had been a loyal horse, but on feast days the Cossacks' carousing knew no bounds. He had 5 jugs of vodka on the day of his beheading. After the 4th jug, the junior Cossack captain mounted his steed and rode up to heaven. The climb was long, but Jigit was a true horse. They rode into heaven, and the Cossack reached for his 5th jug. But the last jug had been left back on earth. He broke down and wept, for all his efforts had been in vain. He wept, and Jigit pointed his ears, and turned to look at his master. Afanka sang, clinking and dozing. The song drifted like smoke. We rode toward the sunset, its boiling rivers pouring over the embroidered napkins of the peasants' fields. The silence turned rosy. The earth lay like a cat's back, covered with a thick, gleaming coat of grain. The mud hamlet of Kolkotov crouched on a little hill. Beyond the pass, the vision of deadly, craggy Brody awaited us. but in Kolkotov a loud shot exploded in our faces. 2 Polish soldiers peered out from behind a hut. Their horses were tied to a post. A light enemy battery came riding up the hill. Bullets unfurled like string along the road. "Run for it!" Afanka yelled. And we fled. Brody. The mummies of your trampled passions have breathed their irresistible poison upon me. I had felt the fatal chill of your eye sockets filled with frozen tears. And now, in a tumbling gallop, I am being carried away from the smashed stones of your synagogues. The Tachenka asterisk theory. Asterisk an open carriage or buggy with a machine gun mounted on the back. Headquarters sent me a coachman, or, as we generally say here, a vehicular driver. His name is Grichuk. He is 39 years old. He had spent 5 years in a German prison camp, escaped a few months ago, walked across Lithuania and northwest Russia, reached Volhynia, only, in Bielov, to fall into the hands of what must be the world's most brainless draft commission, which reconscripted him into active service. He had been a mere 50 versts from his home in the Kremenik district. He has a wife and children in the Kremenik district. He hasn't been home for 5 years and 2 months. The draft commission made him my vehicular driver, and now I am no longer a pariah among the Cossacks. I have a Tachenka and a driver for it. Tachenka. That word has become the base of the triangle on which our way of fighting rests, hacked to pieces Tachenka blood. The simplest little open carriage, the britchka, the kind you would see some cleric or petty official riding in, has, through a whim of all the civil strife, become a terrible and fast-moving war machine, creating new strategies and tactics, twisting the traditional face of war, spawning Tachenka heroes and geniuses. Such was Makhno, the Ukrainian anarchist leader who had made the Tachenka the crux of his secretive and cunning strategy, abolishing infantry, artillery, even cavalry, and replaced that clumsy hodgepodge by mounting 300 machine guns onto britchkas. Such was Makhno, as innovative as nature, hay carts lined up in military formation to conquer towns. A wedding procession rolls up to the headquarters of a provincial executive committee, opens fire, and a frail little cleric, waving the black flag of anarchy, demands that the authorities immediately hand over the bourgeois, hand over the proletariat, hand over music and wine. An army of Tachenkas is capable of unprecedented mobility. Budyonny was just as adept at demonstrating this as Makhno was. To hack away at such an army is difficult, to corner it impossible. A machine gun buried under a stack of hay, a Tachenka hidden in a peasant's shed, cease to be military targets. These hidden specks, the hypothetically existing but imperceptible components of a whole when added up, result in the new essence of the Ukrainian village, savage, rebellious, and self-seeking. Makhno can bring an army like this, its ammunition concealed in all its nooks and crannies, into military readiness within an hour, and can demobilize it even faster. Here, in Budyonny's Red Cavalry, the Tachenka does not rule so exclusively. But all our machine gun detachments travel only in britchkas. Cossack fantasy distinguishes 2 kinds of Tachenka, German settler and petty official, which is not fantasy but a real distinction. The petty official britchkas, those rickety little carts built without love or imagination, had rattled through the wheat steppes of Kuban carrying the wretched, red-nosed civil servants, a sleep-starved herd of men hurrying to autopsies and inquests, while the settler Tachenkas came to us from the fat German settlements of the Volga regions of Samara and the Urals. The broad oaken seat backs of the settler Tachenkas are covered with simple paintings, plump garlands of rosy German flowers. The sturdy cart decks are reinforced with steel. The frame rests on soft, unforgettable springs. I can feel the ardor of many generations in these springs, now bouncing over the torn-up high roads of Volhynia. I am experiencing the delight of first possession. Every day after we eat, we put on the harnesses. Grichuk leads the horses out of the stable. They are becoming stronger with every passing day. With proud joy I notice a dull sheen on their groomed flanks. We rub the horses' swollen legs, trim their manes, throw Cossack harnesses a tangled, withered mesh of thin straps over their backs, and drive out of the yard at a fast trot. Krichuk is sitting sideways on the box. My seat is covered with a bright sackcloth and hay smelling of perfume and tranquility. The high wheels creak in the white, granular sand. Patches of blooming poppies color the earth, ruined churches glow on the hills. High above the road, in a niche wrecked by shells, stands the brown statue of Saint Ursula with bare round arms. And narrow, ancient letters form an uneven chain on the blackened gold of her pediment, "Glory be to Jesus and the Mother of God." Lifeless Jewish shtetls cluster around the foot of the Polish nobles' estates. The prophetic peacock, a passionless apparition in the blue vastness, glitters on brick walls. The synagogue, enmeshed in a tangle of huts, crouches eyeless and battered, round as a Hasidic hat, on the barren earth. Narrow-shouldered Jews hover sadly at crossroads. And the image of southern Jews flares up in my memory, jovial, pot-bellied, sparkling like cheap wine. There is no comparison between them and the bitter aloofness of these long bony backs, these tragic yellow beards. In their fervent features, carved by torture, there is no fat or warm pulse of blood. The movements of the Galician and the Volhynian Jew are abrupt, brusque, and offensive to good taste, but the power of their grief is filled with dark grandeur, and their secret contempt for the Polish masters is boundless. Looking at them, I understood the fiery history of these faraway hinterlands, the stories of Talmudists who leased out taverns, of rabbis who dabbled in money lending, of girls who were raped by Polish mercenaries and for whom Polish magnates shot themselves. Dolgoshov's death. He veils of battle swept toward the town. At midday, Korochev, the disgraced commander of the 4th Division, who fought alone and rode out seeking death, flew past us in his black Caucasian cloak. As he came galloping by, he shouted over to me, "Our communications have been cut, Radzivilov and Brody are in flames." And off he charged fluttering, black, with eyes of coal. On the plain, flat as a board, the brigades were regrouping. The sun rolled through the crimson dust. Wounded men sat in ditches, eating. Nurses lay on the grass and sang in hushed voices. Ufanka's scouts roamed over the field, looking for dead soldiers and ammunition. Ufanka rode by 2 paces from me and, without turning his head, said, "We got a real kick in the teeth. Big time. They're saying things about our division commander, it looks like he's out. Our fighters don't know what's what." The Poles had advanced to the forest about 3 versts away from us, and set up their machine guns somewhere nearby. Flying bullets whimper and yelp, their lament has reached an unbearable pitch. The bullets plunge into the earth and writhe, quaking with impatience. Vyshyagikenko, the commander of the regiment, snoring in the hot sun, cried out in his sleep and woke up. He mounted his horse and rode over to the lead squadron. His face was creased with red stripes from his uncomfortable sleep, and his pockets were filled with plums. "Son of a bitch," he said angrily, spitting out a plumstone. "A damn waste of time. Timoshka, hoist the flag." "Oh, so we're going for it?" Timoshka asked, pulling the flagpole out of the stirrup, and unrolling the flag on which a star had been painted, along with something about the 3rd International .19. "Well, see what happens," Vyshyagikenko said, and suddenly shouted wildly, "Come on, girls, onto your horses. Gather your men, squadron leaders." The buglers sounded the alarm. The squadrons lined up in a column. A wounded man crawled out of a ditch and, shading his eyes with his hand, said to Vyshyagikenko, "Taras Grigorevic, I represent the others here. It looks like you're leaving us behind." "Don't worry, you'll manage to fight them off," Vyshyagikenko muttered, and reared his horse. "We sort of think we won't be able to fight them off, Taras Grigorevic," the wounded man called after Vyshyagikenko as he rode off. Vyshyagikenko turned back his horse. "Stop whimpering. Of course I won't leave you." And he ordered the carts to be harnessed. At that very moment the whining, high-pitched voice of my friend Afankabita burst out, Let's not set off at full trot, Taras Grigorevic. It's 5 versts. How are we supposed to hack them down if our horses are worn out? Why the rush? You'll be there in time for the pear pruning on St. Mary's Day. Slow trot. Vyshyagikanko ordered, without raising his eyes. The regiment rode off. If what they're saying about the division commander is true, Ufanka whispered, reining in his horse, and they're getting rid of him, well then thank you very much, we might as well kill off the cattle and burn down the barn. Tears flowed from his eyes. I looked at him in amazement. He spun like a top, held his cap down, wheezed, and then charged off with a loud whoop. Grichuk, with his ridiculous Tachenka carrot, and I stayed behind, rushing back and forth among walls of fire until the evening. Our divisional staff had disappeared. Other units wouldn't take us in. The regiments pushed forward into Brody but were repelled. We rode to the town cemetery. A Polish patrol jumped up from behind the graves, put their rifles to their shoulders, and started firing at us. Grichuk spun his Tachenka around. It shrieked with all its 4 wheels. Grichuk! I yelled through the whistling and the wind. What damn stupidity, he shouted back morosely. We're done for. I hollered, seized by the exhilaration of disaster. We're finished. All the trouble our women folk go to, he said even more morosely. What's the point of all the matchmaking, marrying, and in-laws dancing at weddings? A rosy tail lit up in the sky and expired. The Milky Way surfaced from under the stars. It makes me want to laugh. Grichuk said sadly, and pointed his whip at a man sitting at the side of the road. It makes me want to laugh that women go to such trouble. The man sitting by the roadside was Dalgishov, one of the telephonists. He stared at us, his legs stretched out in front of him. Here, look, Dalgishov said, as we pulled up to him. TM finished. Know what I mean? I know, Grichuk answered, reining in the horses. You'll have to waste a bullet on me, Dalgishov said. He was sitting propped up against a tree. He lay with his legs splayed far apart, his boots pointing in opposite directions. Without lowering his eyes from me, he carefully lifted his shirt. His stomach was torn open, his intestines spilling to his knees, and we could see his heart beating. When the Poles turn up, they'll have fun kicking me around. Erase my papers. Write my mother where, what, why? No, I replied, and spurred my horse. Dalgishov placed his blue palms on the ground and looked at his hands in disbelief. Running away, he muttered, slumping down. Then run, you bastard. Sweat slithered over my body. The machine guns hammered faster and faster with hysterical tenacity. Ufanka Beta came galloping toward us, encircled by the halo of the sunset. We're kicking their asses, he shouted merrily. What re you up to here, fun and games? I pointed at Dalgishov and moved my horse to the side. They spoke a few words, I couldn't hear what they said. Dalgishov held out his papers. Ufanka slipped them into his boot and shot Dalgishov in the mouth. Ufanka, I said, riding up to him with a pitiful smile. Slash couldn't have done that. Get lost, or 111 shoot you, he said to me, his face turning white. You spectacled idiots have as much pity for us as a cat has for a mouse. And he cocked his trigger. I rode off slowly, without looking back, a feeling of cold and death in my spine. Hey! Hey! Grichuk shouted behind me, and grabbed Ufanka's hand. Cut the crap! You damn lackey bastard! Ufanka yelled at Grichuk. Wait till I get my hands on him. Grichuk caught up with me at the bend in the road. Ufanka was not with him. He had ridden off in the opposite direction. Well, there you have it, Grichuk, I said to him. Today I lost Ufanka, my first real friend. Grichuk took out a wrinkled apple from under the cart seat. Eat it, he told me, please, eat it. The commander of the 2nd Brigade. General Budiani, in his red trousers with the silver stripes, stood by a tree. The commander of the 2nd Brigade had just been killed. The general had appointed Kolesnikov to replace him. Only an hour ago, Kolesnikov had been a regimental captain. A week ago Kolesnikov had been a squadron leader. The new brigade commander was summoned to General Budiani. The general waited for him, standing by the tree. Kolesnikov came with Almazov, his commissar. "The bastards are closing in on us," the general said with his dazzling grin. "We win, or we die like dogs. No other options." "Understood." "Understood," Kolesnikov answered, his eyes bulging from their sockets. "You run for it, till have you shot," the general said with a smile, and he turned and looked at the commander of the special unit. "Yes, General," the commander of the special unit said. "So start rolling, Kolso," one of the Cossacks standing nearby shouted cheerfully. Budiani swiftly turned on his heel and saluted his new brigade commander. The latter lifted 5 young red fingers to his cap, broke into a sweat, and walked along the plowed field. The horses were waiting for him 50 yards away. He hung his head, placing one long and crooked leg in front of the other with agonizing slowness. The fire of the sunset swept over him, as crimson and implausible as impending doom. And suddenly, on the outstretched earth, on the yellow, harrowed nakedness of the fields, we saw nothing but Kolesnikov's narrow back, his dangling arms, and his hanging head with its grey cap. His orderly brought him his horse. He jumped into the saddle and galloped to his brigade without looking back. The squadrons were waiting for him on the main road, the high road to Brody. A moaning hurrah, shredded by the wind, drifted over to us. Aiming my binoculars, I saw the brigade commander on his horse circling through columns of thick dust. "Kolesnikov has taken over the brigade," said our lookout, who was sitting in a tree above our heads. "So he has," Budiani answered, lighting a cigarette and closing his eyes. The hurrahs faded. The cannonade died down. Pointless shrapnel burst above the forest. And we heard the great, silent skirmish. "He's a good boy," Budiani said, getting up. "Wants honors. Looks like he'll make it." And Budiani had the horses brought over, and rode off to the battlefield. His staff followed him. As it happened, I was to see Kolesnikov again that very night, about an hour after the Poles had been finished off. He was riding in front of his brigade, alone, on a brown stallion, dozing. His right arm was hanging in a sling. A cavalry Cossack was carrying the unfurled flag about 10 paces behind him. The men at the head of the squadron lazily sang bawdy ditties. The brigade stretched dusty and endless, like peasant carts heading to a market fair. At the rear, tired bands were gasping. That evening, as Kolesnikov rode, I saw in his bearing the despotic indifference of a Tatar-Khan and saw in him a devotee of the glorified Naga, the willful Pavlichenko, and the captivating Savitsky. Sashka Christ. Ashka, that was his real name, and Christ is what we called him. Because he was so gentle. He had been one of the shepherds of his Cossack village and had not done any heavy work since he was 14, when he had caught the evil disease. This is what had happened. Tarakanuk, Sashka's stepfather, had gone to the town of Grozny for the winter, and had joined a guild there. The guild was working well. It was made up of Ryazan mujiks. Tarakanuk did carpentry for them, and his income increased. When he realized that he could not manage the work alone anymore, he sent home for the boy to come and be his assistant. The village could survive the winter well enough without him. Sashka worked with his stepfather for a week. Then Saturday came, and they put their tools away and sat down to drink some tea. Outside it was October, but the air was mild. They opened the window, and put on a second samovar. A beggar woman was loitering near the windows. She knocked on the frame and said, "A good day to you. I see you're not from these parts. You can see what state I'm in, no. What is it about your state?" Tarakanuk said. Come in, you old cripple. The beggar woman scrambled up and clambered into the room. She came over to the table and bowed deeply. Tarakanuk grabbed her by her kerchief, pulled it off, and ruffled her hair. The beggar woman's hair was grey, ashy, and hanging in dusty tatters. "Oh, will you stop that, you naughty handsome man you," she said. "You're a joke a minute, you are. But please, don't be disgusted by me just because I'm a little old woman," she quickly whispered, scampering onto the bench. Tarakanuk lay with her. The beggar woman turned her head to the side and laughed. "Oh, luck is raining on this little old woman's field," she laughed. "I'll be harvesting 200 pud of grain an acre." And she suddenly noticed Sashka, who was drinking his tea at the table, not looking up as if his life depended on it. "Your boy?" she asked Tarakanuk. "More or less mine," Tarakanuk answered. "My wife's." "Oh, look at him staring at us," the old woman said. "Hey, come over here." Sashka went over to her and he caught the evil disease. But the evil disease had been the last thing on their minds. Tarakanuk gave the beggar woman some leftover bones and a silver fiver, a very shiny one. "Polish the fiver nicely with sand, holy sister," Tarakanuk said to her, "and it'll look even better. If you lend it to the Almighty on a dark night, it will shine instead of the moon." The old cripple tied her kerchief, took the bones, and left. And within 2 weeks the mujiks realized what had happened. The evil disease made them suffer. They tried to cure themselves all winter long, dousing themselves with herbs. And in spring they returned to the Cossack village and their peasant work. The village was about 9 versts from the railroad. Tarakanuk and Sashka crossed the fields. The earth lay in its April wetness. Emeralds glittered in the black ditches. Green shoots hemmed the soil with cunning stitches. A sour odor rose from the ground, as from a soldier's wife at dawn. The first herds trickled down from the hills, the foals played in the blue expanse of the horizon. Tarakanuk and Sashka walked along barely visible paths. "Let me be one of the shepherds, Tarakanuk," Sashka said. "What for?" "I can't bear that the shepherds have such a wonderful life. I won't allow it. Let me be one, Tarakanuk, for the love of God." Sashka repeated. "All the saints came from shepherds." Sashka the saint, the stepfather laughed. "He caught syphilis from the mother of God." They passed the bend in the road by Red Bridge, then the grove and the pasture, and saw the cross on the village church. The women were still puttering around in their vegetable gardens, and Cossacks were sitting among the lilacs, drinking vodka and singing. It was another half verst to Tarakanuk's hut. "Let us pray that everything is fine," Tarakanuk said, crossing himself. They walked over to the hut and peeked in the little window. Nobody was there. Sashka's mother was in the shed milking the cow. They crept over to her silently. Tarakanuk came up behind her and laughed out loud. "Motya, Your Excellency," he shouted, "how about some food for your guests?" The woman turned around, began to shake, and rushed out of the shed and ran circling around the yard. Then she came back into the shed and, trembling, pressed her head on Tarakanuk's chest. "How silly and ugly you look," Tarakanuk said, gently pushing her away. "Where are the children?" "The children have left the yard," the woman said, her face ashen, and ran out again, throwing herself onto the ground. "Oh, Aleshhanka," she shrieked wildly. "Our babies have gone, feed first." Tarakanuk waved at her dismissively and went over to the neighbors. The neighbors told him that a week ago the Lord had taken the boy and the girl with typhus. Motya had written him a letter, but he probably hadn't gotten it. Tarakanuk went back to the hut. The woman was stoking the oven. "You got rid of them quite nicely, Motya," Tarakanuk said. "Rip you to pieces, that's what I should do." He sat down at the table and fell into deep grief and grieved till he fell asleep. He ate meat and drank vodka, and did not see to his work around the farm. He snored at the table, woke up, and snored again. Modya prepared a bed for herself and her husband, and another for Sashka to the side. She blew out the light, and lay down next to her husband. Sashka tossed and turned on the hay in his corner. His eyes were open, he did not sleep, but saw, as if in a dream, the hut, a star shining through the window, the edge of the table, and the horse collars under his mother's bed. A violent vision took hold of him, he surrendered to it and rejoiced in his waking dream. It was as if two silver strings hung from the sky, entwined into a thick rope to which a cradle was fastened, a rosewood cradle with carvings. It swung high above the earth but far from the sky, and the silver rope swayed and glittered. Sashka was lying in this cradle, fanned by the air. The air, loud as music, rose from the fields, and the rainbow blossomed above the unripe wheat. Sashka rejoiced in his waking sleep, and closed his eyes so as not to see the horse collars under his mother's bed. Then he heard panting from the bed, and thought that Tarakanuk must be pawing his mother. "Tarakanuk," he said loudly. "There's something I need to talk to you about." In the middle of the night. Tarakanuk yelled angrily. "Sleep, you fleabag. I swear by the Holy Cross that there's something I need to talk to you about," Sashka said. "Come out into the yard." And in the yard, beneath the unfading stars, Sashka said to his stepfather, "Don't wrong my mother, Tarakanuk, you're tainted. You should know better than to cross me, boy." Tarakanuk said, "I know, but have you seen my mother's body? She has legs that are clean, and a breast that is clean. Don't wrong her, Tarakanuk. We're tainted." "Boy," his stepfather said, "avoid my blood and my wrath. Here are 20 kopecks, go to sleep and your head will be clearer in the morning." "I don't need the 20 kopecks, Sashka muttered. "Let me go join the shepherds." "I won't allow that," Tarakanuk said. "Let me join the shepherds," Sashka muttered, "or I'll tell mother what we are. Why should she suffer with such a body?" Tarakanuk turned around and went into the shed to get an axe. "Saint Sashka," he said in a whisper, "you wait and see, why 11 hack you to pieces." "You'd hack me to pieces on account of a woman," the boy said, barely audibly, and leaned closer to his stepfather. "Take pity on me and let me join the shepherds." "Damn you!" Tarakanuk said, and threw away the axe. "So go join the shepherds." And Tarakanuk went back into the hut and slept with his wife. That same morning Sashka went to the Cossacks to be hired, and from that day on he lived as a village shepherd. He became known throughout the whole area for his simple heart, and the people of the village gave him the nickname Sashka Christ, and he lived as a shepherd until he was drafted. The old men, who had nothing better to do, came out to the pasture to chat with him, and the women came running to Sashka for respite from their husbands' rough ways, and were not put off by Sashka's love for them or by his illness. Sashka's draft call came in the first year of the war. He fought for 4 years, and then returned to the village, where the whites were running the show. Sashka was urged to go to the village of Platovskia, where a detachment was being formed to fight the whites. A former cavalry sergeant Major Semyon Mihailovich Budyani was running things in that detachment, and he had his 3 brothers with him, Emelian, Lukian, and Denis. Sashka went to Platovskia, and there his fate was sealed. He joined Budyani's regiment, his brigade, his division, and finally his 1st Cavalry Army. He rode to the aid of heroic Tsaritsyn II, joined with Voroshilov's 10th Army, and fought at Voronezh, Kastornaya, and at the Generalsky Bridge on the Donets. In the Polish campaign, Sashka joined the cavalry transport unit, because he had been wounded and was considered an invalid. So that's how everything had come about. I had recently met Sashka Christ, and took my little suitcase and moved over to his cart. Many times we watched the sunrise and rode into the sunset. And whenever the obdurate will of war brought us together, we sat in the evenings on a sparkling earth mound carrot or boiled tea in our sooty kettle in the woods, or slept next to each other on harvested fields, our hungry horses tied to our legs. The life of Matvey Rodionovich Pavlichenko. Dear comrades, brothers, fellow countrymen. Here in the name of mankind the life story of Red General Matvey Pavlichenko. This general had been a mere swineherd, a swineherd on the estate of Lidno of which Nikitinsky was master, and, until life gave him battle stripes, this swineherd tended his master's pigs, and then with those battle stripes our little Matvey was given cattle to herd. Who knows, had he been born in Australia, my friends, our Matvey, son of Rodion, might well have worked his way up to elephants. Yes, our Matyushka would have herded elephants, but unfortunately there are no elephants to be found in our district of Stavropol. To be perfectly honest, there is no animal larger than a buffalo in all the lands of Stavropol. And the poor fellow would not have had any fun with buffaloes. Russians don't enjoy taunting buffaloes. Give us poor orphans a mare on Judgment Day, and I guarantee you we will know how to taunt her till her soul goes tearing out of her sides. So here I am, herding my cattle, cows crowding me from all sides, I'm doused in milk, I stink like a slit udder, all around me calves and mouse-grey bullocks roam. Freedom lies all around me in the fields, the grass of all the world rustles, the skies above me open up like a many-buttoned concertina, and the skies, my brothers, the skies we have in the district of Stavropol, can be very blue. So there I am, herding the beasts and playing my flute to the winds with nothing better to do, when an old man comes up to me and tells me, "Go, Matvey," he says to me, "go to Nastia." What for? I ask him. Or are you maybe pulling my leg, old man? Go to her, he says. She wants you. So I go to her. Nastia, I say to her, and all my blood runs dark. Nastia, I say to her, or are you making fun of me? But she does not speak a word, runs straight past me, running as fast as her legs can carry her, and she and I run together until we're out on the meadow, dead tired, flushed, and out of breath. Matvey, Nastia says to me at this point. On the third Sunday before this one, when the spring fishing season began and the fishermen came back to shore, you were walking with them, and you let your head hang. Why did you let your head hang, or is it that a thought is squeezing down on your heart? Answer me. And I answer her. Nastia, I say to her. I have nothing to tell you, my head is not a gun, it has neither a foresight nor backsight, and you know my heart full well, Nastia, it is empty, completely empty, except perhaps for being doused in milk. It's a terrible thing how I stink of milk. And I can see that Nastia is about to burst into laughter at my words. I swear by the Holy Cross, she says, bursting into laughter, laughing loudly, laughing with all her might, her laughter booming across the steps as if she were pounding a drum. I swear by the Holy Cross, you sure know how to sweet talk a girl. So we exchange a few foolish words, and soon enough we're married. Nastia and me began living together as best we could, and we did our best. We felt hot all night, we felt hot all winter, all night we went naked and tore the hide off each other. We lived it up like devils, until the day the old man came to me again. Matvey, he says. The other day the master touched your wife in all those places, and the master is going to have her. And I say to him, no, I say to him, it cannot be, and please excuse me, old man, or I shall kill you right here and now. The old man rushed off without another word, and I must have marched a good 20 versts over land that day. Yes, that day a good chunk of earth passed beneath my feet, and by evening I sprouted up in the estate of Lidno, in the house of my merry master Nikitinsky. The old man was sitting in his drawing room busy taking apart 3 saddles, an English, a dragoon, and a Cossack saddle, and I stood rooted by his door like a burdock. I stood rooted there for a good hour. Then he finally clapped eyes on me. What do you want? I want to quit. You have a grudge against me. I don't have a grudge, but I want to quit. At this point he turned his eyes away, leaving the high road for the field path, put the red saddle cloths on the floor. They were redder than the Tsar's banners. His saddle cloths were, and old Nikitinsky stepped on them, puffing himself up. Freedom to the free, he tells me, all puffed up. Your mothers, all Orthodox Christian women, I gave the lot of them a good plowing. You can quit, my dear little Matvey, but isn't there one tiny little thing you owe me first? Ho, ho. I answer. What a joker. May the Lord strike me dead if you're not a joker. It is you who still owes me my wage. Your wage, my master thunders, shoving me down onto my knees, kicking me and yelling in my ear, cursing the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. You want your wage, but the bull's yoke you ruined seems to have slipped your mind. Where is my bull's yoke? Give me back my bull's yoke. I will give you back your bull's yoke, I tell my master, raising my foolish eyes up at him as I kneel there, lower than the lowest of living creatures. Till give you back your bull's yoke, but don't strangle me with debts, master, just wait a while. So, my dear friends, my Stavropol compatriots, fellow countrymen, my comrades, my very own brothers, for 5 years the master waited with my debts, 5 years I lost, until, lost soul that I was, finally the year 18 came, 3 it rode in on merry stallions, on Kabardinian steeds. It brought big armies with it and many songs. Oh, my sweet year 18. Oh, for us to dance in each other's arms just one more time, my sweet darling year 18. We sang your songs, drank your wine, proclaimed your truth, but all that's left of you now is a few scribblers. Yet, ah, my love, it was not the scribblers back then who came flying through Kuban, shooting the souls of generals to kingdom come. No. It was me, Matvey Rodionovich, who lay outside Perkumsk in a pool of my own blood, and from where I, Matvey Rodionovich, lay to the estate of Lideno was a mere 5 versts. And I rode to Lideno alone, without my regiment, and as I entered the drawing room, I entered peacefully. People from the local authorities were sitting there in the drawing room, Nikitinsky was serving them tea, groveling all over them. When he saw me his face tumbled to pieces, but I lifted my fur hat to him. Greetings, I said to the people there. Greetings. May I come in, your lordship, or how shall we handle this? Let's handle this nicely, correctly, one of the men says, who, judging by the way he speaks, must be a land surveyor. Let us handle things nicely, correctly, but from what I see, Comrade Pavlichenko, it seems you have ridden quite a distance, and dirt has crossed your face from side to side. We, the local authorities, are frightened of such faces. Why is your face like that? Because you are the local cold-blooded authorities, I answer. Because in my face one cheek has been burning for 5 years now, burning when I'm in a trench, burning when I'm with a woman, and it will be burning at my final judgment. At my final judgment. I tell him, and look at Nikitinsky with fake cheerfulness. But he no longer has any eyes. There are now 2 cannonballs in the middle of his face, ready and in position under his forehead, and with these crystal balls he winks at me, also with fake cheerfulness, but so abominably. My dear Matyusha, he says to me, we've known each other so long now, and my wife Nadezhda Vasilevna, whose mind has come unhinged on account of the times we're living in, she was always kind to you, Nadezhda Vasilevna was, and you, my dear Matyusha, always looked up to her above all others. Wouldn't you like to at least see her, even though her mind has come unhinged? Fine, I tell him, and follow him into another room, and there he started clasping my hands, the right one, then the left. Matyusha, he says. Are you my fate or are you not? No, I tell him. And stop using such words. God has dropped us lackeys and run. Our fate is a chicken with its head cut off, our life is not worth a kopeck. Stop using such words and let me read you Lenin's letter. Lenin wrote me, Nikitinsky, a letter. Yes, he wrote you a letter, I tell him, and take out the book of decrees, open it to an empty page, and read though I'm illiterate to the bottom of my soul. In the name of the people, I read, for the establishment of a future radiant life, I order Pavlyuchenko Matvey Rodionovich to deprive, at his discretion, various persons of their lives. There we are, I tell him. That is Lenin's letter to you. And he says to me, no. No, he says, my dear Matyusha, even if life has gone tumbling to the devil, and blood has become cheap in Holy Mother Russia. But regardless of how much blood you want, you'll get it anyway, and you'll even forget my last dying look, so wouldn't it be better if I just show you my secret hideaway? Show me, I tell him. Maybe it'll be for the better. And again we went through the rooms, climbed down into the wine cellar, where he pulled out a brick, and behind this brick lay a little case. In it, in this case, were rings, necklaces, medals, and a pearl-studded icon. He threw the case over to me and stood there rigidly. Take it, he says. Take what is most holy to the Nikitenskys, and go off to your den in Perkumsk. And here I grabbed him by the neck, by the hair. And what about my cheek? I tell Nikitensky. How am I supposed to live with my cheek this way? And he burst out laughing for all he was worth, and stopped struggling to get away. A jackal's conscience, he says, and does not struggle. I speak to you as to an officer of the Russian Empire, and you scum, were suckled by a she-wolf. Shoot me, you son of a bitch. But shoot him I did not owe him a shot. I just dragged him up to the sitting room. There in the sitting room Nadezhda Vasilyevna was wandering about completely mad, with a drawn saber in her hand, looking at herself in the mirror. And when I dragged Nikitensky into the sitting room, Nadezhda Vasilyevna runs to sit in the chair, and she is wearing a velvet crown and feathers on her head. She sat in the chair and saluted me with the saber. Then I started kicking Nikitensky, my master. I kicked him for an hour, maybe even more than an hour, and I really understood what life actually is. With one shot, let me tell you, you can only get rid of a person. A shot would have been a pardon for him and too horribly easy for me. With a shot you cannot get to a man's soul, to where the soul hides and what it looks like. But there are times when I don't spare myself and spend a good hour, maybe even more than an hour, kicking the enemy. I want to understand life, to see what it actually is. The cemetery in Kozin. The cemetery in Ashtatl, Assyria, and the mysterious decay of the east on the overgrown, weed-covered fields of Volhynia. Gray, abrad stones with letters 300 years old. The rough contours of the reliefs cut into the granite. The image of a fish and a sheep above a dead man's head. Images of rabbis wearing fur hats. Rabbis, their narrow hips girded with belts. Beneath their eyeless faces the wavy stone ripple of curly beards. To one side, below an oak tree cleft in two by lightning, stands the vault of Rabbi Asriel, slaughtered by Bogdan Khmelnytsky's Cossacks. 4 generations lie in the sepulchre, as poor as the hovel of a water carrier, and tablets, moss-green tablets, sing of them in Bedouin prayer. Azraeli son of Ananiah, mouth of Jehovah. Elijah, son of Azrael, mind that fought oblivion hand to hand. Wolf, son of Elijah, prince taken from his Torah in his 19th spring. Judah, son of Wolf rabbi of Krakow and Prague. 0 death, 0 mercenary, O covetous thief, why did you not, albeit one single time, have mercy upon Ust. Prishkapa. I'm making my way to Leshnov, where the divisional staff has set up quarters. My traveling companion, as usual, is Prishkapa, a young Cossack from Kuban, a tireless roughneck, a communist whom the party kicked out, a future rag looter, a devil-may-care syphilitic, an unflappable liar. He wears a crimson Circassian jacket made of fine cloth, with a ruffled hood trailing down his back. As we rode, he told me about himself. A year ago Prishkapa had run away from the whites. As a reprisal, They took his parents hostage and killed them at the interrogation. The neighbors ransacked everything they had. When the whites were driven out of Kuban, Prishkapa returned to his Cossack village. It was morning, daybreak, peasants sleep-side in the rancid stuffiness. Prishkapa hired a communal cart and went through the village picking up his gramophone, kvass jugs, and the napkins that his mother had embroidered. He went down the street in his black cloak, his curved dagger in his belt. The cart rattled behind him. Prishkapa went from one neighbor's house to the next, the bloody prints of his boots trailing behind him. In huts where he found his mother's things or his father's pipe, he left hacked up old women, dogs hung over wells, icons soiled with dung. The people of the village smoked their pipes and followed him sullenly with their eyes. Young Cossacks had gathered on the steps outside the village and were keeping count. The count rose and the village fell silent. When he had finished, Prishkapa returned to his ransacked home. He arranged his reclaimed furniture the way he remembered it from his childhood, and ordered vodka to be brought to him. He locked himself in the hut and for 2 days drank, sang, cried, and hacked tables to pieces with his saber. On the third night, the village saw smoke rising above Prishkapa's hut. Seared and gashed, he came staggering out of the shed pulling the cow behind him, stuck his revolver in her mouth, and shot her. The earth smoked beneath his feet, a blue ring of flame flew out of the chimney and melted away, the abandoned calf began wailing. The fire was as bright as a holy day. Prishkapa untied his horse, jumped into the saddle, threw a lock of his hair into the flames, and vanished. The story of a horse. One day Savitsky, our division commander, took for himself a white stallion belonging to Klebnikov, the commander of the 1st Squadron. It was a horse of imposing stature, but with a somewhat raw build, which always seemed a little heavy to me. Klebnikov was given a black mare of pretty good stock and good trot. But he mistreated the mare, hankered for revenge, waited for an opportunity, and when it came, pounced on it. After the unsuccessful battles of July, when Savitsky was dismissed from his duties and sent to the command personnel reserves, Klebnikov wrote to army headquarters requesting that his horse be returned to him. On the letter, the chief of staff penned the decision: aforementioned stallion is to be returned to primordial owner. And Klebnikov, rejoicing, wrote 100 verses to find Savitsky, who was living at the time in Radzivilov, a mangled little town that looked like a tattered old whore. The dismissed division commander was living alone, the fawning lackeys at headquarters no longer knew him. The fawning lackeys at headquarters were busy angling for roasted chickens in the army commander's smiles, and, vying to outgrovel each other, had turned their backs on the glorious division commander. Drenched in perfume, looking like Peter the Great, he had fallen out of favor. He lived with a Cossack woman by the name of Pavla, whom he had snatched away from a Jewish quartermaster, and 20 thoroughbreds which, word had it, were his own. In his yard, the sun was tense and tortured with the blindness of its rays. The foals were wildly suckling on their mothers, and stablebois with drenched backs were sifting oats on faded winnowing floors. Klebnikov, wounded by the injustice and fired by revenge, marched straight over to the barricaded yard. "Are you familiar with my person?" he asked Savitsky, who was lying on some hay. "Something tells me I've seen you somewhere before," Savitsky said to him with a yawn. "In that case, here is the chief of staff's decision," Klebnikov said gruffly. "And I would be obliged, comrade of the reserve, if you would look at me with an official eye." "Why not?" Savitsky mumbled appeasingly. He took the document and began reading it for an unusually long time. He suddenly called over the Cossack woman, who was combing her hair in the coolness under the awning. "Pavla," he yelled. "As the Lord's my witness, you've been combing your hair since this morning. How about heating a samovar for us?" The Cossack woman put down her comb, took her hair in both hands, and flung it behind her back. "You've done nothing but bicker all day, Konstantin Vasilyevich," she said with a lazy, condescending smile. "First you want this, then you want that. And she came over to Savitsky, her breasts, bobbing on her high heels, squirmed like an animal in a sack. "You've done nothing but bicker all day," the woman repeated, beaming, and she buttoned up the division commander's shirt. "First I want this, then I want that," the division commander said, laughing, and he got up, clasped Pavlas' acquiescing shoulders, and suddenly turned his face, deathly white, to Klebnikov. "I am still alive, Klebnikov," he said, embracing the Cossack woman tighter. "My legs can still walk, my horses can still gallop, my hands can still get hold of you, and my gun is warming next to my skin." He drew his revolver, which had lain against his bare stomach, and stepped closer to the commander of the first squadron. The commander turned on his heels, his spurs yelped, he left the yard like an orderly who has received an urgent dispatch, and once again rode 100 versts to find the chief of staff, but the chief of staff sent him packing. "I have already dealt with your matter, commander," the chief of staff said. "I ordered that your stallion be returned to you, and I have quite a few other things to deal with." The chief of staff refused to listen, and finally ordered the errant commander back to his squadron. Klebnikov had been away a whole week. During that time we had been transferred to the Dubno forest to set up camp. We had pitched our tents and were living it up. Klebnikov, from what I remember, returned on the 12th, a Sunday morning. He asked me for some paper, a good 30 sheets, and for some ink. The Cossacks planed a tree stump smooth for him, he placed his revolver and the paper on it, and wrote till sundown, filling many sheets with his smudgy scrawl. "You're a real Karl Marx, you are," the squadron's military commissar said to him in the evening. "What the hell are you writing there?" "I am describing various thoughts in accordance with the oath I have taken," Klebnikov answered, and handed the military commissar his petition to withdraw from the Communist Party of the Bolsheviks. The Communist Party, his petition went, was, it is my belief, founded for the promotioning of happiness and true justice with no restrictings, and thus must also keep an eye out for the rights of the little man. Here I would like to touch on the matter of the white stallion who I seized from some indescribably counter-revolutionary peasants, and who was in a horrifying condition, and many comrades laughed brazenly at that condition, but I was strong enough to withstand that laughing of theirs, and gritting my teeth for the common cause, I nursed the stallion back to the desired shape, because, let it be said, comrades, I am a white stallion enthusiast and have dedicated to white stallions the little energy that the Imperial War and the Civil War have left me with, and all these stallions respond to my touch as I respond to his silent wants and needs. But that unjust black mare I can neither respond to, nor do I need her, nor can I stand her, and, as all my comrades will testify, there's bound to be trouble. And yet the party is unable to return to me, according to the Chief of Staff's decision, that which is my very own, handing me no option but to write this here petition with tears that do not befit a fighter, but which flow endlessly, ripping my blood-drenched heart to pieces. This and much more was written in Klebnikov's petition. He spent the whole day writing it, and it was very long. It took me and the military commissar more than an hour to struggle through it. "What a fool you are," the military commissar said to him, and tore it up. "Come back after dinner and you and I will have a little talk." "I don't need your little talk," Klebnikov answered, trembling. "You and I are finished." He stood at attention, shivering, not moving, his eyes darting from one side to the other as if he were desperately trying to decide which way to run. The military commissar came up to him but couldn't grab hold of him in time. Klebnikov lunged forward and ran with all his might. "We're finished," he yelled wildly, jumped onto the tree stump, and began ripping his jacket and tearing at his chest. "Go on, Savitsky," he shouted, throwing himself onto the ground. "Kill me." We dragged him to a tent, the Cossacks helped us. We boiled some tea for him, and rolled him some cigarettes. He smoked, his whole body shivering. And it was only late in the evening that our commander calmed down. He no longer spoke about his deranged petition, but within a week he went to Rovno, presented himself for an examination by the medical commission, and was discharged from the army as an invalid on account of having 6 wounds. That's how we lost Klebnikov. I was very upset about this because Klebnikov had been a quiet man, very similar to me in character. He was the only one in the squadron who owned a samovar. On days when there was a break in the fighting, the two of us drank hot tea. We were rattled by the same passions. Both of us looked upon the world as a meadow in May over which women and horses wander. Konkin. So there we were making mincemeat of the Poles at Beloyedzerkov. So much so that the trees were rattling. I'd been hit in the morning, but managed to keep on buzzing, more or less. The day, from what I remember, was toppling toward evening. I got cut off from the brigade commander, and was left with only a bunch of 5 proletarian Cossacks tagging along after me. All around me everyone's hugging each other with hatchets, like priests from 2 villages, the sap slowly trickling out of me. My horse has pissed all over itself. Need I say more? Me and Spurka Zabuti ended up riding off a ways from the forest. We look and yes, 2 and 2 does make 4, no less than 150 paces away, we see a dust cloud which is either the staff or the cavalry transport. If it's the staff that's great, if it's the cavalry transport that's even better. The boys' tattered clothes hung in rags, their shirts barely covering their manhood. Zabuta. I yell over to Spurka, telling him he's a son of a whore, that his mother is a you-know-what, or whatever. I leave this part up to you, as you're the official orator here. Isn't that their staff that's riding off there? You can bet your life it's their staff, Spurka yells back. The only thing is, we're 2 and they're 8. Let's go for it, Spurka. I shout. Either way, I'm going to hurl some mud at their chasubles. Let's go die for a pickle and world revolution. And off we rode. They were 8 sabers. 2 of them we felled with our rifles. I spot Spurka dragging a third to Dukhanen's headquarters to get his papers checked. And me, I take aim at the big king of aces. Yes, brothers, a big, red-faced king of aces, with a chain and a gold pocket watch. I squeezed him back toward a farm. The farm was full of apple and cherry trees. The horse that the big ace was riding was nice and plump like a merchant's daughter, but it was tired. So the general drops his reins, aims his Mauser at me, and puts a hole in my leg. Ha, fine, sweetheart. I think to myself. I'll have you on your back with your legs spread wide in no time. I got my wheels rolling and put 2 bullets in his horse. I felt bad about the horse. What a Bolshevik of a stallion, a true Bolshevik. Copper brown like a coin, tail like a bullet, leg like a bowstring. I wanted to present him alive to Lenin, but nothing came of it. I liquidated that sweet little horse. It tumbled like a bride, and my king of aces fell out of his saddle. He dashed to one side, then turned back again and put another little loophole in my body. So, in other words, I had already gotten myself 3 decorations for fighting the enemy. Jesus! I think to myself. Just watch him finish me off by mistake. I went galloping toward him, he'd already pulled his saber, and tears are running down his cheeks, white tears, the milk of man. You'll get me a red flag medal. I yell. Give yourself up while I'm still alive, Your Excellency. I can't do that, Pan, the old man answers. Kill me. And suddenly Spurka is standing before me like a leaf before a blade of grass, point for his face all lathered up with sweat, his eyes as if they're dangling on strings from his ugly mug. Konkin, he yells at me. God knows how many I've finished off one. But you have a general here, he's got embroidery on him, I'd like to finish him off myself one. Go to the Turk. I tell Zabuta, and get furious. It's my blood that's on his embroidery. And with my mare I edge the general into the barn, where there was hay or something. It was silent in there, dark, cool. Pane think of your old age. I tell him. Give yourself up to me, for God's sake, and we can both have a rest. And he s against the wall, panting with his whole chest, rubbing his forehead with a red finger. I can't, he says. Kill me, I will only hand my saber to Budiani. He wants me to bring him Budiani. Oh, Lord in heaven. And I can tell the old man's on his last legs. Pen. I shout at him, sobbing and gnashing my teeth. On my proletarian honor, I myself am the commander-in-chief. Don't go looking for embroidery on me, but the title's mine. You want my title? I am the musical eccentric and salon ventriloquist of Nizhny. Nizhny, a town on the Volga. Then the devil got into me. The general's eyes were blinking like lanterns in front of me. The Red Sea parted before me. His snub enters my wound like salt, because I see that the old man doesn't believe me. So, my friends, what I did is, I closed my mouth, pulled in my stomach, took a deep breath, and demonstrated, in the proper way, our way, the fighter's way, the Nizhny way, demonstrated to this Polish nobleman my ventriloquy. The old man went white in the face, clutched his heart, and sat on the ground. Do you now believe Konkin the eccentric, commissar of the 3rd Invincible Cavalry Brigade? A commissar, he shouts. A commissar, I tell him. A communist, he shouts. A communist, I tell him. At my hour of death, he shouts, at my last breath, tell me, my dear Cossack friend, are you a communist, or are you lying to me? I am a communist, I tell him. So there's Grandpa, sitting on the ground, kissing some kind of amulet or something, breaks his saber in half, and in his eyes 2 sparks flare up, 2 lanterns above the dark steps. Forgive me, he says, but I cannot give myself up to a communist. And he shakes my hand. Forgive me, he says, and finish me off like a soldier. Konkin, the political commissar of the N Cavalry Brigade and 3-time Knight of the Order of the Red Flag, told us this story with his typical antics during a rest stop one day. So, Konkin, did you and the pen come to some sort of an agreement in the end? Can you come to an agreement with someone like that? He was too proud. I begged him again, but he wouldn't give in. So we took his papers, those he had with him, we took his Mauser, and the old fool's saddle, the one I'm sitting on right now. Then I see all my life flowing out of me in drops, a terrible tiredness grabs hold of me, my boots are full of blood, I lost interest in him. So you put the old man out of his misery? Well, I guess I did. Berestechko. We were advancing from Khotin to Berestechko. Our fighters were dozing in their saddles. A song rustled like a stream running dry. Horrifying corpses lay on 1,000-year-old burial mounds. Mujiks in white shirts raised their caps and bowed as we passed. The cloak of Division Commander Pavlyuchenko was fluttering ahead of the staff officers like a gloomy banner. His ruffled hood hung over his cloak, his curved saber at his side. We rode past the Cossack burial mounds and the tomb of Bogdan Khmelnytsky. An old man with a mandolin came creeping out from behind a gravestone and with a child's voice sang of past Cossack glory. We listened to the song in silence, then unfurled the standards, and burst into Berestechko to the beat of a thundering march. The inhabitants had put iron bars over their shutters, and silence, a despotic silence, had ascended to the Statel throne. I happened to be billeted in the house of a red-headed widow, who was doused with the scent of widow's grief. I washed off the dirt of the road and went out into the street. An announcement was already nailed up on telegraph poles that Divisional Military Commissar Vinogradov would be giving a speech on the Second Congress of the Comintern. Right outside the house a couple of Cossacks were getting ready to shoot an old silver-bearded Jew for espionage. The old man was screeching, and tried to break free. Kudryov from the machine gun detachment grabbed his head and held it wedged under his arm. The Jew fell silent and spread his legs. Kudryov pulled out his dagger with his right hand and carefully slit the old man's throat without spattering himself. Then he knocked on one of the closed windows. "If anyone's interested," he said, "they can come get him. It's no problem." And the Cossacks disappeared around the corner. I followed them, and then wandered through Berestechko. Most of the people here are Jewish, and only on the outskirts have a few Russian townspeople, mainly tanners, settled. The Russians live cleanly, in little white houses behind green shutters. Instead of vodka, they drink beer or mead, and in their front gardens grow tobacco which, like Galician peasants, they smoke in long curved pipes. That they are three diligent and entrepreneurial races living next to each other awakened in all of them an obstinate industriousness that is sometimes inherent in a Russian man, if he hasn't become louse-ridden, desperate, and besotted with drink. Everyday life, which once flourished, has blown away. Little sprouts that had survived for 3 centuries still manage to blossom in Volhynia's sultry hotbed of ancient times. Here, with the ropes of profit, the Jews had bound the Russian mujiks to the Polish pans and the Czech settlers to the factory in Lodz. These were smugglers, the best on the frontier, and almost always warriors of the faith. Hasidism kept this lively population of taverners, peddlers, and brokers in a stifling grip. Boys in long coats still trod the ancient path to the Hasidic cheder, and old women still brought daughters-in-law to the tzaddik with impassioned prayers for fertility. The Jews live here in large houses painted white or a watery blue. The traditional austerity of this architecture goes back centuries. Behind the houses are sheds that are 2, sometimes 3 stories high. The sun never enters these sheds. They are indescribably gloomy and replace our yards. Secret passages lead to cellars and stables. In times of war, people hide in these catacombs from bullets and plunder. Over many days, human refuse and animal dung pile up. Despair and dismay fill the catacombs with an acrid stench and the rotting sourness of excrement. Berestechko stinks inviolably to this day. The smell of rotten herring emanates from everyone. The state reeks in expectation of a new era, and, instead of people, fading reflections of frontier misfortune wander through it. I had had enough of them by the end of the day, went beyond the edge of the town, climbed the mountain, and reached the abandoned castle of the Counts Raciborski, the recent owners of Berestechko. The silence of the sunset turned the grass around the castle blue. The moon rose green as a lizard above the pond. Looking out the window, I could see the estate of the Raciborskis' meadows and fields of hops hidden beneath the crepe ribbons of dusk. A 90-year-old countess and her son had lived in the castle. She had tormented him for not having given the dying clan any heirs, and the mujiks told me this she used to beat him with the coachman's whip. A rally was gathering on the square below. Peasants, Jews, and tanners from the outlying areas had come together. Above them flared Vinogradov's ecstatic voice and the clanking of his spurs. He gave a speech about the Second Congress of the Comintern, and I roamed along the walls where nymphs with gouged eyes danced their ancient round dance. Then on the trampled floor, in a corner, I found the torn fragment of a yellowed letter. On it was written in faded ink: Berestechko, 1820/Paul/Mon bien ami on dit que Empereur Napoleon est morti sce brave moimi sens bien, les couches ont et facile sy notre petit héros accepte sima ines. 5. Below me, the voice of the divisional military commissar is droning on. He is passionately haranguing the bewildered townspeople and the plundered Jews. You are the power. Everything here belongs to you. There are no masters. I shall now conduct an election for the Revolutionary Committee. Salt. Dear Comrade Editor, I want to tell you of some ignorant women who are harmful to us. I set my hopes on you, that you who travel around our nation's fronts, have not overlooked the far-flung station of Fastov, lying afar beyond the mountains grand, in a distant province of a distant land, where many a jug of home-brewed beer we drank with merriment and cheer. About this aforementioned station, there is much you can write about, but as we say back home, you can shovel till the cows come home, but the master's dung heap never gets no smaller. So I will only describe what my eyes have seen in person. It was a quiet, glorious night 7 days ago when our well-deserved Red Cavalry transport train, loaded with fighters, stopped at that station. We were all burning to promote the common cause and were heading to Berdykh. Only, we notice that our train isn't moving in any way at all, our Gavrilka is not beginning to roll, and the fighters begin mistrusting and asking each other, why are we stopping here? And truly, the stop turned out to be mighty for the common cause, because the peddlers, those evil fiends among whom there was a countless force of the female species, were all behaving very impertinently with the railroad authorities. Recklessly they grabbed the handrails, those evil fiends, they scampered over the steel roofs, frolicked, made trouble, clutching in each hand sacks of contraband salt, up to 5 pud in a sack. But the triumph of the capitalist peddlers did not last long. The initiative showed by the fighters who jumped out of the train made it possible for the struggling railroad authorities to emit sighs from their breasts. Only the female species with their bags of salt stayed around. Taking pity, the soldiers let some of the women come into the railroad cars, but others they didn't. In our own railroad car of the 2nd platoon 2 girls popped up, and after the first bell there comes an imposing woman with a baby in her arms. "Let me in, my dear Cossacks," she says. "I have been suffering through the whole war at train stations with a suckling baby in my arms, and now I want to meet my husband, but the way the railroad is, it is impossible to get through. Don't I deserve some help from you Cossacks? By the way, woman," I tell her, "whichever way the platoon decides will be your fate." And, turning to the platoon, I tell them that here we have a woman who is requesting to travel to her husband at an appointed place and that she does, in fact, have a child with her, so what will your decision be? Let her in or not? "Let her in," the boys yell. "Once we're done with her, she won't be wanting that husband of hers no more." "No," I tell the boys quite politely, "I bow to your words, platoon, but I am astonished to hear such horse talk. Recall, platoon, your lives and how you yourselves were children with your mothers, and therefore, as a result, you should not talk that way." And the Cossacks said, "How persuasive he is, this Balmashov." And they let the woman into the railroad car, and she climbs aboard thankfully. And each of the fighters, saying how right I am, tumble all over each other telling her, "Sit down, woman, there in the corner, rock your child the way mothers do, no one will touch you in the corner, so you can travel untouched to your husband, as you want, and we depend upon your conscience to raise a new change of guard for us, because what is old grows older, and when you need youth, it's never around. We saw our share of sorrow, woman, both when we were drafted and then later in the extra service, we were crushed by hunger, burned by cold. So just sit here, woman, and don't be frightened." The third bell rang and the train pulled out of the station. The glorious night pitched its tent. And in that tent hung star lanterns. And the fighters remembered the Knights of Kuban and the Green Star of Kuban. And thoughts flew like birds. And the wheels clattered and clattered. With the passing of time, when night was relieved of its watch and the red drummers drummed in the dawn on their red drums, then the Cossacks came to me, seeing that I am sitting sleepless and am unhappy to the fullest. "Balmashov," the Cossacks say to me, "why are you so horribly unhappy and sitting sleepless? I bow to you deeply, O fighters, and would like to ask you the small favor of letting me speak a few words with this citizen." And trembling from head to toe, I rise from my bunk from which sleep had run like a wolf from a pack of depraved dogs, and walk up to her, take the baby from her arms, rip off the rags it's swaddled in and its diaper, and out from the diaper comes a nice fat 40-pound sack of salt. What an interesting little baby, comrades. It does not ask mommy for titty, doesn't pee-pee on mommy's skirty, and doesn't wake people from their sleep. Forgive me, my dear Cossacks, the woman cut into our conversation very coolly, "It wasn't me who tricked you, it was my hard life." "I, Balmashov, forgive your hard life," I tell the woman. "It doesn't cost Balmashov much. What Balmashov pays for something, that is the price he sells it for. But address yourself to the Cossacks, woman, who elevated you as a toiling mother of the Republic. Address yourself to these two girls, who are now crying for having suffered under us last night. Address yourself to our women on the wheat fields of Kuban, who are wearing out their womanly strength without husbands, and to their husbands, who are lonely too, and so are forced against their will to rape girls who cross their paths. And you they didn't touch, you improper woman, although you should have been the first to be touched. Address yourself to Russia, crushed by pain. And she says to me, as it is I've lost my salt, so I'm not afraid of calling things by their real name. Don't give me that about saving Russia. All you care about is saving those Yids, Lenin and Trotsky. Right now our topic of conversation is not the Yids, you evil citizen. And by the way, about Lenin I don't really know, but Trotsky is the dashing son of the governor of Tambov who, turning his back on his high social rank, joined the working classes. Like prisoners sentenced to hard labor, Lenin and Trotsky are dragging us to life's road of freedom, while you, foul citizen, are a worse counter-revolutionary than that. White general waving his sharp saber at us from his 1,000-ruble horse. You can see him, that general, from every road, and the worker has only one dream: to kill him. While you dishonest citizen, with your bogus children who don't ask for bread and don't run out into the wind, one doesn't see. You're just like a flea, you bite and bite and bite. And I truthfully admit that I threw that citizen off the moving train and onto the embankment, but she, being brawny as she was, sat up, shook out her skirts, and went on her deceitful way. Seeing this uninjured woman and Russia all around her, the peasant fields without an ear of corn, the raped girls, and the comrades, many of whom were heading for the front but few of whom would ever return, I wanted to jump from the train and either kill myself or kill her. But the Cossacks took pity on me and said, just shoot her with that rifle. And I took the loyal rifle from the wall and wiped that blot off the face of the working land and the Republic. And we, the fighters of the 2nd Platoon, swear before you, dear comrade editor, and before you, dear comrades of the editorial office, that we will deal relentlessly with all the traitors who pull us into the pit and want to turn back the stream and cover Russia with corpses and dead grass. In the name of all the fighters of the 2nd Platoon. Nikita Balmashov, fighter of the revolution. Evening. O statutes of the RCP, 6 You have laid impetuous rails across the rancid dough of Russian prose. You have transformed 3 bachelors, their hearts filled with the passion of Ryazan Jesuses, into editors of the Krasny Cavalierist. You have transformed them so that day after day they can churn out a rambunctious newspaper filled with courage and rough and ready mirth. Galen with his cataract, consumptive Slinkin, and Sikev with his withered intestines shuffle through the barren soil of the rear lines, spreading the revolt and fire of their news sheet through the ranks of dashing, pensioned-off Cossacks, reserve cheats who have registered as Polish translators, and girls sent out to our Polititel Train 7 from Moscow for recuperation. By evening the newspaper is ready, a dynamite fuse placed under the cavalry. The cross-eyed lantern of the provincial sun expires in the sky, the lights of the printing press scatter in all directions and burn uncontrollably like the passion of a machine. And then, toward midnight, Galen comes out of the railroad car shuddering from the bite of his unrequited love for Irina, our train's washerwoman. Last time Galen says, pale and blind, his shoulders narrow, last time, Irina, we discussed the shooting of Nicholas the Bloody, executed by the proletariat of Ekaterinburg. Now we will proceed to the other tyrants who died like dogs. Peter III was strangled by Orlov, his wife's lover. Paul was torn to pieces by his courtiers and his own son. Nikolai Pakin poisoned himself, his son perished March 1st, his grandson drank himself to death. It is important for you to know all this, Irina. And raising his blank eye, filled with adoration, to the washerwoman, Galen rummages relentlessly through the crypts of murdered emperors. He is standing stoop-shouldered, bathed in the rays of the moon, hovering high above like a nagging splinter, The printing presses are hammering somewhere nearby, and the radio station is shining with clear light. Irina nestles against the shoulder of Vasily the cook as she stands listening to Galen's dull and nonsensical mutterings of love. Above her, the stars are dragging themselves through the black seaweed of the sky. The washerwoman yawns, makes the sign of the cross over her puffy lips, and stares wide-eyed at Galen. Next to Irina, rough-faced Vasily yawns. Like all cooks, he scorns mankind. Cooks, they constantly have to handle the meat of dead animals and the greed of the living, which is why, when it comes to politics, a cook always seeks things that have nothing to do with him. This goes for Vasily too. Hiking his pants up to his nipples, he asks Galen about the civil lists of various kings, the dowries of Tsars' daughters. Then he yawns and says, "It's night, Irina, another day will be rolling in tomorrow. Let's go crush some fleas." They closed the kitchen door, leaving Galen alone, with the moon hovering high above like a nagging splinter. I sat opposite the moon on the embankment by the sleeping pond, wearing my spectacles, with boils on my neck, my legs bandaged. My confused poetic brain was digesting the class struggle when Galen came up to me with his twinkling cataracts. "Galen," I said, overcome with self-pity and loneliness, "I am sick, my end is near, I am tired of life in the Red Cavalry." "You're a wimp," Galen said, and the watch on his bony wrist showed 1 in the morning. "You're a wimp, and we end up having to put up with wimps like you. We're cracking the nut for you, and soon enough you will be able to see the meat inside, at which point you'll take your thumb out of your mouth and sing the glories of the new life in striking prose. But for the time being, just sit where you are, nice and quiet, you wimp, and stop getting in the way with all your whimpering." He came closer to me, fixed the bandages which had slipped off my itching sores, and let his head loll onto his pigeon breast. The night comforted us in our anguish. A light breeze rustled over us like a moth's skirt, and the weeds below us glittered with freshness and moisture. The roaring machines of the train's printing press screeched and fell silent. Dawn drew a line across the edge of the earth, the kitchen door creaked and opened a crack. 4 feet with fat heels came thrusting out into the coolness, and we saw Irina's loving calves and Vasily's big toe with its crooked black nail. "Vasilyok," the woman whispered in a throaty, expiring voice. "Get out of my bed, you troublemaker." But Vasily only jerked his heel and moved closer to her. "The Red Cavalry," Galen said to me, "the Red Cavalry is a public conjuring trick pulled off by our party's Central Committee. The curve of the revolution has thrown the Cossack marauders, saddled with all kinds of prejudices, into the forefront, but the Central Committee is going to weed them out with its iron rake." Then Galen began talking about the political education of the 1st Cavalry. He spoke long, in a dull voice, with complete clarity. His eyelid fluttered over his cataract. "Afanka Beta. We were fighting by Leszniów. A wall of enemy cavalry rose all around us. The new Polish strategy was uncoiling like a spring, with an ominous whistle. We were being pushed back. It was the first time in our campaign that we felt on our own backs the devilish sharpness of flank attacks and breaches in the rear line slashes from the very weapons that had served us so well. The front at Leszniów was being held by the infantry. Blond and barefoot, Volhynian moujiks shuffled along crooked trenches. This infantry had been plucked from behind its plows the day before to form the Red Cavalry's infantry reserve. The peasants had come along eagerly. They fought with the greatest zeal. Their hoarse peasant ferocity amazed even the Budyani fighters. Their hatred for the Polish landowners was built of invisible but sturdy material. In the second phase of the war, when our whooping had lost its effect on the enemy's imagination, and cavalry attacks on our opponents, burrowed in their trenches, had become impossible, this ragtag infantry could have proved extremely useful to the Red Cavalry. But our poverty got the upper hand. There were 3 moujiks to every rifle, and the cartridges that were issued didn't fit. The venture had to be dropped, and this true peasant home guard was sent back to its villages. But back to the fighting at Leszniów. Our foot soldiers had dug themselves in 3 versts from the shtetl. A hunched youth with spectacles was walking up and down in front of them, a saber dangling at his side. He moved along in little hops, with a peaked look on his face, as if his boots were pinching him. This peasant Ataman * chosen and cherished by the mujiks, was a Jew, a half-blind Jewish youth, with the sickly, intent face of a Talmudist. In battle, he showed circumspect and cool-headed courage that reflected the absent-mindedness of a dreamer. It was after 2 o'clock on a crystalline July day. A gossamer rainbow of heat glittered in the air. A festive stripe of uniforms and horse manes braided with ribbons came sparkling from behind the hills. The youth gave the signal for the men to take their positions. The mujiks, shuffling in their bast sandals, ran to their posts and took aim. But it turned out to be a false alarm. It was Maslik's colorful squadrons that came riding up the Leshneov high road, their emaciated but spirited horses trotting at a steady pace. In fiery pillars of dust, magnificent banners were fluttering on gilded poles weighed down by velvet tassels. The horsemen rode with majestic and insolent haughtiness. The tattered foot soldiers came crawling out of their trenches and, their mouths hanging open, watched the light-footed elegance of the unruffled stream. In front of the regiment, riding a bull-egged steppe horse, was Brigade Commander Maslik, filled with drunken blood and the putridness of his fatty juices. His stomach lay like a big cat on the silver-studded pommel of his saddle. When Maslik saw the mujik foot soldiers, his face turned a merry purple, and he beckoned platoon commander Afanka Bita to come over. We had given the platoon commander the nickname Makno 8 because he looked so much like him. Maslik and Bita whispered for about a minute. Then Bita turned toward the first squadron, leaned forward, and in a low voice ordered, "Charge!" The Cossacks, one platoon after another, broke into a trot. They spurred their horses and went galloping toward the trenches from which the mujik foot soldiers were peering, dazzled by the sight. "Prepare to engage," sang Afanka's voice, dismal and as if he were calling from far away. Maslik, wheezing and coughing, relishing the spectacle, rode off to the side, and the Cossacks charged. The poor mujik foot soldiers ran, but it was too late. The Cossack lashes were already cutting across their tattered jackets as the horsemen circled the field, twirling their whips with exquisite artistry. "What's all this nonsense about?" I shouted over to Afanka. "Just a bit of fun," he shouted back, fidgeting in his saddle, and he dragged a young man out of the bushes in which he was hiding. "Just a bit of fun," he yelled, clobbering away at the terrified young man. The fun ended when Maslik, tired and majestic, waved his plump hand. "Foot soldiers! Stop gawking!" Afanka yelled, haughtily straightening his frail body. "Go catch some fleas!" The Cossacks grinned at each other and gathered into formation. The foot soldiers vanished without a trace. The trenches were empty. And only the hunched Jewish youth stood in the same spot as before, eyeing the Cossacks haughtily through his spectacles. The gunfire from the direction of Leshneov did not let up. The Poles were encircling us. We could see the single figures of their mounted scouts through our binoculars. They came galloping from the shtetl and disappeared again like jack-in-the-boxes. Maslik gathered together a squadron and divided it on either side of the high road. A sparkling sky hung above Leshneov, indescribably void as always in hours of danger. The Jew threw his head back and blew mournfully and loud on his metallic pipe. And the foot soldiers, the battered foot soldiers, returned to their positions. Bullets flew thickly in our direction. Our brigade staff came under machine gun fire. We rushed into the forest and fought our way through the bushes on the right side of the high road. Branches, hit, cracked heavily above us. By the time we had managed to cut our way through the bushes, the Cossacks were no longer positioned where they had been. The division commander had ordered them to retreat toward Brody. Only the mujiks sent a few snarling shots out of their trenches, and Afanka, trailing behind, went chasing after his platoon. He was riding on the outermost edge of the road, looking around him and sniffing at the air. The shooting died down for a few moments. Afanka decided to take advantage of the lapse and began galloping at full speed. At that moment a bullet plunged into his horse's neck. Afanka galloped on another 100 paces or so, and then, right in front of our line, his horse abruptly bent its forelegs and sank to the ground. Afanka casually pulled his wedged foot out of the stirrup. He sat on his haunches and poked about in the wound with his copper-brown finger. Then he stood up again and ran his agonized eyes over the glittering horizon. "Farewell, Stepan," he said in a wooden voice, and, taking a step away from the dying horse, bowed deeply to it. "How will I return to my quiet village without you? Who am I to throw your embroidered saddle on? Farewell, Stepan," he repeated more loudly, then choked, squeaked like a mouse in a trap, and began wailing. His gurgling howls reached our ears, and we saw Afanka frantically bowing like a possessed woman in a church. "But you'll see. I won't give in to goddamn fate," he yelled, lifting his hands from his ashen face. "You'll see. From now on I'm going to hack those cursed Poles to pieces with no mercy at all. Right down to their gasping hearts, right down to their very last gasp, and the mother of God's blood. I swear this to you, Stepan, before my dear brothers back home." Afanka lay down with his face on the horse's wound and fell silent. The horse turned its deep, sparkling, violet eye to its master, and listened to his convulsive wheezing. In tender oblivion it dragged its fallen muzzle over the ground, and streams of blood, like two ruby-red harness straps, trickled over its chest covered in white muscles. Afanka lay there without moving. Maslak walked over to the horse, treading daintily on his fat legs, slid his revolver into its ear, and fired. Afanka jumped up and swung his pockmarked face to Maslak. "Take the harness off, Afanasy, and go back to your unit," Maslak said to him gently. And from our slope we saw Afanka, bent under the weight of the saddle, his face raw and red like sliced meat, tottering toward his squadron, boundlessly alone in the dusty, blazing desert of the fields. Late that evening I saw him at the cavalry transport. He was sleeping on a cart which held all his possessions: sabers, uniform jackets, and pierced gold coins. His blood-caked head with its wrenched, dead mouth, lay as if crucified on the saddle's bow. Next to him lay the harness of the dead horse, the inventive and whimsical raiment of a Cossack racer, breastplates with black tassels, pliant tail crupper studded with colored stones, and the bridle embossed with silver. Darkness thickened around us. The cavalry transport crawled heavily along the Brody High Road. Simple stars rolled through milky ways in the sky, and distant villages burned in the cool depths of the night. Orlov, the squadron sub-commander, and big-mustached Bitsenko were sitting right there on Afanka's cart discussing his grief. "He brought the horse all the way from home," long-mustached Bitsenko said. "Where's one to find another horse like that?" "A horse that's a friend," Orlov answered. "A horse that's a father," Bitsenko sighed. "The horse saves your life more times than you can count. Beta is finished without his horse." In the morning Afanka was gone. The skirmishes near Brody began and ended. Defeat was replaced by fleeting victory. We had a change of division commander, but Afanka was still nowhere to be seen. And only a terrible rumbling from the villages, the evil and rapacious trail of Afanka's marauding, showed us his difficult path. "He's off somewhere getting a horse," the men of the squadron said about him, and on the endless evenings of our wanderings I heard quite a few tales of this grim, savage pillaging. Fighters from other units ran into Afanka about 10 versts from our position. He lay in wait for Polish cavalrymen who had fallen behind, or scoured the forests looking for herds hidden by the peasants. He set villages on fire and shot Polish elders for hiding horses. Echoes of the frenzied one-man battle, the furtive ransacking robbery of a lone wolf attacking a herd, reached our ears. Another week passed. The bitter events of the day crowded out the tales of Afanka's sinister bravado, and we began to forget our Makhno. Then the rumor went round that Galician peasants had slaughtered him somewhere in the woods. And on the day we entered Brestecko, Yemlian Budyak from the 1st Squadron went to the division commander to ask if he could have a Fanka saddle and the yellow saddle cloths. Yemlian wanted to ride in the parade on a new saddle, but it was not to be. We entered Berestechko on August 6. Fluttering in front of our division was our new division commander's Asiatic quilted jacket and his red Cossack coat. Lyovka, the division commander's brutal lackey, walked behind him leading his stud mare. A military march filled with protracted menace resounded through the pretentious, destitute streets. The town was a colorful forest of dead-end alleys and decrepit and convulsive planks and boards. The Stadt's heart, corroded by time, breathed its despondent decay upon us. Smugglers and Philistines hid in their large, shadowy huts. Only Pan Ludomirsky, a bell ringer in a green frock coat, met us at the church. We crossed the river and entered deeper into the petit bourgeois settlement. We were nearing the priest's house when a Fanka suddenly came riding around the corner on a large stallion. "Greetings," he called out in a barking voice, and, pushing the fighters apart, took his old position in the ranks. Maslak stared into the colorless distance. "Where did you get that horse?" he wheezed, without turning around. "It's my own," Afanka answered, and rolled himself a cigarette, wetting the paper with a quick dart of his tongue. One after the other, the Cossacks rode up to greet him. A monstrous pink pustule shone repugnantly in his charred face where his left eye had been. The following morning Beta went carousing. He smashed St. Valentine's shrine in the church and tried to play the organ. He was wearing a jacket that had been cut from a blue carpet and had an embroidered lily on its back, and he had combed his sweat-drenched forelock 9 over his gouged-out eye. After lunch he saddled his horse and fired his rifle at the knocked-out windows of the castle of the Count Raciborski. Cossacks stood around him in a semicircle. They tugged at the stallion's tail, prodded its legs, and counted its teeth. "A fine figure of a horse," Orlov, the squadron sub-commander, said. "An exemplary horse," big-mustached Bitsenko confirmed. "At St. Valentine's. Our division occupied Berestechko yesterday evening. The headquarters have been set up in the house of Father Tuzinkiewicz. Dressed as a woman, Tuzinkiewicz had fled Berestechko before our troops entered the town. All I know about him is that he had dealt with God in Berestechko for 45 years, and that he had been a good priest. The townspeople make a point of this, telling us he was even loved by the Jews. Under Tuzinkiewicz, the old church had been renovated. The renovations had been completed on the day of the Church's 300th anniversary, and the bishop had come from Zhytomyr. Prelates in silk cassocks had held a service in front of the church. Pot-bellied and beatific, they stood like bells on the dewy grass. Faithful streams flowed in from the surrounding villages. The moujiks bent their knees, kissed priestly hands, and on that day clouds never before seen flamed in the sky. Heavenly banners fluttered in honor of the church. The bishop himself kissed Tuzinkiewicz on the forehead and called him the father of Berestechko, Pater Berestecki. I heard this tale in the morning at the headquarters, where I was checking over the report of our scout column that was on a reconnaissance mission near Lvov in the district of Radzikhov. I read the documents. The snoring of the orderlies behind me bespoke our never-ending homelessness. The clerks, sodden with sleeplessness, wrote orders to the division, ate pickles, and sneezed. It wasn't until midday that I got away, went to the window, and saw the church of Berestechko, powerful and white. It shone in the mild sun like a porcelain tower. Flashes of midday lightning sparkled on its shining flanks. The lightning's arcs began at the ancient green cupolas and ran lightly downward. Pink veins glimmered in the white stone of the portal, and above it were columns as thin as candles. Then organ music came pouring into my ears, and that instant an old woman with disheveled yellow hair appeared outside the doors of the headquarters. She moved like a dog with a broken paw, hobbling in circles, her legs tottering. The pupils of her eyes, filled with the white liquid of blindness, oozed tears. The sounds of the organ, now drawn out, now rapid, came fluttering over to us. Their flight was difficult, their wake reverberated plaintive and long. The old woman wiped her eyes with her yellow hair, sat on the floor, and began kissing the tops of my boots. The organ fell silent and then burst into a laughter of bass notes. I took the old woman by the arm and looked around. The clerks were pounding their typewriters and the orderlies snored ever louder, the spurs on their boots ripping the felt under the velvet upholstery of the sofas. The old woman kissed my boots tenderly, hugging them as she would an infant. I led her to the door and locked it behind me. The church towered strikingly before us, like a stage set. Its side doors were open, and on the graves of Polish officers lay horses' skulls. We hurried into the churchyard, went through a dark corridor, and arrived in a square-shaped room, which had been built as an extension to the chancel. Sashka, the nurse of the 31st Regiment, was puttering about in there, rummaging through a pile of silk that somebody had thrown on the floor. The cadaverous aroma of brocade, scattered flowers, and fragrant decay seeped into her nostrils, tickling and poisonous. Then Cossacks entered the room. They burst into guffaws, grabbed Sashka by the arms, and flung her with gusto onto a pile of cloth and books. Sashka's body, blossoming and reeking like the meat of a freshly slaughtered cow, was laid bare, her raised skirts revealing the legs of a squadron woman, slim, cast-iron legs, and Dimwit Kurdyukov, the silly fool, sat on top of Sashka, bouncing as if he were in a saddle, pretending to be in the grip of passion. She pushed him off and rushed out the door. We passed the altar, and only then did we enter the nave of the church. The church was filled with light, filled with dancing rays, columns of air, and an almost cool exultation. How can I ever forget Apolek's painting, hanging over the right side altar? In this painting 12 rosy paters are rocking a cradle girdled with ribbons, with a plump infant Jesus in it. His toes are stretched out, his body lacquered with hot morning sweat. The child is writhing on his fat, wrinkly back, and 12 apostles in cardinals' mitres are bending over the cradle. Their faces are meticulously shaven, flaming cloaks are billowing over their bellies. The eyes of the apostles sparkle with wisdom, resolution, and cheer. Faint grins flit over the corners of their mouths, and fiery warts have been planted on their double chins, crimson warts, like radishes in May. This church of Berestechko had its private and beguiling approach to the death agonies of the sons of man. In this church the saints marched to their deaths with the flair of Italian opera singers, and the black hair of the executioners shone like the beard of Holofernes. Here, above the altar, I saw the sacrilegious painting of John the Baptist, which had also sprung from Apolek's heretical, intoxicating brush. In this painting the Baptist was beautiful in the ambiguous and reticent way that drives the concubines of kings to shed their half-lost honor and their blossoming lives. At first I did not notice the signs of destruction in the church, or didn't think they looked too bad. Only the shrine of Saint Valentine had been smashed. Lying around it were shreds of decayed wadding and the saint's ridiculous bones, which, if they resembled anything, looked like chicken bones. And Afanka Beta was still playing the organ. Afanka was drunk, wild, his body was lacerated. He had come back to us only yesterday with the horse he had seized from local farmers. Afanka was obstinately trying to play a march, and someone was badgering him in a sleepy voice, "Enough, Afanka, enough, let us go eat." But Afanka wouldn't give up. Many more of Afanka's songs followed. Each sound was a song, and one sound was torn from the other. The song's dense tune lasted for a moment and then crossed over into another. I listened, looked around. The signs of destruction didn't look too bad. But Pan Ludomirsky, the bell ringer of the Church of Saint Valentine and husband of the old blind woman, thought otherwise. Ludomirsky had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He walked through the church with measured steps, his head lowered. The old man could not bring himself to cover the scattered relics because a simple man, a lay person, may not touch what is holy. The bell ringer threw himself on the blue slabs of the floor, lifted his head, his blue nose jutting up above him like a flag above a corpse. His blue nose quivered above him, and at that moment a velvet curtain by the altar swayed, rustled, and fell open. In the depths of the niche, against the backdrop of a sky furrowed with clouds, ran a bearded little figure wearing an orange Polish kaftan, barefoot, his mouth lacerated and bleeding. A hoarse wail assailed our ears. The man in the orange kaftan was being pursued by hatred, and his pursuer had caught up with him. The man lifted his arm to ward off the blow, and blood poured from it in a purple stream. The young Cossack standing next to me yelled out and, ducking, started to run, even though there was nothing to run from, because the figure in the niche was only Jesus Christ, the most unusual portrayal of the Son of God I have ever seen in my life. Pan Ludomirski's savior was a curly-headed Jew with a scraggly little beard and a low, wrinkled forehead. His sunken cheeks were tinted with carmine, and thin, red-brown eyebrows curved over eyes that were closed in pain. His mouth was wrenched open, like a horse's mouth, his Polish kaftan fastened with a precious girdle, and from under the kaftan jutted crooked little porcelain feet, painted, bare, pierced by silver nails. Pan Ludomirski stood under the statue in his green frock coat. He stretched his withered arm toward us and cursed us. The Cossacks stared at him with wide eyes and let their straw-colored forelocks hang. In a thundering voice, the bell ringer of the Church of Saint Valentine cursed us in the purest Latin. Then he turned away, fell to his knees, and clasped the feet of the Savior. Back at the headquarters, I wrote a report to the division commander about the insult to the religious feelings of the local population. A decree was issued that the church be closed, and the guilty parties were charged with a breach of discipline and sent before the military tribunal. Squadron Commander Trunov. At noon we brought the bullet-ridden body of Trunov, our squadron commander, back to Sokol. He had been killed that morning in a battle with enemy airplanes. All the hits had caught Trunov in the face, his cheeks were riddled with wounds, his tongue torn out. We washed the dead man's face as best we could so that he would look less horrifying, placed his Caucasian saddle at the head of his coffin, and dug him a grave in a stately spot in the public park in the middle of the town, right by the fence. Our squadron rode there on horseback. The regimental staff and the divisional military commissar were also present. And at 2 in the afternoon, by the cathedral clock, our rickety little cannon fired the first shot. The cannon saluted Squadron Commander Trunov with its time-worn 3-inch bore, did a full salute, and we carried the coffin to the open pit. The coffin was open, the clean midday sun lit the lanky corpse, lit his mouth filled with smashed teeth and his carefully polished boots, their heels placed together as at a drill. "Fighters," Regimental Captain Pogushev said, as he eyed the dead man and walked up to the edge of the pit. "Fighters," he said, standing at attention, shaking with emotion. "We are burying Pashka Trunov, an international hero. We are according Pashka the final honor." Pogushev raised his eyes, burning with sleeplessness, to the sky and shouted out his speech about the dead fighters of the 1st Cavalry, that proud phalanx which pounds the anvil of future centuries with the hammer of history. Pogushev shouted out his speech loudly, clenched the hilt of his curved Chechen saber, and scuffed the earth with his tattered boots and their silver spurs. After his speech the orchestra played the Internationale, and the Cossacks took leave of Pashka Trunov. The whole squadron leaped onto their horses and fired a volley into the air, our 3-inch cannon hissed toothlessly a second time, and we sent 3 Cossacks to find a wreath. They whirled off at full gallop, firing as they rode and plunging from their saddles in a display of acrobatics, and brought back armfuls of red flowers. Pogushev scattered the flowers around the grave, and we stepped up to Trunov for the last kiss. I touched my lips on an unblemished patch of forehead crowned by his saddle, and then left to go for a walk through the town, through Gothic Sokol, which lay in its blue dust and in Galicia's dejection. A large square stretched to the left of the park, a square surrounded by ancient synagogues. Jews in long, torn coats were cursing and shoving each other on this square. Some of them, the Orthodox, were extolling the teachings of Odysseus, the rabbi of Belz, which led the Hasidim of the moderate school, students of Rabbi Yehuda of Huzyatin, to attack them. The Jews were arguing about the Kabbalah, and in their quarrel shouted the name of Elijah, Jaon of Vilna, the persecutor of the Hasidim. Ignoring war and gunfire, the Hasidim were cursing the name of Elijah, the Grand Rabbi of Vilna, and I, immersed in my sorrow over Trunov, joined in the jostling and yelled along with them to ease my pain, until I suddenly saw a Galician before me, sepulchral and gaunt as Don Quixote. This Galician was wearing a white linen garment that reached down to his ankles. He was dressed as for burial or as for the Eucharist, and led a bedraggled little cow tied to a rope. Over its wide back darted the tiny wriggling head of a snake. On the snake's head was a teetering wide-brimmed hat made of village straw. The pitiful little cow tagged along behind the Galician. He led her with importance, and his lanky body cut into the hot brilliance of the sky like a gallows. He crossed the square with a stately stride and went into a crooked little alley seasoned with sickeningly thick smoke. In the charred little hovels, in beggarly kitchens, were Jewesses who looked like old Negro women, Jewesses with boundless breasts. The Galician walked past them and stopped at the end of the alley before the pediment of a shattered building. There by the pediment, near a crooked white column, sat a gypsy blacksmith shoeing horses. The gypsy was pounding the horses' hooves with a hammer, shaking his greasy hair, whistling, and smiling. A few Cossacks with horses were standing around him. My Galician walked up to the blacksmith, gave him a dozen or so baked potatoes without a word, and turned and walked off, not looking up at anyone. I was about to follow him, but one of the Cossacks, waiting for his horse to be shod, stopped me. This Cossack's name was Seliverstov. He had left Makhno 1 some time ago and was serving in the 33rd Cavalry Regiment. Lyutov, he said, shaking my hand, you can't keep from picking quarrels with everyone. You've got the devil in you. Why did you finish off Trunov this morning? And from the scraps of gossip he had heard, Seliverstov yelled foolish gibberish at me, about how that very morning I had given Trunov, my squadron commander, a good beating. Seliverstov hurled all kinds of reproaches at me, reproached me in front of all the Cossacks, but there wasn't a grain of truth in what he said. It was true that Trunov and I had argued that morning, because Trunov wasted so much time dawdling with the prisoners. He and I had argued, but Pashka Trunov is dead, he will no longer be judged in this world, and I would be the last to do so. I will tell you why we quarreled. We had taken some men prisoner at dawn today near the train station. There were 10 of them. They were in their underwear when we took them. A pile of clothes lay next to the poles. It was a trick, so that we couldn't tell the officers from the regular men by their uniforms. They had taken off their clothes themselves, but this time Trunov decided to find out the truth. All officers, step forward, he commanded, walking up to the prisoners and pulling out his revolver. Trunov had already been wounded in the head that morning. His head was bandaged with a rag, and blood trickled from it like rain from a haystack. Officers! Own up, he repeated, and began prodding the poles with the butt of his revolver. Suddenly a thin old man with yellow cheekbones, a drooping mustache, and a large, bare bony back, came forward. End of this war, the old man said with incomprehensible delight. All officers run away, end of this war. And the Pole held out his blue hands to Trunov. 5 fingers, he said, sobbing, twisting his large, wilted hands from side to side. I raising with these 5 fingers my family. The old man gasped, swayed, and broke into tears of delight. He fell on his knees before Trunov, but Trunov pushed him back with his saber. Your officers are dogs. Trunov said. Your officers threw their uniforms here, but I'm going to finish off whoever they fit. We're going to have a little fitting. And Trunov picked out an officer's cap from the pile of rags and put it on the old man's head. It fits, Trunov murmured, stepping up closer to him, it fits. And he plunged his saber into the prisoner's gullet. The old man fell, his legs twitching, and a foamy, coral red stream poured from his neck. Then Andriushka Vozmiltov, with his sparkling earring and his round villager's neck, sidled up to the dying man. Andriushka unbuttoned the dying Pole's trousers, shook him lightly, and pulled the trousers off. He flung them onto his saddle, grabbed another 2 uniforms from the pile, and then trotted off, brandishing his whip. At that moment the sun came out from behind the clouds. It nimbly enveloped Andriushka's horse, its cheerful trot, the carefree swish of its docked tail. Andriushka rode along the path to the forest. Our cavalry transport was in the forest, the carters of the transport yelling and whistling, and making signs to Vozmiltov like to a deaf man. The Cossack was already halfway there when Trunov, suddenly falling to his knees, hoarsely yelled after him. "Andrei," he shouted, lowering his eyes to the ground. "Andrei," he repeated without looking up. "Our Soviet Republic is still alive, it's too early to be dealing out her property. Bring back those rags, Andrei." But Vozmiltov didn't even turn around. He rode at his amazing Cossack trot, his horse pertly swatting its tail, as if to shoo us away. "Treason!" Trunov mumbled in disbelief. "Treason," he said, quickly shouldering his gun and shooting, missing in his haste. This time Andrei stopped. He turned his horse toward us, bouncing on his saddle like a woman, his face red and angry, his legs jerking. "Listen, countrymen," he yelled, riding closer, and immediately calming down at the sound of his own deep and powerful voice. "I should knock you to kingdom come to where your you-know-what mother is. Here you've caught a dozen Poles, and make a big song and dance of it. We've taken hundreds and didn't come running for your help. If you're a worker, then do your job." Andriushka threw the trousers and the 2 uniforms off his saddle, snorted, turned away from the squadron commander, and came over to help me draw up a list of the remaining prisoners. He loafed about and snorted unusually loudly. The prisoners howled and ran away from him. He ran after them and gathered them under his arms, the way a hunter grips an armful of reeds and pushes them back to see a flock of birds flying to the river at dawn. Dealing with the prisoners, I exhausted my repertoire of curses, and somehow managed to write up 8 of the men, the numbers of their units, the type of gun they carried, and moved on to the 9th prisoner. The 9th was a young man who looked like a German acrobat from a good circus, a young man with a white, German chest, sideburns, a tricot undershirt, and a pair of long woolen drawers. He turned the nipples on his high chest toward me, threw back his sweaty blonde hair, and told me the number of his unit. Andriushka grabbed him by his drawers and sternly asked him, "Where did you get those?" "My mama knitted them," the prisoner answered, suddenly tottering. "She's a great knitter, that mama of yours," Andriushka said, looking more closely at the drawers, and ran his fingertips over the Pole's neat nails. "Yes, a great knitter us, we never got to wear nothing like that." He felt the woolen drawers again and took the 9th man by the hand in order to take him over to the other prisoners who were already on my list. But at that moment I saw Trunov creeping out from behind a mound. Blood was trickling from his head like rain from a haystack, and the dirty rag had come undone and was hanging down. He crawled on his stomach holding his carbine in his hands. It was a Japanese carbine, lacquered and with a powerful shot. From a distance of 20 paces, Pashka shot the young Pole's skull to pieces and his brains spattered onto my hands. Trunov ejected the empty cartridges from his carbine and came over to me. "Cross that one off," he said, pointing at my list. "I'm not crossing him off," I answered, quaking. "From what I see, Trotsky's orders don't apply to you. Cross that one off the list." Trunov repeated, pressing his black finger down onto the paper. "I'm not crossing him off," I yelled with all my might. "There were 10 of them, now there are 8 back at headquarters, Trunov, they're not going to let you get away with this. At headquarters they'll chalk it up to the rotten life we live," Trunov said, coming up to me, all tattered, hoarse, and covered in soot. But then he stopped, raised his blood-drenched face to the sky, and said with bitter reproach, "Buzz, Buzz. And there comes another one buzzing. And Trunov pointed to 4 dots in the sky, 4 bombers that came floating out from behind the shining, swan-like clouds. These were machines from the air squadron of Major Fauntleroy, large, armored machines. To horse, the platoon commanders yelled when they saw the airplanes, and took the squadron at a fast trot into the woods. But Trunov did not ride with his squadron. He stayed back at the station building, huddled silently against the wall. Andriushka Vozmiltov and 2 machine gunners, 2 barefoot fellows in crimson breeches, stood next to him, increasingly anxious. "Run for it, boys," Trunov said to them, and the blood began to drain from his face. "Here's a message to Pugashev from me." And Trunov scrawled gigantic peasant letters on a crookedly torn piece of paper. "As I have to perish today," he wrote, "I see it my duty to add 2 dead toward my possible shooting down of the enemy, and at the same time I am handing over my command to Platoon Commander Semyongelov." He sealed the letter, sat down on the ground, and took off his boots with great difficulty. "For you," he said, handing the machine gunners the message and his boots. "These boots are new." "Good luck to you, Commander," the machine gunners muttered back to him, shifting from one foot to the other, hesitating to leave. "And good luck to you too," Trunov said, "whatever happens." And he went over to the machine guns that stood on a mound by the station hut. Andriushka Vozmiltov, the rag looter, was waiting for him there. "Yes, whatever happens," Trunov said to him, and aimed his machine gun. "So you're staying with me, Andriushka?" "Jesus Christ!" Andriushka answered, terrified, started sobbing, went white, and burst out laughing. "Damned mother of Lord Jesus Christ!" And he aimed the second machine gun at the airplanes. The airplanes came flying over the station in tighter circles, rattled fussily high in the air, plunged, drew arcs, and the sun rested its pink rays on the sparkle of their wings. In the meantime we, the 4th Squadron, sat in the forest. There, in the forest, we awaited the outcome of the unequal battle between Pashka Trunov and Major Reginald Fauntleroy of the American forces. The Major and 3 of his bombers proved their ability in this battle. They descended to 300 meters, and first shot Andriushka and then Trunov. None of the rounds our men fired did the Americans any harm. The airplanes turned and flew away without even noticing our squadron hidden in the forest. And that was why, after waiting for half an hour, we were able to go pick up the bodies. Andriushka Vozmiltov's body was taken by 2 of his kinsmen who were serving in our squadron, and we took Trunov, our deceased squadron commander, to the Gothic town of Sokol and buried him there in a stately spot in a flower bed, in the public park in the middle of the town. Ivan and Ivan. Deacon Ajayev had deserted from the front twice. For this he had been sent to Moscow's regiment of the Branded. Sergei Sergeyevich Kameneatu, the commander-in-chief, had inspected this regiment at Mozaisk before it was to be sent to the front. "I have no use for them," the commander-in-chief had said. "Send them back to Moscow to clean latrines." In Moscow the Branded regiment was somehow absorbed into an infantry company. The deacon also ended up in it. He arrived at the Polish front, where he claimed to be deaf. Barsutsky, the medical assistant from the first aid detachment, after going back and forth with him for a week, was amazed at the deacon's obstinacy. "To hell with that deaf man," Barsutsky said to Soichenko, the medical orderly. "Go see if you can get a cart from the cavalry transport, we'll send the deacon to Rovno for a checkup." Soichenko went to the transport and got 3 carts. Akinfeev was the driver of the first cart. "Ivan," Soichenko said to him, "you're going to take the deaf man to Rovno." "Take him I can," Akinfeev answered. "Be sure to get me a receipt." "Will do," Akinfeev said. And what was it that caused it, this deafness of his? To save his own goods and chattels a man will gladly set fire to another man's hide, Soichenko, the medical orderly, said. "That's what caused it? He's a damn Freemason, that's what he is, not deaf." Take him I can, Akinfeev repeated, and drove off after the other carts. 3 carts pulled up in front of the first aid station. In the first cart sat a nurse who was being transferred to the rear lines, the second cart had been brought for a Cossack with an inflamed kidney, and in the third cart sat Ivan Ajayev, the deacon. Having arranged everything, Soichenko called the medical assistant. "There goes that damn Freemason," he said. "I'm putting him on the Revolutionary Tribunal cart 3 against receipt. They'll be off any minute now." Barsutsky looked out the window, saw the carts, and went running out of the house, red-faced and hatless. "Hey, I know you're going to cut his throat," he yelled to Ivan Akinfeev. "I want the deacon in another cart." "Wherever you put him," the Cossack standing nearby said, laughing, "our Ivan's going to get him." Ivan Akinfeev, whip in hand, was also standing there next to his horses. "Greetings, comrade medical assistant," he said politely, taking off his cap. "Greetings, my friend," Barsutsky answered. "You're going to have to put the deacon in another cart, you wild beast." "It would interest me to know," Akinfeev began in a whiny voice, and his upper lip shivered, slid up, and began quivering over his dazzling teeth. "It would interest me to know, if this is right behavior or behavior that is not right, that when the enemy is tormenting us unbelievably, when the enemy is pounding our last breath out of us, when the enemy is clinging to our legs like a lead weight and tying our hands with snakes, is it correct behavior for us to clog our ears at such a deadly hour? Our Ivan thinks like a commissar." Korokov, the driver of the first cart, shouted. "So what if he thinks like a commissar?" Barsutsky muttered, and turned away. "We all do. But we have to stick to the rules." "But our deaf friend, he can hear perfectly well." Akinfeev suddenly interrupted. He twirled his whip with his fat fingers, laughed, and winked at the deacon. The deacon sat on the cart, his large shoulders drooping, his head trembling. "Well then, go with God," the medical assistant yelled in desperation. "I hold you responsible, Ivan." "I gladly be held responsible," Ivan Akinfeev said slowly, and lowered his head. "Make yourself comfortable," he said to the deacon, without looking back at him. "Make yourself even more comfortable," he repeated, and took the reins in his hands. The carts formed a line and hurried off one after the other along the high road. Korokov drove in front and Akinfeev at the back, whistling a tune and waving the reins. They rode this way some 15 versts, but as evening fell they came up against a sudden enemy attack. On that day, July 22, the Poles in a swift maneuver had mangled the rear lines of our army, stormed the shtetl of Kozin, and had taken prisoner many of our fighters of the 11th Division. The squadrons of the 6th Division rushed off to Kozin to counter-attack the enemy. The lightning maneuvers of the units threw the cavalry transport into turmoil, and the Revolutionary Tribunal carts rolled through the raging throes of battle for 2 days and nights, and it was only on the third night that they came out onto the road along which the rearguard staff was retreating. It was on this road at midnight where I ran into the 3 carts. Numb with despair, I ran into them after the battle at Khotin. In the battle at Khotin my horse had been killed. After I lost him, I climbed onto an ambulance cart, and gathered up wounded men until evening. Then all the able-bodied men were kicked off the ambulance cart, and I was left behind near a destroyed hut. Night came galloping toward me on swift steeds. The wailing of the transport carts deafened the universe. On the earth enveloped by screams the roads faded away. Stars slithered out of the cool gut of the sky, and on the horizon abandoned villages flared up. With my saddle on my shoulders I walked along a torn-up field path, stopping by a bend to answer the call of nature. Relieved, I buttoned myself up, but suddenly felt droplets falling on my hand. I switched on my flashlight, turned around, and saw lying on the ground the body of a Pole, drenched in my urine. A notebook and scraps of Pilsudski's proclamation * lay next to the corpse. The Pole's notebook had a list of his expenses, a schedule of performances at the Krakow Dramatic Theatre, and an entry indicating the birthday of a woman by the name of Maria Louisa. I picked up Pilsudski's proclamation, wiped the stinking liquid from my unknown brother's skull, and walked on, bent under the weight of my saddle. At that moment, there was a groaning of wheels close by. "Halt!" I yelled. "Who goes there?" Night came galloping toward me on swift steeds, flames danced on the horizon. "We're from the Revolutionary Tribunal," a voice smothered by darkness called back. I rushed forward and ran right into the cart. "They killed my horse," I said loudly. "His name was Laverick." No one answered. I climbed onto the cart, put the saddle under my head, fell asleep, and slept till dawn, warmed by the rotting hay and the body of Ivan Akinfeev, my chance neighbor. In the morning, the Cossack woke up later than I did. "Thank God it's light enough to see again," he said, took his revolver out from under his little trunk, and fired a shot next to the deacon's ear. The deacon was sitting right in front of us, driving the horses. Airy gray hair fluttered over his large, balding skull. Akinfeev fired another shot next to the deacon's other ear, and slipped the revolver back into its holster. "Good day to you, Ivan," he said to the deacon, grunting as he pulled on his boots. "So well, grab a bite, huh?" "Hey!" I yelled. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" "Not enough, that's what I'm doing," Akinfeev answered, unpacking the food. "It's the third day now he's been pretending." Then Korokov, who I knew from the 31st Regiment, yelled back from the first cart, telling me the whole story of the deacon from the beginning. Akinfeev listened carefully, cupping his ear, and then from under his saddle pulled out a roasted leg of ox. It was wrapped in a sackcloth and had straw all over it. The deacon climbed over to us from the box, carved off a slice of green meat with his knife, and gave everyone a piece. After breakfast, Akinfeev wrapped the leg of ox in the sackcloth and slid it into the hay. "Ivan," he said to Deacon Ajayev, "let's drive out the devil. We have to stop anyway, since the horses need water." He took a medicine bottle out of his pocket and a Tarnovsky syringe and gave them to the deacon. They climbed off the cart and walked about 20 paces into the field. "Nurse!" Korokov yelled from the first cart. "Adjust your eyes for distance, and you'll be dazzled by Akinfeev's endowment." You know what, you and your endowments," the woman muttered, and turned away. Akinfeev pulled up his shirt. The deacon knelt in front of him and gave him his injection. Then he wiped the syringe with a rag and held it up to the light. Akinfeev pulled his trousers up. He waited a moment, went behind the deacon, and fired another shot right next to his ear. "My humblest thanks, Ivan," he said, buttoning up his trousers. The deacon laid the medicine bottle on the grass and got up from his knees. His airy hair flew up. "I will answer to a higher judge," he said dully. "You are not above me, Ivan." "Nowadays everyone judges everyone else," the driver of the second cart, who looked like a boisterous little hunchback, interrupted. "They even sentence you to death, just like that." "Or even better," Deacon Ajayev said, straightening up, "kill me, Ivan." "Don't talk nonsense, Deacon." Korokov, whom I knew from before, said, coming up to him. "You should realize what kind of man you're riding with here. A lesser man would have shot you down like a duck, you wouldn't have had time to quack, yet he's trying to fish the truth out of you, and teach you a thing or two, you defrocked cleric." "Or even better," the deacon repeated obstinately, stepping forward, "kill me, Ivan. As it is, you'll kill yourself, you bastard," Akinfeev answered, going white and breaking into a lisp. "You're digging your own pit and burying yourself in it." Akinfeev waved his arms, tore his collar open, and fell down on the ground in a fit. "Oh my dear little sweetheart," he yelled wildly, and threw sand into his face. "Oh my bittersweet darling, my sweet darling Soviet power." "Ivan," Korokov said, coming up to him, tenderly laying his hand on his shoulder. Don't beat yourself, my dear friend, don't be sad. Come, we have to go now. Korokov filled his mouth with water and spat it into Akinfeev's face, and then carried him over to the cart. The deacon sat on the box again, and we drove off. There were no more than 2 versts left to the shtetl of Verba. Countless transport carts had crowded into the town that morning. They were from the 11th, the 14th, and the 4th divisions. Jews in waistcoats, with raised shoulders, stood in their doorways like bedraggled birds. Cossacks went from yard to yard collecting rags and eating unripe plums. The moment we arrived, Akinfeev curled up on the hay and fell asleep, and I took a blanket from his cart and went to look for some shade to lie down in. But the fields on both sides of the road were covered with excrement. A bearded muzhik in copper-rimmed spectacles and a Tyrolean hat was sitting by the wayside reading a newspaper. He waved to me and said, "We call ourselves human, but we make more filth than the jackals. One is ashamed to face the earth." And he turned away and went back to reading his newspaper through his large spectacles. I headed for the forest to the left, and saw the deacon approaching me. "Where are you off to, countryman?" Korokov yelled to him from the first cart. "To relieve myself," the deacon mumbled. He grabbed my hand, and kissed it. "You are a fine gentleman," he whispered with a grimace, shuddering and gasping for air. "I beg you, whenever you have a free moment, to write a letter to the town of Kasamuov, so my wife can mourn for me. Are you deaf, Father Deacon, or not?" I shouted into his face. "Excuse me," he said. "Excuse me." And he cupped his ear. "Are you deaf, Ajayev, or not?" "That's exactly it, deaf," he quickly said. "3 days ago I could hear perfectly well, but Comrade Akinfeev crippled my hearing with a shot. He was supposed to deliver me to Rovno, Comrade Akinfeev was, but I really doubt he'll deliver me there." And the deacon fell to his knees and crawled headfirst between the carts, completely entangled in his disheveled, priestly hair. Then he got up from his knees, pulled himself free from in between the carts, and went over to Korokov, who gave him some tobacco. They rolled cigarettes and lit them for each other. "That's better," Korokov said, and made some space next to him. The deacon sat down, and both were silent. Then Akinfeev woke up. He rolled the leg of ox out of the sackcloth, carved off a slice of green meat with his knife, and gave everyone a piece. At the sight of the festering meat I felt overcome by weakness and desperation, and gave my piece back. "Farewell, boys," I said. "Good luck to you all." "Farewell," Korokov said. I took my saddle from the cart and left. As I walked off, I heard the endless muttering of Akinfeev. "Ivan, you made a big mistake, my friend," he was saying to the deacon. "You should have trembled at my name, but you just got into my cart without a second thought. You could still have escaped before you ran into me, but now I'm going to hurt you, Ivan, you can bet on it, I'm really going to hurt you." The continuation of the story of a horse. 4 months ago, Savitsky, our former division commander, took away the white stallion belonging to Klebnikov, commander of the 1st Squadron. Klebnikov had left the army shortly after, and today Savitsky received a letter from him. Klebnikov to Savitsky. "And no anger upon the Budyonny army can I have longer, my sufferings in that army I understand and keep within my heart purer than anything holy. But to you, Comrade Savitsky, as an international hero, the working masses of Vitebsk, where I am the chairman of the District Revolutionary Committee, send the proletarian cry, 'Give us world revolution.' And we hope that that white stallion will trot beneath you on soft paths for many a year to come in aid of freedom so beloved by all, and the brother republics in which we must keep a sharp eye out for the provincial authorities and the district units in an administrative respect." Savitsky to Klebnikov. "My true and dear comrade Klebnikov. Which letter you wrote me is very commendable for the common cause, all the more after your foolishness when the good of your own hide made your eyes blind and you joined our Communist Party of the Bolsheviks. Our Communist Party, Comrade Klebnikov, is an iron column of fighters sacrificing their blood in the front lines, and when blood flows from iron, then it is no joke, comrade, but victory or death. The same goes for the common cause, the dawn of which I do not expect to see because the fighting is heavy and I have to change commanding officers every 2 weeks. 30 days I have been fighting in the rear guard, covering the retreat of the invincible 1st Red Cavalry, and finding myself facing powerful gunfire from airplanes and artillery. Tardy was killed, Lekamanikov was killed, Gulevoy was killed, Trunov was killed, and the White Stallion is no longer under me, so with the change in our fortunes of war, Comrade Klebnikov, do not expect to see your beloved division commander Savitsky ever again. To tell you the truth, we shall meet again in the kingdom of heaven, although, from what people say, the old man up there in heaven isn't running a kingdom, but an all-out whorehouse, and as it is we have enough clap down here on earth, so, who knows, we might not get to see each other after all. Farewell, Comrade Klebnikov. The widow. Shivlyov, the regimental captain, is dying in an ambulance cart. A woman is sitting at his feet. Night, pierced by the flashes of the cannonade, is stooping over the dying man. Lyovka, the division commander's driver, is warming up food in a pot. Lyovka's forelock is hanging over the fire, the hobbled horses are crackling in the bushes. Lyovka is stirring the pot with a twig and talking to Shivlyov, who is stretched out in the ambulance cart. I worked in the town of Tomryuk, comrade, as a circus rider and also as a lightweight wrestler. The women in a small town like that get very bored, so when the little ladies saw me, all the walls came tumbling down. Lev Gavrilik / they'd say to me, surely you won't turn down a little a la carte appetizer, you won't find it a waste of your time. So I went with one of them to a tavern. We order 2 portions of veal, we order a jug of vodka, we sit there nice and quiet, we drink, I look, and what do I see? Some sort of gentleman bustling over toward me, nicely dressed, clean, but I notice that he is full of himself, not to mention that he was 2 sheets to the wind. If you will pardon me / he says to me, what, if I may ask, is your nationality? For what reason are you touching me about my nationality when I am in the company of a lady? I ask him. And he, you are an athlete, he says. In French wrestling they'd finish you off in the twinkle of an eye. Show me your nationality, yet I, believe it or not, still don't catch what's going on. So I ask him, why do you, I don't even know your name, why do you try to provoke the kind of misunderstanding where one man or the other will have to lose his life, in other words, lie flat on his back awaiting his last breath. Lie flat on his back awaiting his last breath. Lyovka repeats enthusiastically, stretching his arms up to the sky, letting the night envelop him like an aura. The tireless wind, the clean wind of the night, sings, fills itself with sound, and gently rocks the soul. The stars, blazing in the darkness like wedding rings, fall on Lyovka, become entangled in his hair, and expire on his tousled head. Lyovka, come here, Shivlyov suddenly whispers to him with blue lips. The gold I have is for Sashka, the wounded man whispers. The rings, the harness, everything's hers. We did our best to get by, I want to reward her. My clothes, my underwear, my medal for selfless heroism, are for my mother on the Terek. Send them to her with a letter and write in the letter, the regimental captain sends his regards, and don't cry. The house is yours, old woman, enjoy it. If anyone lays a finger on you, go straight to Budyani and tell him, I'm Shivlyov's mama. My horse, Abramka, I offer to the regiment, I am offering the horse in memory of my soul. Don't worry, I'll see to the horse, Lyovka mumbles. Sashka, he yells to the woman, waving to her. You heard what he said? Swear before him, will you be sure to give the old woman what's hers, or won't you? You know what, the old woman. Sashka says, and walks off into the bushes, holding her head high like a blind woman. Will you give her her miserable share? Lyovka asks, catching up with her and grabbing her by the throat. Say it here in front of him. I'll give it to her, let me go. And then, having forced the declaration out of her, Lyovka grabbed the pot from the fire and began pouring soup into the dying man's rigid mouth. Cabbage soup trickled down Shavliov's face, the spoon clanked against his sparkling, dead teeth, and bullets sang with growing mournfulness and force through the dense expanses of the night. They're shooting with rifles, the bastards, Lyovka said. The damn lackeys. Shavliov answered. They're ripping open our right flank with their machine guns. And Shavliov, closing his eyes, stately as a corpse on a slab, listened to the battle with his large, waxen ears. Next to him, Lyovka was chewing meat, crunching and panting. When he had finished, Lyovka licked his lips and pulled Sashka into a ditch. Sash, he said, trembling, burping, his hands fidgeting. Sash, as the Lord is my witness, we're covered in vice like yard dogs with lice. You only live once and then you die. Let me have you, Sash 111 serve you, even if it's with my blood. His time's up, Sash, but the Lord has plenty more days in store for us. They sat down in the tall grass. The wavering moon crept from behind the clouds and stopped over Sashka's bare knee. You're warming each other, Shavliov mumbled, but it looks like the 14th Division has been routed. Lyovka crunched and panted in the bushes. The misty moon loitered in the sky like a beggar woman. Distant gunfire floated in the air. Feather grass rustled on the troubled earth onto which August stars fell. Then Sashka returned to her previous place. She changed the wounded Inan's bandages and raised the flashlight over the festering wound. By tomorrow you'll be gone, Sashka said, wiping the cold sweat off Shavliov. By tomorrow you'll be gone. Death's already in your guts.